This young man was about to enjoy a passionate university life when suddenly he found himself transmigrated into an old man on the brink of death in the immortal cultivation world, unable to accept his fate. He consoled himself that if he had truly transmigrated, this old man must be an extraordinary expert from beyond. I want to see his memories. This world is the Conlan realm, where cultivators are revered. The original owner, Diep Quan Lum, was a talented young cultivator who reached the golden core stage at a young age. Due to his exceptional talent, he was chosen as the sect master of the Flying Cloud Sect, one of the 6 major sects in the eastern wilderness of Huangzhou. However, during an operation to purge evil cultivators, he was assassinated, his Dantian destroyed, losing all his cultivation and becoming a cripple. Over 10 years later, he became dull and resigned, living on the mountain without caring about the world until he reached 110 years old. The young man who just transmigrated, now called Diep Quan Lam, is crying rivers of tears as he inherits the original owner's memories. In the end, I am just an ordinary person, and if I go by my previous age, I could die at any moment. I just transmigrated here. Suddenly, an idea popped into Diep Quan Lam's mind. Wait a minute. Based on my many years of experience writing online novels, if it's a transmigration, there must be a system. I still have a chance, so Diep Quan Lam immediately lowered his cane to the ground, pointed to the sky, and shouted, "System! Your father is here. Come out and meet him." "Are you playing hide-and-seek with me? Hurry up and stop causing trouble," Quan Lam said impatiently. Seeing this move was risky, Quan Lam put on this pitiful face, "Huh? Brother Thong Tu, I was wrong. It was just a joke earlier. Please say something too." "That's right. Maybe it's not the storage system, but rather the family heirloom ring of the old master." Quan Lam rummaged through his clothes and indeed found a ring. "Old doctor, are you in there? Old man, stop pretending. I know you're hiding inside." Seeing no response for a long time, Junlan threw the ring away, angrily pointing at the sky and cursing. At that moment, a new system interface appeared, and after checking, it found the host was swearing very badly, so the system had to activate passively. "Please do not curse. Be a civilized person." "Thong Tu, you finally appeared. I'm still doubting whether I've transmigrated into a world without a system." "Sorry about that. I was a bit sleepy earlier, and this system has just woken up. To compensate the host, the system offers a beginner's gift package. Do you want to open it?" Junlan couldn't refuse and immediately suggested opening the box. "Congratulations, the host has gained a special ability. The stronger the opponent, the stronger you become. As long as you face anyone with a higher cultivation level than yourself, you will immediately and permanently gain a higher level of cultivation than them. Moreover, there are no side effects at all." Oh my god, is this really true? For example, if I am now an ordinary person and fight an immortal, this system won't deceive anyone. Just try it. I guarantee there will be no problem. If that's really the case, wouldn't I be invincible? I will always be one step above my opponents. As Quan Lam was feeling joyful, the system announced a lightning strike, kindly reminding the host that only an hour remained before the end of their life. No way I'm about to die like this. I need to quickly go down the mountain, find someone, and pretend to collide to extend my life. Half an hour later, Quan Lam staggered down the mountain, muttering, "Well done, you said the heavenly demon was only waiting on the mountain. You've ruined me. Kindly remind you, the host has 35 minutes left. Don't rush anymore. Don't rush like a funeral procession. Will my old bones make it in time?" At this moment, Quan Lam saw the dark clouds with thunder and lightning covering the sky, blocking the view beyond a mountain. At the same time, in the cloud of dark clouds, the confrontation between Huyen Thian Sect and the Demon King's army took place. Hu Nien, the sect master of Huyen Thian Sect, led his followers with a furious expression and shouted loudly, "How bold! Which demon lord dares to cause trouble for my Huyen Thian Tong?" The Demon King spread his wings arrogantly and replied, "Sinners of Huyen Thian Tong, I never expected I would still be alive. Today I will wipe you all out." After finishing, Hu Nien and Dongmen charged forward, determined to fight the Demon King's army to the death. Thousands of miles away, Junlin was trying to reach the battlefield. "Hey, someone come fight me. Come on and fight me." Of course, those people are busy dueling intensely and can't hear the feeble words of the old man from thousands of miles away, like Junlum. The kind system reminds the host that there are only 20 minutes of life left. Please quickly take measures to save yourself. No way, is it really time to reincarnate so soon? They are too far from me and can't hear me at all. If I go down the mountain now, I probably won't make it in time, so I can only use this move. At this point, Junlin turned around and headed up the mountain. In another development, due to the difference in cultivation levels, the Demon King quickly gained the upper hand. With just one move, some from the Huiyin Tian sect sacrificed their lives, others barely survived, but all were heavily wounded. There's no other way. The gap between the Kim Dan and Nguyen An stages is too great. Ha ha ha, is there anyone else who wants to oppose me? Just sit tight and wait for your doom. Just as the Demon King was feeling pleased, he heard a voice from the mountain on the other side. That fool, come back here. Stop looking around and listen, I'm talking to you. Old man, you really don't want to live anymore, do you? You dare to insult again? Quan Lam, holding the speaker, not only isn't afraid, but shouts even louder. You fool, if you're not convinced, come and fight me. Little one, I'll be waiting here for you. If you don't come, then you're my child. Fortunately, Quan Lam noticed in time. The old man remembered there was a speaker at home that could be activated with spirit stones. Otherwise, by the time he reached the lively place, it would have already been too late. Hu Hu Nian also began to pay attention to Quan Lam's presence and couldn't help but be surprised. That is Deep Junior Brother, the sect leader of Tian Huang Peak of the Huiyin Tian sect. Tu Thien Tweet standing behind is just as amazed. Oh my, is that the legendary Wandering Peak Huiyin Tian sect once? The sword-holding sect leader of the Heavenly Fragrance sect, Zhao Dai, spoke up. He had withdrawn from the world for decades, so how could he suddenly appear here? Hu Nian guessed that he probably wanted to contribute some effort, but unfortunately he was assassinated that year, and his cultivation was completely destroyed, turning him into a cripple. The Demon King has now realized that Deep Quan Lam was actually a useless old man from decades ago. And yet Deep Quan Lam dares to mock King Thanbang. Isn't that criticizing him for living too long? Grandson, I can defeat you even without cultivation. Turn you into a roasted bird if you have the guts. Come at me. Quan Lam taunted, and the system also announced simultaneously. The kind system reminds you that you only have 10 seconds left before dying on the spot. Why does this fool keep rambling on with useless words? If you don't fight me, I'll eat you. While Quan Lam was panicking, the Demon King finally managed to strike a palm attack just before his life ended. The system detected that the host was attacked by an early-stage nascent soul enemy, and now the passive effect of increased strength when encountering powerful foes is activated. He received cultivation at the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. Following the announcement, the old man disappeared, replaced by a handsome young man with a rebellious silver hair appearing. You used one hand to block the attack from the Demon King's sword pointing at the sky, causing a deafening explosion. Is this the power of someone in the nascent soul stage? As expected of the top combat power in the human world, truly terrifying. Jun Lam smiled and asked, Are you also at the nascent soul stage? The Demon King said, inwardly adding, Even cultivation is higher than mine. How could those from Huiyin Tian sect still be in shock over this? So Deep Junior Brother is actually a cultivator in the nascent soul stage. It turns out those years of downfall were just to hide from others' notice. On the outside, he appears to be an ordinary mortal, but in reality, he has secretly broken through to the nascent soul stage. Junior Brother Diep, it turns out you're a fraud. Junior Brother Diep, so you're actually at the nascent soul stage. There are hardly any people in Huangchao, yet our Huiyin Tian sect ends up with a Demon King. At this point, I'm basically scared shitless. This fellow, what just happened, was only a misunderstanding. I have decided to resolve the conflict with your sect, and in time, I will formally visit your door. You have destroyed the foundation of the Hidden Sky sect and killed countless of our disciples, and yet you tell me this is just a misunderstanding? I will wipe out your entire clan and slaughter your sect. After I finish, I will tell you that all of this was just a misunderstanding caused by my carelessness. Can you accept that? While Jun Lam was questioning the Demon King, the system announced congratulations on reaching a new cultivation level for the first time and awarded a random divine skill from the Great Wilderness Prison Heavenly Tree system. The Demon King, in a desperate position, continues to negotiate. Your cultivation level is slightly higher than mine, but the gap isn't large. Do you truly still want to fight to the death with me? Those who do not offend me, I will not offend them. If someone dares to attack me, I will definitely take revenge, especially a demon like you who has slaughtered countless humans. Death would not be a pity. Knowing he couldn't change Jun Lam's decision, the Demon King unleashed his power, determined to burn his core and take Jun Lam down with him. But Jun Lam only needed to use the Great Wilderness Fire Suppression technique to make the Demon King vanish instantly. The other members of his clan saw this, and before they could run away, they were all taken down by Quan Lam. After finishing, he approached Hu Hu Nian and said, These rotten birds won't dare bother Huiyin Tian sect anymore. What are you talking about? Seeing how confident Diep Junior Brother appears, how could he possibly be completely defeated? Tu Thien Tweet said with a smile. Xiao Deju nodded in agreement and said, Exactly. Disciple Diep is humble, so he doesn't boast, and quietly protects the sect's disciples. Diep Quan Lam heaved a sigh of relief. This guy is pretty good, very imaginative, but that's also fine, saves me from having to explain myself. At this moment, someone from the Huyan Tian sect rushed over with a severely injured senior brother to report, "Sect leader, a major crisis has occurred. The Funloy sect suddenly seized the mine with our sect's spiritual veins, and all the guarding disciples have been killed." Hu Nian was stunned when he heard this. How could that be possible? Usually, the Funloy Tong and us have a good relationship, so why would they dare to be so bold this time? Without a spiritual vein to cultivate, it's like cutting off our path to immortality and pushing us into a death trap. Junior brother. Dai, I plan to take the disciples to seize back the resources. I don't know if you're willing. Hu Nin paused, eyes scrutinizing Quan Lam. The Funloy sect is one of the 6 great clans in Huangchao, once had many conflicts but still kept control within limits, yet now they invade, clearly using the power of the demon race to infiltrate. Truly treacherous. As Quan Lam was thinking this, the system notification for check-in mission activated. Please complete the check-in at Funloy Tong. The host will receive an unimaginable reward. Another mission, but if I can meet a strong opponent, I'll become even stronger. So once I arrive, I'll take them down. Quan Lam silently told Hu Nin, "You do your thing. I will go straight to destroy Funloy Tong." After saying that, he flew away, leaving the members of Huyan Tian Tong in awe. How many years has it been since Huyan Tian sect was this strong? Sect Master, have we ever been this powerful before? With Lord Diep Feng here, we can become the leading sect among the 6 great sects in Huangchao. While at Feng Lei sect, the disciples are celebrating after successfully executing their treacherous plan against Huyan Tian sect. I never expected things to go so smoothly. After bringing the Demon King to Huyan Tian sect, we conveniently seized all their spiritual vein so we can become the #1 sect in Huangchao. But that Demon King won't target us, right? What are we afraid of? Today, the Fenglai sect invited a prominent figure from the martial transformation sect. With him here, there won't be any problems. On the upper level, Tran Van Hai. Vang Dung vậy. Trần Kiều Gia thể hiện xuất sắc tại vụ hoa môn và dục một tôn gia nhận làm dễ từ truyền thừa. The young master has gained the respect of the sovereign of the Kuyong and has been taught the supreme Dao. His future prospects are limitless. This is excellent, so my son now has a chance to become an immortal. At this moment, Elder Mok took out a small box and handed it to Tran Van Hai. It contains a top-grade Hoa En Dan, which the Kui Kong Tu asked me to deliver to the Tong Chu. The disciples, seeing this, couldn't help but flatter him. Congratulations, Sect Master. With this elixir to support you, you'll surely break through to become a nascent soul cultivator. Ha ha, my son has good intentions. Today is truly a double celebration. Oh, right, Old Moo, about that Demon King. Old Man Mok understood and replied, "I will handle it for you. That's great. Thank you for your trouble." If it weren't for Elder Mok revealing the Demon King's cultivation level this time, our Funloy sect would almost have lost the chance to seize the resources from Huyan Tian sect. As Tran Van Hai finished speaking, Quan Lam also broke through the formation and entered the hall. "Who do you think you are? How dare you break into the main hall of my Funlay sect? I am Diep Quan Lam, here to eliminate you, the people of Funloy Tong." At this moment, the system notification arrived for check-in at the Funloy Tong location, congratulating the host on receiving the Hidden King Great Void technique. The aura emanating from Diep Quan Lam caused the people of Funloy Tong to feel fear. This person is at the nascent soul stage, yet he is a nascent soul cultivator. How could the Cloud Thunder sect offend someone like this? Thinking to himself, Tran Van Hai cautiously asked, "What is your purpose for coming to our Cloud Thunder sect?" "Are you calling me an old fool? Don't you hear my name clearly?" "Sect Master of Piao Miao Peak Huyan Tian Sect Diep Quan Lam, your group colluding with the Demon King to invade my Huyan Tian Sect territory is a crime of the highest order. Today, your Fongloy sect will cease to exist." "Diep Quan Lam? So it's you. Weren't you secretly stripped of all your cultivation? How can you still be a nascent soul cultivator?" Tran Van Hai was stunned and thought to himself that his appearance here meant that the Demon King Thanbang had been defeated. Those hateful Huyan Tian sect people are hiding so deep. Luckily, Elder Mu is here. Even if he's at the nascent soul stage, it's just like throwing stones at an egg. "Elder Mu, I hope you're not disappointing Tran Van Hai with the current situation." Old Man Mok immediately threatened Quan Lam when he received his SOS signal. "Kid, kneel down and cut off your own hands. Then I might spare your life before I change my mind." Kun Lam twitched his ear and replied, "This old man, what does he think he is to expect me to give him face? Arrogant." After finishing, Elder Mok unleashed the power of the transformation spirit realm, causing the people of Funloy to be amazed. The pressure was truly terrifying. With a powerful deity-level expert here, that Diep Quan Lam from Huyen Thien Tong is doomed. Tran Van Hai, relying on strong allies, has no problem taking him far away. Diep Quan Lam, I couldn't kill you back then, but today don't even think about escaping. After you die, Huyen Thien Tong will have no backing, and then it will be easy for me to take control. Quickly kneel and beg Elder Mok for mercy, maybe he can still save your life. Turning into a god? All right. At the same time, Shu Hu Nian is dealing with the disciples of the Wind and Thunder Sect at the Spirit White, Mysterious Heaven, Sect, to find a way to survive. One disciple of the Funloy Sect threatened the elder of the Wu Hua Sect who was at the Funloy Sect. Hey, do you think we would dare to invade your Huyen Thien Sect openly without the protection of Wu Hua Mon? This time, the elder came to our Funloy Sect because the deputy sectmaster, who joined Wu Hua Mon in Than Chao years ago, is highly talented and has succeeded in cultivation. So he is highly valued by Wu Hua Mon. Although I don't know how you dealt with those pests, I advise you to stop now. Maybe then you can still survive and become our slaves for the Funloy Sect. Hu Hunian swiftly beheaded a disciple of Funloy Tong and then ordered to quickly go to Funloy Tong to save Deep Feng Chu, who might have the ability to deal with Wu Hua Mon. Triu Juk Tru immediately rejected Tu Thien Teet's opinion. No way. Elder of the Wu Hua Sect is at least a divine transformation realm cultivator, and even the nascent soul is just a pebble in front of him. Even if it costs my life, I must beg the Wu Hua Sect to spare Lord Diep Fong. He is the hope of our Huyen Thien Sect. Hu Nin gritted his teeth and silently prayed. Junior brother, don't do anything stupid. Turning back to the main hall of the Storm Thunder Sect, seeing the smile on Deep Quan Lam's face, the people of the Storm Thunder Sect still sneer. They are about to die, but still keep smiling. This kid must be so scared by Elder Mu's divine transformation that he's gone stupid. With his strength, he's probably not even worthy of carrying Elder Mu's shoes. Old Man Mok sneered and said, "You, a cultivator from a small town in Huangchao, dare to show off in front of me. Huyen Thien Tong is just a mere ant's nest. To Wu Hua Sect, you are just dust that can be wiped away at any moment, and you are merely a weed not worth mentioning. But since you have angered me, even if you kneel and beg for forgiveness now, I will still destroy your Huyen Thien Sect. Then come on, fight me quickly and kill me. Don't waste time with words. What the hell is Hoa Than Khan? If you have the skill, fight me one-on-one. Whoever runs is the loser." Old Mok was angered by Quan Lam's taunts and directly threw a punch. Immediately, Quan Lam's system notified that the host was attacked by an enemy in the late stage of the Hua Than realm, now activating the passive effect of becoming stronger when faced with greater power, granting him the peak Hua Than cultivation base. Thanks to this new cultivation, Quan Lam casually deflected Mok Lao's attack, leaving him stunned. "Why are you in the Hua Than realm?" At this moment, Tran Van Hai also opened his mouth in shock. Why is that? A small sect like Huyen Thien Temple is guarded by a powerful divine transformation expert. The Hidden Heaven Sect is really formidable to hide such a move. How could this impoverished region of Huangchao produce someone who has cultivated to the Hua Than level? Moreover, this is the peak of the Hua Than realm. In this Huangchao region, Yuan Ying can already become the founding ancestor of a sect, ensuring its stability for thousands of years. But a Hua Than expert has never appeared before. Moreover, this young guy is so young, yet has reached this level. How is that possible? Tran Van Hai anxiously asked Old Mu, "What should we do now?" "You must save the Fengli sect. What are you panicking about? Don't forget. I come from the Than Chao Wu Hua sect, the methods of the immortal masters I possess." How could he possibly imagine? Hearing this, Quan Lam chuckled and said, "Old man, do you really think your techniques are better than mine?" "Huang Duong, the techniques of small sects like yours are worlds apart from those of our Wu Hua Mon. Let me broaden your horizons and show you a top-tier divine power from this world." Then, Mok Lao immediately used the Tayat Than Mok Trong technique to attack Quan Lam, causing the members of Funloy Tong to be amazed. As expected from Wu Hua Mon, their first move was a divine-level technique. Elder Mok confidently said, "Boy, dying at my hands is an honor for a low-ranked disciple like you, but do you really think you can dance around in front of me like a fool?" After finishing, Quan Lam used the human sovereign seal to directly turn Mok Lao's tie at Than Mok Truong into nothing more than a name. Seeing Quan Lam preparing to use the Diu Thien Dia Tuan Dokton seal against him, Mok Lao immediately threatened with Loi Wu Huamon. But in the end, he still met his demise at Quan Lam's hands. With their supplies gone, Tran Van Hai was terrified and begged for mercy. Deepthan Quan also misunderstood. Our Funloy sect is willing to submit and serve as Lam Chao's horse. The disciples, seeing this, also bowed their heads in submission. That's right, we are all willing to serve the Divine General as loyal subjects and attendants. Ha, to serve our Lord. Do you think you're worthy? Lord Warrior, my son Tran Kiu has the talent to become a celestial, and he is currently accepted as a direct disciple by the venerable Wu Hua sect. Are you really willing to offend us? Don't hurt yourself. Quan Lam was even happier to hear that, just as I expected. It's the same words. If you offend me, I will definitely punish you, Li. This time, it was your Feng Lei sect who first violated the rules of the Hidden Heaven sect. I told you, today you will no longer exist. Words spoken, words done. Quan Lam then struck with a palm, reducing the Feng Lei sect to ruins. Before returning to our ancestors, Tran Van Hai did not forget to say, "The shame washed in blood today. My son will repay it 1,000 times over. Then I look forward to your son who becomes a fairy coming here to share his experience with me." After everything was done, Quan Lam was on his way back when the people from Huyen Thien Tong arrived. "That's great. Brother Diep is still here." Ku Hu Nian eagerly took Quan Lam's hand and said, "You're lucky. I heard that Elder Wu Hua from the sect has arrived. Maybe he wasn't here by chance, and that's why you escaped death. We can still make it, no, Quan Lam said with a wave of his hand, smiling. "You mean that elder? It has already been defeated by me." "What? So you actually eliminated the elder of the martial spirit sect? Isn't he a spirit transformation realm cultivator?" "See, I told you, Master Diep is truly extraordinary and can handle things on his own. Junior brother Diep can defeat the spirit transformation realm." Quan Lim patted Hu Hu Nian on the shoulder. Actually, he is also in the spirit transformation realm, so he said no more and quickly went to sweep the Feng Lei sect and replenish resources. At this moment, Zhao Deju reports that he found a nascent soul pill, the same one that Tran Kio asked Mu Lao to send to Tran Van Hai. Let the sect master use it first to advance his nascent soul, and the Huyen Thien sect will become even stronger. At this moment, Juen Lam generously said, "Your system has detected a suitable disciple within 100 miles, likely the sect leader of the demon sect at the level of a true immortal. Do you want to recruit him? Completing this task will grant you an unimaginable reward." "That's great. A new mission, and to recruit a disciple, and the opponent is the true immortal level sect master of the demon sect. If I go and cause trouble with my golden finger, won't I become an immortal directly?" At that time, even in Huangzhou and Tanzhou, they were undefeated. Tutayan Tuit spoke with some concern. "Although we relied on Master Diep Feng to destroy Feng Lei sect, we have offended the Wu Hua sect, so will there still be a place for the entire eastern region and Huyen Thien sect to survive?" Hu Hu Nian sighed and said, "Yes, the Wu Hua sect is incredibly powerful, and our Huyen Thien sect cannot compete with them. Junior brother Diep, with your extraordinary talent, you must not let your future be buried here. Better to leave the eastern region. If Wu Huamon comes to blame us later, at worst we will sacrifice ourselves. As long as you survive, Huyen Thien sect still has a chance to continue." Hu Hu Nian's words received the agreement of Tu Thien Tuyet and Trioduk Tru. The sect master is right. That's right, Lord Diep Fong is truly talented. It would be a great pity if he dies here. Not only them, but even the disciples of Huyen Thien Tong are willing to sacrifice themselves to protect Diep Quan Lam. Exactly. Lord Diep Fong will surely carry our hopes to create a new world, so that the reputation of Huyen Thien sect will once again resound throughout the four directions. We will stand firm here, and even in the final moments, we will never retreat. Lord Diep Fong, rest assured and showcase your talents." Quan Lam was moved when he heard these words. This sect truly has incredible unity. Smiling, Quan Lam replied, "Thank you all for your trust, but rest assured, if I dared to do it, I have definitely considered the consequences carefully. Leave the rest to me, I will handle it properly. This place is handed over to the sect leader. Take your time cleaning up. I have some urgent matters to attend to." After finishing, Jun Lan quickly went to find his disciple. At the same time, at Yang Juzi Hu, Hong Tian Di Zhongshang was being chased by a lecherous old man. "Beauty, don't run. Let me have some fun. Get lost. How many times do I have to say it? I am a man, a man." That old man didn't believe and said, "You are so beautiful. How can you be a man?" Don't fool this old man anymore. It's true that even a tiger can be bullied by dogs when it falls to the plains. Just think about it. I am the sect leader of the demon sect, once a shockwave across the central realm. The demon sect fire. Worship Hall was established from the realm of true immortals. wielding immense power that rules over 10,000 nations with billions of followers. I launched a large-scale siege against my demonic sect, and I can only exhaust my energy. Liu Min charged out of the encirclement and fled into this desolate land, and now I find myself in such a tragic situation. While Hong Tianye was crying secretly, the old man used the late-stage Five Ding's golden core to try to control Hong Tianye, but was broken free by Hong Tianye's Shiqian protective charm. A person with only Foundation Establishment cultivation able to resist. Could he be a prodigy from a major sect wandering outside? The old man was initially a bit surprised, but quickly switched to using hidden weapons and successfully controlled Hong Tianye. Seeing him approach, Hong Tianye couldn't help but rip open his shirt to reveal his muscular chest to prove he was a man. The old man was initially a bit shocked, but quickly switched to a greasy attack, driving Hong Tianye mad, who then burned his entire inner core and struck a palm that made the old man vanish. Facing such a situation, it's truly bad luck. The internal elixir is almost shattered. I need to find a place to recover quickly and plan the next move. Hong Tiandi was about to leave when he heard someone say, "That lecture is not wrong. You really do have quite a background." "Who is that?" Hong Tiandi shouted, then looked around cautiously as an old man appeared. "Little friend, don't overthink. I was just passing by and not allied with that corpse demon. Plus, I am quite ordinary, so you can rest assured." At this moment, the old man suddenly approached Hong Tiandiep, and compared to the previous person, I find myself more interested in the secret on your body. Let me see what's inside your mind that allows you to wield such powerful divine abilities. Tung Tzu, tell me, is this the demon sect leader or a true immortal level figure? Isn't this just a weak Foundation Establishment cultivator? Are you fooling me? The system is not lying to you. This person was indeed the leader of the demon sect in Chanson before, but his cultivation has declined, and he has activated the killing eye for the sect master. His name is Hong Tian Diep, a male with innate talent, a celestial rank, a fire spiritual root, formerly the sect leader of the fire sect, a cultivator who ascended to become an immortal in Chantian, now at the early stage of Foundation Establishment. Damn, it's real. Wait a minute, this guy is actually a man. Jun Lam began to tilt the corner of Hong Tian Diep's mouth. This smooth skin, delicate features, and flowing long hair. No matter how many girls look at him, they all feel ashamed for the unfairness, as anyone who looks will mistake his gender. Although only at the foundational stage, with his talent and previous experience, returning to his former peak will definitely be easier. Admitting him as a disciple is definitely a good move. Thinking of this, Jun Lam smiled and said, "I see your appearance is extraordinary, a rare talent in cultivation. From today, I decide to accept you as a disciple. What do you think?" "What? You want to take me as your disciple?" Hong Tian Diep asked in surprise, secretly wondering if he had noticed the secret on her body and wanted to continue exploring. After all, neither magic tools nor opportunities are things that a mere transformed spirit from a wild land like you could imagine. With this level of cultivation, I wouldn't even have been allowed to join the outer sect of the Bai Huo demon sect before. Just a transformed spirit, and you want to be my master. You're dreaming. How so? Seeing your expression, it seems you are not willing to become my disciple. Hong Tiandie shivered when she saw the dangerous look in Jun Lam's eyes. Although he doesn't deserve to be my master, my current cultivation isn't enough to resist. As long as the mountain remains, there's nothing to fear from lacking firewood. Once I restore my cultivation, I can become the master. After all, it's just a performance, so I might as well play along. Thinking of this, Hong Tiandiep immediately knelt down and shouted, "Disciple Hong Tiandiep greets the master. Being able to become a disciple of the master is the greatest honor in this disciple's life." At the same time, he silently vowed that someday, "I will definitely avenge this insult. Just wait for me to take revenge." Kun Lam sighed and said, "Good disciple. Get up quickly. From now on, I will call you Little Hong." Hearing the name Little Hong, Hong Tiandiep was so angry that blue veins appeared on her forehead, but she still forced herself to say, "Yes, master." Quan Lam chuckled to himself. This kid's act of sincerity is obvious. But it doesn't matter. After all, when facing a stronger opponent, I will be stronger too. So what is there to fear about betrayal? System notification. Congratulations to the host for completing the disciple task reward. Divine technique and automatic cultivation method. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Tangthian Quan, which contains 108 forbidden formations and will gradually unlock as your realm advances. For now, it holds third-grade spiritual energy. Tangthian Quan. The heavens can be buried. The earth can be buried. All things can be buried. It can be used to refine any living creature, even those in the later stages. It can bury all gods and all things. Jun Lam secretly wondered, "Oh, automatic cultivation? So doesn't that mean just lying straight down makes you stronger?" In my memory, all cultivation techniques and divine powers progress through initiation, minor success, major success, perfection, and transformation. Each stage can produce power and effects that are up to 10 or even 100 times greater. The treasure awarded by this system is so powerful that it could even threaten the very foundation of the heavenly way. I am beginning to look forward to how formidable this Tang Thien Quan can become once my cultivation level rises. The system has detected the talent of the master's disciple and offers a free upgrade package, with the reward being the fire system's 3 heavens flame-devouring scripture and a fire origin pill. Use it to refine your fire element spiritual root, ultimately forming an unparalleled foundation. The reward for this mission has been awarded. May I ask if the host is satisfied? Jun Lam chuckled softly and said, "This kind of reward is exactly the attitude the system should have towards those transmigrants from China. Ha ha." Then he turned to look at Hong Tian Diep, who was still angry beside him, secretly thinking, "Let's see how proud this gifted disciple of mine will be." Then Quan Lam spoke. "Little Hong, you can't always be gloomy and angry. Do you think I don't deserve to be your master?" "Master, you misunderstood. I always have this expression no matter what." Inside, he sneered, thinking, "Ha! Just a tiny divine transformation and pretending to be proud. You still want to teach me how to be a person?" Quan Lam took out a book and said, "Looks like if I don't show you some tricks, you won't submit to me, too. This cultivation technique is actually a gift from your master. You've learned it very well." "Thank you, master." With that, Hong Tian Diep took the cultivation manual, but secretly looked down on it. "Ha ha, let me see what trashy techniques a divine transformation expert from a savage land can produce to deceive me. The 3 heavens flaming flame technique? What? You call that a broken technique and still have the nerve to use such a boastful name?" Soon after, a look of horror appeared on Hong Tian Diep's face as she stared wide-eyed at the cultivation manual in her hand, silently exclaiming that this couldn't be. The Chaos Rage fire technique had once helped her attain the Tao and become an immortal, being the top fire-type cultivation method in Central Realm. But compared to the 3 heavens flaming flame scripture, it was just trash. This 3 heavens flaming flame technique completely shatters my understanding of fire-type cultivation methods. It must be at least a divine rank, or even a legendary saint rank. In the cultivation world, all cultivation techniques are divided into specific levels: mortal, spiritual, mysterious, earth, heaven, exalted, immortal, and saint. With the help of this technique, my strength will increase beyond imagination, and returning to true immortality will no longer satisfy me. Seeing Hong Tian Diep's expression, Jun Lam smiled and asked, "Do you think the appearance is satisfactory with the cultivation method I gave you?" Hong Tian Diep forced a smile and replied, "Thank you, master, for the cultivation method. I have gained quite a bit of benefit." He secretly thought, I wonder how lucky this guy is to have encountered such an opportunity in this desolate place. Just then, Quan Lam took out an item and said, "If you have comprehended the cultivation technique, I will give you another elixir to help you further." Seeing the elixir in Jun Lam's hand, Hong Tiandi opened his mouth in shock and exclaimed, "This is a fire origin pill, all for me." He quickly took the fire origin pill and thought to himself, for cultivators specializing in fire techniques, the fire origin pill is simply a divine pill bestowed by heaven. It can have an extremely powerful and precious effect that even immortal beings would fight over it. How could a small nascent soul stage cultivator obtain these 2 things? Even in my most prosperous era, I didn't have the ability to obtain such things. Jun Lin suddenly asked Xiao Hong, "Do you doubt the gifts I gave you?" Hong Tiandi was startled, quickly composed herself, then clasped her hands and bowed respectfully, saying, "Master, there is truly no such thing. Meeting you and becoming your disciple is the greatest blessing of my life." He secretly thought to himself, maybe this guy doesn't realize how rare these cultivation techniques and pills are. Surely he must have stumbled upon them from some ancient relic. I need to stay calm. In his mind, Jun Lam chuckled silently. What's going on inside this demon sect leader's head? His constantly changing expression was quite amusing. You don't need to show anything on your face. Just nod and say, take this pill. I will personally protect you. Understood. Thank you, master. After saying that, Hong Tian Deep put the fire origin pill into his mouth, then immediately sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Half an hour later, Quan Lam stood to the side and muttered to himself, "Foundation establishment, middle, late, peak, perfect, golden core, early nascent soul." This guy is truly a true immortal reborn, breaking through from foundation establishment to nascent soul in just half an hour. Impressive. Indeed, a good seed. At this moment, Hong Tian Diep suddenly opened his eyes and let out a long scream, secretly feeling delighted that his breakthrough was faster than expected. When he returned to the Central Realm, he would surely take revenge for the previous humiliation. Then, he remembered Quan Lam was still here, so he cleared his throat softly and said, "It was rude to disturb your master earlier, it's okay. Follow me back to the sect. I will introduce you to my senior and junior sisters." That evening, outside the main hall of the Huyen Tien sect, Lord Diep was so powerful that he destroyed the nascent soul with just one finger and saved the sect from destruction twice. It's a pity I was blind back then and missed the chance to bow to the peak of Piu Mu. Otherwise, I would now be a disciple of Piu Mu Peak. With Deep Fong's strength, his recruitment standards must be very high. I really don't know who he will choose. As the disciples were discussing the Lam army, Quan Lam arrived with Hong Thien Diep, and the disciples immediately shouted, "Look, Master Diep has returned." "Oh, who is the woman behind him? She's really beautiful. Where did this woman come from? How can she be so close to Master Diep?" As for Hong Thien Diep, he looked around and muttered silently, "This immortal sect is truly too weak. The cultivation levels of these people are so low they don't even deserve to wear shoes for our demon sect." At this moment, several sect masters and elders came out to greet. "Brother Diep, let's go home after this trip." Junlan put a hand on Hong Thien Diep's shoulder and smiled. "This is the disciple I found along the way, little Hong. Go and pay your respects to the sect master." Hu Hu Nian was startled and shouted, "My disciple!" Tu Thien Tuit also exclaimed in surprise, "Where did Diek Fong find such a beautiful girl as a disciple?" Suddenly, Hong Tian Diep moved swiftly like a gust of wind to stand in front of To Thien Tuet and said, "I am male, and I also emit my own aura." Tu Thien Tuet was frightened and took a few steps back, trembling as she shouted, "Yuan Yuan An." Quan Lam angrily slapped Hong Tian Di on the head and shouted, "Don't be rude. Little Hong, this is my senior sister. Apologize now." Hong Thien Deep can only honestly clasp his hands and say, "I am sorry. I am an impolite disciple." In his heart, he secretly thought, "Endure a little longer. When I transform into a deity, I will definitely avenge this humiliation." Quan Lam chuckled and said, "Children are easy to teach. Now that the introduction is over, I will take little Hong back to the top of Piao Miao to settle down." Hu Hu Nian replied, "All right, you and your disciple go ahead." So Quan Lam and the others flew towards Piu Miu Peak. Watching them fly away, Hu Hu Nian softly asked, "Where did Master Diep find a core formation disciple? That's truly profound and unpredictable." By your side, Tu Thien Tuit sighed in admiration. "In less than a day, Brother Diep has brought us so many unbelievable things." On the other side, Quan Lam led Hong Tian Diep back to the peak of Piao Miu. "Since you are the main disciple of my master, feel free to choose whatever you want on this peak. No need to be polite." He smiled and said. Quan Lam pushed the door and entered. Hong Tian Diep also followed inside and saw the desolation of this place. His face twitched as he said, "Thank you, master." In his heart, he was shouting, "What a shabby place this is." The residence of the Bai Huo demon sect disciples is 100 times more luxurious than this. How could I be living in a place like this? Kun Lam chuckled and said, "Remember, only the weak complain about their circumstances, while the strong will learn to adapt quickly. For cultivators, these are external things. They are a bit dirty, so you should clean them yourself." After saying that, he flew away, leaving Hong Tiandi furious and clenched her fists, thinking to herself, "I can endure this for now. With my current cultivation speed, I will rise again soon." Deep Quan Lam, just wait and see. After a few minutes, Tran Qiu spoke. "Master, it's all my fault for not being good enough. It was Tu Ni who entrusted Mulao to give the elixir to my father. Mulao's death made me worried. I always feel that my father's sect will be implicated, so I want to go to Huangchao myself to see what's going on." Elder Kuyang finally spoke. "Qiu, do you know why I accepted you as my disciple?" Tran Qiu replied, "It is because the disciple has the solar body and the talent to become an immortal below." The venerable Kuyang crushes the token and says, "This is just one of them. The second is that I have seen a great ambition in you. How could someone eager to become stronger like you be disturbed by such fatherly love? The day of the disciple competition is coming soon. You should prepare early. As long as you defeat the other disciples and become the top, the sect will increase its resources for you. This is the real benefit," Tran Qiu hesitated to say. "But," Elder Kuyang spoke, "there is nothing special about it, just a small feng shui sect. I will send someone to Huangchao for an investigation. Just focus on securing the top position for yourself. Trainee, I understand. I will definitely not disappoint my master's expectations." The next morning, at the floating peak of Huyen Thien sect, Jun Lam was reclining on a chair, basking in the sun in the courtyard when he suddenly called out, "Little Hong, are you finished?" "I can't wait any longer." Hong Thien Deep brought out a tray of food and said, "It's ready, master. I will bring it to you now." He secretly thought to himself, all he knows is to eat. I really can't understand how a cultivator at the core transformation stage would actually crave this kind of food. Yesterday he scolded me not to complain about the circumstances, but today he is enjoying it like this. As soon as Hong Tian-Diep brought the tray of food, Quan Lam couldn't wait and grabbed 2 skewers, taking a bite. This meat is truly amazing, so delicious. The secret spice mix provided by the system for the skewers is truly amazing. Complimented silently, Quan Lam took another bite and then handed a skewer to Hong Tian-Diep, saying, "Here, little Hong, have a skewer too, don't be so polite." Hong Tian-Diep hắt dâu sang một bên nồi, sự tốn, dễ tự gia nhịn rồi và dạ không còn hung thủ với vô anh trần thế này nữa. Quan Lam không vui hỏi, "Nguội không nể mặt thấy sao?" If cultivating immortality isn't like this, then what's the point? Sorry, master. Since you've advised so, I will eat 1 skewer. After finishing, he took the skewer, took a bite, and thought to himself, this Diep Quan Lam is truly a strange thing in the world of cultivation. What's so delicious about this torn meat skewer? What is this? Why are you crying? Hong Tian-Diep didn't bother to pay attention to you and continued to indulge in her own feelings, quietly thinking that when he was young he was always hungry and dreamed of eating a piece of meat. The happiness of eating meat for the first time is hard to describe, but since starting the path of cultivation, Long Min has only focused on fighting and reaching the peak of martial arts, never caring about feelings like this again. Indeed, as he said, if cultivating immortality means giving up even the simplest desires like eating, then what is the point of cultivating? At the same time, his aura is gradually rising. Quan Lam was stunned and thought to himself, is this another breakthrough? Again, the nascent soul stage, middle stage, late stage, peak stage, consummate stage, and finally transforming into a deity in 1 step. Mom, this guy only ate 1 skewer and was able to break through. His talent is truly extraordinary. After a moment, Hong Tian-Diep, who had just regained her composure, saw Quan Lam holding 2 skewers of meat in front of her, smiling and saying, "Little Hong, congratulations on your breakthrough to transform into a deity. I'm really happy for you as your master. Your cultivation is almost catching up to mine." Hong Tian-Diep squinted at Quan Lam and whispered, "I didn't expect the breakthrough to become a god so quickly. If that's the case, then this ridiculous master-disciple relationship is also about to end." On the peak of the flying cloud of the Huiyan Thien sect, Quan Lam lazily reclined on a chair and said, "Little Hong, you've eaten your meat, you've risen in rank, now come give your master a shoulder massage." Behind Hong Tian-Diep, he secretly cursed, "That Diep guy, I've already become a god now, and you still dare to order me around? It's just a tiny clone, die for me." At the same time, he reached out with one arm and clawed toward Quan Lam's head. Just as I was about to succeed, suddenly a disciple rushed in to report, "Lord Diep, the sect master, invites you to the main hall to discuss an important matter." Wow, it's only been a day since I passed away and I'm alive again? Hong Tian-Diep quickly retracted her hand and thought, such a divine opportunity, but it's being wasted like this. However, Diep Quan Lam was full of flaws, and there will definitely be many more opportunities to come. He didn't care at all about what his disciple was thinking. Jun Lam leapt into the air and said, "Little Hong Master, I'll go ahead first. Your technique is very smooth. When I return, help me massage my feet." "Wait until Quan Lam is gone," Hong Tian-Di shouted angrily. "This is so frustrating. Do you really see me as a servant? You should have been decisive earlier and dealt with this shameless thing directly." Meanwhile, in the council hall of the Huiyan Thien sect, the atmosphere was very tense. The disciples whispered, "What should we do about this? Maybe the heavens really want to destroy the Huiyan Thien sect." At this moment, Quan Lam descended and entered. Sect Master and the elders all spoke up to greet him. "Diep Shu, you're here already?" "Master Diep Feng," Quan Lam asked, "are the sect again facing some danger? Why are you setting up such a grand formation?" Hu Nian said, "Sibling, here's the situation. A few years ago, Wei State, which was protected by our Xuan Tian sect, sent a distress signal to the sect. They say strange things are happening all over the country, and people are dying one after another with very bizarre deaths, all their blood drained from their bodies. And this phenomenon is becoming more and more brutal in Wei Kingdom. Even many cities with populations of hundreds of thousands have turned into terrifying scenes of corpses and chaos. I suspect there are demonic creatures causing trouble, so I sent a group of disciples to investigate, but all of them went silent and never returned. Wei State reported again this morning that the situation is extremely critical and has now spread to neighboring countries. If this continues to escalate, Huangzhou could face chaos. Furthermore, when the Huiyan Thien sect recruits disciples in the future, the situation will be like falling off a cliff. Jun Lam frowned and asked, "So it's that serious? Was no one able to see or do anything before it spread so widely?" To Thien Tweet said, Maybe everyone who saw it has already lost their lives. If things continue like this, the Huiyin sect might have no successor and gradually decline. Jun Lam glanced at her and spoke. Huangzhou has always been a place of poverty for cultivators. With the primordial spirit controlling all directions and Wei Kingdom still outside Huangzhou, how could Huiyin sect not be able to handle any problem? They haven't even received any response. Could there still be an even more powerful force behind all this? The system announces, activate a new mission. Head to Wei Kingdom to resolve the root cause of the threat. After completing the mission, you will receive unimaginable rewards. Quan Lam gave a thumbs up and secretly praised, Commander, you are truly perceptive. The system responds, no problem. Then Quan Lam looks at Hu Nien and says, I understand your intentions. Based on what you just said, this phenomenon started in the Wei Kingdom a few years ago and is now at its worst. So the root of the problem must be here, and I will go there myself. Hu Nien happily exclaimed that this was for the best, and that Diep Sude understood the greater good. If he intervened, this matter would surely be resolved quickly. Then see you later. Wait for my good news. After saying that, Quan Lam didn't waste any more words and immediately flew away, leaving the people of Huiyin sect continuously marveling. Master Diep Fong truly was like thunder and wind. I haven't even finished speaking yet. A moment later, Zhao Duzhu asked, Can Master Diep really handle this strange matter? Tuo Tianyue glanced at him and said, Your wooden head in this small Huangzhou, what could possibly be difficult for a transforming deity? Hu Nien nodded and said, Exactly. If even he can't handle it, then Huangchao truly can't be saved. Everyone should focus on cultivating and not overthink anything else. Don't let Deep Junior Brother's expectations for us down, everyone shouted in unison. That afternoon, two figures flew across the border of Wei, one of whom was Hong Tiandi. He watched Jun Lin fly ahead and wondered why he was so eager to come to a poor country like Wei after returning from the conference. It also turned out that on this journey, I had to find an opportunity to deal with him. It wasn't long before the two of them entered Wei country. When they arrived at Daohua village, Jun Lan said, Looks like some bandits are looting the village. Let's go check it out. Hong Tiandiep whispered softly, Is this really something to worry about? But right now in Daohua village, the village chief is kneeling on the ground, begging the Black Wind camp leader, If you want to take everything, just take it all. Please do not harm the innocent villagers in the village. Huh? Who said I want to take that? What I want is for you to leave peacefully, then there will be no suffering. After finishing, the Hakfong camp master kicked the village chief away, his eyes turning bloodshot as he began to activate his martial arts. Everyone get out of the way. The camp master is about to unleash his divine power. The bandits cheered and retreated in unison. A second later, streams of vital energy escaped from the villagers' bodies and were absorbed by the Black Wind camp leader. The villagers also felt the pain and suffering and shouted out loud, Help us, Mom, I'm so scared, monster. It's a monster. Is there anyone coming to save us? Sobi, I don't want to die. Oh, this demonic technique. He doubted in his heart, thinking that this martial art was very similar to the enemy in the Central Realm, but he had already disappeared amidst the encirclement of the great sacred lands in the Central Realm. Quan Lam stood beside him and asked, Do you know this magic technique? Hong Tiandi looked over and chanted a spell. No, I don't know, but I think it's very obscure. He thought to himself that if it really was the enemy, then it wouldn't be easy to return after this trip. Quan Lam said angrily, What kind of attitude is this, little brat? Seeing that the villagers below could no longer hold on, Quan Lam could only temporarily hold back and jump down, placing a hand on the Black Wind camp leader's shoulder, smiling and saying, Your strength is only enough here. Stop. The Black Wind camp leader flinched briefly before angrily punching at Jun Lam. Who are you? How dare you ruin my plans? Are you tired of living? Quan Lam didn't waste words, simply pointing a finger and twisting his arm. The Black Wind camp leader was stunned for a few seconds before immediately clutching his arm and screaming in pain. The bandits shouted in fear, Boss, boss! Quan Lam said, Calm down, we can talk peacefully. Hearing this, the Hakfong tri-leader was stunned and quickly knelt on the ground, saying, Please spare my life. I am a cultivator at the divine transformation stage. Quan Lam asked, Tell me, where are you from? What is it that I shouldn't have seen? And where did your evil cultivation technique come from? As for my cultivation, I was taught by a mysterious organization during my escape, but we have no idea about their origins. Quan Lam asked, So they just pass on their dark arts to you without any reason? They only asked me to keep using this technique to devour others' divine blood to improve my cultivation, and then they kept passing it on to me. To protect myself, I had no choice but to comply, and I don't know anything else. Jun Lam looked at Hong Tiandiep and said, It seems there is a huge organization behind this. and their actions might be related to this demonic incident. Little Hong, what do you think? Hong Tiandiep nonchalantly replied, I don't know. Inside, he began to ponder. This method of passing on the technique is very similar to that person's. Could it be that he is truly still alive? But why is he here in Huangchao? If this demon event was really caused by him, Deep Quan Lam, being only at the transformation stage, wouldn't be able to handle it. This council is the final place where Diep Quan Lam was last seen. As for Quan Lam, he placed a hand on the camp leader's head to perform soul-searching magic and said, Let me see what you're really hiding. A moment later, the camp owner collapsed with blank eyes, and Quan Lam said, He really wasn't lying, but I saw some very important news that we must hurry to the Imperial Palace of Great Wei. Hearing that, Hong Tiandiep casually turned back to the bandits and snapped his fingers. Immediately, a sea of flames erupted, engulfing them all. Quan Lam and the villagers looked on in shock at Hong Tiandiep. Hong Tiandiep saw this and asked, Master, did I do wrong? Are these bandits not worth killing? He secretly thought, I've been holding back for so long, now I can finally kill to vent my anger. Jun Lam cleared his throat and gave a thumbs up, saying, That's right, well done. The villagers also clapped and praised, saying, The Immortal who eradicates evil and brings peace, upholds justice, and our village will forever be grateful to the two top immortals. The great Ingui Imperial Palace is now holding an afternoon council. On the dragon throne, the Emperor of Great Wei sighed and said, The population of Wei has decreased sharply by 3 parts in recent years. If this continues, my kingdom will soon be destroyed by Tasu. I wonder if the immortal master of Huyan Thian Sect can help Great Wei overcome this difficulty. The civil and military officials below remained silent and did not dare to speak up. At this moment, a young princess ran in and shouted, Father! Father! I saw 2 immortals flying over outside! Hearing that, the Emperor of Dainguai joyfully stood up and exclaimed, What? It must be the immortal master of Huyan Thian Temple. My loyal ministers, follow me quickly to welcome them. In the sky outside the palace, Jun Lin softly said, Little Hong, the way I chose to appear is quite grand, isn't it? Hong Tiandiep said, Venerable master is wise. I also feel the same. Inside, he thought, he plans for everyone to know anyway. Let's see how you plan to deal with Tasung once you find out about it. Don't come begging me for help then. At this moment, the Emperor of Great Wei also led his officials out, and they immediately approached the 2 of them with clasped hands. Respectfully, I greet the arrival of the esteemed master. I, Quan Lam, the sect master of the floating cloud peak of Huyan Thian Sect, am here this time to surely help you resolve the danger, so you need not worry anymore. The Emperor of Great Wei happily said, I thank the Supreme Immortal on behalf of the people of Wei. Supreme Immortal, do you have any requests or instructions? Jun Lam and Hong Tiandiep land and say, Arrange a place for my 2 disciples to rest. The Emperor nods and says, No problem, this way please. I will personally escort the Supreme Immortal there. So the group left without knowing that a shadow was watching them from behind the palace door, whispering softly, Humph, just the sect master of the Hidden Sky Sect, and he's pretending to be grand, while he's actually worried about not having any tribute to help his master break through to the divine transformation peak. You all arrived just in time for the evening at the residence prepared by Emperor Dai Nui. Hong Tiandiep looked at Quan Lam lounging on the chair and muttered to herself, Just now he acted like a dog, and now he's so careless, always tired and lazy like that. How can he cultivate to transform into a deity? Well, at this rate I'll soon be able to suppress him in cultivation, and then when I strike, it will be more certain. He has no idea that Jun Lan is also secretly watching him. Little Hong, you only think about small schemes. Sooner or later you'll end up shooting yourself in the foot. Your biggest mistake was making me your target. Thinking of that, he kicked off his shoe and said, Little Hong, are you very curious about how I cultivate? Hurry up and get water to wash my feet, and once I feel comfortable, I can teach you how to cultivate. Hong Tiandiep shivered with anger and shouted, What did you say? In his heart, he thought, she's just a divine transformation. In this land of dogs eating stones and chickens eating gravel, and she still dares to teach me cultivation. Many immortal beings receive the immortal techniques I taught back then. If I could really pass it on, I'd consider you my master. Jun Lin ignored Hong Tiandiep's attitude and urged, What are you standing around for? You don't want to improve anymore? You're still young but already asking to retire early? Hong Tiandiep thought to herself, as the leader of the White Fire Demon Sect, Do I really have to wash your feet? Might as well just turn against you completely. Just as he was about to speak, a voice outside rang out, reporting that the state of Wei had experienced a strange phenomenon and that he had urgent news to report. I am the Crown Prince of Wei, Zhao Heng. This matter concerns the survival of the state of Wei. I still hope your majesty will grant an audience with me. Quan Lam said, "Come in, what's so urgent?" Having obtained permission, Zhao Yang opened the door and stepped into the room. Jun Lam looked at Zhao Yang and muttered, "Is this the prince who chased after the bandits?" It doesn't seem to match what he said. Is it really like this? At this moment, Zhao Heng knelt before Jun Lin and respectfully said, "I have never dared to tell my father this secret. I suspect that the chaos caused by Tasung in Great Wei may originate from the Imperial Palace's Haoson. A few nights ago, I saw some black demon bats sneaking into the mountain cave. Moreover, the palace maids and eunuchs have been disappearing lately, so I think it must be related to them. I have long heard of the Upper Immortal, and know that you possess the power to control the heavens. Now, only you can save the people of Wei. I humbly ask the Upper Immortal to take action and eliminate the demons in Haoson." Jun Lam gently clears his throat, lifts his chin in a contemplative manner, and his spiritual sense detects nothing unusual around Haoson. How dare this person lie so blatantly? Do they think others are fools? Or maybe he has someone backing him up, with enough tricks to deal with me. Let's see what poison you're really selling in that gourd bottle. All right, then take me to that mountain cave to investigate. Thank you, Supreme Immortal. Please follow me. This time, with the High Immortal taking action, the heresy of Guo State will surely be eradicated. Quan Lam and Hong Thien Deep follow behind. Before leaving, Hong Thien Deep glances at Quan Lam and quietly says, "Forget it, I'll settle the score with you later." Meanwhile, the little princess was standing at the second-floor window when she accidentally saw Quan Lam and Hong Thien Deep walking with Trio Hong. This made her feel very surprised. That's the eldest brother. His daily behavior is very bad. The Emperor has warned him many times, but he still refuses to change, yet he dares to secretly meet the two immortals of Huyantian Sect. I must report this to the Emperor quickly. Thinking of this, the little princess hurried to find the Emperor of Daingui. Meanwhile, the three of Zhao Heng had also arrived at Hushan. "Prince Jun, this place doesn't seem like where the demons usually gather," Quan Lam asked with a smile. Trio Heng replied, "We've arrived." Jun Lan smiled and said, "Finally, you're here, so I have to see what kind of strange thing you've been hiding." Zhao Heng also stopped pretending and looked at Jun Lan with a fierce expression. "Ha ha 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 ha. I didn't think I could fool you at first, but surprisingly you obediently followed me. In the end, you're still too confident in your strength, but you don't realize that there is always someone stronger outside the world and beyond the heavens. You think you can stop us just because of you? Don't assume that being the sect leader of Huyantian Sect makes you a true immortal. Deep Quan Lam. Today, here is your grave." With that, he crushes the token in his hand and shouts, Elders, please do your part." Accordingly, shadows from all directions rushed out and quickly set up the 5 layers of the spirit binding array, trapping the two inside. Once completed, the leader, an elder of the Blood Minion sect with nascent soul cultivation, spoke, "Diep Fong of Huyan Thien Tong, you've become quite famous lately. Just a small sect leader capable of handling a nascent soul demon king. It's a pity that even those in the transformation stage will find it hard to escape this 5-layer divine trap formation. Hurry up and act, but remember to hold back a little so he can still be used by the sect master." Then he looked at Hong Tian Diep, licked his lips and said, "If you ladies would please strip her of her cultivation. I, the prince, want to enjoy her myself." Hearing this, Hong Tiandiep, standing indifferently to the side, turned around with a murderous look in her eyes, locking onto Zhao Heng. "What did you say? I originally didn't want to get involved in this, but since you can't keep your mouth shut and dared to touch my chess scale." As she spoke, flames erupted around Hong Tiandiep, destroying the formation trapping her. Zhao Heng secretly marveled at her. She shattered it with a single palm. No way! The 5 layers of the divine shackles array was actually broken? The elder of the Blood Minion sect shouted in horror. "Fairy, let's discuss this calmly. With your current cultivation, following my master would lead to limitless prospects, so how dare you try to seduce me? The throne must make you wish you were dead instead of alive." Then Hong Tian Diep shot a flame at Zhao Heng. This fire doesn't burn him all at once, but slowly consumes him, making him feel the pain gnawing away bit by bit. After a moment, Quan Lam sighed and looked at Zhao Heng, saying, "How tragic. You really know just where to scratch. That's enough. Don't let him die. I have questions for him. Where is your master? Could it be that he has the ability to make even a deity-level expert submit to him?" Zhao Heng said, "My master was once an immortal in the Central Realm. A mere small Huathan cultivator cannot compare, so you might as well take this chance to surrender to my old master, or it will be hard for you to survive once my master appears. Surrendering is truly ridiculous. Let me see how long your master can hide, and now I will take one of your lives." As he finished speaking, Quan Lam pointed at a member of the Blood Moon sect and counted one. Instantly, his head was shot through. The Blood Demon sect elder shouted in panic, "How can there be two nascent soul stage cultivators in Huangzhou? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Each count echoes as a member of the Blood Demon sect falls, including the elder. In the end, Kun Lam points at Zhao Hong and declares, "Only you remain." Zhao Yang shouted in fear, "Wait a moment, master, save me." At the same time, the Emperor of Great Wei, the little princess, and the soldiers riding quickly toward Hushan suddenly saw a sudden burst of bright red light appear there. Little princess shouted, "Dad, what is that? It's so terrifying with the blood light. Let's go." The Emperor urgently urged, "Hurry over there and see what's going on. Hopefully the upper immortal is safe at Haosan." Hong Tiandiep clenched her fists, gazing at the bloodlight pillar, quietly saying, "This aura feels so familiar. It's definitely him." Even though she can cure Deep Quan Lam, facing him again makes her feel a bit uneasy. And Zhao Hong had already laughed loudly. "Ha ha, your master has finally arrived. Your lives end here." Soon, the blood glow disappeared, revealing the figure of a man. "You must be the mastermind behind the demon worship," Thak Thien Tweet, Jun Lam asked with a smile. "I thought you were just a turtle hiding in its shell, afraid to come out." Thak Thien Tweet looked at Quan Lam and said, "You monks of Huangchao, I admit you have some tricks, but you have no right to fight me. On the contrary, it was that old friend over there who sparked the interest of the demon." Hong Thien Diep said, "Blood demon, I never expected you to still be alive." "Blood demon, this title of mine was already hunted down and erased by the great holy lands of Central Region over 200 years ago, and no one has heard of it since." "I never expected you to still remember me," Hong Thien Diep said coldly. "Ha ha. Those who experienced that top-tier battle will definitely never forget it." He secretly thought that this guy Thak Thien Tweet was the strongest true immortal expert back then, relying on devouring blood to nourish himself and even passing on evil techniques to many sects. If not controlled, it would surely cause great harm, eventually backlash, using all the energy of the sects to strengthen himself. Because of his extremely evil methods, his cultivation advanced too quickly, so top forces united to attack, even involving me as a demon sect master. I never expected the blood demon, still renowned, to be alive, and now he's appeared in the poorest part of the eastern region's Huang province. If this news reaches Central Region, it will surely cause a huge sensation. At this moment, Zhao Hong spoke up. "Master, you finally arrived. These people want to kill me. You have to avenge me." He simply relied on the wrong person. Thak Thien Tweet shouted loudly, and two beams of bloodlight suddenly shot out from his eyes, piercing through Tru Hang's body and taking his life. Then, all the divine blood on Zhao Yang's body flew out and merged into Thak Thien Tweet's body. Hong Thien Deep saw this and said, "Indeed, the methods of the blood demon are the most sinister. Even his own disciple is willing to attack." Thak Thien Tweet stepped closer to Hong Thien Deep and said, "If he's just a disciple, I can always find another. But if you want him to leave, I won't spare his life. Do you understand my intentions? So, there are big surprises to enjoy." "What kind of scenario is this?" Hong Thien Deep was a bit shocked, stepping back a few paces, and asked, "I saw with my own eyes your immortal body being shattered into pieces by the 4 divine weapons, and even your blood completely evaporated. So, how did you escape?" Thak Thien Tweet laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha, those fools who think they are right. I had already separated a drop of my own blood and hidden it away before performing the spell. Once I lie down, that drop of blood can help me be reborn. But you're quite clever. It seems you're just like me. I'm currently rushing to restore my cultivation, while you're only at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm." Shibang obediently folded his arms and endured the pain. "Give all your blood to me so we can be together forever. You're truly a madman. When I was in the central realm, I refused you many times. And now that I've been reborn, you still refuse to repent. Do you really think that being at the peak of the spirit transformation stage guarantees you can defeat me?" As he spoke, Hong Tiandi activated his cultivation technique, and flames immediately erupted around him. Thak Thien Tweet saw this and smiled, saying, "All right, very good. The more you struggle, the more excited I become. For others, fighting beyond their realm still has a slim chance, but for me, it's just a matter of triviality." Hong Thien Deep laughed and said, "Ha ha, how can I know if I don't try?" Then, he immediately launched the 5 ultimate divine flame technique at Thak Thien Tweet. Thak Tien Tweet was startled and shouted, but he was not slow and immediately unleashed a blood slaughterer to counter. The two techniques clashed quickly, causing a massive explosion in midair. Thak Tien Tweet frowned secretly, thinking this can't be true. This flame is unexpectedly so overbearing. Even though he's only at the early stage of transforming into a deity, he can break my blood-killing strike. Where did she learn her cultivation technique from? On the opposite side, Hong Tiandi shouted loudly, that was just the beginning. Then he once again activated his cultivation technique, transforming the flames around his body into a layer of icy ice, and immediately unleashed a bone-chilling fiery attack towards Thach Thien Tuit. Just a defeated subordinate gritted his teeth and shouted. Thach Tien Tweet quickly used the soul-devouring blood spear to counter, but still fell short, and his arm was frozen solid by the ice. Thach Tien Tweet asked in shock, "What kind of fire-type cultivation method are you practicing, and why does it have such evil tendencies?" "No wonder you caught my attention. You must have gained a great opportunity after leaving the central region, and then became a disciple of some powerful master, right?" Hong Thien Deep coldly said, "I have this kind of cultivation technique. I can now rise to dominance in the central region." Secretly thinking, I didn't expect that. With the blessing of the 3000 flame, the blood demon who once terrorized the central region is now suppressed by me, but I can't let the blood demon know that this cultivation technique was actually taught by a divine transformation from the wild continent. At this moment, Thach Tien Tuit suddenly laughed loudly, fully activating his cultivation technique and saying, "If I let you continue to grow, I'm afraid I can't guarantee I can subdue you. So, unfortunately, this is as far as it goes. Now I will show you the true power of the immortal demon realm." At the same time, similar scenes are unfolding in the cities of Wei Kingdom, with people writhing in pain on the ground, crying out for help. "Someone, please save me. I don't want to die." And on their bodies, strands of divine blood emitted and flew toward the rear mountain of the Imperial Palace. Back at the rear mountain, after absorbing a large amount of divine blood from the incoming sources, Thach Tien Tuit laughed excitedly. "Ha, this feeling is truly wonderful. These people have long been food for me. With a thought, I can instantly absorb all their cultivation to strengthen myself." Lam urged Hong Tian Diep, "Little Hong, stop wasting time. Just deal with him." Hong Thien Deep glared at him and said irritably, "I don't need you to tell me what to do." He muttered to himself, "Damn it, why did things turn out like this? I thought Deep Quan Lum would come to beg me after failing against the blood demon, and I would start acting then, but now it seems even I can't hold on. Is this aura him breaking through to the fusion stage?" That year, relying on this divine body, even in the great battle between true and false demons, I was never at a disadvantage. Even the old monsters in the sacred ground, using celestial weapons together, couldn't destroy my immortal body. My immortal body has now recovered 70%. Once I devour all the living beings of Huangzhou, I believe I will be fully restored. By then, even in the central region, I will have no rivals. Hong Tiandiep, I am giving you a chance. When that time comes, the consequences will be entirely yours to bear." After finishing, Thach Tien Tuit extended his demon claw towards Hong Thien Deep. Despite her best efforts, she was heavily wounded after just a few moves and could only helplessly accept Thach Tien Tuit's fate. The Emperor of Dai Nui and his soldiers just happened to arrive, and upon witnessing this scene, the Emperor's heart was filled with despair. Is this the origin of the evil worm that brought disaster to Great Wei? Even Shang Tin isn't his match, so my Great Wei must rely on Deep Fong here. After a while, Hong Tien Deep struggled to sit up, secretly wondering if her path to becoming an immortal would end like this. She had worked so hard to obtain this cultivation method, and she was unwilling to beg that hateful Deep Quan Lam. Admitting that you're not his equal, isn't that a huge humiliation? Moreover, he's only at the peak of the spirit transformation stage. There's a big difference when fighting against the nascent soul stage. Does begging him really work? At this moment, Thach Tien Tuit laughed loudly and said, "We are cultivators pursuing eternal life. If you don't want to live with me, then after you die, enter my body. Let me carry your will to complete this long journey to become an immortal." "Master, save me!" "Good disciple. You finally remembered your master." Quan Lam descended from the sky, standing in front of Hong Tian Diep. Then he laughed and said to Thach Tien Tuit, "My master is him." Hong Thien Deep said nothing, but secretly worried for Deep Quan Lam. Although she hated Deep Quan Lam for always making her do this and that, he was still her savior, and today he was standing in front of Thach Tien Tuit, so she feared trouble. "So you think little of me, huh? You have no idea how high the sky is. If I were at my peak, I could wipe you out with a spit." Thach Tien Tuit sneered. Hong Tian Deep apologized, saying, "I know my master is no match for the blood demon, and even begged for help. If you still have the ability, then run away." "Run? That doesn't exist. Look carefully and see how I, your master, will destroy him for you. Destroy me? Ha ha, I see you can't even handle a single move. What are you relying on? Arrogance without restraint. Seeing Thach Thien Tweet about to strike, Hong Tien Deep anxiously shouted, "Forget me, master! Run far away now!" Quan Lam only smiled, waiting for the system notification, checking that the host was under attack by a late-stage fusion realm, now activating the passive effect of increased strength, gaining mid-stage fusion realm cultivation, so Quan Lam easily deflected Thach Thien Tweet's attack with a single move, smashing his hand to pieces. That made Thach Thien Tweet gasp in surprise. Why is that? A god-transforming expert? Wait a minute, you're not a god-transforming expert. So how come you're also at the fusion stage? Hong Tien Deep widened her eyes and looked at Quan Lam. This guy really hid well, pretending to be a divine transformation cultivator, but behind his back, he's actually a powerful fusion stage expert. No wonder he was always provoking me earlier. It turns out he relied on his fusion stage cultivation. I almost lost my temper just now. Luckily, I didn't really turn against him. Feeling the overwhelming power surging through my body, I happily thought to myself, so this is what it feels like to break through to the fusion stage. Although we are both in the fusion stage, the difference between your savage cultivation technique and mine is as vast as heaven and earth. Ban tòa sẽ khiến một kẻ nhà quê như người nhận ra được cái gì mà gọi là sức mạnh chân chính. After his hands were fully restored, Thach Thien Tweet continued to attack Quan Lam. You are the one who doesn't know what true strength is. After saying that, Quan Lam used the human king seal to crush both of Thach Thien Tweet's hands, then laughed in his face. You say this is the range of your martial art? I secretly think that the human king seal, which has been cultivated to a great success through the system's training, is much stronger than when I first used it. Then how come you still can't destroy my immortal body? The longer the fight goes on, the less likely you are to defeat me. Hearing Thach Thien Tweet say that, Quan Lam became even more interested. It's a good opportunity to try out a new move. The mastery of this divine power has reached perfection. With that in mind, Jun Lam pointed 2 fingers at Thach Thien Tweet, muttering a spell under his breath. Great wilderness enclosing sky finger. 1 finger to imprison heaven and earth. 2nd finger shattering mountains and rivers. 3rd finger destroying all living beings. 4th finger breaking the armor. A beam of light shot straight at Thach Thien Tweet, instantly transforming him from a tall, muscular figure into a petite one. This made Thach Thien Tweet question life itself. Why, in the small town of Huangchao, did he encounter such a monster? Have I really not gone outside for a long time, and the geniuses out there have become so powerful? Hong Tien Diep, witnessing this scene, is also left speechless by how overwhelming it is. Compared to this cultivation technique, the 3 heavens flame is far inferior. No wonder he was so confident before. Turns out he never truly regarded himself highly. Who are you, really? In response to Thach Thien Tweet's question, Quan Lam only smiled and said, I am from Huyen Tien Sect, the sect master of Phiu Mu Peak. Diep Quan Lam cannot be. When I infiltrated Huangchao to investigate, Huyen Tien Sect's sect master hadn't even transformed into a deity, though I was suspicious. But at this moment, the important thing is not to investigate, but to escape. Deep Quan Lam, I remember you. After finishing, Thach Thien Tweet used the blood ascension technique to injure himself. Hong Thien Diet saw this and quickly warned him he wanted to escape, and if he managed to run away, the consequences would be extremely unpredictable. Deep Quan Lam. Next time I won't be so careless. Thach Thien Tweet laughed loudly, his body now transformed into a stream of liquid rising to the middle of the wound. But just 1 second later, Quan Lam's hand seemed to be magnetized, pulling him back, then he directly finished him off. Afterward, he looked displeased and muttered, System, where's my reward? Be more self-aware. Don't make me remind you so often. Remember, you're very professional. I'm here now. This is a reward for the host, Mr. Tuan Tiosai. Congratulations on receiving a mysterious bone inscribed with runes that can grant the user a top-tier innate physique and is destined to become a supreme ruler in the future. May I ask if the host wants to bind it now? Jun Lam is excited. A supreme dominance? Is it that powerful? Hurry up and do it. I can't wait any longer. You follow the system's instructions and begin the binding. After binding the Supreme Core, the host's combat power will surge dramatically. The binding is complete. Congratulations to the host. Tian Diep stared in shock at him. What is this guy doing now? The energy fluctuations on his body make me tremble. I wonder what great opportunity he has gained. Otherwise, it's impossible for such an unparalleled demon to be born in Huangchao. Damn it, I have to reassess his true strength again. I need to train hard to break through to the fusion stage as soon as possible so I can confidently control the Ma to troll him. The Emperor and the Princess knelt down, thanking you and thanking the Supreme Immortal for saving the people of Wei. Our Wei Kingdom will surely record this event in history, so future generations will remember the grace of the Supreme Immortal. Quan Lam politely replied, "No need to thank me. You can be a good emperor and treat the common people well. That's stronger than anything else." Lin Yi promised him, "I will remember the teachings of the Supreme Immortal. May I ask, can I join the Huan Sect? I also want to be like you, except for the demon suppression." Before this proposal, Jun Lam carefully checked her information. Her information appears. Her name is Zhao Lingni, female, no cultivation level, top-grade water spiritual root, Princess of Wei Country. After reading it, you feel her innate talent is quite good. Jun Lam accepts her request. Lingni indeed has a good water spiritual root, a promising seedling, so if you have such intentions, I can agree. The Emperor was pleased and urged his daughter, "What is it?" "Really?" "Lin Yi, quickly pay your respects to the Supreme Immortal." Lin Yi respectfully bows. "Thank you, Supreme Immortal. The Emperor invites you." "Supreme Immortal, you saved the state of Wei and took in Ling Yi. On behalf of the people of Wei, I express my gratitude to both of you. Please go to the Imperial Palace to rest for a few days." Jun Lam turns back to look at Tian Dieping silently behind him. "That's good, let's go." After recovering, Tian Diep has finally woken up. "Finally, my injuries have healed. My current realm has also advanced to the peak of transforming into a deity. Since I started cultivating the Three Heavens Flame using the rejuvenation pill, my progress has accelerated significantly. His methods are truly extraordinary." Tian Diep swears, but it seems the frustration in his heart cannot be easily extinguished. "Although you saved me this time, the humiliation I endured cannot be ignored. When I break through to the fusion stage, I will return twice the shame I suffered before to you. Just wait there. As soon as I imagine you humbly begging for forgiveness, I can't wait to see it." You speak up to interrupt Tian Diep's train of thought. "Little Hong, go meet Master V quickly." He may be full of resentment inside, but he still obediently steps forward. Here we go again. I'll give you some face." Jun Lam looked at the martial arts novel in his hand with interest. This wuxia story is quite intriguing, and it seems the locals here also enjoy stories about slapstick heroes, pretending to be cool. If I transmigrate to this country, I might be able to make money by writing novels. First, there's The Battle Breaker, which will definitely become popular nationwide, and the author's name is Feng Quang Tu Du. Tian Diep couldn't understand what he was saying. What's this guy muttering about again? He politely replied, "Master, what is it that you want to tell your disciple?" Quan Lam was delighted to see Tian Diep and said, "Are you here already?" He dipped his feet into the basin of water, looking quite relaxed. "Come here quickly and wash my feet." Another wave of anger erupts. You need to remind yourself that even someone as strong as blood can be killed by this person. Now is not the time to turn against each other. Just hold on. Quan Lam seems to enjoy provoking his disciple. "What's wrong? Do you look down on me?" "Why don't you hurry up and kneel down to wash my feet, disciple?" Tian Diep clenched her fists in restraint, but her disciple was nowhere to be seen. He knelt down facing the basin of water to wash his feet, feeling deeply resentful inside. The sect master was once the leader of the demon sect, a true immortal at the peak. The countless cultivators who died at my hands number in the millions, yet now they have to humbly wash the feet of a monk from Huangzhou. Jun Lam sneered sarcastically. "Good girl, you want to compete with me." Suddenly, as soon as she touched the water, Thi Diep felt something was wrong. "Wait, this water is Tai Yat Wu Liang water. From what I remember, if mortals drink this water, their beauty will last forever. Living up to 200 years, if a cultivator drinks this water, it can purify impurities in the body, making the body clean and flawless, and their cultivation will break through rapidly. Even as a young boy in the Central Realm, they would be fought over and snatched away. This is something that many cultivators only understand by chance and do not seek. Yet this person is actually using it just to soak his feet. Brutal and divine, this also makes me more certain. He must have obtained an incredible opportunity, otherwise, how could he waste it like this? All these endless streams of divine water, drinking them all would be a huge help for cultivation. But the truth is, what truly woke him up? Wait a minute. This is foot wash water. Jun Lin pretends to be angry. What are you doing? Are you insulting your stinky master? Tianya tried to hold back his anger. No, my disciple was just thinking about some other thing. Jun Lam feels incredibly comfortable. The system's reward of limitless water is more than enough. And using it to soak his feet with this disciple's convenient technique feels surprisingly soothing. He reads a novel while instructing Tian Diep the water is a bit cold, add some heat. Tian Ye obediently followed the order of his master and reached his fiery hands into the boiling water. The temperature has just been raised to your liking, making your face full of satisfaction. At this moment, footsteps are approaching from outside. So, it was Lin Ni. She hurriedly looked for the senior immortal. As soon as she entered, she saw Quan Lam flushed and lost in pleasure. That's enough. This perspective makes Lin Ni misunderstand. Oh my God, what are they doing? I never expected that behind the scenes this master and disciple had such a relationship. Lin Ni was too embarrassed to bother them and couldn't bear to watch anymore, so she quietly ran away. I'm so embarrassed. Tando Day's actions confuse him. What is little Lin Ni running away for? After serving diligently for a while, Tien Diep asked, Master, are you satisfied after washing your feet? His eyes showed a hint of displeasure. Jun Lam no longer made things difficult for him and replied, Satisfied? Of course I am satisfied. Little Hong, tell me, what are you hiding in your heart? Let me, your master, feel sorry for you on your behalf. Tien Diep could only curse inwardly. If I bring out this useless thing, I can scare you to death. Just brag for a few more days. I'll see. At this moment, the ring on his hand showed signs of movement. Junlin recognized it as news from the Sect master, and the message from the other side read, Diep Jr., please return to the Sect soon to discuss strategies for dealing with this. Are you curious about the ancient secret realm? Tien Diep explains that the ancient secret realm is a treasure land capable of nurturing many resources, enough for ordinary cultivators to change their fate and leap over the Dragon Gate onto the path to immortality. I never expected there to be a place like this in the impoverished Huangchao. Inside, he quietly calculated that news of this secret realm's appearance couldn't be kept hidden. At that time, chaos would surely erupt, but this was also my chance. If I could seize a good opportunity and combine it with the terrifying power of the Three Heavens Flame, my cultivation would definitely break through like flying. Just as luck would have it, the system issued a mission and announced a new login task. If the host can complete the Latian Secret Realm login, they will receive an extremely surprising reward. Jun Lam was excited and extremely surprised. System, quickly explain to me what kind of surprise this is. The system kept silent, saying nothing more would be a surprise. Jun Lam ordered Thien Deep to pack up, saying, We'll meet Emperor Wei briefly and then return to Huyan Thien Sect. He agreed immediately. Yes, Master. Princess Lin feels a bit reluctant to leave her father and suggests staying behind with him. Even though I don't want to, I know this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. No, you've already joined Huyan Thien Tong. This is a very important matter. How many people dream of something but never get it? You must cherish this opportunity and stop wasting your future. The Emperor turned to rely on the army. Senior Immortal, I will remember your teachings, treat Bai Tin well, and become a good emperor. I hope you can look after my little girl. You assure him that the girl, who has her own destiny, will not suffer any injustice after joining Huyan Thien Sect. But how far she can go depends solely on herself. After saying that, you set off immediately. Let's go, Lin Ni, we're leaving. The entire hall shouted in unison, bowing deeply. Lin Ni, chasing after Quan Lam, turned to say to the Emperor, I will visit you when I have time, Ku Duong said. Recently there have been many things in Huangzhou. I heard that the ancient secret realm is about to open, and also, your father's Fenglai sect has been destroyed by Piao Miao Peak's peak master of Xuan Tian sect. Tran Qiu turned to ask his master, what is his cultivation level? He replied, I heard from outsiders that he is a nascent soul cultivator who recently ascended from Huangzhou. His eyes were full of disdain. Core formation? I kill core formation as easily as slaughtering chickens. East of the true realm, the Wu Hua sect, Tran Qiu asks about the case. Master, who murdered Old Mu? Hu Duong replied that it was still unclear, but all the suspicion pointed to Huyan Thien sect. But the question is, how can this small sect kill Elder Mok, just based on a nascent soul realm sect leader of Feiyu Miu Peak? Tran Qiu continued, if that's the case, then the culprit is someone else. But either way, Huyan Thien sect must be destroyed, and the sect leader of Feiyu Miu Peak who killed my father must also die. Ku Duong revealed some news to him, and this time an ancient secret realm has appeared in Huangchao, so the sect will send some elders with you on this trip. Remember, you represent the martial transformation sect, and at that time you will be competing with other major powers. As for revenge, after it's over, the organization will handle it. I hope you can distinguish between main and minor matters. Do you understand? Tran Qiu agreed immediately. My disciple obeys. After saying that, he immediately left. Sui Duong sneered, and holding a green gem in his hand, he looked forward to it eagerly. Disciple, you must continue to perform well. If you can obtain the resources of the old ancestor during the Sect competition, I will be confident in breaking through the bottleneck of the Great Ascension and reaching the Tribulation stage. By then, we will all be known as gods. In the Conlon realm, transforming into a deity is called a divine general. Uniting bodies is called a heavenly general, and reaching the great perfection is called a venerable or supreme one. Regarding the tribulation, they are called void immortals, with the word immortal attached. They are the ones with overwhelming strength in their domain. But in Huangchao, a nearly non-existent cursed land, the ancient mysterious fairy luck has suddenly made the eastern region famous far and wide. A series of groups of cultivators from everywhere are flying on their swords toward the secret realm. A group of cultivators are discussing, isn't Huangchao the most backward land of Mahdi Lak? But then a celestial chance appeared. Luck was on our side, and luckily the monks of Huangchao were poor and weak. How could such a celestial chance fall into their hands? Let's go there quickly. Once the Wuhua sect arrives, we won't even get to sip a bowl of soup. The mountain range in Huangchao is filled with spiritual energy, and a group of people has arrived outside at Latian secret realm in the eastern region. An elder is curious. This time the secret realm has appeared. 4 of the 5 great sects have already come. Only the Huyan Tian sect is missing. Have they given up? The elder of Bansan sect, Wu Yangfeng, Hua Tan, laughed and said, I have been in seclusion for a long time. Huyan Tian sect was originally insignificant, so how could it have attracted the attention of our Bansan sect? Those 2 people were stunned by this news. A nascent soul stage cultivator? I thought Huyan Tiantong already had 2 core formation cultivators looking down on everyone, but I never expected there to be a nascent soul cultivator in Huangchao. All the disciples of Bansan sect respectfully bow to the elder, welcoming him out of seclusion, and he feels very fortunate. I never expected that after coming out of seclusion, they would encounter the ancient relic of Thuong Ko. It seems predestined. This relic will be claimed first by our Bansan sect. Is there anyone here who is not convinced? They know that Wu Yangfeng has reached the divine transformation stage. So today he is the leader of Huangzhou, and everyone here bows in agreement. We request the divine decree of the divine general. The proud members of Bansan sect shout out, the divine form appears. Who dares to compete? The sect master is mighty. Yang Feng feels great when flattered. Suddenly, dark clouds gather in the sky with thunder and lightning, and a giant ship appears. The person on the boat announced, the heavenly marshal, holy temple is here. Huangchao's natives, step back. If the Wuan sect knows what's good for them, they should get out of here. This ancient secret realm belongs to our Huangji sect. No one should even think about competing for it. The person sitting on the throne on the ship is the emperor of the Shuntian dynasty, the king of the south, at the late stage of the transformation spirit level. Duangfang was surprised to learn the newcomer's level. Is there really a divine transformation expert in Huangchao? He even received more shocking news. There are hundreds of them. I, the old man who has struggled countless lifetimes to break through to the Hoathan stage, has been a renowned figure in Huangchao for over 100,000 years. Yet outside Huangchao I am hardly worth mentioning. Before their power, Duangfang bowed his head in respect. Fellow cultivators, I am the elder of Banshan sect. Duangfang, just call me Little Fong. The people of the Shuntian Imperial court sneer. The old man has no shame and still pretends to be on our level. Get down quickly and wait there. This place isn't your place. Even if the barbarians of Huangchao break through to the divine transformation stage, they are still just lowly commoners, yet they dare to compare themselves to us. Old man, get down quickly and stop causing trouble for others. Fellow Taoist, the situation in Huangchao is extremely difficult, but the lives here are not inferior beings. We are all cultivators at the divine transformation stage. So what right do you have to make me obedient and let you trample over me? Then Kim has been summoned. Yangfeng loudly declares, Huangchao may be poor, but we are not afraid of battle. If anyone disrespects us, step forward and face me. Everyone on the opposing side unleashed their strength, shouting arrogantly, Old fool, you're seeking death. Charge forward and kill this old dog. Another voice rang out, Wait everyone, it's the male king. This old man is just a small cultivator from Huangzhou. If we rush out together, won't we be laughed at by others? I'll handle him alone with one hand. His hand raised, dog. I will show you how far apart we really are. A giant palm descended. Yang Feng, not willing to accept this, raised his sword and struck, unleashing waves of swordlight. The man retracted his hand, frowned, and said, You old man, it seems you have underestimated me. Well then, if that's the case, let's go ahead. His eyes turned bloodshot as he gathered strength for the second attack. A giant spear studded with nails is descending. You ungrateful old man, I must kill you. The attack shot straight at where Duangfeng was standing, causing that spot to explode. The old master immediately spat out blood. The old man poured his energy into his sword and drove it into the ground, speaking without hesitation. You are a troublemaker, bringing shame to the eastern region. Dying for your integrity is not worth it. I only want to tell you one thing. Monks from Huangchao cannot be humiliated. If the king of men keeps swinging his hammer, then I will fulfill your wish. What he couldn't have expected was that a formation had appeared right above, and a voice full of authority echoed. Amitabha, why is it so lively today? All the disciples are opening their mouths wide. That is Master Tin Tien from Huyen Kong to Fat Chao. The appearance of Tin Tien and Tien Nyut amazed them, with the young master of the Tuong family behind. Tien Nyut is known as the #1 cultivation family in Lin Chao, while Tin Tien recites Amitabha Buddha. Duangfang felt that the pressure was truly terrifying. They had already reached the fusion stage, and this ship had also appeared through a space crack. The people on the boat said, Huangchao basically can't win. Everyone was even more shocked when they saw that the Wu Hua sect from Thanchao had also arrived. This time, all the strongest sects of East Continent are here. Oh my God. They recognized the leader of that group. That person is the Saint Son Tran Qiu of Wu Hua Mon. I've heard about him. He bears the celestial sun body and is invincible in the Eastern realm. There's no doubt this is the brightest star in the future of the Eastern region. In 10,000 years, the legend will be written by him. Someone was surprised to see him and said, Tran Qiu, isn't that the young sect master of Funloy sect? This is one of our Huangchao people. Tran Qiu silently thought that Huangchao was the reason he was discriminated against when he first joined Wu Huamon, and it made him feel disgusted. A senior of Funloy Tong angrily released his true energy to attack the crowd below. Our holy child of this martial sect is not someone like you from Wild Chao, talking about us behind our backs. There's no upper or lower. It's disgusting to hear. Die. The prince before the Funglei sect should also bow and pay respects. Tran Than Tu, these poor, miserable monks of Huangchao, just leave them to me. To avoid staining the saint's hands, he replied coldly, casually. The people of Huyen Thien sect watched silently from the distant mountain ridge. Hu Nien said, I knew I was right. This time, with the secret realm emerging, Lao Cao's son will definitely come too. Fortunately, the Huyen Thien sect has not appeared yet. The sect leader suggested, Sect Master, while they are busy seizing the secret realm, let's quickly leave Huangchao and go into hiding for a while. Tian Shui interjected, saying, we still need to see how Brother Diep is doing. He's the true hope of Huyen Thien sect. Where are Brother Diep and his master? Ayisin? Wait a minute. That's Tian Shui, who was just as surprised to see Kun Lam's group appear. Has Diep Sude already gone over there? Tran Qiu is here. If he goes over there now, he'll be courting death. Duangfang sincerely warns Quan Lam, don't act impulsively, young disciple of Huyen Thien Tong. You don't understand what the old man means. He's being subtle. He's already said enough. Don't go over there anymore. He understood the meaning, and his face darkened. Damn it, outsiders are oppressing us and stepping on our heads. I declare loudly that this entire Huangzhou cannot do without me. No one is allowed to cause trouble, and everyone must stand still for my sake. Tran Qiu was angered by this aura and asked, Who are you? Say your name quickly. He looked at him grimly. It's your father, Quan Lam. This sudden appearance caused the group of cultivators to discuss among themselves. Isn't Quan Lam the sect master of Phiomu Peak, but isn't he just a nascent soul? Aren't you just going to die here? When Tran Qiu saw you, his eyes flashed with fiery anger. Huyen Thien sect, unlike him, Quan Lam remains very calm. Why are you so agitated? Is something wrong? Did you kill the sect master of Fengli sect? Are you saying that idiot is your father? I have the token of a general. That old man said his son has the talent to become a fairy. So are you his son? Tran Qiu harshly repeats, I am his son. Quan Lam cluelessly responds, Oh my God, so you are the son of that fool. This attitude has caused Tran Qiu to lose control. You Quan Lam, I must kill you. The king immediately stepped forward to volunteer for the task. Saint Tran, let me catch this reckless fool and hand him over to you for punishment. The arrogant man drew his sword. You dare to disrespect the saintly son, now you will pay the price. Tien Diep steps forward to act, and upon seeing him, the arrogant man mockingly asks, Where did this beauty come from? He then unleashes a powerful palm strike of raging fire toward his opponent. Die. A blazing, fiery attack with an immortal flame aimed to devour the king of men. And he could only struggle to resist. Unexpectedly, he was this powerful. His entire body almost merged with the immortal fire. The monks of Huangchao stared in shock. 7 transformations into a god, is he just going to die like that? Since when did our Huang Chao have such a powerful expert like this? Duongfeng feels ashamed, yet he still considers himself the number 1 in Huang Chao. Truly, humans have their heroes, and there are heavens beyond the heavens. After completing the mission, Tian Diep returns to report. Master, the elders are even more surprised. That senior is actually a disciple of Master Diep? Damn it, who was it that said Master Diep only reached nascent soul earlier? Can the nascent soul actually accept Huathan as a disciple? Step forward quickly. I promise I won't kill him. Is Huyen Tin Tung really that powerful? Huyen Tin Tung's group has arrived. Younger Nian reminded you, Deep Junior, do you know what you're doing? That's the Vu Hua sect. You should run now. We'll buy you some time. Dục Tru tiếp lời. Dừng thế, Huyen Thiên Tổng chỉ cần cổ Ngụy Thi sẽ có câu hỏi dễ cho mình. Ngụy tuyệt dối không thể xảy ra chuyện gì ở dễ dược. Quan Lam thoải mái trấn an hộ. Giao chủ huynh Yến Tam Dị, ta không sao giàu. Xin giới thiệu với huynh dễ tự của ta. Lin Yi respectfully bowed her head to greet them. After resolving the issues of the Wei Kingdom, I managed to recruit a new talent. The girl has a top-grade water spiritual root and is also the daughter of Emperor Wei. I think she would be very suitable to go to Tianshang Peak. Lin Yi obediently stepped forward to pay her respects to Tian Yue and silently thought, this girl has a bit of intelligence. Tran Qiu's deep voice rang out, breaking the harmonious atmosphere. Don't think you can ignore me. Quan Lam and everyone from Huyen Tin sect will all pay for my father's death. Junlan, come here and accept your death. You look down on us and refuse to answer. Fighting with you? You haven't earned the right yet. Little Hong goes to teach him how to be a proper person. Tian Diep is annoyed. Why does he keep acting like a watchdog? He poured all his anger into a blazing fire and charged at Tran Qiu. He held his ground with one hand, then arrogantly said to you, young master, are you too afraid to face this holy air? Tian Diep still charged forward fiercely, shouting, I can handle you without my master's help. Tran Qiu sensed the danger and Tian Diep's formidable strength, so he manipulated him. If you truly have strength and looks like that, why stay in a small sect waiting to die? As long as you agree to surrender, I guarantee the martial transformation sect will treat you very well. This young lady, are you really not going to think it over a little more? He looked at him with disdain and said, my master is not wrong. Your father is a fool, and you are also a fool. Tian Diep's stubborn attitude made Tran Qiu's murderous intent rise. Fine, you don't want to drink the wine, then I'll make you drink the punishment wine. Go die for me. A gust of violent energy like a tornado shot toward the target. A fiery dragon taking shape roared at him, and Tian Diep used Liu Tin Wiem to counter it. His attack caused the fire dragon to be reduced to ashes. Tran Qiu couldn't believe it, and asked coldly, can you destroy my move so easily? Is that all? He replied with a dangerous look. Don't get too cocky, this is only the beginning. Tran Qiu shouted, his internal energy enveloping the entire space. The sun god fist, with countless giant fists, struck forward, causing a stunned elder to exclaim, the holy child truly has extraordinary talent. This top-tier sun god fist combined with the sun immortal body, no matter if it's a divine transformation or a fusion stage, would likely be defeated. Tran Qiu smugly said, this is you forcing me. The people of Huyen Tin sect are very worried. Tran Qiu eagerly waited to see his opponent's miserable state, but Tian Diep was unharmed in any way. He stood perfectly within the protective barrier of the linked lotus shield he created. Tran Qiu stared in disbelief at the scene. This cannot be happening. He activated his spiritual energy again, saying, I don't believe it. I have the talent to become a fairy. I am at the same level, and I am invincible. A full-force punch was coming at him. Tian Diep only snorted coldly, sitting at the bottom of the well, secretly thinking that all the resentment he had endured from the army would be poured out on you, and I will show you what true humiliation is. At first, Tian Diep dodged his punch, and a casual sweep of his hand broke Tran Qiu's move. A slap then sent him stumbling backward in disbelief. My move was easily neutralized by her, like punching a cloud. It had no effect at all. Could I really be no match for her? Tran Qiu, standing firm, hesitated, then said, I've never seen such reactions or combat experience like this in Wu Huamon. Huyen Tin sect, this small sect, what virtue or ability do they have to have such disciples? Tian Diep replied, because you are too weak and trash. The elders behind him cheered him on. Saint child, don't doubt yourself. You are a top genius chosen by the martial transformation sect from thousands of people. You have the talent to become an immortal. Tran Qiu gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. The Saint Sun has the talent to become an immortal. He poured all his true energy from his dantian and burst it out. I have not lost yet. The sun god body unleashes a first-level solar eclipse divine technique, carrying immense power, and shoots straight at Thien Diep. Go and die for me. I have no more patience with you. Young Chi, I have to make you see what true strength really is. The undefeated Eastern Realm, an immortal flame that seems to devour the entire space, erupts. Thien Diep swore that once you felt the difference between us, the remaining divine power would be unleashed. As the two ultimate forces collided, the people of Huyen Thien Sect gasped and exclaimed, "Is this truly divine transformation? The power is so terrifying it could probably explode the fusion stage itself." Now I can't tell who won or lost anymore. Tran Kia was knocked back by Thien Diep's destructive power. Seeing his defeated look, everyone was silent. That is the saint son of Vu Huamon, but unexpectedly, the one who lost is Vu Huamon. Contrary to Tran Kia's battered state, Thien Diep remains as perfect as ever, unscathed. He even doesn't forget to insult his defeated opponent, a tiny spark like a grain of rice trying to compare itself to the shining Hao Nguyen. Huyen Thien Sect's group anxiously reminds you, Brother Diep, your disciple is really strong. Even though you defeated Tran Q, there are still many elders from Vu Huamon, so you'd better run quickly. Don't worry, there's no need to worry about your head. Xiao Hong, you did very well today. Cook some more rice for me tonight. Thien Diep respectfully bows. Thank you, Master. Huh? Elder Ngim helped Tran Q up. This failure caused him to be mentally overwhelmed, and he kept muttering to himself. I have lost. Elder Ngim sincerely advises, Saint Son, do not fall into despair. He replied, Elder Ngim, I have lost. I am not invincible within the same realm. I have tarnished the reputation of the Vu Hua sect. Elder Ningyin never expected the saintly heir to be defeated by a disciple from this barbaric land, and his cultivation was damaged. If this keeps going, the reputation of the martial transformation sect will be seriously damaged. He continued, Holy child, don't overthink it anymore. You still have a bright future ahead. You are the one with the talent to become a celestial, I know. Only by clearing out the demons in Huangchao can we restore the absolute authority of our martial transformation sect. To stabilize the saint's mind, I shout, harm the saint of our martial transformation sect. This can't be resolved properly without a proper solution. Where is everyone? Who will go to eliminate all the demons everywhere in Huangzhou? Another elder spoke up. Let me do it. Everyone in the Shuntian Imperial group was surprised. The inner strength of the Wu Hua sect is truly profound and solid. Even with 9 nascent soul stage cultivators present, although the female disciple defeated the Saint Son, he is only at the spirit transformation stage. Facing nascent soul stage cultivators now is like throwing stones at a fortress. With such incredible talent, it's a shame to waste it. Truly a pity. The elder immediately rushed to attack Tian Ye, and he nervously called out, Master Jun Lam, stay calm and relax. It's okay, little Hong, leave it to me. This attitude shocked all the monks of Huyen Thien Sect. Deep Feng, the sect master of Huyen Thien Sect, is he in the fusion stage? In Huangchao, I have a heavenly king from Ko Chi Kim who has never shined so brightly. I thought Deep Feng's disciple was enough to challenge me, but it turns out he's a heavenly king. No wonder I still call myself the #1 in Huangchao. It's truly funny. Quan Lam's opponent is unleashing his full strength with his true energy. Fusion state, huh? Yeah. So what? Do you think you're worthy of facing me? His spiritual energy transformed into a giant hand, daring to disrespect the holy heir of your savage barbarian tribes. You're doomed with me. Facing the overwhelming power rushing down, Quan Lam calmly used a shield to block it. Is that all you've got? He was stunned, not expecting you to be so relaxed and at ease. In the blink of an eye, Quan Lam closed the distance and appeared right in front of him, leaving him speechless. You! A punch from you strikes straight ahead, forcing him to just try and defend himself. Quan Lam mockingly asks, That's all it took, even you are surprised. Who would have thought that after attaching the divine core to your physical strength, it would become so powerful? Relying only on physical strength is enough to crush opponents of the same level. Elder Ningyang quickly realizes the situation is dire and orders, All out, kill him. All the talented members of the Storm Thunder sect charged forward together, with Quan Lam alone using the human king seal to withstand countless waves of his opponent's power. Everyone was knocked back and injured, spitting out blood. Someone can't believe it. What level of divine power is this? This person's strength is terrifyingly powerful. Everyone, use your magic weapons to attack him first. An elder summons the Bidu sword technique to attack. The others also bring out their most powerful magical weapons to join the assault on the invading army. Amitabha, Good indeed, good indeed. This benefactor's luck may have run out. Thien Yut secretly thought this hypocrite really is tricky, pretending to be kind and compassionate on the surface. But behind the scenes, his actions are so contemptible, even I have to see through him. But honestly, that kind of demon should die early to prevent causing more trouble. Hu Nien and Duke Tru shouted in worry. It's a disaster, Diepsu de la Mingui. I told you from the start to run away quickly. Even if you want to run, you won't be able anymore. Thien Tweet calmly reminds them. What do you guys understand? Tien Diep is quite Kidai. In Wei Kingdom, after witnessing this person's extraordinary abilities firsthand, I am sure he still has many tricks up his sleeve. Let me see what else you are hiding and haven't used yet. Jun Lam did not disappoint him. If that's the case, then let you taste this move. A divine technique of the Supreme Bone. The entire space becomes dazzling before the divine technique of the Supreme Bone that he unleashes. Huyin Tian Sect's group can't see clearly what just happened. So what kind of energy is this? They only saw a surge of energy rushing from Quan Lam towards the opponent. The group couldn't fight back and could only scream. We're doomed, Elder Ngim. Save us quickly. The Holy Child is seriously injured. If even the elders and fellow disciples fall here, I don't know how I will explain it when I return. The true Qi condenses into an arrow and shoots toward the opponent. He quickly appeared right behind Jun Lam. Great, it's the third-grade spiritual artifact tower of Elder Ngim. This is the most important weapon that helped Elder Ngim advance to the position of senior elder. We're saved. This is the end. Kill them for me. But he never expected he had fallen into Quan Lam's trap. It's good that he's here now. I'll wait for him alone. A wave of fire erupts, and the system alerts that an enemy at the peak of the fusion stage is attacking the host. Currently, the passive effect is activated, increasing strength even further, and the fusion stage cultivation is fully attained. The strength of Elder Ngim gradually weakened as he struggled to maintain his magical power. Seeing Kunlin's aura, he shouted in horror, "Why are you hiding your cultivation level?" 2 palms shot out from your hands, tearing through the darkness with a dazzling light, and the entire space seemed to tremble in that moment. Elder Ningi, battered and torn, voluntarily conceded defeat. Senior, let's consider today as us losing. Wu Hua Sect voluntarily withdraws from this secret realm competition. Quan Lam's hand swung out and he shouted, "If you want to come, then come. If you want to leave, then leave." "Everyone die for me," the old man desperately tried to persuade him. "Aren't you afraid Wu Huamon will blame you for going this far?" "Wait a minute. I understand now. The Elder Mu of the Outer Sect was actually killed by you?" "The giant hand of Quan Lam is nearby, so you replied, 'That's right.' After all, I have already offended everyone, so why not kill for fun?" Elder Ngim was shattered into pieces like that. The crowd watching was stunned. How could it have come to this? A certain monk from Huangchao managed to kill the Wu Huamon elder with just one hand. Thien Yut secretly thought that with the elders dying here, Tran Qiu's Dao heart would be damaged, and the reputation and strength of Wu Huamon would likely suffer serious harm. In this situation, the future of the eastern region will be quite interesting to watch. Tran Qiu, terrified, even thinks that Elder Ngim is no match for him. I had no idea that the murderer who killed my father was so terrifyingly powerful. Can I still take revenge now? The people of Funloy Tong shouted, "They're dead, all the elders are gone, let's quickly take the Saint Child away." "Activate the Golden Emperor Wheel, quickly," Tien Diep angrily said. "Show off your power now that you want to run. A blast of firepower will wipe you all out." The other cultivators are furious. They've already killed all the elders of the Wu Hua sect, and now they want to kill the sect's Saint Child. This is truly a relentless pursuit to the end. These master and disciple are really crazy. Amitabha lady, when will the cycle of revenge end? And why must you pursue and kill to this extent? Thien Deep doesn't care, you fool. Don't think I can't see through your tricks. You want Wu Huamon to owe you a favor, right? People like you who cause chaos to the extreme make me sick to my stomach. Tin Tin smiled kindly and replied, "Do not speak nonsense. Your prejudice against the Buddhist sect is too heavy, and you are about to fall into the demonic path. I advise you to control yourself better." Thien Deep ignored these words, as I am in the central realm and hate these kinds of meditation practices that are clearly for personal gain, yet they keep talking in circles about righteousness and morality. And what if they join demonic sects? I don't need you to lecture me. If he can't advise you, then start changing your attitude and speak more seriously. If you're so foolish and stubborn that you refuse to see reason, then let me help you find enlightenment. He sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from this mischievous little donkey, yet he was at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Junlan stepped beside him. "Is there someone trying to bully my disciple while I'm not around?" Tin Tin stopped his actions and replied calmly, "Just guiding. You think you're worthy? A newly ascended immortal trying to guide someone like you at the fusion stage. Tien Diep gratefully bowed to Jun Lam, thanking his master for the support. The unworthy disciple initially intended to stop the spaceship from flying away, but this fiery old man intervened, allowing it to escape. Tin Tien remained expressionless and said, Adida fought, good indeed, I only felt this was excessive, so I helped you make up for it. If you keep blaming and criticizing, I have nothing more to say. Lord Quan Lam stops him. Are you done showing off? Stay still for me. Tin Tien turned back and asked Master Diep Fong, what does he mean by that? He believes Huyen Kong Tu is the leading power in Buddhism in the eastern region. You just offended Wu Huaman. I'm sure you wouldn't dare offend Huyen Kong Tu. But his thinking is a mistake, because when Quan Lam shouted loudly, someone like you, a moldy old monk, is truly strange, doing nothing but still gaining great favor, while all the blame is put on me. You think you're so clever, why not just figure out when you'll die? After being humiliated, Tin Tien finally couldn't hold back. Master Diep, you're talking too much. Quan Lam took advantage of the situation. I just like it. What can you do? As the giant fist descended, Tin Tien shouted, You are a fool! His entire body protected by a giant bell, but the pressure from outside shattered his golden core. All the monks of Huyen Kong Tu Fat Chao gathered together. Tin Tien raised his staff and said, You look down on us too much. Do you think Huyen Kong Temple is an easy target? If Deep Tai Chu started this, don't blame me for being ruthless. Master Yumibat Di Hong and Master Tin Tien in perfect fusion stage have appeared, causing others to fear and exclaim, Could it be the divine power of Huyen Kong Tu? Along with the 9-grade spiritual energy, 9 joyful talisman staff. Although the General Lam also reached perfect fusion stage, he is truly insignificant compared to this moment. Is this deep guy some kind of reincarnated pig? Why did he suddenly offend Huyen Kong Tu? Are you feeling like your life has gone on too long? Tin Tien kindly said, Deep fellow disciple, I have given you a chance, but since you are so foolish and stubborn, let me help you find peace. A powerful force erupted from the Hopkanthi's hand, descending like an army of destruction. While you remained calm, your hand gathering true energy at the crown of your head, a massive Tang Thien Quang appearing to block all enemy attacks. All of Tin Tien's power was drawn back. He gaped, watching in disbelief. I never expected Tang Thien Quan to break through to my realm, upgrading from 3rd-grade spiritual energy to 6th-grade spiritual energy. You mock your opponent saying, Is that all your divine power can do? Then everyone, come in here for me. The monks were all pulled into the fog by an overwhelming force. They shouted, What is this? Grandmaster, save me. Tin Tien trembled as he thought, What is this evil creature? Why does Huyen Tin Sect have such a thing? He relied on other sects and called out, Fellow cultivators, this is an evil cultivator. Quickly eliminate him. None of the others dare to step up, so who dares to lend a hand now? Thien Deep behind him quietly smirked. This guy still has some tricks up his sleeve. And Tin Tien tried to resist the suction and then advised him, Diep Ti Chu, Adi Da Fat. You have become an enemy of Wu Hua sect. Are you really determined to oppose the largest Buddhist sect in the eastern region? Quan Lam increased his power and said, I hate hypocrites like you the most. Stop talking nonsense and get in here, all of you. Finally, Tin Tien was helplessly pulled into the tomb. The tomb has absorbed all the monks. Jun Lan, holding the tomb, asked grimly, Is there anyone else? The other factions were so terrified they didn't dare to move. Everyone was thinking the same thing. Who would dare to step up now? That's too terrifying. Hunian and Duke True simultaneously exclaimed, Great! You did an excellent job, junior brother. Oh my God, am I dreaming right now? Seeing Duke True not believe, I slapped him straight in the face. He, holding his cheek in frustration, asked, Junior sister, why did you hit me? She asked. Does it hurt? Duke True shouted nonsense. Of course it hurts. Thien Tweet coldly said, That means you're not dreaming. Is Huang Chao victorious now? I can't believe he managed to suppress the crowd with just his strength. All the cultivators of Huang Chao shout, Long live the heavenly army, mighty and divine. Tian Yi secretly envied and wondered, what is going on? Is this still Huangzhou? Are we in the wrong place? I thought this deep guy was just looking for death, but I didn't expect him to seriously injure Wu Huamon, the strongest sect in the eastern region, and even drag all the members of Huyen Kong Tu from the Holy Land of Buddhism into the coffin. But he has already offended Wu Huamon and Huyen Kong Tu, so I'm afraid he will face endless revenge in the future. If he has the ability to break the situation in the eastern region, then that's even better. By then, we thought we could reap the benefits. The final secret realm door has opened, and the cultivators are in awe. This is great. The final secret realm has opened at last. It's the first time in my life. I've never seen such a magnificent secret realm before. Can we still enter this one? Kun Lam was the first to rush into the secret realm, and he was very eager. Finally, it's open. Now, I can go in and check in to complete the mission. Oh, right. There are still these people outside that need to be dealt with. You order that all my cultivators from Huang Chao have the right to enter the secret realm for exploration, while others must leave. Tian Yi is extremely angry at this command and protests. Tuang Jia has no grudges against Huyan Tiantong, yet they are not allowed to enter the secret realm. It's just a pity that the old ancestor isn't here. His subordinate hurriedly advised him, "Young master, he's currently riding high on his success, but he'll definitely face disaster later. We don't need to confront someone who's about to die." He reluctantly agreed. "That's right. If we want him to die, we must first make him go mad. People like this are so arrogant, they won't last long. Let's go." The departure of the Tuong family made the visiting cultivators regret leaving. Even the strongest member of the Tuong family decided to leave as well. It seems no one dares to oppose Jun Lam anymore. We've come this far, but in the end, we got nothing. Let him enjoy his moment of glory for now. Let's just wait and see how the show unfolds. After the foreign cultivators leave, Jun Lan announces, "Let's go. Everyone enter the La Tian secret realm. You feel comfortable with the fresh atmosphere here. I didn't expect the environment inside the secret realm to be like this. It's not bad at all. The system check-in notification shows you've arrived at La Tian secret realm. Would you like to claim your reward?" "Accepted." "Congratulations. The host has successfully checked in and received the Heavenly Emperor Talisman. The Heavenly Emperor's divine form allows the user to directly summon it, which greatly enhances their strength and also grants access to additional divine powers." Jun Lam is very pleased. "A divine avatar? This reward isn't bad at all. The Buddha General of a Tintian Grandmaster is actually very difficult to deal with. If I hadn't used the Heaven Descending Bell myself, it might have been a fierce battle." Other cultivators are excited to find countless treasures inside the secret realm, including Heavenly Spirit Grass, Purple Starvine, Golden Needle Lotus, and even the Eternal Blood Pond. All valuable items, all of them are excellent. Hu Nian reminds everyone to split up and look for the true herbs, but don't go too deep and watch out for each other. Everyone responds in unison. Junlan thought to himself that he initially planned to complete the mission and leave, but seeing his brothers so excited, he decided to explore a bit more. Some disciples wanted to take a different path to search, so he went over there to look. The person next to him agreed immediately. "All right, I'll go with you." At that moment, rocks suddenly shot up from below. Both disciples had fallen into the mouth of the beast. Hunin anxiously warned that the creatures inside the secret realm are extremely ferocious. "Watch out, everyone. There's another one here. We're surrounded." "Everyone, turn back first. There are core formation stage monsters in this secret realm, and they should not be underestimated." Tian Diep added, "If you want to enter and take resources, you must have the skill. Nothing in this world comes for free." The flock of birds in the distance, sensing danger, took flight in panic, while from the dense forest, many fierce white beasts charged out. Hunian immediately gathered the disciples, preparing for battle. Thien Tuiet acted instantly, easily defeating one with a single palm strike. Duke, with commanding aura, swung his sword to handle each one. The white phoenix grew more ferocious, quickly overpowering a female disciple who could no longer resist. She shouted, "Save the other disciples, release her and surround it with your energy, you bastard." But the white beast was completely unharmed. It opens its terrible mouth, wanting to eat the female disciple. She closes her eyes tightly and pleads, "Please, don't do this. Save me." At the critical moment, a burst of fire shot out, hitting the thick back of the white spirit with a blaze. Luckily, she's safe now. She sincerely thanks Sister Hong. Hu Nian is fighting against an aggressive white phoenix rushing towards him, and he advises Sister Hong, "With you here, I feel at ease. Please take care of the other disciples. This white phoenix has a nascent soul cultivation, an astonishing number, and is extremely swift, so you must be careful." The group of white beasts all targeted him simultaneously. Tian Diep Chi snorted coldly and casually released a stream of true energy. "Do you all want to die?" The entire group of white beasts was instantly swallowed up by the surging flames. The other disciples looked on with admiration. Sister Hong's strength is impressive. She truly has inherited Master Diep's legacy. Tian Diep interrupted them. Everyone shut their mouths for the moment. Inside, he wondered, where did that damn deep guy go? On Jun Lam's side, everything remains very peaceful. Watching the scene before him, he exclaimed, "System, you said there is a special energy fluctuation here. Are you sure it's in this direction?" The system reports, "Sir, it is here, and the new mission is inside, with rewards much richer than the printing." Deep inside the La Heavenly Secret Realm, The members of the Thach clan are waiting for the great La Immortal fruit to finally bear fruit. Someone suggested, but the secret realm of Great La has already been opened, allowing external clans to invade our territory, so we must take action to deal with it. I think dividing the Great La Immortal fruit is the most urgent matter. The leader of the Vu clan hesitated slightly, but now that the Great La Immortal fruit is in the possession of this white-haired rat, we still don't know where to start. The leader of the Armor clan and the head of the tribe replied, "Who would have thought the fruit would ripen so suddenly? We didn't even have time to react." The leader of the Up-tier clan, at the end of his rope, said that now it has eaten the fairy fruit and the great La Fairy seed has accepted it. During this time, we must not attack or we will be counterattacked by the fairy seed. The Mock clan leader proposed the best plan. The only way is to wait until it finishes digesting the fairy fruit. Then we can force it to use secret techniques to refine and share the fruit, which is fair and reasonable. The chieftain of the Wood clan, in perfect harmony with the realm, swears that I will make this white-haired rat pay dearly for its greed. The little beast's hand had just reached out and escaped, happily saying, "Sleep for a bit, and it's really true." Faced with the stern looks of the clan leaders, the little beast was a bit scared. "Hello, big brothers. Is there something you want to discuss with Test? If not, I'll take my leave first." The beast clan leader shouted and attacked. How can this rotten rat be so fast? The effect of this great La Immortal fruit is truly extraordinary. The clan leader of the Mew clan waved the branches to chase and gave orders. "Stop yelling and chase after it quickly. The sturdy branch is about to catch the talking rat." "Beast, stop right there. It tries to negotiate." "Hey, big brothers, take your time and speak. Even a rat can talk reason." Looking at the crack in front of it, it was surprised. "Save me, Chit." This was before the wooden hand touched, and Try managed to jump over the crack just in time. It was dizzy after jumping through, and Try felt dizzy. Where did I just go in that attempt? Who am I? Where am I? The clan leader of the Feather clan shoots a rain of feathered arrows, and unexpectedly, after digesting this, it gains the power of spatial teleportation. If I let you escape, fully digest, and cultivate into a spirit, it would be truly terrifying. So just die obediently here. Mantien Fivu was pierced by feathers and screamed in pain, desperately fighting to survive. "That's enough!" Behind, the clan leader of the Stone clan roared, unleashing a power that seemed to blow everything away. Thutu was nearly knocked over and fell headfirst to the ground by that overwhelming power. Then, carried by the force, it tumbled down from the great La Immortal tree. It fell heavily to the ground. The patriarch of the Vu clan and the Beast clan both jumped down simultaneously. "A dead mouse dares to steal the great La Immortal fruit. Do you know how precious it is? With your status, you have no right to enjoy it. Running away, why not run anymore? Do you think eating the immortal fruit will help you escape from our hands? Try to justify it, and will your names be written on it? What right do you have to say I can't try to eat it? Now you're blaming me, but I also feel terrible inside." The Thach clan questions, "Do you know that the great La Immortal fruit bears the entire secret realm, and it takes countless years to produce a single great La Immortal fruit? Anyone who swallows it will gain the great La Immortal body. It is the Invincible physique, the top of the Conlin Immortal realm rankings. Our clan has waited through hundreds of generations, finally longing to see the figure of the great La Immortal fruit. But who would have thought your bastard would arrive first? Do you think you are using your death to atone for this fruit's return to where it belongs? Only now does Tuotuo realize what kind of crime he has committed. What, it turns out the fruit that Thuthu stole is actually that serious? So do I really have to die here? Is there any hero who would come and save me? The leader of the Stone clan reaches out his evil hand. "You will die." Suddenly, a surge of power shot forward to stop his actions. The leader of the Thach clan exclaimed, "Who is this person with such aura?" Jun Lam just chuckled softly, then approached them and asked, "Songzi, you're saying there's energy fluctuation here inside this white mouse?" The system confirmed. "That's right. This little guy just swallowed the great La Immortal fruit, and a powerful great La Immortal body is now forming inside him as a potent nourishment. The system has issued a disciple recruitment mission. If successful in recruiting the white-furred mouse as a disciple, a huge reward will be granted." He quietly calculated that the great La Immortal body was quite interesting. Try crying and begging him, "Sir Hero, please try to save us from these bad guys who want to eat us." Quan Lam realized why this scene felt so familiar, why every time he recruited disciples, it seemed like he was saving people. Have I become Tang San Zang? Well, that's not so bad. Little Hong is a pure-blooded demon. This chubby little mouse looks quite obedient. Taking it as a disciple wouldn't be a bad idea. The leader of the beast tribe swings his spear to attack, but the intruder doesn't take us seriously. I must make you pay. A hand calmly blocks him. June Lam threatens, "This little mouse belongs to me, and then I will spare you all a way to survive." "Go away," the leader of the Stone Clan sneered and asked, "Since we are both in the perfect fusion stage, what right do you have to say such words?" The other clan leaders then echoed. "That's right, everyone. Charge and crush him." June Lam coldly watches them and strikes a straight punch into the beast tribe leader's stomach. He was quickly knocked back, spitting out a mouthful of syrup, and exclaimed, "How can a simple punch from this guy be so powerful?" The Wu clan leader shot a rain of arrows. "Human, you want to die." Quan Lam decides that if you are so stubborn to resist, he will not hold back anymore. The great wilderness fire sky unleashes a fierce blaze, aiming to burn everything down, as the flames pour down where the clan leaders are standing. The clan leader of the Wood Clan tried to block with a shield. Don't bully others too much. Then he used his energy to heal the leader of the Rock Clan. Quan Lam was quite surprised. A flame shot out from his hand, and they even knew how to support each other? That's a bit interesting. All right, since this is a good opportunity, I want to try out my new reward. The Heavenly Emperor's Divine General is summoned. Seeing Quan Lam transform before him, the leader of the Wood Clan was filled with fear. We absolutely cannot withstand this person. Who exactly is he? The group of cultivators just arrived, and seeing his extraordinary aura, Duongfeng couldn't help but feel terrified. This is a divine form of magic, and it's even more powerful than the one used by Huyan Kong Tu. Who could have wielded this power? Could it be the Heavenly Sovereign? How does Tiandi recognize such an overwhelmingly powerful divine form? Even the powerful experts in Central Realm, when they summon their divine forms, have paler colors than the one before us, and can only submit. But could this really be his trick? "How much more is he hiding?" Jun Lin declared. "The Heavenly Emperor is here. Do you still dare to resist?" "You order a kill without asking." The Stone Clan leader charges forward with fury. "Everyone, risk your lives against him." But the Beast Tribe leaders behind still stood still, trembling uncontrollably. The Wu Clan leader was just as terrified, and it took the Thatch Clan leader a long time before he finally spoke. "You all rushed to settle the score with that guy first. You're the strongest here." The celestial severing finger of the Divine Lord descended with a slashing sword, turning the Thatch Clan leader into a statue of lava. His face gradually shattered until his entire body disintegrated into fragments, leaving the remaining clan leaders stunned and exclaiming, "This is too terrifying. I admit I was a bit agitated earlier. Let's cease the fighting. There's no need for us to kill each other." In response to his words, a strike descended, shaking heaven and earth, flames soaring into the sky as if to burn out the spiritual energy of the world. The Heavenly Emperor, summoned by Quan Lam, furious, shouted, "Humans deserve to die. You are truly a heartless beast. My clan will definitely not spare you." "Fools, what are you talking about? If you could defeat me, you would have killed me already, so why bother with a truce?" The result of the Heavenly Emperor's punch was a deep, yawning abyss. His divine form was indeed powerful, but that single move had already drained 80% of his spiritual power, so he must be more careful in the future. "All right, let's go recruit an apprentice. You can't see it because it's invisible." "My future disciple, where are you? You little rat, I just said you looked obedient, yet you ran away while I was fighting to help you." "Who ran away? It's really scary. Those two-legged beasts are really terrifying. That illusion almost scared Test to death. Although you saved Test, you look even more intimidating than those 6 evil guys. But it seems the wound inflicted by that wicked stone-headed guy earlier doesn't hurt at all. Moreover, I've never seen myself run so fast before. Could it be the effect of that fruit? It's incredible. Suddenly it sensed danger behind it. Why does it feel so terrifying all of a sudden? I think I can sense that two-legged beast coming to catch me. Jun Lam is chasing after the trail it left. "Commander, the mouse is directly ahead, right?" System confirms. "That's right. Hang in there, host. You're about to catch up with it." You suspect this mouse can run, probably related to the great La Immortal body. If I didn't have the system, it would have escaped already. If I catch it, I can't let it go that easily. Tutu quickly runs ahead. We're doomed. Why is it getting closer and closer? Even with such a big bed, that two-legged beast knows where Tutu is. A figure suddenly rushes down from ahead. It's Quan Lam. You blocking Try's path made it slam on the brakes and squeal, "Chit, chit." Tutu lost its footing and almost fell headfirst to the ground. Its tail was grabbed by someone, and it begged not to be killed. Jun Lam angrily questioned it. "Why did you run when you said you would be a horse or a mule?" The test trembled and explained, "Well, just now the master's aura was too intimidating. I couldn't bear it and ran away. I was afraid you also wanted to try test." Quan Lam licks his lips and threatens, "I've eaten beef and horse meat, but I haven't tried rat meat yet. So I guess I have no choice now. Thu, trusting and tearful, weeping with tears all over his face. Try's meat tastes very sour and extremely hard to eat, so it must be your wrong perception. After eating, it will release a foul fart. Quan Lam said gloomily. The more incredible you say, the more curious I am to try it. Come here and try. It can't stand it and will faint. Quan Lam helplessly looked at it. This person has the strongest immortal body, the great La immortal body, yet is so cowardly? No wonder. Just now, seeing me fight, it was so scared it ran away. You puffed out your cheeks for Thu, but it's quite adorable. It's also fine to keep a mouse as a pet. 2 hours later, it was already evening, and Quan Lam was sitting in the cave grilling meat. Thu was awakened by the delicious smell, rubbing its eyes in confusion. So good. Is it possible it's not dead yet? Seeing the stew pot beside it, it was so scared it fell backward. A big pot? Could it be what I think it is? Quan Lam ordered. Be good and come here. Don't make me come get you. I don't want to play cat and mouse. Try to look at the grilled meat over there. At first he didn't quite understand what was happening. Seeing him freeze, Quan Lam handed him a skewer of meat. Look at your expression. Here, this is for you. Try it and be touched as you take it, then immediately taste it. It's really fragrant, thank you. What kind of meat is this? I've never eaten it before. This flavor is also incredibly delicious. You revealed that it's rabbit meat. Try to stop eating. Rabbits are cute. Why are you eating rabbit meat? Jun Lam replied. I won't eat rabbit meat. Do you mean to say you'll eat rat meat? Come on, try to flatter and say, don't. Trying isn't as tasty as rabbit meat, so it's better to stick with rabbit. Master, could you please give me an extra piece of meat? I agree, but only if I can, but first I want to be not only your master, but also your teacher. Do you agree? Try nervously asked, Master, can a useless and incompetent person like me become your disciple? Moreover, being your disciple, is it really dangerous? The child begins to be persuaded. That's a lot of talk. As my disciple, you can eat as much as you want freely, and if danger occurs, your master will step in for you. You really don't want such a good deal? Do you want to be my disciple? Thu wants to become a disciple of the senior, and he especially likes to rely on the great mountain. Junlin immediately agreed, so why not quickly bow and pay respect to the master? Try to obediently kneel down, bow your head, and pay respect to your master-disciple Bai Xiaozi. Greeting your master. The system has been updated. Congratulations to the host for completing the disciple acceptance mission. The reward is the supreme divine ability. The 5 extremities reincarnation great annihilation technique, which can destroy anything and cause massive damage. The system has checked the disciple's aptitude and awarded a set of the Great Ladao Sutra. All rewards have been distributed. I hope the host and disciple will treat each other with kindness and never mistreat small animals. Jun Lam was very satisfied. Once again, a deadly move. Very well, but Tongzi, you really should worry less about unnecessary things. With my noble character, how could I possibly do such a thing? Master Quan Lam muttered to himself and asked, Senior, are you talking to Thu? He cleared his throat and said, Well, I will teach you a set of cultivation techniques now. You must cherish and diligently practice. Be a good warrior for your master. No, be the best disciple. A stream of true energy flows in, and the pattern of seals immediately appears on Thu's forehead. He realized this was the great La Dao Jing. Feeling the power within his body, Shushu cheered with joy. This cultivation method is truly miraculous. Thu feels enlightened and enlightened. Thank you, Master, for granting me this cultivation technique. Jun Lam scooped up a bowl of soup, then told him to stand up and have another bowl of soup and some meat. The meat is already cooked. Thu was moved and replied, Thank you, Master. It lifts the bowl of soup to taste it. Delicious. Test was extremely happy inside. My master is really good to me. Being his disciple is Test's blessing. Test will definitely repay my master well in the future. The peaceful atmosphere didn't last long before the sky above cracked open. Junlan felt uneasy. What's going on? Why is the sky of the secret realm breaking apart? The system has detected that the lifespan of the great Lai Immortal tree has expired and the illusion is no longer sustainable, so it is on the verge of collapsing. Please leave as soon as possible. Seeing Thu's expression in this critical moment, he asked, The illusion is starting to collapse. We need to leave quickly. And why are you crying then? It replied, but, Master, I don't understand why Thu feels so sad inside. Jun Lam thought that the great Lai immortal body might be related to the secret realm, but the most urgent task is to reunite with their sect leader and leave the realm quickly. The tear continued to spread, and the entire secret realm trembled violently. Hu Nian urgently announced, Everyone hurry to leave the secret realm and be careful not to get hurt. Duke True was startled and never expected such a thing to happen here. Where is Brother Dieppe? Should we wait for him? Jun Lam arrived just in time. The situation is very critical. Let's leave the secret realm as soon as possible. Hu Nian saw him return and exclaimed with joy, "That's great, Dieppe Sude, you're here. Now we're only missing your disciple." Master Duke True, what is the person in your hand? Quan Lam Sok, try introducing him. This is my new disciple. Really? An apprentice? So, what about that disciple of yours? I wonder, the former disciple was not only beautiful and talented, but also had a bad temper. So why is this one just a big rat with no cultivation at all? Kun Lam leads the group away. Don't worry, I think she's already left the secret realm. Let's go outside and regroup. The others rush into the secret realm door one after another, and the Huayan Tian sect confidently steps out. The group waiting outside cheered happily, saying, "Quan Lam is out, although this secret realm is very dangerous. It's all thanks to Quan Lam that we had the chance to harvest countless precious resources." Thien Dieppe stepped forward to pay his respects. Master Quan Lam introduced him. "This is my new disciple. From now on, you must treat each other well. Understood?" It seems Thien Dieppe is afraid of mice. He stepped back a few paces and shouted, "What?" Thu Tu was pushed to the ground. Thien Dieppe responded calmly as if nothing had happened. "Master, my new disciple is dizzy and looking around. Where is Shushu?" Seeing the secret realm door slowly closing, tears welling up in its eyes, Shushu's home is gone. At the same time, elsewhere in the forest, there was movement as beings from the great La Secret realm emerged. They took turns assessing their surroundings. So this is the world outside the secret realm? The spiritual energy is so fragile? Could it be that these bipedal beasts are the humans mentioned in the records? It seems their cultivation levels are too weak. If we've entered a new environment, then we must learn to adapt. I suggest we occupy this land first and then divide the territory. For now, let's enslave them. Countless strange beast creatures pour out of the secret realm door, and Hu Nian's voice is filled with fear. This is bad. These creatures are ancient species hidden deep within the secret realm, and their cultivation levels are beyond anything we've encountered before. Just a quick glance, and there are hundreds at the divine transformation stage. Even dozens of fusion experts. This time it's troublesome, Duke True asked in surprise. Ancient species? I heard that in the Conlin realm there are thousands of races and countless creatures. Their origins are recorded on stone tablets in the secret realm. Those in this realm all come from various parts of the 10,000 worlds of the celestial realm, exiled here. This secret realm is perfect for cultivation and has existed for countless years. If these alien creatures band together, they could rival the top 5 cultivation powers in the eastern region. Duke True shouted, "What? Then how can we fight back? Is it possible to negotiate with them?" Yu Nian replied, "I doubt it. They are savage creatures, and since we just destroyed their home, they will invade our Huang Chao to take revenge. I fear our Huang Chao is facing great disaster." Are the other disciples also nervous? Are we really doomed? What should we do now? Elder Duongfang steadies the spirits of the cultivators. Everyone don't be afraid. With Heavenly Sovereign here, we can definitely stand against them. The morale of everyone rises. That's right, we have the Heavenly Sovereign. They are no match for the Heavenly Sovereign, who possesses divine might. You received a divine message, activating a new mission that will have 100,000 residents of Latian Secret Realm join Huyan Tian Sect, and the host will receive the reward they desire. Jun Lam secretly sweats at this unreasonable request. Master Thong, are you joking with me? Dealing with so many alien creatures like this is really tough. So you mean I can't kill them all and can only subdue them to complete the mission? The system refuses to comment. The Lord of the Seal must handle it himself. A figure with a commanding presence approaches and asks, "Are you the Heavenly Lord they mentioned? The one who fights the best?" Quan Lam calmly replied, "It's me. I wonder if Huyan Tian Sect can handle how much I think of them like this. What are you afraid of? It's only him. So what if he's at the peak of the fusion stage? Can we withstand all of their power? That's right, everyone. Let's go." Faced with the combined attack of the opponent, he quickly used a shield to defend. What should he do next? I'm good at fighting, but it seems like I might not be able to do this. Shushu realizes that the master is in a difficult situation. Master has treated little Tess so well, passing on martial arts and even feeding him meat. I can't let Master be alone. Seeing little Tess rush forward, Tien Dieppe exclaimed in surprise, "What are you doing?" It replied, "Master, I am here to help you." A flash of light streaked behind, drawing Quan Lam's attention. Little Test, your eyes have activated an ancient formation pattern. The seal gradually appeared on its forehead, and spiritual energy from Thuthu radiated out, making everyone feel an immense power. Nian marveled at it. Indeed, the new disciple of Master Dieppe is not ordinary. This majestic aura can even make people want to kneel before it. Tian Dieppe is truly impressive. Why is this rat here? The ancient creatures sense that this is the aura of the great La Immortal Tree. The great La Immortal Tree still hasn't abandoned us, and they are kneeling and begging it to guide us. A small and insignificant test has caused all the ancient creatures to kneel around us. They continued. What should be the path we take from now on? Tian Dieppe became even more certain. Indeed, everything is part of your plan. I know you're not that simple. Quan Lam is tense, and the great La Immortal Tree cultivated the great La Immortal Fruit, which is essentially its ultimate trick. So after Bak Tu Thu eats it, it simultaneously produces the great La Immortal body inside, leaving behind a fragment of its will. If the will of the great La Immortal Fruit has already been revived, then it means it wants to take over Bak Tu Thu's body. Answer me. Jun Lan rushed to Tri's side, trying to wake it up. Little Test. Wake up. Test. Test shouts loudly. The master is calling you. You can't sleep. It is struggling with all its might to take control of its body and finally regains consciousness. Thu Thu obediently thanks Quan Lam, grateful that the master called Thu Thu to wake up. You're fine, that's good. The ancient creatures watching this shouted in surprise. What? So? The great La Immortal Tree is actually a master of the Banan clan. No way, it's just a bipedal beast. How could it be worthy of being the master of the great La Immortal Tree? Quan Lam's expression immediately turned grim. He ordered, Young man, now do as your master commands. He nodded in agreement. Everyone fell silent, waiting. It's quiet. La Immortal Tree is about to speak. It clears its throat softly. This time the secret realm has been destroyed. It is also fate. But do not panic. You are all my children. I will never abandon you. Jun Lam behind added, You haven't even been born yet. Great divine tree of Dala, heaven values compassion for life. If you've lost your home, our Huyen Thian sect is willing to be your new refuge, to face dangers together and share hardships. Try to bow and pay respects, Master Ta. Those ancient creatures still seem unclear. I don't understand if your meaning is for us to bow down within the human realm. Immortal Master, your eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp red light. What's wrong? Are you doubting me? The guy immediately trembled and replied, I dare not try to make a deal right now. That's good then. From now on, follow me and my master to live in Huyen Thian sect. The ancient creatures shouted in unison, System Update. Congratulations to the host for completing the Mitch. Receiving the daily reward, opening a cultivation space inside for 100 years, equivalent to 1 day outside. The general's mood is much more relaxed now that it's successful, but this reward seems quite ordinary. I already have a golden finger. The stronger I meet, the stronger I become. So I don't need to cultivate, making this reward truly useless to me. He glanced at Tian Di below and thought, but little Hong seems very suitable for cultivation there. Her talent will improve rapidly, and then I just need to cause trouble. It's perfect, but this kid has a rebellious spirit. Before sending him off, I need to make a small adjustment. When Tian Dieppe was stared at intently, he misunderstood. What did that guy's gaze mean? Could it be that he's blaming me for not helping him? Are you dreaming? These powerful beings want to join the Huyen Thian sect. Master Duke added, From now on, our Huyen Thian sect is the #1 in the 10 great immortal sects of the eastern region. Thian Tuit gently continued, thanks to Lord Dieppe Feng. Yang Feng was stunned, thinking, is this really okay? He was glad that Huangzhou had escaped death, but it seemed that from now on our Banshan sect would have no role to play. The shouts from our disciples ring out, amazing! I knew that the heavenly sovereign could handle the danger. Thu Tu transmitted the voice to Quan Lam. Su Tone. Thu Tu did it. They all truly listened to Thu Tu. You did well, I am very pleased. Speaking of the will of the great La Immortal Tree, does it currently have any influence on you? Thu Tu replied, No. After Thu Tu woke up, it was behind and no longer dared to make any move. Quan Lam sighed in relief. That's good. Now I will take you back to Huyen Thian Tong. Thu Tu obediently, yes, master. At the Wuhua Gate Square in Thanchao of the eastern region, the disciples here are all whispering and discussing. What happened to the Holy Child? Why does he look so absent-minded? That's right, he seemed so confident before he left. What exactly happened in Huangchao? Tran Qiu stood unsteady and had to be helped back. The elders hurried over and asked, Young master, are you all right? Right now he just wants me to meet the master. Another elder reports, Reporting to the saint, Lord Kuduang is in seclusion. May I ask what happened to the saint and where are Elder Niai and the other disciples? He desperately replied, They're dead. Everyone is dead. They were shocked to hear that. What? Who exactly was the one who did this, young master? Quickly tell me so I can report it to the sect master. Tranque's eyes were filled with hatred. It was Huyen Thien Sect's General Lam at Vu Hua Sect, the true disciples' outer door, and rage was everywhere. No way. Even Elder Nam and the others are dead? Damn it, they dared to kill the elders of Vu Hua Sect and nearly caused the saint's death. It's clear they don't respect us at all. Declare war, and it must be a public declaration. Then we will bloodily purge the barbarian area and eradicate them completely. All related sects must be dealt with as well. On the bustling street, the news spread. The D newspaper's latest breaking news from the Eastern Continent's cultivation world has just been released. Everyone was stunned when they read the news. How could the saint of the Vu Hua sect be defeated by a female red-robed peer? Vu Huamon has lost 9 peak-stage cultivators, and the culprit is the Wind Lord Phio Mu of Huyen Thien sect. In the tea house, this event has become the topic of their discussion. The world has changed. Even the villagers in Huangchao dare to kill experts from the Vu Hua sect. Huyen Thien Tong has some talented individuals, but for Vu Hua sect, this battle is not worth discussing. That's right. Vu Huamon was once a top-tier cultivation power in ancient times, a sacred land that produced true immortals. How could these country bumpkins compare to that foundation? In less than 10 days, Huyen Thien Tong might no longer exist. At the Great Hall of the eastern region of Fat Chao, Master Huyen Kong issued the order that the Vu Hua sect has declared war on Huyen Thien sect. So Huyen Kong Temple will also punish evil and uphold righteousness, make Huyen Thien sect pay with blood for the blood they owe. The disciple understood and said, I will pass the order to rally the monks of the eastern region to unite in destroying demons and achieving enlightenment. In Huang province, since the collapse of the Lothian secret realm, the dense spiritual energy has been pouring out wildly. As the saying goes, when a whale dies, all things come to life. Huangchao, once barren and impoverished, has now begun to flourish with vitality, benefiting many creatures and causing their cultivation levels to soar rapidly. Since the 10,000 alien races joined the Huyen Thien sect, the overall strength skyrocketed. But ever since the news of the war declaration from the major sects in the eastern region spread, the Huyen Thien sect fell into a gloomy atmosphere. At the Huyen Thien sect square, disciples are discussing that the Vu Hua sect is about to attack us, and there are even some fools from Huyen Kong Temple mocking us as demons and evil sects, still not giving up. But in the past few days, the sect master and the sect elders have disappeared. Where have they gone? I heard they are closed-door cultivating, and Diep Fong, the sect master, is so powerful, yet still works hard to cultivate. For Huyen Thien Tong, this is a great blessing. Guan Lam sat on the Grand Minister's chair in the garden and proudly presented a cup of drink, saying, Su Ton, Thu Thu Gia Thanh Công rồi, Cha Sư Bộ Chi Tôn Vô Dịch Ma Ngài Muốn Cuối Cũng Cũng Dạ Lắm Xong. Quickly, Guan Lam urged him, hurry up and insert the straw for me. Try to obediently hand the cup over here. You take a deep, satisfying sip. Ah, this is the true flavor. After finishing, Quan Lam praised his disciple. Kid, you did very well. Your master allows you to make 50 more cups, but this time you can choose 1 cup as a reward for yourself. Try it on, and he exclaimed happily. Really? Thu, thanks. His master silently, secretly marveling that the milk tea recipe rewarded is even better than the one from his previous life in the daily login mission. Even King Shui had to invite me for a cigarette when he came. Tian Diep coldly said, This rat is too stupid. One day you'll be sold off for money. Jun Lam asked him, Where is my spicy squid? Why isn't it ready yet? Just look how quick and nimble the little one is. You're even worse than a mouse. He angrily sped up the grilling of the squid in his hand. Almost done, master. I will bring it right away. Carefully arranging the grilled squid on the tray, Tian Diep respectfully offers it with a dissatisfied attitude, inviting the master to taste. Seeing that you enjoyed it without a single compliment, Tian Diep asked, Is the fire level satisfactory, Sifu? Does the spiciness need further adjustment? You're doing well. Keep it up. Tian Diep Thu suggests, Suton, could you allow Doni to join the daily training fund for a few days? Duni is really eager to improve. Junlin Fan Nan, you see you're getting anxious again. He said with frustration, But you already let the sect master and them in first. Suton, I want to become stronger. Only then can the sect be protected. He remained as calm as ever. It's okay. The sect is protected by me. Just stay obediently by my side. Thien Diep Han thought to himself, Damn it. I think you're afraid my cultivation will surpass yours, so you're trying to beg for his help from behind. Master, if Sister Hong wants it that way, then let her go. Her affairs can be entrusted to me. Quan Lam agreed casually. If my disciple has begged for you and is willing to help, then I allow you to go to the secret realm to train for a few days. You should thank your disciple. Thank you, Master, and thank you, junior brother, for your help. Behind her, the NDF's eyes flashed with fiery hatred. Wait for it. The day I leave my cultivation retreat will be the day for you. Jun Lam had to bow his head. He clearly understood the other person's intentions. It seems he's losing patience after being provoked. I know you're flattering me because you want to carry me, but unfortunately, I can only get stronger. So just keep training and leveling up for me. Shushu obediently asked, Master, are the 50 new drinks ready? Can I have this jelly cup? She immediately agreed, of course, since my master said you could choose freely. Thuthu happily replied, Thank you, Master. I petted on the head and said, Others pet cats, but I pet mice, and honestly, it feels really good. Whenever Thuthu mentions a cat, he bristles with fear. Where is the cat? Thuthu is most afraid of that cat. You helplessly look at it and say, You have a great immortal body inside you. It really is a waste. The cat isn't even bigger than you, and you also hold 100,000 lower-level kills in the secret realm, so why are you still afraid of a cat? Test just fears it. Why don't you go to the demon realm to cultivate instead? Within 100 years, while only a day passes outside, your great immortal body will improve tremendously. It explained the reason. Try doesn't want to, and if he spends 100 years inside without seeing his master, Try will be very sad. Besides, cultivation is really boring. Thuthu likes to eat delicious food with the master. He just lets his disciple do whatever he wants. You really suit my personality like this, not like anyone else at all. When Tian Diep was sarcastically spoken to by the other person, she sneezed. Jun Lam suddenly remembered, that's right, isn't it said that the demon race can transform into human form after cultivating to the divine stage? Why have I never seen you turn into a human? It revealed that it forgot because it was just trying, and it was excitedly looking forward to it. Then try transforming Zhao. Try scratching your head and shyly agree. All right? Its eyes closed tightly. A stream of energy surrounds the small mouse. A pair of small, slender legs appeared, their figure very petite and adorable. Jun Lam watched intently, exclaiming, Isn't this the typical look of Lolly as a child? Just after saying that, when he looked at Thuthu's face, he spat out a sip of milk tea. What kind of trick is this? Master, what's wrong? Isn't Thuthu's appearance beautiful? Kun Lam looked away in frustration, saying, You're not only unattractive, but also frightening. Kid, are you deliberately teasing your master? It waved its hand in denial, saying, I absolutely didn't do it. Thuthu tried very hard to transform, but for some reason, that's all it could do. Thuthu felt very aggrieved. Quan Lum helplessly rubbed his forehead. It's okay, turn back now. Shushu, follow the order. Yes. But after a long while, only the sound of screams echoed, and Thuthu's body remained unchanged. He couldn't hold back and shouted, Half an incense has passed, why haven't you changed back yet? Shushu trembled in fear and begged. Master, suddenly Shushu doesn't know anymore. Kun Lam's face grew darker. Are you really a mouse, or just a pig? Try pleads. Senior, don't rush. In a few days, try, we'll do it again, and surely you can turn back. You can do it. Keep trying. Shishi asked further. Sifu, do you still want to keep touching Shishi? Jun Lam waved his hand to refuse and said, I want to be left alone. Tithu quickly ran towards the water barrel. It examines its new appearance. Strange. Isn't this very beautiful? In the eastern region where Huang Province and Lin Province meet, warships have set sail. Spectators are eager. None can withstand the fury of the #1 immortal sect in the eastern region. Huyen Tuan sect is about to fall. No matter how domineering the Deep family was before, this time they will meet a miserable end. Maybe this time they'll be so scared they'll pee their pants. At the Tuong family estate, inside a room, muffled sounds echo as a delicate female voice whispers, Young master, be gentle. A guard outside bursts open the door and reports, Young master, they're here. They're attacking from outside. Tian Yi shouts loudly, Damn it! Tell me clearly who is attacking outside, or I will cut off your head and throw you into the dung pit. He reported, Wu Huamon is here. The Wu Huamon army has already entered Huangchao. Tian Yi eagerly asked again, What did you say? All right. The Wu Hua sect is finished. Just a country bumpkin daring to be arrogant with me. I know you won't last long. This time it's going to be a good show. Dingvach Huangchou Bantong Son. The monks of Huangchou observed the distant army. Such a large force. How many monks could have been sent out? Yang Feng speaks, Tianjun, this time I beg you not to push yourself too hard. If it doesn't work, let's just run away. You are the strongest person in our Huangchao, and also the spiritual leader of all the disciples of our sect. If you are destroyed, the loss will be enormous. In the Huyan Thian sect square, disciples are shouting, "The enemy has arrived, the whole world is in chaos. Where is their sect master and his banner?" The tower near Huyan Thian sect's Hinter Mountain was struck by a force from the sky, revealing two faint figures, Duke Tru and Tien Tuyet, who had just returned from seclusion. Duke Tru feels that after 500 years of hard cultivation, he almost broke through the nascent soul stage, but still couldn't find the feeling. It seems that closed-door training still has its limitations. Tien Shui reminded him, "You should be satisfied. Luckily, we have the cultivation techniques and elixirs passed down by Brother Dieppe. Otherwise, even if our lifespan in this life runs out, it would be hard to break through to the nascent soul stage, let alone 500 years. Looking back, I wondered where the sect leader was, as he hadn't come out yet. Hu Nian, with an extraordinary aura, stepped out and said, "The upcoming battle is imminent. I can only risk everything now. Luckily, I have broken through to the fusion stage before the fight." Behind him, the major figure revealed himself. He exclaimed in surprise, "Who else is there? Who could it be?" This aura is truly terrifying, even surpassing that of Master Dieppe. That step forward out of the blazing fire, it was Tien Dieppe. Duke Tru happily exclaimed, "So you're the great disciple of Brother Dieppe, truly a chip off the old block. The master and disciple are both prodigies. Tell your uncle what level you've reached now." "Nonsense, what are you talking about?" Duke Tru looks at him, a palm strike coming so fast he can't defend. Tian Yue shouts loudly, "Hong Tien Dieppe, your senior is just speaking carelessly. After all, we are fellow disciples. Why do you have to hurt him?" Tien Dieppe turned and sneered coldly. "Do fellow disciples? I am a former demon lord, a true immortal level powerhouse, and I am also a piece of trash that all of you can rely on. If it weren't for Lord Lin's army, I wouldn't have to suffer such humiliation now." Thien Tweet was angered by these words and shouted, "What is wrong with you? Be careful, or I'll report you to Master Dieppe. I don't care what you do. I don't bother paying attention to him anyway, since his current strength is hard to keep. If you have the guts, bring him here. With my current cultivation, I'm not sure who would win between me and him." "How bold of you. What are you doing? Are you really not afraid of Brother Dieppe blaming you for this?" Hu Nian sternly said, "This person is truly cunning. I didn't expect that even after reaching the fusion stage, his aura is still hard to withstand. What is the true background of the disciple that Brother Dieppe has accepted?" While controlling the sun array, Tien Dieppe sneered and insulted them, calling them a bunch of trash. But then he realized something was wrong. What's going on? Why isn't the sun wheel moving at all? Hu Nian stopped him. "Thin Dieppe, you are Dieppe's disciple and the most outstanding genius in the sect. The sect will surely nurture you well, so why do you have to do such despicable things?" Tien Dieppe angrily replied, "You bastard! What are you, anyway? Do you need me to teach the formation?" Hu Nian was struck by his palm and couldn't keep his balance, flying backward. "You can't believe what kind of cultivation this is. With just a wave of his hand, I had no chance to fight back at all." Compared to before entering the Japanese treasury, the difference is like heaven and earth. The disciples behind worryingly call out, "Sect leader." Tien Dieppe continued to insult them. "Just a bunch of ants daring to wave their arms at me. Not killing you earlier was the greatest mercy I could show." Suddenly, a haughty voice rang out. "The great army of the martial realm has arrived, so why is the ringleader Quan Lam still not coming out to die? Now is the perfect moment to reveal our hand to those people." Hu Nian hurriedly pulled his disciples and said, "Go over and check it out." Meanwhile, Jun Liang was relaxed, making his own tea, which was truly impressive. Tien Dieppe's return just happened to catch this scene, bringing shame upon the cultivation world. "With such a rotten attitude, you still dare to seek immortality. It was just luck that brought you a supreme opportunity, granting you precious cultivation techniques and divine treasures, but now all of it belongs to me." Seeing him return, he's casually said, "Good disciple, have you gone out of the mountain? Your master has missed you so much." "Tianye reminds you that the people outside are about to storm in to kill you. I didn't expect you to be so lazy. Don't you fear death?" Junlin looks surprised. "They've already come to fight. How come I didn't know?" He grew even more angry. "You, in the outside world of Dao Yuan, have this soundproof pavilion to just enjoy yourself, so of course you know nothing about what's happening outside. Now listen carefully. The enemies outside are coming to settle the score. Junlam, go out and accept your death." Junlam remained calm, revealing that he intended to start a war. Tian Diapahuel looked at you and said, "Do you see the current situation yet? But now if you hand over what you have to me, I might consider acting to save your life. He doubted and asked again, What does that mean? This attitude made him annoyed. Stop pretending to be stupid with me. Everyone is smart. Just say it plainly. Before he could finish speaking, Thuthu's expression froze him in place. Mother, what kind of demon is that? Thuthu happily reports, Suton, this is the Lin chicken wings that I was asked to make. Spicy and fiery, go ahead and taste it. Oh, Brother Hong, you've already ascended from seclusion so quickly? Thiendeep couldn't speak a complete sentence for a long time. Stop right there. He was terrified, thinking, is this the white-furred mouse? Why did everything turn out like this? That strange appearance, it really is something to be damned. I didn't expect this guy to have such a strong taste. Junlin knows he's misunderstood, but what does this look mean? Is he really thinking something sinister? I am a righteous and upright person, after all. Hu Nian's group arrived and shouted, What are you doing to our master? Diepsude, you need to be careful. Even they were stunned when they saw the test. They are so used to this scene, don't be afraid. It's the disciple of the test. Hu Nian pats his chest and breathes a sigh of relief, so it turns out he's Diepsude's second disciple. This appearance is also quite shocking. Let's go. Not only is Diepsude extraordinarily talented, but his taste is also far beyond ours. Stop, what are you talking about? Tell me, why are you all rushing over here? What's going on? Hu Nian pointed at Thiendeep to accuse him, saying, Diepsude, your senior disciple is plotting rebellion, not only trying to seize the treasury, but even attacking Junlam asked in a deep voice, My obedient disciple. Are they telling the truth? Tiandie did not deny. So what if I did? What can you do to me? Now the army is approaching. Your death is imminent. Don't you understand the current situation? Hu Nian said angrily. Damn it, you heartless beast. Brother Diep never mistreated you. What do you know about any of this? How long has it been since you only knew how to insult me like a servant? I really can't hold it in anymore. Watching them argue and criticize each other, Jun Lam felt helpless. He muttered to himself, Karma. That's karma. Then, like a top actor, he cried sadly and said, Don't blame him. It's my fault. I haven't understood my disciple's feelings. I was wrong. I truly regret it. Try to hold back, Quan Lum, and he also started to sob. Master. Hu Nian stared blankly. Diepsude, this is the first time I've seen you like this. I know your face better than anyone else. Do you really want to put on a show in front of everyone? Quan Lam continues to act deeply. Little Hong Hong Hong, my beloved disciple Diep, I truly know I was wrong. Can you forgive me? Since we are master and disciple, let's start over, okay? He refuses, don't even think about it, and don't make me disgusted anymore. System notification. Congratulations. The host has completed the temporary mission by voluntarily admitting their mistake and focusing all emotions to gain empathy from others. The reward is the Immortal Body Technique. The Immortal Sovereign and Body Technique, an unparalleled martial art combining force and fleshly body. When cultivated to the highest level, it can create an immortal sovereign body that dominates eternity. This is exactly Quan Lam's goal. He is proud, finally accomplished. This mission is really strange, but luckily the reward is pretty good and worth the effort. If the task is already done, then I will take my time to play with you. Jun Lam lies down on the chair, continuing to play his role. Little Hong, you must understand that once I am your master, I am always your master. No matter what, I am still your father. Oh no. I am your master, teasing you a little more to see how long you can endure. If I really attack, consider it a gift of experience at your doorstep. Then he ordered the test subject. Who's there? Come here, kid. Give your master a shoulder massage. Master True suspects that Deep Disciple has been under too much pressure and has become mentally ill, right? Thien Tweet scolds him. Shut up, what are you talking about? And Tien Diep remains very cautious. What does this guy want to do again? Quan Lam spoke. Xiao Hong, you've been closed off in the Japanese treasury for 200 years. Do you feel confident now that you're outside? He shouted impatiently, Stop talking nonsense and hand over everything you have to me. I can help you, but if you refuse, you'll die right here. Sect Master, based on what just happened, it seems this person also intends to help and still has a conscience. With the upcoming great battle, his assistance might help us overcome the danger. You're sure about that? That your current strength is greater than mine? Tien Ye believes that although you have always suppressed me and wasted my precious cultivation time, I have spent 200 years cultivating in the day's time, and now my strength and power have already surpassed yours. He ordered, Hurry up, don't hesitate anymore. The fleet of Wu Hua Sect has already approached Piao Miao Peak. Do you still want me to take action? Brother Hong, you're terrifying. Hu Nian realized that Hong Thien Deep now had a fierce ambition and intended to seize all the opportunities belonging to Diep Sude. Brother Yi rushes forward and says, "Junior Brother Diep, I'm here to help you." Just then, the sky suddenly darkens. A terrifying force tears through the air, roaring straight down to Huangchao like a divine punishment. At that moment, it surged down fiercely where the teacher and disciple Quan Lam were standing. Thien Diep shouted loudly, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, as he unleashed his true energy into the source of that power, pushing it back with a deafening roar that struck the suspended battleship in mid-air. The frantic shouts echoed chaosisly. Are our attacks being reflected back? "Get out of the way! Boom!" A deafening explosion tore through the sky as the ship blew up in mid-air, screams for help echoing, begging for rescue. The monks were thrown into chaos by the shockwave, their figures scattering and falling like withered leaves in a violent storm. "Whoever did this, get out here and die!" Thien Diep shifted her focus to attack them, daring to cause trouble here. But anyway, Jun Lam is no match for me. Sooner or later, his resources will be mine, so I must first eliminate these pests. He faced them with confidence and declared, "It was me who did it. Can you withstand me?" His appearance made the senior inner disciple of Wu Hua Sect in the late stage of the fusion realm misunderstand. A top-tier female cultivator, yet she dares to speak arrogantly here. Let me handle collecting him. He charges straight at his death. Thien Diep contemptuously dismisses the ignorant fools and lets loose his power like a surging wave, directly suppressing the elder in front of him. A deafening scream tore through the space as the old man's body was torn apart by external forces, every muscle stretched to the limit, ready to explode at any moment. Thien Diep did not stop, increasing the pressure with his hand, making the unleashed power even more savage. He mercifully ordered, "I give you half an incense stick's worth of time. All of you leave Huangchao now or die." The expressions of the elders turned pale. "What?" Old Master Mok shouted. "How arrogant can you be, relying on yourself to dare to command the #1 immortal sect of the eastern region?" "That's right. It's just that the elder accidentally encountered your deadly aura. Do you really think you can fight off dozens or even hundreds of combined stage cultivators alone? Everyone, kill this person Chu from the blood-cleansing sect." Thien Diep's aura is dark with demonic energy. She doesn't want to drink wine, but instead wants to drink punishment. If that's the case, then I will unleash my deadly wrath. The Wumin-devouring soul fire, along with vengeful spirits, rushes out from ahead. A group of nascent soul elders were pushed back repeatedly, with one already dead after just a brief encounter. A large number of dark green skulls are ravaging the battlefield like frantic locusts. In the chaos, they could only scream in pain. "Don't let your hand get bitten or you'll be poisoned. Stop now." Many disciples of the martial transformation sect were directly burned to death, screaming in agony. The sound of their cries for help echoed across the sky. The people of the Void Temple of the Buddha arrived just in time. "Amitabha Buddha, benefactors, the Hidden Sky Monastery has come to support you." Thien Diep doesn't care about them, and there are those seeking death. Master Huyen Kong wondered silently, what is going on? The news clearly states that Quan Lam's disciples have just reached the transformation deity stage. But could it be that some divine strategy is at play here? If the disciple is already like that, then isn't Quan Lam even more powerful? Since you're here, you might as well shoot your arrow now. The monks have set up the ceiling formation to trap Thien Diep. Huyen Kong shouted, "You wicked woman, don't be so arrogant." The internal energy from his palm roared out, tearing through the air with overwhelming force to counterattack, once again the fake flames he hated the most. "Die!" The barrier shattered in an instant, causing all the monks to sway and stagger like dry leaves in a storm, their formation broken and unrecognizable. Huyen Kong was stunned, wondering why their seal couldn't dispel this strange flame. Someone angrily interrupted the old man, saying, "Damn it, the Buddha is coming soon." The old man desperately exclaimed, "Don't! I just appeared." Countless flames burst into the sky, swirling like living creatures from hell rushing toward the monks. Huyen Kong was terrified. Just after the encounter, thousands of his inner disciples had vanished. "This is huge, Wu Hua Sect. Who did you end up provoking?" The old man cursed. "Your demon lord, Buddha, will not spare you." Huyen Kong swung his hand, unleashing a palm strike as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. A giant hand materialized in midair with overwhelming power, pressing down fiercely on Thien Diep. He arrogantly declared, "Even if Buddha himself comes, I will still kill you." In Thien Diep's eyes, the shadow of that hand is reflected clearly, but his gaze remains unmoved. A fierce palm with raging fire erupts from his hand, swirling violently upstream, roaring straight at Huyen Kong. Thien Ye snorted coldly, a murderous intent spreading through the air, and disdainfully said, You don't know your limits. Hu Nian marvels at elder brother Diep. This wicked guy's talent is too terrifying. Our small Huyan Tiantong temple can't even hold such a great Buddha. This isn't a death match. It's unbeatable. Duke True agrees. That's right. He's currently protecting our Huyan Tien sect from disaster, so we just need to meet his conditions and not confront him. Saving our lives is the most important. Try to cheer with joy. Brother Hong is really impressive. Keep it up, Brother Hong. Chin Quan Lum also became interested. This person just closed off for 2 days, so I'll see what he's truly capable of. His piercing gaze activates, revealing that his cultivation level has reached the stage. I guess his half-immortal transformation means he has broken through the great stage. No wonder he's so confident he can resist me. It's better if he handles this first, then I can break through and advance. The atmosphere grew darker. Shadowy figures appeared faintly ahead, and a gasp of surprise echoed. Look quickly. It's the core elder coming to help us. They respectfully bow and welcome the venerable guests. Unian was frightened by this guy. The 18 Grand Venerables are the 18 great transcendent monks who have arrived. Are they the eternal foundation of the strongest immortal sect in the eastern region? Is Huyan Tien sect really destroyed by my hand? The 18 Venerables are the core fighting force of Wu Hua Mon, each a powerful great Ascension expert, united in suppressing the Northern Sea Demon King and destroying the Southern Wilderness Demon sect. They are also known as the Invincible Legends of the eastern region. Quan Lam is quite looking forward to it. Well then, the true realm of great perfection is much more exciting than just the half-step great perfection. Reminding everyone of the background, after completing his mission, Quan Lam regains his true nature and tries to provoke Thien Diep. When Thien Diep countered the attack from Wu Hua Mon, he demonstrated a breakthrough in the Grand Transcendence realm, and with the appearance of the 18 Venerables, Huyan Thien Tong faced a great threat. Vuông phong tôn giả, đỉnh cao của cảnh giới giai thừa, trạch mộc hồ, các ngôi la dậm vô dung, lâm nhục Wu Hua Mon chúng ta. Kim Sa Thốn Gia cũng dắt dên cảnh giới giai thừa tiếp lời. Là một môn phái mạnh nhất dông vực, lại bị một cổ gai nhỏ danh bài tan tác. If we hadn't come here in person to lead the battle, wouldn't we be laughed at by everyone in the world? Thien Diep looked at them with disdain. Where did this old man come from to dare disrespect me? She thought she must have misheard. What did you say? The other venerables are trying to persuade him. Elder Kim Sha, you don't need to pay attention to someone who is about to die, a traitor of the great Dharma trying to stop our Wu Hua sect. That's right. And Quan Lam is so arrogant, yet he sends his disciple to deal with us. Isn't that looking down on Wu Hua sect too much? The core elder of the Wu Hua sect in the early Great Perfection stage added, kill his disciple first. I want to see if he will feel distressed hiding inside. Thien Diep refused to recognize him. Get lost! I have no relation to him, they sneer, saying, you and your master are so close, go catch him, and my old lady will ruin his face and pull out his tongue. The other venerables join forces and rush forward, saying, young one, under Elder Than Lone's leadership, I have countless lost souls. Today I will trap your divine soul and destroy you completely, your bones shattered. My single palm can pierce through 100 of you. Today I will behead you to offer your head to my sword. I believe I can nurture the ultimate sword spirit. Thien Diep coldly retorts, blood sacrificed to nurture the sword, I will show you what true hell is. He swore that Quan Lam, after he kills all these arrogant pseudo-gods, will have no reason to keep his mouth shut. His ancient spell array shot out like it wanted to crush those arrogant pseudo-gods, and they couldn't believe it. No, this can't be true. It's only a half-step. Great Ascension Cultivator, my senior Than Lone has harmonized the ancient demon soul. How could it be defeated by a savage like you? My broken sword, but this demonic fire can burn even the sword spirit. Hongvu highly regards him for only being at the early stage of the Great Perfection. Yet he can repel 3 early-stage Great Perfection experts. Lang Feng and Kim Sha added, who would have thought that even in this remote wilderness there are such prodigious geniuses, so this kid definitely can't be kept alive? Let's go kill him. None of the venerables felt ashamed and united to unleash their strongest techniques. The Great Compassion Staff, the Extracting Spirit Hand, and the Long Suppressing Soul Destruction Technique. A move called Parting the Sky Dragon Flame erupts from Thien Diep, with fierce flames blazing like a sea of fire burning the entire sky. From within that palm force, fierce fire dragons roar out, their bodies blazing, howling loudly, with red flames reaching the heavens, directly sweeping up each ton Jia in midair. Hu Nian was truly amazed, never expecting that Thien Diep could withstand so many venerables. Queen Lam lamented, it's just a pity that the flames are gradually weakening. It seems that your strength still falls short. Tian Ye's face darkened as his sharp eyes flicked over the 3 rushing streams of energy. If he couldn't dodge, he would be split in 2. A piercing scream erupted from Tian Ye's hand as Teach Diet Ma Diem roared forward. Tick Diet Ma Diem, let's go! Tick Diet charged straight into the 3 incoming streams of energy, shouting, Kill! Each wave of energy was shattered without a trace. A strange red dragon coldly stared at the venerables. Tian Yi continued, so the Wuhua sect is only this capable? Might as well rename it the Mediocre sect. The entire group of venerables exclaimed in horror. What is that? Is this strange flame devouring all our cultivation techniques to use? Hongwu cannot accept this. Dealing alone with 15 venerable elders, is this really something a half-step Great Ascension can do? Langfang replied. I've never seen such talent before. The golden snake scolds them. Are you all blind? This must be a sinister cultivation technique. This evil mastermind must be eliminated as soon as possible, or there will be great trouble in the future. Tien Diep challenges her, why don't you do it yourself, old poison woman? I'll give you 3 moves, so you won't say I'm bullying the disabled. She releases her true energy to counterattack. Wait until I tear your mouth open to see if you can still talk slick. Hongwu has decided that if this woman lives for another 100 years, she will become a major threat to the eastern region. Today, she must be exterminated completely. They focus their attacks on Tien Diep's demon dragon. He's starting to weaken, damn it, all because that military lord won't hand over the secret treasure early. I didn't expect Wuhua sect to send 18 nascent soul cultivators to deal with a small sect in a remote land. It's like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Hongwu shouted, Stop right here! Ba Dianzhang threw a fierce punch toward him. That punch was enough to seriously injure Tien Diep, causing him to collapse to the ground, and he cautiously asked, Brother Hong, are you okay? Junlam seized the opportunity to mock, My obedient disciple, didn't you promise to hold them back? Why do you look like that battered dog now? I truly feel very disappointed in you. Tien Diep angrily shouted, How dare you mock me? At least I can retreat safely, but you just wait here and die. The space compass, wielded without hesitation by someone, now envelops the entire Huyan Thien sect. Its owner is Longfang, and with me here, no one will be able to leave the sect. Hu Nian was so angry that he clenched his fists. So the space compass is actually the space compass? Master Duke asked him. Senior brother, do you still remember the records in the ancient book? During the 100-year demon calamity in North Sea with this compass, the venerable Lang Fong made 1/3 of North Sea. Qi vanished with a single thought. Hundreds of thousands of demon clans have turned to bones and blood. It is said they once sealed the ancient demon god. Now even the Huyan Thien sect's existence is no longer justified. Tien Diep refuses to accept it, damn it. Do I really have to die with these pests? Are you not willing to accept this? Hu Nian asked Quan Lam in surprise. Why is Diep Sude still so relaxed at this moment? Tien Diep found a place to vent her anger and shouted, What do you mean, eating again? Dying with these kinds of people leaves me speechless. Truly shameless. You did well, kid. Next time, I want to taste some honey. Are you sure we have another chance, Sifu? Of course, I'm certain. After a hearty meal, you prepare to settle accounts with the venerables. Hongwu speaks up. Quan Lam, you finally appear. You guys beat up my useless disciple like beating a dog. As his master, I have to step in and defend him. Tien Diep interjected with a curse. Your mother! They laughed loudly. Your fate is sealed. I will strip you, pull your tendons, break your bones, and extract your marrow to serve as a warning. The mastermind, Quan Lam, has appeared, so hurry up and catch him. Although the aura reports him as being in the fusion stage, his disciple's strength is truly suspicious. Meanwhile, everyone treats you as a target and rushes forward with overwhelming momentum. Kill! His eyes activate their reading ability. The system notification reports that the spirit detection device has identified the host being attacked by enemies in the early Great Perfection stage, now activating the passive synergy effect that grows stronger with greater strength, and the host casually releases his true energy, coldly saying, You are too weak. You, Nian gasped in shock. Deep Junior Brother is actually a Great Perfection stage expert, so Huyan Thien sect has long had a titled Immortal sitting in its ranks. What is this ridiculous thing? No way, it just can't be. Damn it, how much more power are you hiding? Is there anyone else who fights like you? Those venerables feel like they've been set up. So, you were already at the Great Perfection stage. You casually ask, Aren't you all very disappointed that the fusion stage didn't meet your expectations? Kim Snake awkwardly replies, Even if the news is wrong, it's only the middle stage of the Great Perfection. Just an ant on a tree. Hurry up and deal with him together. I will use my divine sword, Chu Tien Thap Ngu Tien Chu's blood, to break this formation. Seeing how they set up the array, he sneered, When they set up the grand formation, Junlam remained calmly standing firm. Union suspiciously shouted, "Why isn't the junior brother responding to the attack?" Even a peak Great Perfection stage master would have a hard time resisting the combined sword formation of these 15 venerables. What trick is this guy up to now? Are you giving up? You shrugged off their attack without a scratch. Is that all you've got? Not even a drop of sweat from my body has appeared. This immortal body decay technique is truly a good skill, yet it can withstand the combined attack of so many peers at the same level. They were shocked. This is impossible. Even a peak Great Perfection Realm Venerable Master would struggle to withstand the 15 Heavenly Sword Array. He's only mid-Great Perfection, yet he's able to block the attack just with his flesh body. Tien Diep immediately knew that this guy was hiding a chance again. I must seize it. He couldn't believe it. You are definitely not in the mid-stage of the Great Perfection. Who exactly are you? Funlam coldly raised his hand and said, "Why ask if you're going to die anyway?" Another Venerable Master is also targeted, as well as Yuan. A massacre ensued, and Junlam effortlessly took down each one, as if strolling through a crowd of cultivators. They screamed in terror, "This one's body is too strange, run everyone." One of them immediately begged, "Great Venerable, please, everyone help us." Quan Lam showed no mercy and charged forward, and the group of venerables fell before the great figure could even intervene. As for Hongvu, he tried to resist your power. The disciples behind him gratefully exclaimed, "Thank you, Venerable Hongvu, for stepping in. No wonder you're called Venerable Hongvu. That punch was so powerful, yet it couldn't harm you at all. The young man's body tempering is still far behind yours." Jun Lam was quite excited. "Interesting, you can actually withstand one of my punches?" Hongvu couldn't help but cough, knowing that only he was skilled in body cultivation, especially with the blessing of the beast, Soul Seal. But how could that simple punch just now break through the defense so easily? "If I take one more hit, I don't think I can handle it." The golden snake has manifested into a giant serpent to join the battle, and the old woman is also coming to join the chaos. Kunlam still stood calmly there, ready to face the arrogant enemy. She swore that she didn't believe you could withstand the attacks of our 3 great peak experts. Quan Lem just frowned slightly, then Lang Fong gathered his strength and unleashed the Chaos Destruction Strike. Watching a palm strike like a gale rushing forward, he silently awaited. Hong Wu clenched his fist and shouted, "If you have the guts, block our attack." A fist carrying destructive power surged fiercely toward the target. Quan Lam only waited for this moment. The system detected that the host was attacked by enemies at the late stage of the Great Perfection, activating the passive effect to become even stronger, reaching the peak of the Great Perfection. They were shocked by the counterattack and unable to match his cultivation level. A furious scream echoed out. The sect's news was mistaken. Quan Lam's cultivation was at the peak of the Great Perfection. Damn it, we've been deceived again. Before they could recover, Quan Lam struck back with a terrifying palm. "Thank you for your gift, so I will return a part of it to you all." The group of venerables roared in unison, their spiritual energy erupting to the limit as they fought desperately to hold on. Kim Sha proposed that since things had come to this point, we could only use the secret technique of the sect and must kill this person at all costs. Hong Wu agreed, saying, "I agree." Lang Fong insists that this battle must be won because it concerns the reputation of the martial transformation sect. Their sect's secret techniques burst forth simultaneously, with mysterious lights flashing around them, accompanied by a fierce surge of true energy. "Lam Quan, if you force us to use the techniques left by our ancestor, you won't be able to blame us when you die." The monks exclaimed, "Could this be the legendary secret technique of the Wu Huamon Immortal, Mark? It was created by the founding ancestor, and is the foundation of the Wu Huamon. The one performing this ultimate move has their strength approaching that of a void immortal. This time Quan Lam is definitely doomed." Thayan Diet thought to himself, "This secret technique is truly extraordinary, not much inferior to the major sects in the mid-stage." Hu Nian nervously asked, "What kind of powerful secret technique is that? Have we reached the limit yet?" "Junior brother Diep, take care of yourself. Hong Vu feels completely energized and full of power while using this secret technique. Lang Feng orders you to seize the moment. You also know this secret technique can't last long. What is its cost? We have no way out. As long as we can wipe out this sect, even if the old woman's cultivation regresses and her foundation is destroyed, what does it matter?" All 3 of them poured their true energy into the formation, unleashing the ultimate destruction technique. Go and die. The entire space seemed to explode, and Jun Lan watched with interest, considering it somewhat meaningful. The Heavenly Emperor was summoned by him with a divine form. His majestic voice echoes, "Insect, kneel quickly." The destructive power unleashed is enough to make the venerables tremble. Tian Diep realizes that the divine form appeared in the secret realm at that moment. It's indeed him. This pressure is even more terrifying than the ancient demon god of the deepest abyss, of the demon abyss. Even the venerables realize they have chosen the wrong civilization this time. This is a divine form of magic. Damn it, I've never seen this kind of divine form before. Junlam asked them coldly, "Have you looked enough? Now, this is the main event," Jin Sha said firmly. "Who are you threatening? Has that old woman ever been in a major battle before?" You chuckled with interest. Tuitin simply looked down. Her entire body was pierced through. After dealing with her, it would be the turn of those monks to face the consequences. And you all too. They panic and urge each other to run away. This demon is not a human of the Wu Hua sect deceiving us. He is definitely the Hu Tian old monster passed down through the ages. Quan Lam calmly said, "This reincarnation destruction technique of mine is meant to deal with the disobedient. Rest assured, I will sprinkle some of my bones to help you. No need to thank me." A desperate cry for help rang out. "Save me." The surrounding monks, unable to cast their spells in time, were struck by the residual force and immediately flew backward like leaves in a fierce wind. Hongvu was stunned, tearing through the great tribulation with his hands. Could he really be this powerful now? The venerables are very perceptive. "Run, damn it!" Junlam Vengtan clenched his fists and crushed them. "Still trying to run?" Lang Fong looked at him with anger and hatred. "Your demon master Wu Huaman won't let you go," Hongvu shouted in surprise. "The great demon emerging from the wasteland is truly a formidable demon. So what if I speak now? If you weren't here to seek death, how could this be your ending? No wonder it's an unrivaled divine technique. Even if it costs a bit more, it's time to deal with this traitor." The murderous aura surged, and Thien Diep anxiously felt that he was doomed. The sky turned clear, and Quan Lam returned to his estate. Master Duke happily exclaimed, "Old master, do you still need any accessories to hang on your foot?" Thien Tiet fainted at his words. "What, Brother Diep? What do you want with a rotten man like you? Brother Diep, this time it's hard for you. Elder sister will give you a shoulder massage." Hunin happily said, "This battle finally showed us your true cultivation. Or how long do you plan to hide it from us?" Deep Sude, Deep Tonjia, clearing his throat, replied, "Modesty is important for a person." And then Thien Diep became even more panicked. "What should I do now? Things are already like this. Can I still escape now? This old sixth guy is really shameless. With his great perfection stage cultivation, he still pretends to be in a marriage scene. I've never seen anyone as utterly shameless in my life." At that moment, Jun Lam finally noticed the other person. "So you're still here?" He was stunned, thinking to himself, what does that mean? Could this still be turned around? "I'm asking Brother Zhao to please turn it into minced meat now, and then fertilize the tung tree in my yard." "Thank you, brother." Hunin agreed immediately. "All right." Thien Deep promptly kneels down, begging the master to spare Doni's life. "I am willing to earn my redemption, and ask my master to forgive my arrogance." Quan Lam questions me. "Why did you seem so proud earlier, but now suddenly become so cowardly?" Tian Ye sincerely pleads, "Please, master, this disciple was arrogant and proud this time. I beg you to give me a chance to make amends." Jun Lan sternly orders, "Slap yourself in the mouth. Only stop when I tell you to." His eyes flashed with hatred, but for the sake of his life, he could only grit his teeth and respond. Yes. He self-inflicted and even spat out syrup, unable to bear watching this scene. Senior Brother Hong. Yunian thought to himself that although Brother Hong's personality wasn't very good, he had unlimited potential. If properly nurtured by Quan Lam, he could still be used to develop the sect. He pleaded for mercy instead of betraying the sect, which should have led to destruction. But Tien Diep truly protected Huiyan Tian sect until the very end, so it can also be considered a good deed. I suggest we send him to Hao Son to reflect on his mistakes. Brother Diep, what do you think? Junlian Shun's support makes the death penalty unlikely, but the sentence of life cannot be forgiven. Now go quickly to Beach 2's place. With cheeks like steamed buns, Tian Diep thanks you. A disciple of Hong Tian Diep, grateful for the tolerant master. He ran away in shame immediately. Hu Nian remarked, "Your disciple really makes people uneasy." Duke Trutua understood that only Disciple Diep among us can control him. Without Disciple Diep in his eyes, none of us are worth anything. Thien Tweet had to accept it. After all, he is someone with high talent. The reason Huiyan Thien sect can keep him is all thanks to Diep Sude. Quan Lam felt helpless and bored, blaming himself for not properly disciplining it, which led to its unruly behavior. Rest assured, I will continue to teach and guide it. Inside your heart, you are actually very suppressed. I like seeing Hong Tiandiep's expression the most, clearly feeling uncomfortable inside but still having to swallow the anger and force a smile. Leaning back in the Grand Tutor's chair in the courtyard, Quan Lam ordered, "Little one, I want to eat the tower," and the young one happily replied, "Yes, I will try it right now." At Haosun Huyen Thien Sect, Thien Deep muttered to himself, "This seat doesn't believe it. You are always so proud. As long as I endure and cultivate hard, I can reach the peak of the great perfection or even break through to a higher realm." Jun Lam, just wait and see what the throne has in store. The monks in the Eastern Buddha continent are all discussing. What the hell is going on? Did Quan Lam from Huyen Thien really reach the great perfection realm? Even the 18 venerables sent by the martial spirit sect have been killed by him. What did you say? All 100 million soldiers have been wiped out? What a disaster. My brother was among them. It seems my sister-in-law can only leave him to me to take care of. If he is so bloodthirsty, the old white-haired demon will definitely be punished by heaven because he is the #1 murderer in the Eastern region. In the Eastern region, Lingzhou received news about Tianyi shock. Could it really be that those villagers from Huangchao not only survived but also killed the entire League of Mechanical Beasts? Has a powerful immortal transcender been reborn? He let out a sigh of relief, glad he didn't act that day, or even his father wouldn't be able to save him. Then he urged, "Hurry up and find some female cultivators for me." I must suppress this fear. The guard was surprised to hear him say that. Huh? Tianyi shouted loudly. What are you still hesitating for? Can't understand human speech? I told you to go, so go quickly. If not, bring your mother to replace you. He ran away immediately. I will go right now. Are you really telling him the truth about the Eastern region Wu Hu sect? The elder reports to the Saint Child, every word I say is the truth. Chan Trin Jin Mak Lao Hong Kum Lung Noi. Now this has spread all over the Eastern region. Our Wu Hua sect has suffered a crushing defeat. Tran Kia was trembling with anger. Quan Lam, you are truly cunning, clearly already at the great perfection stage, but still hiding your cultivation. Did you deliberately deceive me, the Holy Son? He blamed himself, realizing that his efforts to cultivate to the fusion stage were only to compete with him. Unexpectedly, it was just like a madman's dream. Saint Child, you should not be discouraged. That old demon with white hair is probably the ancient monster who has lived for tens of thousands of years. Otherwise, how could he have such profound cultivation? You are still young. The great perfection stage is just a milestone for you, but for him, it's only a necessary phase. Tranquil regained his composure and said, That's right. This saint son must transcend the tribulation to become an immortal. How can he accept failure like this? Isn't this just the great ascension stage? Sooner or later, I will be able to break through. Master Ma, please report this to the higher-ups. I've decided to refine that sun essence item first. Only then can I quickly increase my cultivation and strength. Master Ma worryingly advises him. What? You want to become a saint now? I understand your feelings, but you should stay calm. Tranqiu reassures Lao Mao. Lao Mao, please trust me. Right now, I just want to become stronger. The solar true fire is what I am preparing for. It's something that has been secretly arranged long ago. The saint's son wants nirvana rebirth, and old Mo leaves to focus on cultivation. All right, I will report to the higher-ups and still hope the saint's son prepares himself mentally. He is now filled with hatred. Quan Lam, this time I will definitely take your life. 3 months later, at Huyen Tien Sect Pio Mu Peak, Quan Lam still sat calmly waiting for his disciple to serve him. Xiao Hong, give me a Lafitte 82. He respectfully replied, Yes, sir, Master Dieppe. Carefully pouring the glass of wine, he offers it to Master Dieppe to drink. Quan Lam raises his glass to taste a sip. Very good. Thien Deep feels like she can't take it anymore. This guy is crazy again. His head is really sick. When will this miserable life of mine finally end? Jun Lam Ngan Nga sings a line in English. Never gonna give you up. At this moment, the system notifies that today's login has been refreshed. Would the host like to log in now? Jun Lam agrees. System update complete. Congratulations, the host's reputation has greatly increased and you have received the Supreme Mount. Hearing this, you immediately feel excited. What? A divine-ranked mount? The unlucky glass of wine was thrown to the ground and shattered. Tien Dieppe, confused, immediately bowed her head to admit fault. My disciple knows she was wrong. Jun Lan reminds the system. Brother Tong, explain in detail what kind of mount it is. The system announces that it is Kanbang, still in its juvenile stage but already at the great perfection realm, and hopes the host will take good care of it. Kanbang is an ancient divine beast with unlimited potential for growth. It is one of the strongest creatures in the 10,000 worlds, able to fly freely in the sky and swim freely in the ocean. Jun Lam was extremely satisfied. How could a handsome cultivator like himself go out without bringing a magnificent mount? Moreover, Kongbang is the divine beast everyone in the fantasy novel desires, and now I can ride it, so I can finally show off outside. Tiandiep frowned. Damn it, it doesn't seem to be anger. Why is this guy so crazy? Could it be that something good is being offered to him? At this moment, try to report, Master. The sect leader received an invitation and asked me to deliver it to you. He looked at the invitation in his hand. An invitation to the Tuongjia Lin Chao feast. I heard that this old master recently emerged from seclusion, breaking through to the tribulation stage, causing a stir across the eastern region. But inviting Huyen Tian sect to the banquet at this critical moment seems to be a way to show off their power and affirm the prestige of the Tuongjia Old Master. Tian Diep revealed that after breaking through to the Tribulation Realm, the Tuong family ancestor achieved the title of Void Immortal, not quite a true immortal, but not someone we can deal with. Huyen Tian Tong has had many enemies before. Is there any danger at this banquet? You immediately deny it. There is no such thing as danger. Just follow me to the banquet. You have your own plans in mind. Hu Tin is very skilled, isn't he? Do you believe I can show you what it means to be a master and servant? By the way, I can also show off my mount. A new mission has been randomly activated. The master brought a new mount to the party. If they succeed in impressing everyone, they'll receive a special reward. Jun Lam secretly rejoiced. Lord Commander, your mission came at just the right time. I've been eager to show off. He asked cautiously, Master, when will we set out? And he replied, right now, but Tian Diep feels something's off. Why is this guy so confident? The monks below saw the sky suddenly darken and chaos erupt, rushing out to see what was happening. Are the monsters attacking the sect? Sect leader, this is actually a top-tier beast at the Supreme Divine Realm level. Why is it here? Could it be sent by the Martial Transformation Sect? Union anxiously ordered, no matter where they came from, now is the critical moment. Activate the Grand Protective Formation for me, the Huyen Tien Tong Grand Protective Formation has been activated. Tian Diep looked ahead, her eyes filled with amazement. Could it be that this is a test of fear, where closing your eyes and loving blindly is the way? Only Jun Lam is very pleased. Not bad, not bad. He's just a young one, but already has such imposing presence. Even if the 18 elders from before come again, they won't be a match for it. If it matures, its strength will be even more terrifying. Tian Diep looked at him with suspicion, knowing that if such an ancient divine beast suddenly attacked the sect from above, she would also be caught in it and would definitely die. Did you see that? This is the retribution of the original sin. Seeing you rush up into the sky, he panic-stricken thought, does this guy not need his life anymore? Why would he actively initiate an attack? Jun Lin has already arrived in front of Kong Bang. Tian Diep still doesn't understand his intentions. What is this guy really trying to do? They've walked into their death and now they're dragging us along. This can't be happening. He was shocked to see Jun Lin pat Konbang's head and happily praised him, saying, You're so good, I'll call you a Khan from now on and you can stay with me forever. Am I seeing things or did I get it wrong? Did Junior Brother Diep just tame it with a wave of his hand? Duke Tru seems to think that the beast was already familiar with him. Ladies and gentlemen, this beast looks very much like the ancient divine beast called Kon Bang that I read about in the ancient texts. According to ancient texts, the fully grown Kon Bang is enormous, capable of swallowing entire planets and roaming the 10,000 worlds, but this Kon Bang is clearly even larger than the legend suggests. Duke Tru has his own speculation. I think it's because this Kon Bang is still in its water consolidation stage, and once it matures, its power will be unimaginable. Quan Lam then spoke. Don't be alarmed. This is my mount, the Kon Bang. This information stunned them. Oh my god, this ancient divine beast is actually Brother Diep's mount? Brother Diep is indeed favored even by the heavens, or maybe this is your destiny. Tian Diep's face grew even more grim. The most knowledgeable immortal once said that this ancient divine beast was extinct. Yet now, Kon Bang's descendant not only suddenly appears, but also willingly becomes Quan Lam's mount. It's utterly unbelievable. Based on what? A lazy guy like him, indulging day and night? Why would even the Heavenly Lord take notice of him? And I, a demon cultivator who has endured countless hardships in my cultivation, am now humiliated and trampled under his feet. Quan Lam stepped down and said, Tongchu, we are ready to set out with a Khan accompanying us so you can rest assured, but I still feel like something's missing. Are you casting a spell? It's here. A magnificent mansion appears on Konbang's back. Quan Lam's goal is precise. With this, I can settle into it. Hu Nian looks familiar. That's my house. Jun Lam announces that the disciples should hurry up and leave now. Tried, Tried happily agrees. Okay. Shushu, come up here. Senior brother Diep, the master is calling us to go up. Tianya is still angry to this moment. The host admits that someone with great luck is indeed powerful, but I don't believe I will have to bow forever under someone else's roof. As long as I remain patient, I will eventually seize your luck and turn it into something for myself. If I don't give up, everything is possible. Konbang immediately took them away. The Hu Nian group stayed behind, wondering to each other, do you think nothing will happen when Disciple Diep comes to the house for the feast? Anyway, the old ancestor Tuong is also an immortal, and he worries about everything every day. Does junior brother Diep ever make us worry? That's right, on the contrary, if junior brother Diep doesn't cause any trouble, I would thank heaven and earth. Hu Nin continued, the Tuong family wants Hua Truong to scare the tiger, but this tiger has come on its own. I think the Tuong family will definitely regret this. On the floating island in the eastern region, Lingzhou Floating Island, talented individuals from the Tuong family are arriving, discussing among themselves. The appearance of the Tuong family's ancestor ascending to the Void Immortal has attracted many clans, which is good. More people mean a more worthy stage for themselves. Inside the Tuong family's main residence, the clan leaders are constantly flattering and congratulating each other, celebrating that the Tuong family has produced a Void Immortal in the past 300,000 years, and with this Void Immortal's protection, the Tuong family will truly be blessed, making me so envious. Why would you say that? Don't think that being a Void Immortal now means you can't break through to become a true Immortal in the future. You are an existence capable of living for hundreds of thousands of years. Young Master Tuong, do you think what I said makes sense? Young Master Tuong is the eldest grandson of the Tuong family. Isn't his current status already higher? Don't mention Lin Chao. Even across the entire eastern region, he can dominate. Thien Nhut Dap. You're all too kind, rest assured. Everyone is family. The Tuong family will definitely take care of you. Someone then remembered, that's right. I wonder if the Tuong family has sent an invitation to Huyen Thien Tong. That's obvious. I just wonder if Huyen Thien Sect dares to send someone, but don't even think about sending some unknown nobody to tarnish my Tuong family's name, or they won't even get through the door. Someone asked nervously, what if Quan Lam personally comes? He sneered, so let some country bumpkin come and see what the foundation of our Tuong Jia Lin Chao is like. All the noble families agreed in unison. Young Master Tuong truly is a mighty figure. Although Quan Lam is a venerable ancestor, when he sees our young Master Tuong, he must also bow respectfully and toast. That's right, after all, young Master Tayet's ancestor is also a Void Immortal. No matter how powerful a Tunjia is, it can't compare to a Void Immortal. These praises make him smugly think, Quan Lam, what does your fame matter? In front of me, even dragons must bow their heads. Suddenly, someone shouted, what is that over there? High in the sky, Kong Bang, carrying an entire mansion, soared through the air like a floating mountain. Its imposing aura radiated outward like divine power pressing down, making the surrounding air instantly tense and suffocating. No one dared to breathe heavily. The noble families below were all shocked. What kind of beast is this? I can even sense the aura of a venerable master. Could this really be Konbang? But the ancient divine beast has been lost for a long time. Young Master Tiet, this is a powerful expert riding a divine beast attending a secret banquet. The appearance of the divine beast signifies good fortune. Oh, my parents. Capturing a divine beast of the highest rank as a mount, this luck is just too great. No wonder the old ancestor thought so, and even had feelings for such a powerful being. Tian Yi claimed, indeed, I was right, because this connection is due to feelings for our ancestor. My parents told me that when I was born, he appeared especially and took me as a sworn son and adopted son. But later, my parents felt this fate was too heavy and declined his offer. Looking back now, it's really a pity. Other noble families gasp in surprise. Is there even more to this? No wonder I thought so. I wonder which divine being this great figure truly is. Tian Yi asked, may I ask which fellow from afar is attending this banquet? I accept this act of kindness. Quan Lam reports that the person attending is from Huyen Thien Sect. Quan Lam. Are they really Kun Lam? People outside say Huyen Thien Sect is an ancient clan. I was skeptical before, but now I believe it. Even Kong Bang considers it a treasure, proving their foundation is truly formidable. Even Tian Yi couldn't accept this. How could it be him in this matter? Someone suspiciously asked him, Tuong Kong Tu, wasn't it you who said? Thien Nhut asked back in a deep voice. What did I say? I advise you all to think carefully before acting. Everyone understood the message immediately. No, it's nothing. Young Master Tuong didn't say anything, and we didn't hear a thing. They secretly cursed in their hearts. This Kono is really shameless to show his face. The elder of the Tuong family appears in the early stage of the Tribulation Realm to greet him. Who would have thought that someone capable of controlling Konbang would be a junior of Huyen Thien Tong, and those below respectfully bow in greeting to the elder. Kiep carefully looked at the Konbang in front of him and thought to himself that if such a divine beast could be obtained, and if it weren't for the recent impressive display by Huyen Thien Tong that shook the eastern region, with Konbang's background, I would also want to seize it. The respectful way of welcoming you during the tribulation shows that it is indeed the esteemed Dieptongia's presence, which is truly an honor for our Tuong family. System notification. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The reward is a 50-fold increase in the speed of automatic cultivation of all divine techniques. Junlan feels much happier, not bad at all. It seems that having a mount is indeed very useful. Even Hu Tian has to show some respect. This reward is quite reasonable, isn't it? I respond. I, Diep Mo, represent Huyen Tin Sect. Congratulate you on breaking through the tribulation. The guest politely invites you in. As soon as you step inside, Junlam becomes the center of attention. The rotten monks in Buddha continent say he's the white-haired old demon, but today meeting me, he looks very handsome and isn't scary at all like the rumors suggest. Look, the man in red beside him is Quan Lam's top disciple, known outside as Hong Tien Tu. And there's also Xiao Dong, whose face you can't see, but he must be very cute. It seems this person isn't at all like the villain in the rumors. Seeing the delicious food, his eyes light up and he says, "So much good food." "Senior brother Hong, look over there," Kun Lam said softly. "Kid, if you want to eat, just go ahead. Try rushing to the dining table." "Really? Then I'll just try without holding back." Tian Yi appears friendly as he approaches to introduce himself. "Brother Diep, it's been a long time since we last met." Junlin wondered silently, who is this brat? Is he very familiar with me? He introduced himself saying, "I am the young master of the Tuong family, the direct heir of the first branch with the Tuong family ancestor." Inside, he felt a bit annoyed. What the hell is he talking about? He still smugly said, "It's not too late to get to know each other now." The boy coldly replied, "I couldn't care less about you." Tianyi finally couldn't hold back and shouted, "I am the young master of the Tuong family, the heir to the family head position of the Tuong family." "What are you looking at?" He's paying attention to Tian Diep. This person is the ultimate genius who defeated the saint of Wuhua Sect, truly beautiful with that face and aura that far surpasses those superficial playboys. My charming and free-spirited demeanor has entangled many female cultivators they can't escape from. I believe that as soon as I approach with this irresistible charm, I can win her over. At that point, I could use her to control the lamb army. Seeing Thien Diep admiring the flowers, he approached to make conversation. "Does Hong Tien Tu like flowers?" This flower is called Ruwu Da, the most suitable flower for viewing, very rare. I thought I had only collected 6 flowers, but if Hong Tien Tu likes them, take them all. It's also a small token of my respect. Tien Di silently thought, "This idiot in the central realm, this flower is called Spirit, used to make pills that boost mental power. It's a rare high-quality material, and yet he's using it as a flower arrangement? He's really just a country bumpkin." Tian Yi starts a conversation. "Hong Tien Tu, what's wrong? Don't you like this flower?" He interrupted. "Don't call me fairy, I am a man, I don't believe it." "Hong Tien Tu, you're really funny. With such a beautiful figure, you even know how to joke. Or maybe you can come to my room for a cultivation exchange." Tien Diep's killing intent radiates, threatening him. "If you keep clinging to your position, you'll die." Thien Nyut was stunned, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. What is this scene? The powerful aura of Thien Diep makes him tremble in fear. He couldn't understand why he felt so insignificant standing before that vague red figure. Even the old immortal ancestor of the Tuong family seemed like an ant. Overwhelmed by fear, tears had begun to stream down his face. Seeing Tianyi kneel down, the others were stunned. "Oh my, I thought the young master had gone crazy. But he's actually kneeling before Hong Tien Tu. Is this the latest trend in courtship?" His father felt deeply humiliated and stepped forward to give him a slap that knocked the shame out of him. Tien Yi stammered, saying, "My father is trying to make Tien Dai confess. Hong Tien Tu blames me for not disciplining the dog son properly." He reiterated in a stern tone, "This seat belongs to a man," which shocked the head of the family. The man looked closely, tall and straight but lacked the delicate features of a woman. Haban Thai stands steady like a pillar. Maybe she just doesn't like wearing dresses. Perhaps I was mistaken about her gender. I really am. How could he mistake me? "Hong Tien Tu, you're really funny." Tu Thien Diep's anger flared up again. He sneered and said, "How dare you keep dragging out this matter again and again? Do you want to die?" Try it now and rushes to call him. Master Hong, brother. The master calls you to try this. Come on, brother. Give it a try. It's really good. Tian Ye was getting annoyed, thinking she was about to lose her mind. Not only was she being suppressed by that damn military man, but also by the power of the old fake immortal ancestor of the Tuong family. It's also something I can't fight against right now. The Tuong family head immediately understood from that way of addressing her that it was indeed Hong Tian Tu. Oh no, young Master Hong is actually a man. How rude of me. Tian Diep snatched the wine jug from Thu Tu and went to the table to get another one. Thu Tu also wants to keep tasting it. Watching Thu Tu small and lifting the wine jar to drink greedily, even dropping her hood. The guests around stared in shock. Oh my God, what is this? Could this be the hobby of that white-haired old devil? Truly unique. Junior, be careful not to let your hat fall off or else people might misunderstand me, he said cheerfully. It's true? Kun Lam remained calm despite their scrutinizing gazes. Come on, kid, let's go over there and have some breakfast. He replied, Yes, master. After being humiliated, Tian Yi returned angrily to the backyard, bringing some women here for me. Now I want to use them, and my guards will obey. I'm furious thinking, Quan Lam, you ride your cuck to crush the reputation of my Tuong family, humiliating me like an ant in front of everyone. And your disciple too, I will never let this go. I must make you see with your own eyes my disciple turned to minced meat and the hollow heaven sect reduced to dust. At this moment, a mysterious figure appears behind him, silently approaching them. Tian Ye hides in a corner behind, quietly observing. The murderous aura is strong. Looks like there's a good show coming. Tian Yi sits down in the backyard and orders, The woman I want, why hasn't she arrived yet? The maid beside him stammered, Sorry, young master. He became even more furious. A bunch of useless trash, yet they dared to make the mysterious person attack immediately. And with a swing of his sword, Tian Yi could only cover his head and shout loudly, Who's there? His attack was deflected far away when it hit him, and he realized that surprisingly, this little brat had a high-level secret protective treasure, and he missed a great opportunity. Tian Yi shouted loudly, You dare to attack me secretly in the Tuong family, you bold dog. The guards in the mansion quickly appeared and surrounded the mysterious person. There is an assassin. Protect the young master quickly. I am calculating silently. It's so fast I have to be quicker before more people arrive as long as I can kill this beast, even if I can't transcend life and death forever. It doesn't matter. We take keep. Yit swung his sword at Thien Nhut and shouted in a hoarse voice, Die! Thien Nhut was terrified. This mad dog was burning his blood energy. Are they both doomed to perish together? Stop him. No one can withstand the aura of that mysterious person. The guards one by one were defeated, losing their protectors, and Thien Nhut was left with one arm gone. He cried out in pain, Where are you? Where are you? Hurry! Stop him quickly. He regrets, damn it, more than half of his attacks have been blocked by each person. Just one more strike, and he can... Then he continued charging forward, saying, Anyone who blocks me will have to die. Damn it, today I will definitely cut you down. Thien Nhut, trembling in fear, begged, Who exactly are you, this brave man? I didn't provoke you, so why are you chasing after me? In the end, it seems Tian Yi couldn't escape his fate. A guard escapes to call for help, but it's too late. There's an assassin in the back courtyard aiming to kill Lord Tai. The Tuong guards are trying to stop him. The others were stunned and exclaimed, Wow, is this real or fake? Hurry and go check it out, Quan Lam whispered to the person next to him. Do you think Xiao Hong might have figured it out beforehand? He replied, Sifu, I was just making a guess. Quan Lam immediately went to eavesdrop, since he was bored anyway, and said, Why don't you take Sister Bai and go over there to check it out? Understood. Thien Diep frowned as she looked at Thu Thu, who was completely drunk. Shinshen still wants to drink more. At that critical moment, the sword of the other person was blocked. Demon Lord Xuan spoke darkly. So bold to cause trouble at my Tuong family. Tell me who sent you. Who sent me here? This dark path is full of crimes and unpardonable. I only regret that you have already taken action. Otherwise, I would definitely kill him. Old man turned and asked, Tian Yi, do you know him? He denied it, shouting angrily, I don't know him at all. He's crazy. His head was hit by a horse and he's sick. He only wanted to kill me so he would stop. Listen carefully. Your grandpa's name stays the same. His family name stays the same. Vo Kiep. What do the newcomers who just came to listen realize? Vo Kiep. It turns out he is the demon blade Vo Kiep. Someone asked curiously, Do you think the demon blade is very powerful? He received many answers. Of course, his swordsmanship was fast and precise, acting without any rules, just drawing his sword and killing anyone who displeased him. Yes, there was a time when he traveled all over Cloud Continent searching for powerful fighters to train his sword, Those people, when found, were covered in wounds, causing even the cultivators in Cloud Continent to fear him. I just didn't expect this guy to actually go all the way to the Tuong family to assassinate the young master. The Tuong family head shouted loudly, "How could our invitation letter fall into the hands of a demonic cultivator?" Vokeep interrupted, "Stop shouting. I took it without permission." Tian Yi questioned, "We have no enmity or grievance. Why did you risk your life to assassinate me? No grudges, no enmity. My younger sister was killed by your family." "Your younger sister? You told me that my younger sister's name is Xiao Fei, and that we have relied on each other since childhood. After she broke through to the Golden Core stage, she planned to travel to Linqiao to see the most beautiful flowers in the eastern region. But at that time I received a chance, became obsessed with practicing swordsmanship, so I couldn't go with her. As a result, only a few months later, the jade pendant she left for me was shattered, and I knew something had happened to her in Linqiao. I hurriedly went to Linqiao, asking around along the way, and spending almost all my wealth to learn that my sister had argued with someone at the drunken Immortal Pavilion in Anduong City, and was then captured by your Tuong family guards, and after that, she disappeared. Everyone in Anduong City knows that the young master of the Tuong family is extremely lecherous, and there are even rumors that you are secretly practicing a dark technique to nourish yang and replenish yin, causing many innocent female cultivators to be tortured to death by you. Moreover, my younger sister is a core formation cultivator and must have fallen into your evil hands. I can't imagine what she endured before her death. Since then, I was determined to avenge my blood and hatred, no matter how high the price. So I trained crazily, sought you out to refine my skills, and finally broke through to the fusion stage. But when I started looking for a chance to take revenge, I realized that every time you went out, a group of powerful gods followed you. If I risked attacking, I would definitely fail. Therefore, I can only hide and keep looking for an opportunity. And the banquet you are hosting in Tongrao is the best chance for me to assassinate you. There is a saying, the most dangerous place is the safest, so I will strike at you right in your territory because that's when you are most relaxed, and my chances of success will be higher. But I never expected your life to be so tough, so hard for me to kill you. I was just a little bit short. After hearing this, Tian Yi muttered to himself, "So that's it. The little girl from Tuixian Tower turns out to be your sister, huh?" The female cultivator I've been with countless times. Most have been forgotten, but there are some that left a deep impression on me. Even after many years, they're still worth remembering. And your sister is one of them. I remember she had a very hot figure, but unfortunately her temper was like fireworks, ready to explode at any moment. Her eyes were blood red, full of hatred. I remember that day when my sister asked me, "Don't practice swordsmanship anymore, come play with me." Tian Yi, unaware, kept showing off, but the kind of woman who can be tamed is the one who truly brings satisfaction. He recalls that at that time I was at Tutian Tower trying to talk to her, but she didn't understand anything. So I sent someone to take her back to her room. But her expression then was extremely furious, and she even dared to scold me. But after I did that, she kept crying and begging me. Those words sounded so sweet. That fierce mare was truly wild, but in my hands she was finally tamed and obedient. "Just let me ride on, Vokeep can't stand to hear it anymore. Stop talking, stop talking." He still recounts it as a victory. I tortured her for 3 days and nights until her cultivation was exhausted. Her mind was muddled, which made me feel extremely bored, so I casually sent her away. "Anyway, I have shown great mercy in ending your life. Vokeep, you treat your sister so well, don't you think you should thank me?" Vokeep was almost showing signs of losing his humanity. "You filthy beast, you filthy beast. You deserve 1,000 cuts. Why is someone like you still alive? How can you still be alive? I must kill you. Kill you!" The head of the Tuong family, sensing the situation slipping out of control, shouted loudly, combined his powers, and set up a formation. Vokeep, overwhelmed and struck by a blow, was seriously injured to the point of spitting blood. Seeing Vokeep in a disadvantaged position, he sneered and said, "I tell you, you're just a demonic cultivator. Your sister, who was taken as a bride by Tian Yi, has already paid her debt this life. Besides, do you dare to kill our Tuong family's Keelin for your worthless sister's life? If that's all, then you deserve to die, Vokeep. Get out, take this beast with you to follow his sister." Vokeep refused to accept it, angrily shouting and cursing, "You are unworthy. You are also an old pig-sucking dog." Tian Yut continued to insult, "Your sister dying at my hands is an honor for her. And you? A mere demon cultivator beaten and killed by others? Do you even deserve to speak up here? See what you've done? Who is right and who is wrong, everyone knows. Their cruelty leaves Vokeep speechless. You all Kun Lam witness everything and are wholeheartedly seeking revenge for your sister, so these crazy cultivators are falsely labeled as demonic monks. Moreover, a young master from a prestigious family secretly doing dirty deeds behind the scenes, yet still pretending to be righteous cultivators. How shameless. The system is now announcing that the player has activated a side quest. Option 1, the player steps forward to protect Wu Kiep and accepts him as a disciple, prompting Elder Tiet to personally take action to eliminate Tian Yi. After completing the task, Elder Tuong also had to thank the host and reward him with the supreme martial art of 10,000 powers and the holy power of combat. Option 2, the host chooses to remain silent in the face of injustice and is rewarded with 10 low-grade spirit stones. Jun Lam flicked his middle finger and muttered, "A low-grade spirit fragment? That's a huge sum, can't spend it all. Really can't spend it all. Are you trying to give charity to a beggar? If you're going to do this kind of thing, I can only choose the first option, but I wasn't planning to fight either. This condition is a bit too harsh. Pretending the old ancestor is willing to kill Tian Yi and then thanking me for my kindness? What kind of trick is this?" Thien Nhut pointed his sword at Wu Kiep. Everything was over. Remember that in your next life. He was happily preparing to end an innocent life, but this strike was stopped by Quan Lam. Tian Yi stepped back in fear. What do you mean by that? What's going on? The others are quite curious. Yin Tian Sect wants to protect that immortal demon. He's a demon cultivator, so what does it matter? The issue here is Tuongjia's territory. Isn't this just a slap in the face to Tuongjia? The head of Tuongjia speaks up. Master Diep, what do you mean by this? Why are you stopping Xian Ni from executing this demon cultivator? He calmly said, I was just in the mood and decided to take this person as my disciple. Anyone who dares to harm him is daring to challenge me. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Is he crazy? How dare he say such things? Vo Keep asked curiously. Senior, I know you are a rising star across the eastern region, but why risk facing the world to take me as a disciple? The elder ancestor from the family clan spoke up. Jun Lam, have you thought about the consequences? If you leave now, I can pretend nothing happened. Vo Keep sincerely advised him. Please go ahead, Senior. I accept your kindness if fate allows in the next life. I vow to serve you loyally. Xiao Hong, what are you just standing there for? Hurry up and stand on the same side as your master to protect your new junior brother. Tian Diep helplessly stepped forward and said, This is enough, master. He has already scolded you on my behalf. My curse on your ancestors, what are you doing? If you want to die, don't drag me into it. Demon Karma exudes killing intent and shouts, Do you really think your master and disciple can easily bully me? A surge of spiritual power erupts, covering the entire courtyard. Tian Diep realized that the spiritual power in her body could no longer flow, and even her attempt to test it made her sober. Damn it, is this what they call a difference in status? What's going on? I won't try anymore. I won't drink anymore. Quan Lam is waiting. That's right, just like that. Come and fight me. Although I still don't fully understand the mission, I should level up and earn some money first. Suddenly, a powerful aura burst out, making the tribulation wary of someone. The old man thought to himself that although he was an immortal of emptiness, the aura of that guy was even stronger than his own. Could it be that Quan Lam has a backing? In the midst of the fog, someone shouted, Where is Jun Lam? Who the hell is bragging like that? The figure stands tall in midair, radiating the brilliant light of 10,000 Buddhas. Who the hell is bragging like that? The other person introduced himself, saying, I come from the Wu Huamon with the spiritual name Ku Duong. The people below marveled. I know this person. He is said to be the venerable master with the strongest strength in Wu Huamon, and is also rumored to be the master of the saint child of Wu Huamon. Since the saint's heart has been shattered and the 18 elders killed, how can he stay calm? Today he has come here. It seems he intends to take action himself. It seems Quan Lam is in danger. Just when I thought he could breathe a sigh of relief during the tribulation, I didn't expect the savior to be not the emperor, but the Q family. This Quan Lam from Huyen Tian Sec is really digging his own grave. Looks like I don't need to step in myself. Because today he's going to die here. I'll step aside and let someone else take the stage. Jun Lam is here. You may handle your personal matters as you wish. The arrogant man asked, Do I need your permission to do my work? Quan Lam raised his middle finger and called Ku Duong, What are you trying to do? Tian Di is helpless behind. Your master. He mutters to himself, Does he really not understand the difference between a fairy and himself? Ku Duong immediately rushed towards Deep and Quan Lam. Quan Lam continued to insult, What is your dog barking at? I ask again, What is your dog asking about? Damn it, die for me now. Shi Yang Yuan Wei releases a huge blazing sphere downwards. Tian Diep shouted in fear. It's over. The surrounding space is sealed off. Do I have to perish with this damn dog? My father and I are equally terrified if this golden sphere falls, I might be destroyed too. Damn it, this country bumpkin can cause trouble and just bear it himself. Is he trying to make me suffer too? Facing the giant descending sphere, Junlam suddenly had an idea. I know how to complete this mission now. Everyone below the guest is tense. What is it? What? This yellow light is also too dazzling. Kui Duong's target is no one will escape. Do keep fears to speak, asking who you are. Do you believe it? I am furious. Extremely furious, and my pen is drawing by itself, you know? The distance between Junlam and the sphere is closing. The system check indicates the host is under attack by an early-stage Tribulation Realm enemy, now activating the passive effect that grows stronger with increased strength, and the cultivation level has been upgraded to mid-Tribulation Realm. Tien Diep was stunned, so you are also an immortal of void. This aura is even more terrifying than the demon god of ancient times deep within the demon abyss. The Mkskum. Junlam calmly releases his true energy and says, "Is that all? Not even enough to trim my nails." Seeing his own power being reflected back, Ku Duong was shocked. What? Looking at the battle in the sky, the people below grew even more curious. What's going on? He is at the mid-stage of tribulation cultivation. Tian Yi can't believe it. False immortal. Why is he a false immortal? Vokip shouted anxiously. Elder. Others already understand. No wonder he was so arrogant earlier. It turns out he's not afraid of anything. This was originally everyone's intention. And if it weren't for Yen Tich today, he would have kept hiding for how much longer? Ku Duong had to struggle to withstand the incoming streams of true energy. He refuses to accept it, a shameless villain, hiding his cultivation as a false immortal and shaming all of our cultivators. Junlin happily responds, "It's so unfair, I just broke through recently. I was truly only at the great perfection stage before. I swear to the heavens about this." Ku Duong doesn't believe you. Talking nonsense. Do you think this seat is a 3-year-old child? He shrugged and replied, "If you don't believe it, then forget it. Who told you I'm a genius?" This attitude of yours makes him so angry he's about to explode. I've never seen anyone as shameless and thick-skinned as you. The Huyen Vuong Apocalypse seal in his hand immediately shot out, carrying an aura of destruction to face that terrifying power. Kun Lam sneered coldly and said, "Well then, I'll show you a little proof." The destruction seal descended, enveloping him in an instant with blazing destructive light as if to erase all existence. The thunder of tribulation, relying on your high cultivation to look down on others. Should you not taste the pain in the hands of friend Ku Duong? When he saw Quan Lam standing perfectly firm, Ku Duong was stunned. No way, his body was actually able to withstand his attack. The figure still stood there proudly, and despite the tribulation, he was completely unharmed. He must have used some secret protective treasure. Jun Lam Tintam reminds you, add more strength. Haven't eaten yet? Even my chest muscles are tougher than your Vu Hua Sect's mountain protection formation. You know that the immortal body technique only reveals true strength of the flesh, and this is not even the limit. Kui Duong didn't hesitate, raising his hand to unleash a powerful palm strike that enveloped the entire space. This Nirvana wheel is a divine weapon that took Vu Hua Sect great effort to create. Even late-stage tribulation monks are wary when facing it. Let's see if you're tough, or if my mystical weapon is tough. If you have the guts, fight my magic weapon head-on. Jun Lam, break this Not Dio Luan with one hand and show me how far your limit can go. Ku Duong grows even more annoyed. Damn it, I don't believe you can fight to the end. Your hand casually crushes his power and turns it to nothing. Stop right there. You ruthlessly lift the opponent's mysterious energy. The Dujie was stunned. Could this guy really be an ancient, ferocious beast in human form? If it were me, I'd have already turned into a pile of flesh. Ku Duong, this can't be happening. The Great Sack, key of the Vu Hua Sect, is specialized in dealing with Transcendence realm cultivators, yet it can't even break a mere flesh body. Jun Lam sneered at him. No matter how tough I am, you can't envy me. He threw a mysterious energy straight at Ku Duong, returning the torn wheel to you. I can still give you one more chance. He shouted, "You are bullying too much. Quan Lam, I won't rest until I kill you." I know this move of yours is called something like the Feathered Hawk Sky Piercing Technique. Ku Duong lunges forward and silences him, saying, "Who gave you permission to insult the secret technique of the martial transformation sect? He unleashes countless divine powers and kills him." The Heavenly Emperor is summoned by the command of the Army Lord and acts the Human King Seal. The giant hand of the Heavenly Emperor blocks all damage, and Ku Duong continues to increase his true energy, attacking with all his might. Break it for. I admit you are very strong, but if I use this move, let's see how you handle it. Ku Duong sneered, waiting for the moment you would fall defeated. 9 suns, parting the sky, launched giant eggs filled with flowing lava. Junlam summons the 1,000-year longevity ancestral sacrifice to lead the fallen sun into the immortal realm. Countless fallen suns shoot straight toward the target. Kukduang vows that I must capture you and make you kneel in eternal repentance at the center of the sun. The entire illusion is engulfed in flames, and Tianyi is in panic. It's so hot, even from this distance I feel like I'm melting. With Kuduang Hutian's attitude, he's really risking his life. Quanlam raised his hand, condensing 5 streams of destructive power, and told you to open your dog eyes wide and look. Immediately, those 5 streams of power radiated out, each heading in a different direction. The 5 extremes reincarnation. Great destruction truly begins to operate, with terrifying whirlwinds swirling and waiting for the sunken realm of dying sun to launch. Kuduang's eyes burn with hatred. I swear today, either you die, or I live. All of his passion was drawn back by your 5 extremes. Quan Lam sneered and asked, do you even deserve it? All of his sun-desolate heavenly domains have been pushed back. Kuduang stared in shock as he watched Quan Lam stand there motionless. Kuduang, clutching his head, shouted, it's all fake. Everything is fake. What kind of undefeated immortal is this? I have endured 3,000 years of hard cultivation but still can't beat you. My throne. I wait for you below the yellow spring, and one day you will be betrayed by the heavenly Tao. Quan Lam sneered and said, so I said, not too dazzling, but it's time to complete the mission. Demon Tribulation is the next person you plan to settle scores with. The old man nervously asked, Diep Hutian is so powerful I am not convinced. May I ask if you have any instructions? Quan Lam recounted the past. Xiaoxi, about me accepting an apprentice just now. What do you think? Old man replied to Diep Hutian, I dare not follow your wishes. Diep Hutian. Spare Diep Hutian's life. You made a request. My disciple is immortal, and people think you are bullying him like that as his master. I should stand up for him. Do you think that's reasonable? Dukeep trembled and answered, reasonable? Very reasonable. So what does Diep Hutian want? Quan Lam sternly said, I want you to personally kill all the Tuong family members here. And the Soul Tribulation was stunned. What? Quan Lam calmly asked, is this request too unreasonable? Haggard and grim-faced, I feel that this request is not excessive at all. Honestly, it's worse than a beast. There are probably tens of millions of Tuong Ra people living on this floating island, and now they want me to personally wipe out my own clan. How can I possibly agree to that? Thinking of that, he bowed and begged, please, Lord Diep Hu, could you lower your demands? Many innocent clansmen are just innocent people. Quan Lam angrily clenched his fists and shouted directly at the old man, you lost only your own people, but I lost my only sister, and your old fool has no ounce of compassion. This deep regret during the tribulation shows that your so-called house truly invites disaster. Then he trembled and knelt down begging, just asking Master Diep Hu for mercy, because I really can't do it. Kun Lam sighed, took off his glasses, and then sighed. Well, fine. He cast a ruthless look at the Thien Nut father and son, still smiling broadly. Who told me I am someone who knows how to reason? If that's the case, then you should eliminate the mastermind behind this crime. Young man Thien Nut was stunned and exclaimed, what old ancestor? At worst, we can risk our lives fighting him. But hearing Quan Lam say that, Dukeep was overjoyed and begged earnestly, are you telling the truth? Thank you, Diep Hutian, for wiping out the entire Tuong family clan just to kill one person and atone for their sins. This is truly the best thing that could happen. It's true that Diep Hutian has already shown kindness to me, but Dathua still seems unaware and, seeing the attitude of the tribulation, is about to speak up and ask questions. The elder, however, was met with a cold stare from the tribulation elder. Then, to punish the disrespectful clan member, he simply waved his hand and released a surge of aura like a dagger piercing through Dathua. The event unfolded in an instant, causing the Tiet family members to scream in terror, the head of the family. Thinyet's face turned pale as he shouted, Dad, why? Why did the ancestor do this? He rushed forward to catch his father, his face full of pain, but the tribulation's tone was mockingly cautious as he pointed at the tragic scene and asked, do you think you're satisfied now, Diep Hutian? Quan Lam stared in helplessness. What the hell do you think satisfaction is? Are you an idiot or what? I told you to kill that damn bastard, so why did you kill his father? The tribulation master explained, you said the culprit behind everything. I think the fault lies with the father. Isn't the responsibility his? Quan Lam Kangan waved his hand to signal. All right, then let's send off a pair for good. Dao Kiep clasped his hands respectfully and obeyed the order. Yes, I will do as you say. I guarantee you will be satisfied. The elder glared at Heavenly One with a murderous look, raising his arm to unleash his aura, angrily saying to him, "This filthy, chaotic thing almost caused the entire clan to perish. Why, old ancestor, the blood and tears have already flowed, and the tribulation will not spare the disrespectful. Tightening his grip even more, he commits an unforgivable act and cannot survive." Duthin Nyut's face swelled like a pig's head, blood pouring from the holes on his face. He was about to die. After a curse of death, the tribulation clenched his hand as tightly as possible, and Thien Nyat was only an unheaded corpse. Jun Lam watched closely and then appeared satisfied. "That's right, well done. Let's forget about what happened earlier. Thank you, Elder Diep Hutien. On behalf of my entire clan, I sincerely thank you for your great kindness and grace." Vo Keep staggered out of the crowd, his words filled with pain. Xiao Pi, have you seen it yet? That beast finally got its comeuppance. He laughed loudly, but tears welled up in his eyes. "Junlin has granted you a favor. Levo Keep, today your revenge is complete. Are you willing to become my disciple?" "I, Levo Kep, vow to become your disciple. From now on, my humble life belongs to you. Whatever you command, even if it means death, I will never hesitate." Feeling it was not respectful enough, he kept kowtowing at Quan Lam's feet in front of heaven and earth, disciple Levo Kiep, bowing to his master. At that moment, the system issued a series of notifications. "Congratulations. The host has completed the mission and is awarded a top martial arts technique to challenge the saintly authority." The system has also provided a free upgrade package for the disciple's new talent, including the chaotic heavenly sword technique, along with a Kan Yuan blood-burning pill that can activate the hidden blood Ma mysterious vein inside the host disciple Quan Lam. He is somewhat intrigued and praises it as very good. Finally, the mission is successfully completed, and another talented disciple is gained. That blood Ma mysterious vein sounds quite impressive. Little Lord, tell me more about it. If it is serious, it can even cause one to lose oneself, with endless killing until life reaches its end. Quan Lam silently assessed. Though it sounds very dangerous, it will reveal its miraculous effect at critical moments. Then he reached out his hand and declared, "Levo Kiep, if you have already performed the ceremony of becoming my disciple, I will pass on the sword Dao cultivation method to you." You press your hand to Vo Kiep's forehead to transmit the martial arts technique, feeling excited and grateful to your master, briefly wondering if your master, who doesn't seem like a cultivator, only understands the Dao path halfway, and whether there are differences in perception. But no matter what, you will still obey your master's commands. Suddenly, Vo Keep's consciousness undergoes a powerful change, his eyes filled with surprise, as Quan Lam's voice echoes faintly in his ears. This sword technique is called the Chaos Heaven Sword Art. When wielded, it can cut through time and space and sever karma. Suddenly, the swords in everyone's hands trembled violently, simultaneously unsheathing and flying away amid their owners' screams. Everyone returned to their places around Vo Kiep, with swords arranged neatly in a circle, and he himself emanated a strange and extraordinary energy. He looked at the aura that had just been absorbed into his body and exclaimed, "This is not a sword technique, but the way of heaven." Vo Kiep silently thought each move he unleashed contained the will of creation itself. The so-called top-tier swordsmanship I've practiced is nothing compared to this cultivation method, not even worthy of being a Shu's soul. "Master, what kind of divine being are you exactly?" After finishing, he collapsed to the ground, still struggling to thank his master. "Disciples are unworthy. Thank you, master, for bestowing this technique. I truly deserve to die. And I even doubted you before." Both Du Kiep and Tien Diep watched this scene with their hearts pounding and legs trembling, unable to sit still. The little brat just now was no different from a mourning dog. "Now you make me tremble with fear and my heart race. Quan Lam, what kind of evil technique have you truly taught? A sword destroying in the heavens? If this mad dog fully masters this technique, damn it, can my underworld fire be defeated by such a sword?" Vo Keep suddenly weakened, blood pouring from his mouth, and his face suddenly darkened as he remembered something. "Master, I used the secret technique without considering the consequences, causing my body to collapse to its limit and damaging my foundation. I'm afraid I will disappoint your expectations." You gave Vo Keep a strange pill and then started talking nonsense. "First, swallow this pill, and you'll experience an unexpected change." He reached out to take it, but hesitated and asked again. "Yes, master, what kind of medicine is this? It looks a bit strange." Kun Lam sweating profusely, whispering to himself, "Thong, did you trick me or what? This pill smells so foul I can't stand it. Is it really supposed to activate my disciple's demon bloodline?" The system's voice sounded a bit resentful, surprised that the host doubted its professional expertise. The system feels so heartbroken. Hoo-hoo, you reluctantly reply. All right, I'll find you. Seeing Wei Kingdom still hesitating, I assured him that this medicine can activate the bloodline within the body. It may not look very appealing on the outside, a bit smelly, but just trust me and take it. At this moment, Wei Kingdom suddenly snatched it away, his voice full of determination. Yes, my disciple will swallow this damn thing. Oh no. Listen to this pill, try chewing it in your mouth. It truly has a rich, indescribable, and unforgettable flavor. But after swallowing it down for a short while, Wei Kingdom's body underwent a great change. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he suddenly emitted a fierce aura. He was about to lose control, stammering. Do, master. I feel terrible. My whole body is burning like heated iron, blood splatters everywhere, and I can feel that Wei Kingdom has reached the limit of his pain. Everyone around exclaimed, Oh my God, what happened to the demon blade Wei Kingdom? Why does he have a strange aura on him that makes people feel so scared? Everyone, be careful. His current situation is very strange. Wei Kingdom yanked his hair and tore his ears, running around wildly, feeling his internal energy tearing apart like ants. Jun Lam wondered, Is this the activation of the demon wind bloodline? The system responded, Yes, it is. But the one who activates it will fall into a frenzy for a short time, unless a huge and powerful force suppresses him. Wei Kingdom loses all reason and shouts, Death, everyone die for me. Elder Tite watches this scene in shock, wondering what method Deep Hu Tian used to make his disciple leap from early-stage fusion to great perfection instantly. And even as a fusion stage, it has already instilled a deep sense of fear in him. Why is that? Tian Diep was also frightened by this scene, clenched his fists, and secretly wondered what that guy had fed him, why he suddenly changed like that. Even I, who have attained enlightenment and become an immortal in the central realm, have never encountered such an extraordinary state of enhancement. The furious scream of Wei Kingdom echoes, and without hesitation, he draws his long sword to unleash the Chaos Heaven Blade technique. This power truly isn't something to joke about. Just a basic move feels like it could tear apart heaven and earth. All the strong ones present had to hold back their awe. The sect leader of the blade. Severing Sect, even at the peak of the great perfection stage, would be amazed. How could a mere nascent soul stage cultivator unleash such power? I feel that even if I suppress him to a lower realm, I wouldn't be able to withstand this strike. It's truly terrifying. Seeing how quickly this progress of the newly accepted disciple has been, Jun Lan is very pleased. Well done. After activating the bloodline, it's truly like a tiger with wings. But Wei Kingdom, at this moment, regardless of friend or foe, shouted deadly towards my master, Kill! Then swung his long sword straight at Quan Lam to slaughter him. Seeing the situation was unstable, Tian Di warned, Be careful, master, and prepared to step in and fight, but he only found this event quite interesting, so he let his disciple test his strength. Wei Kingdom's sword technique was unleashed, yet Quan Lam could block it with just one hand. Only a hand 5 fingers wide like Mount 5 Elements appears from the void, gently blocking the rebellious disciple. The two powers clash, causing a fierce explosion. For Wei Kingdom, this was a move made with all his might, yet Quan Lam only needed a gentle touch, like a feather, to counter it evenly. A hint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes as he quietly remarked, Not bad, not bad. Having just reached the perfect fusion stage, he was able to withstand a strike from the divine form. This level of power should not be underestimated. But it's about time to end this, or else my little disciple won't be able to handle it. Then he must strike down from above. The divine power from the giant hand suppresses all of Uzi's strength. A commanding voice orders Lei Wuji, Your master instructs you to regain your composure immediately. This overwhelming pressure forces him to struggle to hold on, completely unable to turn the tide. That deadly power is gradually released from Wei Kingdom, making him sweat profusely and tremble with fear. When that power was almost exhausted, I regained consciousness and immediately knelt to confess. Master, what just happened to me? I feel like I've lost myself, my mind filled with thoughts of killing, even disrespecting my master. Please, forgive me, master. Quan Lam didn't scold. Instead, he placed a hand on Doni's shoulder to encourage him. It's okay, I don't blame you. Just check yourself carefully to see if there's anything different compared to before. Wei Kingdom hesitated. That difference. Indeed, he realized a new surge of power was flowing wildly through his body, leaving Wei Kingdom momentarily stunned. I am excitedly saying, my realm has broken through to the perfect fusion stage, and more importantly, my foundation, which was destroyed, has now recovered and is even stronger than before. Isn't this like gaining a new life? After speaking, he knelt down respectfully to thank the one who had granted him a new life. Disciple, I thank my master. Jun Lam carefully advised, Levo Kiep, earlier I activated your bloodline of the wind demon. Once this bloodline is activated, it will grant you unimaginable power, but it cannot be sustained for too long, so you must learn to control yourself properly. Vo Keep respectfully obeyed. Yes, disciple will remember the teachings of the master. The old man congratulates Diep Hu Tien on gaining a talented disciple, celebrating a great day. Why don't we go inside and have a drink together? Quan Lam politely responds. Isn't that the guest's voice overpowering the host's? In the end, Yen Tich is also here to celebrate your tribulation. But the old man is just flattering, no worries. The more joy, the better. Little Li, do you think that's right? The people around couldn't help but whisper. The old ancestor here really did kill his own family members himself. So why is he now acting so flattering towards Jun Lam? I never expected things to turn out like this. It seems that the white-haired demon will continue to stir up more chaos in the eastern region. Tianye also put his arm around him and sighed, realizing that in this world, strength truly is the highest, and this man was able to make the old ancestor personally kill his own family. Then, thank him emotionally. I must become even stronger, or I will forever remain in his demon master's shadow. Junlan bid farewell.
All right. Everything has been settled, so you can go ahead and celebrate. Little Hong, take your junior sister, and let's get ready to leave.
Yes, master. Tien Diep reluctantly pulls at the reins, but the horse still follows. The members of the Tiet family clan bowed with clasped hands and saw off Diep Hu Tien. With a loud bang, the chariot lifted the master and his disciples into the sky amid Dokaiep's courteous invitations. Diep Hu Tien, if you have time, come visit again. The grand gate of my house is always open, waiting for you. Inside, the old man felt a weight lift off his shoulders as he finally saw the demon army troop leave. Only then did he dare to curse loudly, truly unlucky. The joyful celebration suddenly turned into this.
And then a voice came from afar saying, Master, Master, I finally found the young master's hand.
The bodyguard happily holds up the arm with the half-eaten fish, probably caught from the lake, and stupidly asks where the young master is.
De Kiep, furious, shouts loudly, Send that unlucky bastard's body to the backyard for the dogs.
The guests behind, seeing this, dared not laugh out loud. Vo Kiep, furious, pointed at the troublemakers and shouted, Get out, all of you! The banquet is dismissed here, everyone disperses in disappointment. The luxurious feast ends just like that. In the sky, the giant beast carrying the master and disciples swiftly glides through the air. Vo Kiep feels incredibly exhilarated. So this is what it's like to ride on the back of the divine beast, Ngao Du. Now I feel like I'm dreaming, not only avenging Xiao Pai, but also taking Hu Tien as my master. Looking at Tian Diep, he hesitated a bit. Hong Fairy is indeed stunningly beautiful, just as the rumors say. Should I go over and say a few words now that I've just joined the sect? Then he still decided to step forward and say a few words properly. Sister Hong not only has extraordinary talent, but also possesses a stunningly beautiful appearance. Later, I still hope to receive your guidance in cultivation. Senior sister, but Thien Diep clenched the teacup tightly, her face showing disgust. Again, all these men's names look the same, don't they? From the moment I saw Lord Lin punch the Hu Tien giant to death, I already felt annoyed inside. Now I have to take in another disciple with this super talent, making my rise even more difficult than climbing to the sky. Is there anything wrong with what I said? Try to wake up in time to see this scene and answer, you guys always confuse the gender of the senior brother, and he hates being misunderstood about his gender the most. Now I just realize who you are?
Vo Keep turned back, clasped his hands in a bow, and said, I bow to senior sister Bai. I am the new disciple accepted at my master's estate. Just call me Little Li. Try opening and closing my eyes. I make a squeaking sound like a mouse.
What? So you have a little brother?
No.
That's great, Vo Keep honestly explained. Thank you, senior sister, for telling me. No wonder those men want to please him. He responds with that contemptuous look. So he's also a man. I was flattering him just now. No big deal. Thu reminds me, just remember this later. It's a serious taboo for Brother Hong. In the form of chit. He assessed that beside the master, there are indeed many extraordinary people. A handsome man with a stunningly proud appearance, and even a cute senior sister like this. But it helplessly shook its head and pouted, saying no way, Chit actually also wants to transform back into the appearance of the senior or junior brother. But for some reason, I keep getting stuck in this half-human, half-rat form, which sometimes causes more trouble for my master. Hearing that, Vo Kiep could only scratch his head and smile awkwardly, saying, I guess my senior sister didn't intentionally maintain this appearance. I actually find it uniquely adorable. Suddenly he remembered, oh, right,
If it's a transformation spell, I once found a secret technique while traveling around the eastern region. Maybe it can help my senior sister restore her complete human form. If you don't mind, just take it. Seeing the secret manual, I eagerly grabbed it with shining eyes, feeling full of hope. Do you really think so? That's amazing. If it works, Chi-Chi won't cause trouble for the Master anymore. It's also excitedly showing off to Quan Lam. Master, Chi-Chi might soon fully transform into a human, so it won't cause trouble for you anymore. You pick your nose to encourage yourself. Oh, is there such good news? But your master will also remember how adorable and fluffy the little mouse's head is, easy to touch and pet. Just try to satisfy him, your master will be reassured that Chit-Chit can change freely in the future. Master, if you wanted to see, Chit-Chit will transform into this for you. Oh, and Master, we're heading back to the Sect now. Jun Lam raised his fist happily and replied, Back to the Sect? Of course not. Who said my mount, soaring at the ceiling height like this, is just any ordinary steed? I have to show off a bit so the world will want to play with me. Akan, speed up for me. While Kanbang Ningao traveled for several months, the events in Yen Teach that they imagined caused many cultivators in Dongbuk to be deeply shocked and find it hard to believe. Quan Lam's cultivation level became an enigma to them. 3 months later, in Dongvu, Thuong Chao, the great Chu dynasty, Banthak City is witnessing a life-and-death battle between the tiger and leopard army of the great Chu dynasty, armed with weapons, wearing silver armor, riding tiger-leopard mounts. On the other side is a strange-looking demon clan, all rushing into the tiger-leopard squad shouting, Kill! Kill! The demon clan leader with a towering phantom ordered, Kill all these humans. The Chu soldiers were scattered, but they remained determined, fighting from the fortress wall to prevent them from breaching the city. Thenban Tut is trapped in despair, the man severely wounded, the woman crying, holding her child. Someone please come and save us. Konbang, flying across the sky of Dai Chu, witnessing the chaos, seeks help with a sense of justice. Master, below there are demons attacking the city wall, and Lam's troops are busy finishing their last move with Thien Diep. Damn you, he sighed, whose army can surpass so many blocking pieces ahead. To hear such a straightforward move, I've never met anyone with such shamelessness. Jun Lam sneered. Well, little Hong, you're too weak. I haven't even used half my strength, and you've already lost completely. Thien Deep explained that the magic chariot needs a support base and has limited movement range. Even a 3-year-old child knows how to play this. But Quan Lam stubbornly argued back. Is this my cannon artillery? Hearing that, Thien Deep was speechless too. I mean, you clearly cheat. Hold on. What did he say about cannon artillery? It seems you're not convinced, huh? Still questioning my chess skills? Thien Deep had to reluctantly concede a step, and the disciple, not feeling entirely convinced, turned around and asked with a chuckle, Little he, what do you think of my chess skills? It chirped happily, feeling that the master was the best. Hearing that, Thien Diep's anger grew even more. This suck-up only knows how to flatter, and now he suddenly remembers Vo Kiep's matter. He turned to ask, Little Li, what did you just say? The disciple replied that a group of demons was attacking from below. The situation is very dangerous. I wonder, the demon race? I've heard that the demon race is one of the major clans of the dark race, from the ancient forbidden land called Ming Yuan in the eastern region, which is also home to many other dark races. And according to legend, it dates back to ancient times. These creatures from Ming Yuan have been striving to invade the outside world. At that time, human cultivators united and fought a large-scale battle against them. The demon creatures from Min Yen were defeated and forced to retreat, and from then on, they kept their distance. Peace has been maintained all this time, but now the demon clan is invading. So does that mean the situation that has lasted for 1,000 years has been broken? This is probably not a simple matter. General Lam is a bit intrigued. If that's the case, let's go see these demons and find out what's really going on. On the battlefield at that time, the demon clan was completely in control. As the soldiers of Great Chu took command, they saw their commander lying in a pool of blood, trembling and whispering, but just one strike was enough to tear General Zheng, the strongest, in half. It's over. There's basically no way to win. The demon lord rides a war steed, surrounded by blue flames. Oinai stands atop the high mountain, below which the demon soldiers grin eerily. After a battle, yet they remain unscathed. The demon lord declares, Stop struggling in vain. Capturing this fortress is only the beginning. Other strongholds will also fall to our demon army's iron horses. The entire royal court will soon be annihilated. Suddenly, a wave of sword energy swept in from nowhere, beheading a series of demon soldiers. Vuong Hua, who has a nascent soul cultivation, rides a tiger forward, then shouts, More heads for the demons.
and loudly declares, "Shut up, you won't succeed in your dreams," aiming directly at the demon leader. "Die for me." After finishing, she sat on the tiger's back and rode straight to the mountain's summit, her eyes filled with hatred, determined to kill the enemy. The demon lord chuckled with delight, sharpening his spear towards Vuong Hua Ung Chien. In an instant, she fell off the tiger's back, her body unscathed. The remaining soldiers, seeing their last hope fall, shouted in terror. Lord Vuong Thonglin saw that Vuong Hua was still struggling to get up. The demon lord pointed his spear menacingly. The humble humans knelt before my general, but she refused to submit. Instead, raising her voice proudly, "I am the commander of the Lake Leopard Cavalry, dedicating my life to the Emperor of Great Chu, representing the face of Great Chu, so how could I kneel before creatures like you? Come on, just charge and kill me if you want." The enemy also smirked, wanting to grant her wish. "Fine. Then I will do as you desire, and you will be shattered into 100 pieces by me. A skull hanging high above the city gate to let you see firsthand how our tribe is slaughtering Great Chu." Suddenly, from above, a starlight shone through the dark clouds. After a few hours of deafening noise, the Kanbang's head slowly emerged, frightening the foolish demon leader. He was frozen stiff like stone, with a look of shock still in his eyes. "What is this?" Kanbang's mouth opens wide, glowing inside as it sucks in all the material like a black hole in space. All the demons, without exception, are lifted up and swallowed into Kanbang's mouth, becoming free dinner. The demon leader turned to run, but unfortunately couldn't escape the endless abyss. He reached out for help, stammering, "No." Song Shui closed his mouth and swallowed loudly. Now Ban Thak City has become a hill, and the atmosphere is unusually silent. The soldiers of Great Chu were stunned. The monsters of the demon race had been completely devoured. Could this be an illusion? Is this the divine beast descending to protect our Great Chu? Then everyone started talking again. Someone was riding on the divine beast's back. So this divine beast has a master. Could it be that a powerful human expert came to help us? "I don't know how to address you. Where do you come from?" Quan Lam calmly sips his milk tea and replies, "Huyen Tien Sect, Quan Lam. Who among you is the steward here?" Vuong Hua and the Chu army soldiers immediately kneel and bow. "I am Vuong Hua, commander of the Lake Leopard Cavalry, humbly requesting to meet the esteemed elders. I heard that Quan Lam has recently gained widespread fame. I heard he crushed the reputation of the #1 Immortal Sect in the eastern region. Unexpectedly, Da Chu has gained such a great opportunity at this moment." Jun Lam and his disciples stepped down from the giant beast and asked, "Whose imperial territory is this, and why are the Kui Tak armies attacking you?" Vuong Hua reported, "Master, this is the border territory of the Great Chu Imperial dynasty. I don't know why they attacked Great Chu, but according to the dying words of the demon general, the demon race has another even larger full-scale assault coming, and it will surely be a fierce battle." Quan Lam was surprised. These Min Uyin creatures are aggressively attacking human nations like this. Don't they fear provoking a second crackdown by the human cultivators? Vo Keep also wondered, what benefit would there be in destroying Great Chu? Thien Deep impatiently replied, "What's the point of overthinking? It just kill them when they come and make Vuong Hua happy as can be." "Fairy, are you trying to help the Chu overcome this great obstacle?" "I am here now, on behalf of all the people of Da Chu, to thank you for your great kindness and virtue." Once again, I was mistaken. Naturally, Tian Diep's face was not pleased at all, and seeing that, Vo Kiep sighed and said, "Senior brother truly has a divine innate body that attracts misunderstandings, and the more the heavens hate you, the more they give you, right?" Jun Lam stroked his chin thoughtfully. This matter was definitely not as simple as it seemed. The sudden appearance of tens of millions of Ming Yuan races was no coincidence. The system just happened to appear. Congratulations to the host for activating a new mission. Defeating the demon army threatening to invade the Great Chu Imperial Court, and upon completion you will receive an attractive reward. I secretly rejoice. I also guessed that the time to receive the mission is coming soon. Perfect timing. For now, let's take this place as a temporary stop and see if I can find any clues from the demon clan. He immediately ordered, "The alien race causes chaos and kills innocent people. As a powerful being of the human race, I cannot stand by and do nothing. Inform those below that I will personally intervene." King Hoa gratefully thanks the senior and says that Great Chu will forever remember your kindness. Vo Keep also looks happy, praising the wise master, while Thien Diep is clearly displeased and grumbles, "Truly a burden to carry." Junlin rides a giant beast and orders, "Let's go! Take me to see your holy emperor. Yes, I will lead the way for the elders." At the main camp of the army outside the capital of Da Chu, The war elephants are ready for battle, awaiting orders. Inside the tent, a general marks a point on the map. Just now, many demon armies have continuously attacked the defenses we set up. They are heading along the nearest route, aiming straight for our capital of Dachu. The two remaining generals also offered advice, and based on battle reports from across the territory, many demon generals believed to have reached the fusion stage have appeared. Even the possibility of demon commanders at the Great Transcendent stage cannot be ruled out. This time, the demon clan suddenly launched a large-scale attack, intending to seize our Great Chu Imperial Palace. Could there be a treasure in our Great Chu that they covet?
The Crown Prince of Great Chu, Chu Fong, frowned helplessly. I understand what you mean, but unfortunately, as the Crown Prince, I am not even sure myself.
The general clasped his hands and expressed his apologies. Your Highness the Crown Prince, I was the one who offended you just now.
Chu Feng solemnly declared that this time the demon race's invasion was on a large scale, and our top priority is to do our best to stop them. If we truly cannot resist anymore, we must protect the people of Ladon and help them escape the country as much as possible. As long as there are people, there is hope. Suddenly, a scout reports, Your Highness, there is a new situation outside. Please come out quickly to see.
Everyone is confused. Could it be that the demon clan is playing some trick again? Damn it! For the past 2 days,
The demon clan has been constantly provoking and disturbing us. Our soldiers are exhausted and can no longer fight.
The enemy has over 800,000 troops, while we only have 400,000, and the initiative is entirely in their hands. How can we possibly win?
They are stunned by the size of Kanbang, unable to help but marvel.
What kind of divine beast is this? Why does our Great Chu have such a creature? Hurry and order all the generals to prepare for battle and stop it. But Chu Fong blocks them. Don't act recklessly.
This is the divine beast, Kanbang, and I've also recognized the general riding on its back. He's the hero of the Ho Bao Ki. The great general beside him is terrified.
What? How did Commander Vuong manage to ride on the back of that divine beast? Vuong Hua jumps down from the giant beast and reports, I request an audience with the prince. The commander of the Ho Bao Ki, along with the owner of the divine beast, is General Lam, to help Dachu fight against the demon army. Chu Fong is stunned. What did you say? Is Deep Quan Lim the white-haired god of death from Huyan Thian Sect? So he is the owner of that divine beast? Vuong Hua softly said, Please choose your words carefully. Deep Tongjia is actually a very gentle person. He is not at all as fierce as the rumors say. Hearing that, Chu Fong relaxed his facial expression, clasped his hands in greeting, and said,
Very well, the Prince of Dachu, I humbly pay my respects to Master Diep.
Quan Lam, upon hearing his own name, silently thought to himself, Diep Tongjia. It seems the people of Daichu are so preoccupied with fighting the demon clan that they are still trapped in the time when I wiped out the 180 elders of Wu Hua Sect Ha. Where did that sinister laughter of the demon beings come from? Your human tribes have been surrounded by our 400,000 demon army. If you have any sense, surrender obediently and become sacrifices for my demon clan. This statement directly terrifies the Chu army. The Crown Prince is furious. These demon clans are truly overestimating themselves. Just as I was about to draw my sword to fight, Quan Lam ordered his disciples to go and wipe them all out. After a loud yes, Master Vo Keep and Thien Deep shot forward like arrows. The Chu soldiers were stunned. Who were those two? Daring to jump alone into the middle of 800,000 demon soldiers? This is no different from seeking death. The enemy actually has a demon commander in the great vehicle realm stationed there. How reckless. At the demon tribe's stronghold, some high-level demons are hiding in the Black Bones, communicating with each other telepathically. It's funny, conquering a human country called Great Chu shouldn't require so much effort from us.
I've heard that such royal dynasties are usually protected by national beasts, but with 400,000 against 400,000, we still hold the advantage. This time, Ming Uyen's clan has stepped forward, and our demon race must take the lead.
This is a major matter related to the rise and fall of our entire race. That's right. Sooner or later, this world will be taken over. When the master of the eastern border changes the throne, we will also use this first victory to have a voice. Vo Keep and Thien Yeep landed not far from the demon clan. Seeing a human figure, they cheerfully called out, Look, there's a human cultivator. Someone warning, Shh, speak softly. Don't scare the prey. Wait for them to come closer gradually. Vo Keep held his long sword, his murderous intent filling his entire body. Unable to hold back any longer, he curled his lips and said, The demon army has 800,000 troops. Among them, many are in the fusion stage beyond count. If it were me before, I might not even have the courage to face them, let alone now. But now, I can fight alongside a peerless genius like Brother Hong. Just thinking about it excites me already. Brother Hong, my swordsmanship is still poor, so I ask for permission to perform first. He then firmly grasped his sword. activated the slaughter mode, and charged at the demons. His eyes sparking with fierce intent, shouting loudly, "Cut them down!" The demons had no time to escape, heads flying everywhere. Wherever Vokip went, blood flowed and heads fell. The demons scrambled to shout at each other, "Damn it! Catch that human cultivator quickly!" Before they could finish, Kim Ofandium's flames turned him into a roasted meat. The demon horde, terrified to realize this flame is actually a divine fire that cannot be extinguished, scattered in all directions. Vokip praised his magic, saying, "Brother Hong's technique is truly powerful. I admire him." But he only sneered and ordered, "Fight quickly and win fast. Don't let others look down on us." Long was still thinking that even if that shameless guy adopted a monster, I, Hong Tian Diep, would still be the strongest senior brother. Soon, the demon clan's stronghold fell into chaos, with only molten flames and sword techniques tearing through mountains and seas, conquering a vast area. General Chu of the Great Chu secretly thought, no wonder he is a disciple of the White Hair Godslayer. In just a few moments, he managed to destroy 500,000 demon army. The demon lord leaders are furious with rage. Damn it, who are these two humans? You appear again at this critical moment. It seems you are the powerful expert honored by the Great Chu Imperial Court. We must strike now to suppress them. No one can stop our demon clan's plan. Charge! Thean Deep detects their movement and prepares to counter with a stream of flames in his hand. A stream of power emerges from the strange black portal in the void, countless distorted souls pouring out. Tian Diep smirks with a satisfied smile, praising the intriguing visitor. Their entire bodies are shrouded in a mysterious black aura, holding various weapons in their hands. Jun Da Chu secretly sighed. This aura is so strong. This demon commander is at the late stage of the Great Ascension. We're in trouble this time. The demons looked over the human race for a while and suddenly felt proud. A fusion stage cultivator and a small early stage great consummation human dare to oppose us. A reckless demon rushing to lead the charge, leaving our elder to handle the rest. Just me in the mid-stage of the Great Ascension is enough to crush both of you. Vokip saw this and became even more excited, his killing intent intensifying tenfold. Oh, really? Then I might as well have a peek at the mid-stage Great Ascension realm. The proud demon charged to curse him. You will die, only to see Vokip's sword slash through without pain or itch, causing only a minor injury to my lord. Before he could rejoice, the demon's body shattered into 100 fragments. The remaining demons were stunned in horror. No way! Can that sword cut through karma and retribution? Crown Prince Chu Feng was also quite amazed. Fusion stage killing the peak great transcendent. Are all of Diep Tongjia's disciples that strong? After killing one, damn it, that felt so good. So then, being cut down in the middle of the great perfection stage is just like tofu. As he said that, he excitedly flew towards the remaining high-level demons. The demon commander, leader of the peak great saint realm, couldn't hold back and stepped forward to fight, because Old Nine underestimated the enemy, which is why you slaughtered them. Do you really think you can resist many of us at the great saint level? Brothers, charge together and kill them. Following the order, the remaining high-level demons rushed forward, eager to devour the human race. Vokip felt the situation was out of control, sensing it was stronger than expected, and at this point he had no choice but to use the bloodline of the wind demon. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind, and a stream of blue fire shot directly past Vokip. It was Tian Diep who used all her strength to help. The demon clan, once pierced, struggled and thrashed, and Uni's aura was gone. The demon lord, furious, charged forward, wielding his weapon, vowing to capture the human woman and make her pay with her life. Then, he erupted with a fierce aura, exerting a pressure far greater than the other demons. Vokip couldn't help but marvel at the immense power. No wonder he's at the peak of the great perfection stage. The minions of the demon lord, seeing this, regained their confidence and cheered, but now it's too late. Both you and that foolish woman are doomed to die. Vokip was startled. Is she really a fool? Sure enough, these words made Tian Diep go berserk, and a stronger wave of fire erupted around him. Vokip chuckled calmly. You're finished. Tian Diep's eyes shot deadly sparks as he roared like a living demon. All of you will die for my master. In an instant, he seemed to command the entire world, radiating a brilliant aura around him as dark flames formed, ready to unleash their maximum power. Very quickly, the first two demons were struck and howled in pain. What is this? The demon with the blue aura only managed to scream out. Second and third elders. He desperately tried to hold off the deadly flames with his trident, but the situation was not looking good. In an instant, Hakdiem's aura completely devoured his blue energy. Facing Hakdiem, he only had one ending: death. and he still couldn't believe his eyes. This is impossible. In the end, he was still burned to ashes by Hak Diem amid desperate screams, while the demon witnesses stared in shock, too afraid to move. As Thien Deep slowly gathers his strength, the entire group of demons dares not utter a word. His aura remains cold as ice, looking at them with contempt, a bunch of trash that doesn't know life or death. Seeing Tien Di's fury, Vo Keep also admired him a bit. Brother Hong, after losing his temper, is unbeatable within the same realm. No wonder he's the most favored disciple of the master. Suddenly, he had some ill intentions and became furious, thinking that maybe it was better to sharpen himself a bit more so he could go berserk and cut him down, which made Thien Diep realize. Looking back, Vo Keep appeared completely normal, and he wondered to himself, did I sense something wrong just now? The two of them returned to report the situation.
Master, according to your orders, the 800,000 Demon Legion has been dealt with. Let me pass the message. Are you all back?
Master said you guys are taking too much time, Vo Kip whispered. Senior Brother Hong, our master. Seeing Tien Diep's face darken, Wu Kiep secretly thought, oh no, could it be that our master is displeased? Try gently waking up Quan Lam and say, Suton, please wake up now. Only then does he finally wake up and ask in confusion. Is it all taken care of now? Thien Deep annoyedly reminded. Yes, Quan Dish has been completely wiped out by us, and I was furious inside. We risked our lives outside, yet you were just sleeping on the battlefield. Quan Lam pats his shoulder and praises him, saying you're impressive and getting more formidable each day. The Crown Prince and the generals personally come forward, clasping their hands in thanks to Master Diep for helping us resolve the crisis on behalf of Great Chu. It's a small matter, but we're also tired. Da Chu, do you have anything nice to treat me to? Chu Feng readily agreed. This is, of course, you are our most honored guest. Now we will take you back to the capital for a banquet at Tian Yi Palace, where the emperor sits majestically on his throne as Quan Lam and his disciples enter amidst the respectful bows of officials and soldiers, welcoming Diep Tongjia. Chu Feng suggests, Master Diep, before the feast, the emperor wants to meet you. He's waiting here for you. Quan Lam eyes him sharply. That old man still has an inflated ego, huh? Are you just sitting here waiting for me? The Emperor of Great Chu suddenly apologized proactively. Master Diep, please forgive me for not being able to greet you from afar. It is truly because my body is unwell. Suddenly, I sensed that something was wrong. Could this terrifying energy be the national fortune? The person on the throne is Chu King, the Emperor of Great Chu at the peak of the Great Virtue stage, radiating a strange light, but his face seems to be holding back pain. Jun Lam casually asked Chu Huang, from what you think, based on your memory, all the dynasties in this world use the Imperial fate as a mystical power to strengthen their strength, or to heal themselves, or even to aid cultivation. As for the common people, this is the foundation of forming the Imperial fate. Emperor Chu seems to be using the national fortune of Great Chu to aid in healing, but the situation doesn't look very promising. Emperor Chu sighed, then let Deep Tongjia mock him. Looking at the young man in front of him, he frowned in disbelief, yet he couldn't see through his cultivation level. Could it be that he has used some secret technique to hide his cultivation? Is this person really a venerable master? Kun Lam no longer hesitated and changed the subject to inquire about the battle situation. Emperor Chu, can you tell me what exactly happened? The Min Uyen demon clan suddenly attacked our Great Chu. So, what caused your injury? Emperor Chu stroked his beard and recalled that before the demon army officially attacked Da Chu, my ancestral tomb was invaded by a mysterious person whose strength was beyond measure. My soldiers stood before him like children playing, so I had no choice but to use the power of the nation's fate to repel that mysterious individual. What's even stranger is that although that mysterious person clearly had strength surpassing mine, he was trembling and hesitated before retreating. Not long after, the demon race began their attack on our Great Chu. After hearing Quan Lam's conclusion, it seems the main issue is inside the ancestral vault. According to Chu Huang, the demon clan was ordered by the mysterious person to attack Da Chu in order to seize the ancestral vault, which would bring enormous benefits behind it. Otherwise, such a major event could never have happened. But the strange thing is, if that mysterious person has the strength to crush the Emperor Chu, then why did he suddenly stop and retreat? Could there be something worth discovering in the ancestral tomb? There are many interesting points in this story. I initially traveled to this cultivation world and then revealed my golden finger. I don't need to cultivate, just lie down straight and play the mortal game. But this is extremely mysterious and really fascinating. Bo Keep exclaimed, so there's actually such a strange thing? Meanwhile, Thien Diep frowned in thought. This also seems to be similar to the rumors I heard in Central Continent. Jun Lam suggested, Emperor Chu, if you don't mind, could you take me to visit Tulang? He hesitated about this.
Chu Feng clasped his hands and said, Father, Master Diep, the ancestral tomb is the resting place of the Liet to Liet Tong, and with your noble body, I fear it would be defiled by unclean things. Master Diep has helped Great Chu defend against enemies with great meritorious service, and the Imperial kitchen has prepared the royal banquet, so perhaps...
Now we will move to the Heavenly Union Hall to begin. Master Diep, please forgive me for not being able to fulfill your request. But as the most honored guest of Great Chu, I will give you the warmest treatment possible. You may choose any treasure from my royal treasury. You don't want to trouble them anymore, so you wave your hand. It's okay, I was just politely asking a question. He secretly thought that the system's assigned task was not yet complete, so he had to stay here to see how things would unfold. Chu Feng awkwardly changed the subject.
I know Master Diep is a reasonable person. Please, come this way.
The scene shifts to a place called the Demon King's Palace in Dongwu Thuongchao, a dark setting tinged with a bright blood-red hue.
In the main hall, where the Demon King sits on his throne, surrounded by a collection of horrifying and savage things after finishing a warm bowl of syrup, he throws the skull to the ground and praises.
The blood of this one-month-old baby is really delicious. Ha 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 ha. It is the one-eyed Demon King in the early stage of the Tribulation Realm, wiping the blood still on his mouth with his hand. The girl beside him, seeing this, was terrified but dared not make a sound. It says, After so many years, I finally have this chance. If I can succeed in conquering the Great Chu dynasty, my prestige among the Demon Clan will be even greater. The most important thing is that as long as I can gain the recognition of that small group, the future of the Eastern region might have a foothold for me. Why is it taking so long and still no news? With the strength of those insects, they should have already forced King Chu to act. But what I fear most is that his fate is tied to that guy. A distant sound of footsteps approaches. A tall figure in a long cloak sweeping the ground as they stride over, eyes blazing with fury. You worthless trash, what are you still sitting there for? The Demon King humbly kneels and respectfully greets the envoy. Then the envoy questions, with all the tribes of Mingyuan engaged in holy war, how can you, as the Demon King, hide behind the scenes and indulge in pleasures, so I can understand? Has the demon race already given up? The one-horned cloud, Tran is innocent. I have already sent a large army to attack the Great Chu Kingdom. I believe King Chu will be forced to act soon. At that point, his true nature will be exposed, and I will have more means to deal with him. The envoy sneered and cursed. You fool! You sent 800,000 troops, but they were all wiped out outside the city earlier, so it didn't affect Emperor Chu at all. Indigo Demon does not believe what he's hearing and confidently explains, It's impossible. Even at the fusion stage, this army has dozens of demon generals, and there are also dozens of demon generals at the Great Perfection stage. Even if Chu King personally intervened, it wouldn't be easy to wipe them all out. The messenger reveals that the one who destroyed your 800,000 troops was not the Chu royal court, but a wandering cultivator passing through Chu, whom Chu respectfully calls Master Diep. Now Duke Jock finally realized, a Tonjia? Such a Great Perfection stage cultivator dares to ruin my plan. Although I don't know how he used his tricks to destroy the 10 great demon generals, from my level of tribulation, he is just a weak ant. The envoy handed the mysterious glowing pill to the one-horned beast. By the way, let me warn you not to be blindly overconfident. This Yuan Ming original pill is for you. You must seize the Great Chu for me. I will not allow you to fail again. It immediately obeyed the order, and this time I will definitely carry out the wishes of the monk. The envoy left without saying a word, smiling happily as he departed. The one-horned beast thus relieved a burden, let out a sigh of relief, and immediately went to battle on its own, not daring to delay for a moment. All the generals and soldiers followed their lord into battle without hesitation. The morale of the demon army soared to the sky as they shouted in unison. Night fell, but inside the Great Chu Heavenly Union Hall, the banquet was still ongoing with everyone full and drunk, praising loudly. This wine is real, and the meat is so delicious. Only Tian Diep sits still without touching a thing. Chu Feng shows concern. Hong Tiantu, is there anything about Yen Tich's food that doesn't suit your taste? He just mocked Tian Diep's pain, so he only threw out a contemptuous look, without bothering to reply. Jun Lam quickly said, Don't mind him, he's losing weight. Chu Feng nodded. So that's how it is. Lady Hong Tiantu really is strict with herself, huh? Tian Diep angrily thought, I, as a disciple of the Do Keep realm, am so greedy for that fat girl's things. Chu Feng suggested, if Hong Tiantu cannot enjoy delicacies, then please accept this top-quality zither performance. As the handclap ended, an old man entered the hall. The #1 loot master of the eastern region, Nam Kung Truongfeng, carrying a guqin on his back, bowed with clasped hands, saying, "I am Nam Kung Truongfeng. Greetings to all of you." Shufeng announces, "This is our eastern region's top luthier." The melody he plays is not only beautiful to hear, but also contains profound Tao meaning. It's a wonderful experience for practitioners. Once there was a nascent soul cultivator nearing the end of his life, but thanks to the melody of his zither, he broke through to transform into a deity and saved his life. "Great Master Nam Kung, please begin." After the command, Truong Fong lifted his guqin and played a piece, his aura flowing like soft silk, effortless and delicate, filling the ears with pure pleasure. The Ndiep's face, initially grimacing, also shifted to a state of appreciation, while Jun Lam, sleepy and drooping, seemed as if he was just tuning a musical instrument. Suddenly, Truong Fong struck a dissonant note and then left, not forgetting to give a parting message. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, if this happens again in the future, there is no need to invite me anymore. I cannot bear to deal with this person." Chu Feng also respects him a bit, so he turned to ask Master Diep, "Is it because the great Master Nam Kung's slender zither made you dissatisfied?" He twitched his ear and sighed. "It's just so-so." "You're just talking nonsense, you rude brat who doesn't understand the language of the instrument at all." Vokip's murderous intent rose. "Do you dare to insult my master? You quick draw your great sword and point it at Truong Fong. Old man, are you asking for death?" "Senior Lei, please stay calm," Chu Fong said to keep the peace. "Master Diep, Lord Nam Kung's temper is just like that. He means no harm, he's just quick-tongued." But Truong Fong, insulted and offended, becomes even more furious.
"He's just a rough guy who only knows how to fight and kill. What right does he have to criticize my skills?"
Chu Fong couldn't persuade him anymore, and silently hoped that Nam Kung Truong Fong could at least keep some face when he died. "Lam's army hasn't shown any movement yet." Vokip turned and softly called, "Master," just as the system announced,
"Spirit, congratulations to the host for activating the optional mission. Option 1, the host is angry and orders to execute Nam Kung Truong Fong. After completing the mission, you will receive 10 high-grade spirit stones. For the second option, the host personally performs a piece that makes Nam Kung Truong Fong feel extremely embarrassed and is rewarded with 10 bags of premium pet food with a milk scent."
The best quality pet food grows more quickly the more you eat. You're debating that, but now there's a choice mission. Choosing the first option is definitely not suitable. The reward is too little, and it would damage my reputation. Although the second option isn't a divine technique, it can help improve Acon. If it can break through one more step, then it will shine even brighter, which is not a bad thing at all. Then he casually said to Truong Fong, "It's just a little bird after all. As long as you have the skill, that's all that matters." He reacted even more fiercely. "Having skill is enough. A martial artist who dares to boast like that. I have studied music under a renowned master for 1,000 years since I was young. You fundamentally do not understand the value of the music instrument." Chu Feng also refuses to believe, as mastery requires dedication, and practitioners are the same. If having skill alone was enough, then there would be no great masters in this world. In contrast, Wu Kiep firmly believed in Jun Lam, and his master was right. Having skill was enough. Truong Fong couldn't take it anymore and directly aimed his instrument at Jun Lam in challenge. "All right. I'll lend you my instrument to see how well you can play the song of heaven-shaking and earth-shattering."
"If you can do it, even pigs can climb trees. People like you who only know how to fight and kill have no understanding of the way of the instrument."
"Are you really not going to hold back a little? Are you truly afraid that Master Diep will slaughter everyone right here?" But Jun Lam also confidently grabbed the instrument, smoothly plucking the strings and thinking to himself, "In his previous life, I was at least a talented youth. Playing the instrument is as easy as flipping a hand. Moreover, I also possess the cultivation technique of the automatic leveling system that constantly improves my good intentions. The skill level is distinguished as the basic martial arts scripture, which is at the stage of entering the fourth realm, outstanding and transcendent, reaching the peak. The current owner's swordsmanship skill has reached the highest level. What is this person's skill level?" Beep. Little Tong says this gentleman's musical skill has just reached the level of entering the mysterious realm. Seeing Brother Tron Tru hesitate for a long time, Truong Fong urged, "Hurry up, don't dawdle anymore." Chu Fong, noticing the guest's lack of response, took the initiative to speak. "It seems Master Diep can't perform anymore. Should I intervene a little? Maybe I can still save Nan Kang for a moment. Jun Lin secretly despises him. Since he's just entered the realm of mastery, he should obediently kneel and listen to my skills so your world's people can witness my dominion over the heavens." He thought for a moment before raising his hand to pluck the strings repeatedly, the aura from the instrument flowing out gently like an autumn lake. As the music began, Thiendiep's eyes widened in amazement. How could he play such a magnificent piece of music? This level of skill is top tier, even in the Central Realm. No one dares to compete with him. Trung Fang was shocked. How could this sound from the instrument be possible? He felt that his years of mastery in playing the zither had been insulted. Even the carefree sword player would have to shout out, "My mastery of the instrument can actually sense such profound and mysterious musical intent. Oh my God, it makes others feel so passionate and excited. I feel like my heart is about to jump out of my chest." Tae Kwan Lum continued to dance freely on the zither, the rhythm growing more intense. Seeing Tien Diep's sudden breakthrough in cultivation, Chu Fang couldn't help but be shocked. Hong Tien Tu, this is the middle, late, peak, and perfected stage of the Great Ascension. Yet in a moment, she has transcended the tribulation level, just one step away. Also, Le Tien Boy as well, from fusion breakthrough to the Great Ascension stage. The sound of the lute rising and falling, the released aura surpasses Chu Fang's understanding. He covers his face with his hand and exclaims, "The middle stage of the tribulation. So Diep Ton Jia is not a venerable master, but a Hu Tien." The aura is no longer confined to the room. It has escaped outside and spread throughout the Daichu capital. The soldiers, sensing it, cheer with joy. "This music has healed all my wounds. It's truly miraculous. I have actually entered the transformation into a deity stage. This is a divine blessing from the heavens for my great Chu." Outside the eastern region of Shangzhou in the Dachu capital, a large number of demon clan troops have gathered here. Seeing no one guarding, these head-faced demon creatures declared that tonight the demon clan will bloodily purge the Dachu royal court and attack. As soon as I entered the city gate, I sensed the aura of Cam Wai. The little demons gathered around, eager to see what was happening. "Your Majesty, what do you think that is?" At noon, the leading demons, infused with the aura of the instrument, automatically shattered their bones and flesh as they tore apart, screaming and wailing. "What is this, Your Majesty? Save us, please, save us quickly. The one who's still attacking, get out of here, or this king will deal with you. Hiding like that shows what kind of skill you really have." Most of the demons have been destroyed, their bodies no longer intact. And if blood pleads, the great king, retreat quickly, as powerful humans are guarding the area. The one-horned beast roared in frustration. "No, who is it? Who could it really be?" There was no other way. The one-horned beast took the pill given by the envoy, thinking to itself that at this point it could only consume the enlightenment pill, and no matter the cost, the sovereign must find the powerful figure behind this. Then it put the pill into its mouth and chewed fiercely, and its entire body transformed in a miraculous way. I feel the power in my body still burning intensely. My cultivation has jumped from the early tribulation stage to the late tribulation stage. This grip no longer can do anything to me. The sky over Dachu City is shrouded by mysterious power, with thunder tribulations rumbling down, and the voice of the one-horned beast echoing persistently. "Kill, kill, kill. No matter who you are, you must die." It has transformed into a less terrifying form, but its power is even greater. The one-horned beast rushes toward the Great Chu City wall, shouting loudly, "The Great Chu King City, about to perish." It continued alone into the city, where the brilliant light of Kam-Am shone. Jun Lam sat in a small room, still playing the dan, his aura growing stronger but still as gentle as flowing silk. The deep and soaring sound of the lute causes heaven and earth to change from day to night. Even the moonlight must give way to the shining sun. The entire land of the Dadu city has been infused with the spirit of the zither and transformed into a land blessed by heaven and earth, stirring the azure dragon and the vermilion bird. People of all ages gather to witness this rare and magnificent spectacle. The sky over Dachu extends beyond the atmosphere, feeling like you could reach the stars with a single step. The people are in awe, saying, "I have never seen such a spectacle in my life." Could this really be the sun and moon pendant, the spirit of the dragon and phoenix? The celestial spirit of the legend? Truly, the heavens blessing Dachu in an instant, Dachu has transformed and the demon eye is terrified. What exactly is going on in this great Chu? Soon it sensed that something was wrong. Its pupils contracted, veins bulging in its eyes with an unprecedented sensation. The one-horned beast instinctively looked down at its body where its heart had been pierced by a sharp, gentle yet deadly strike. Suddenly, the beast cried out in pain. Like the other demons before it, its flesh and bones shattered, its body about to vanish completely. It still didn't know who was responsible, who was the one behind this. "If you're so capable, come out and face me. Who is truly the terrifying enemy of our race?" The body of the demon eye has now completely vanished, merging into the void. Just as Quan Lam's hands finished playing the zither, he gently asked for the opinions of those who enjoy the music and command the world. System notification. Congratulations to the host for defeating the demon army. The reward is a 5-element spiritual root of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Jun Lam was stunned. What the hell is that? Brother Myo. Brother Tong, could something have happened to you? Since when did I defeat the demon army? The little system reports that the demon army just entered Da Chu and was destroyed earlier by the host's music. I am a professional system. Please do not doubt me. You scratch your chin and think, so that's how it is. Not bad, this 5-element spiritual root of the immortal grade just happens to be suitable for my 5 extremes reincarnation, great destruction technique. I try to immerse myself in the music before finally waking up. Amazing! Master is so powerful, and Jun Lam is even more proud. I told you, as long as you have the skills, you can do it, right? Master Nam Kung, Chuang Fang, who is as fierce as a tiger, sits curled up in a corner, too afraid to reply. He looked at his 1,000 years of cultivation being humbled by the young man, and couldn't hold back his tears. The senior was right, truly an extraordinary divine melody. I still don't know my limits, and called my senior a scoundrel who doesn't understand music theory. I deserve to die. I really deserve to die. Chu Feng stepped forward to help him up, but before he could speak, the great Master Nam was stopped by Trung Feng. No, I don't deserve to be called a great master. It's the senior who is truly worthy. I am just a clown, a complete clown. Thong Thong congratulates the host on completing the mission and winning 10 bags of livestock feed for the supreme pet. Chu Feng had no choice but to clasp his hands and report, "What do you want to do with him, Diep Hu Tian?" Quan Lam thought that since the mission was already completed, there was nothing more for him to do, so he responded to let him step back and focus on studying. Master, luckily I had that piece of music you played earlier. I just broke through to the great perfection. But Quan Lam didn't seem to care much. He just hummed. I glanced over at what was more important, Tian Diep, and secretly admired, is it already at the great perfection? This breakthrough into becoming a fairy is truly remarkable. You've already crossed the tribulation so quickly, Chu Feng exclaimed happily. Father, you've broken through! He thought to himself, this is great. With Father's promotion to Void Immortal and the addition of the national fortune, Thuong Chao's position in Daichu will be even more solidified. Emperor Chu remained silent, then bowed his head in gratitude, on behalf of the people of Great Chu, thanking Diep Hutin for performing the divine melody and bringing blessings to the living. Emperor Chu secretly wondered. His father is a ruler of a nation and a powerful being in the tribulation realm, yet he behaves so humbly. Just how strong are the people of Huyan Thien's sect? Jun Lin reminds the emperor that standing up and breaking through the tribulation is your own ability. Emperor Chu replied respectfully. Then Diep Hutin sneered. Thanks to your divine music, the prosperity of Great Chu has reached an unprecedented peak. I might be lucky enough to break through this time. You reply, it seems you are truly sincerely grateful to me, aren't you? The emperor then made a vow. Yes, then take me to the tomb for a quick visit. The emperor immediately led the way. Yes, please follow this way, I will guide you. He walked and recounted that inside the tomb, besides the burial objects that thieves might steal, there was nothing else. This is the end of the mausoleum, and indeed no unusual signs were found. Tian Diep used her internal energy to strike the wall directly, revealing a gate surrounded by iron chains that left Chu Huang stunned. That is why this thing exists in the Chu family tomb. I had no idea. Shen Shen exclaimed in amazement. This door is so beautiful, but it looks like an illusion and cannot be touched. You guess this divine gate definitely exists but has not yet appeared in the real world. To fully activate it, a certain price must be paid. Then Junlin asked, Chu Huang, how long has this dynasty lasted? He reported, my apologies, Ye Huoxian, my great Chu has existed for 1.2 million years and is one of the few immortal dynasties in Shangzhou that can last over 1 million years. You asked the second question. Was there any other country or power before the great Chu? The Emperor Chu pondered and said, according to existing historical records, there are at least dozens of such things, and some have even completely disappeared. You confirm it as treacherous. So this celestial gate could be traced back to an even earlier era. Perhaps there were records of this celestial gate before, but after various upheavals, they were soon buried under the dust of history. And this ancestral tomb was built right on that very spot. Even the subsequent rulers of the Great Chu were unaware of this. They just think that the feng shui here is better than anywhere else. Jun Lin turned to ask his disciple, Little Hong, if you can open this door, do you know about this thing or not? He replied. As for the origin of this stargate, my disciple only heard rumors and has no solid proof.
I just happened to stumble upon it by chance.
Then tell me everything you know about this. Tien Diep revealed a secret, saying that in ancient times there were many teleportation points across the Kunlun realm that could directly connect to the great heavenly world. Many cultivators in the Conlin world could use it to freely traverse the universe, but later, for some unknown reason, these teleportation points were sealed by the Immortal Sage and can never be reopened. Vo Keep was stunned and exclaimed, "So this spiritual gate actually has such a function." Chu Feng was also stunned. Could it be that the legends I heard when I was young really exist? It is said that the Conlin realm is a vast cultivation planet, and such planets are numerous, scattered throughout the endless universe. Emperor Chu added that in the past, cultivators could travel freely, and as long as they were transformed deities, they could fly out of the Conlin realm to explore the void of the universe. But somehow an invisible force has been restricting the monks in Conlon realm, preventing them from entering the universe and forcing them to live in this world until death. The only way to break this is to transcend the tribulation and become a true immortal, then naturally ascend to the immortal realm, which is the only way to gain the qualification to reach the universe. Chu Feng exclaimed happily that if the monks of Conlon could break through the limit and pass through this door to another universe, it would truly be a blessing for Dai Chu. Father, in that case, our empire can expand beyond. This is a rare opportunity. He cheerfully said, "Yes, with the strength of Great Chu plus my tribulation cultivation, dominating the world is only a matter of time." Junlin frowned and interrupted. "Idiot, what are you all thinking?" Chu Huang asked blankly. "What do you mean by that, Deep Hu Tian? Are you sure that Great Chu has the ability to activate and expand to the stars, or is it instead being invaded by alien races from other realms? If it truly benefits the development of the Conlin realm, then why was this kind of spirit gate sealed by the Immortal Sages? Also, have you figured out why that mysterious person retreated yet? You haven't even established dominance over Shangzhou yet, and you're already dreaming of the outer realms. Human greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant." Emperor Chu has realized where he went wrong. The teachings of the Void Immortal Sect are indeed correct. We have been too arrogant. Jun Lam quietly added, "Of course, there is still one most important point. Do you know how to open this spirit gate?" Both of them remained silent without replying. Jun Lin encouraged them. "All right, keep trying. As long as this spirit gate exists, there are still many good days ahead for the Great Chu." Emperor Chu obeyed the order, and we will carefully guard this place. Vo Kep then asked his master, "If what you said is true, then the dark creature Min Uyen really deserves to die." So now I'm most curious about what exactly happened to the original Conlon realm. The invasion by the Mainyan clan definitely won't be that simple. Judging by their advance, this spirit gate is certainly not the only one in the eastern region. It seems that traveling through time and exploring the universe really does exist. Now, this is truly interesting. Vo Keep continued and said, "If you want to know what happened in the Kunlun realm back then, perhaps the upper heaven realm might have the answer. With my master's abilities, I believe you will be able to transcend the tribulation and ascend to the upper realm in a short time, and I look forward to that day. I hope that by then, I can also catch up with my master and reach the place that countless cultivators dream of." Brother Hong said, "The fairy world is also about the strong oppressing the weak, only much more brutal than the lower realm." Tien Deep thought to himself that after reaching the coordinates to become an immortal, he would not choose to ascend to the fairy world immediately, but stay in the central realm to train himself and help the Bai Hua sect overcome the consequences. The main reason is that I heard the heavenly realm has a very strict hierarchy. Those who can become immortals now are the ones who can command the weather in the Kunlun world. He is a character worshipped by countless cultivators. But if he ascends to the higher realm, he will only be able to start over from the bottom, and few people can endure such a feeling of lower status. If only the fairy world had a background, then there would be seniors to guide the way. But in my case, it's the opposite. I've already provoked many forces in Central Realm, and if I try to ascend, I might be hunted to death by those above. He denied what you said. Becoming an immortal and ascending isn't as simple as you think. It's not just about risking everything in cultivation to succeed. Vo Keep looked puzzled. "Oh, could it be that my senior brother has already become a celestial before? Did they get brought back by Kong Bang?" Junlin silently thought that Min Uyen had launched the first attack and that other places in the eastern region might also face Min Uyen's assault. Even the 4 other great regions will be caught up in this. Let this master of the Conlon realm save you from this danger. Suddenly he remembered, "Oh right, I almost forgot about this. If I smell something fragrant, I'll ask, does it smell so good? What is my master exactly? Can I taste it? No, this is food for pets. Try transforming into a pet to beg." Trying it out is also being a beast, also a pet of the master. Quan Lam reluctantly went along with it. It seems there's no problem at all. This snack bag is for you to try as a treat, and it happily cheered. Yes, thank you, master. Tiandi muttered to herself. This fool never trains all day, only knows eating and eating. No different from that deep guy, truly wasting the great Lai immortal body and mistreating the heavenly treasure. Just a taste. And as soon as it finished eating, a surge of spiritual energy erupted within it, instantly leveling up. Tiandiep was stunned to realize it had advanced to the middle stage of transformation, the late stage, the peak, the consummate stage, and had broken through to the fusion stage, the early stage of the great transcendent. This silly thing is telling Lord Lam that the snacks from the master taste really good. Are you kidding me, breaking through already? You were surprised too. Didn't expect that just one bag of top-quality pet food would make Tu Huathan's initial stage suddenly leap to the great perfection stage. What would happen if I ate a few more bags? Could I possibly turn into an immortal directly? Vokeep couldn't help but shout out loud. Sister Bai, it's you. Have you already reached the same level of cultivation as me in just a moment? Tian Yip thought that the snack bag was haunted, and I was truly very curious. What kind of treasure vault does this Quan Lam hold that he can always produce good things that make the whole world covet them? Junlin patted its head and asked, Do you want to eat more? It replied, Yes, I want to try more. Quan Lam handed everything to Thu Tu and said, Here, take it and eat. Its eyes lit up. Thank you, master. Is there still so much? That's great. Don't forget to get some more food for Kongbang, too. You've been working hard lately. Here's some food for you. Try sitting down and enjoy the delicious meal. It's really delicious. Kongbang quickly finishes all the food Quan Lam gave, and its whole body immediately levels up. Vokeep shouted in horror. This method of advancing cultivation even allowed Akon to jump from the great perfection to the perfected stage. Truly beyond our reach. The Ndiep swore that such a way to increase cultivation was fair to those who worked hard. I strongly condemn such unfair actions, and most importantly, they surely have side effects. Even if you give them to me, I won't eat. Quan Lam observed Thu Thu and saw no change, so he thought after finishing 3 bags, but the effect was even less than 1 bag, and his cultivation only reached the late stage, indicating that the benefits of continuous eating diminish significantly. Tiandiep signals to it, he hides behind the tree and calls out, Little guy, come here. Little Thu, holding the food bag, asks, Is Brother Hong calling Thu Thu? Could it be that Senior Brother Hong wants to see Xiao Shuo? Senior Brother Hong, what's going on with you looking for Xiao Shuo? He warned that what your master gave you to eat was poisonous. Tutu was frightened and scared. Even with tears in her eyes, she still denied it. No way, my master would never harm Shishi. Moreover, after eating it, my cultivation keeps advancing. Tian Diep explained, everything has 2 attributes. The medicinal pills that cultivators swallow often have different herbal properties that boost cultivation, but can also be toxic to the veins. So this snack may seem to help breakthrough levels, but in reality it is rushing the process. Maybe there will be a buildup of toxins inside the body, and eating more would be like self-destructing. Thu Thu doesn't believe it. What the master gave him to eat proves that this snack isn't a problem, and he doesn't feel any discomfort at all. If you don't believe me, then let your senior brother show you a little something. After checking, he was amazed to find that his entire meridian system was unharmed, his foundation extremely solid, and there was even a flow of extremely pure, innate spiritual energy throughout his body. This is even more effective than pills. Tried, happily said, Hong, senior brother, is there nothing wrong with tried? If everything is fine, tried, we'll go ahead first. Tian Yi paces angrily and orders you to put the snacks back. Big brother is doing this for your own good. You're listening to me, right? Thu Tu, scared, replied, But this is my master's gift to me. He shamelessly snatched the child's item, saying, Here, this is for you. Why are you crying? Go back and take care of the master. Also, this must not be told to him. Do you understand? Try to be good and answer yes. Thien Deep thought to herself, Little chubby, I will catch you directly. Now is the moment for me to break through the tribulation. He tore open the food bag and poured the food straight into his mouth. Tian Diep tried to chew properly. Does this food still have a fragrance? But why does my stomach feel bloated and distended like this? He panically realized that there is a chaotic energy inside his body. If this continues, it will destroy my body. Why does that rotten mouse eat without any problem, but when I eat, I end up like this? I'm doomed. I think I'm about to... He expelled a powerful stream of air, strong enough to send Thien Diep soaring into the sky. Jun Lam looked up from below, curious about what was happening. Why is little Hong flying up into the sky like that? Wu Kiep added. And why is there still a smell in the air? He turned back and asked, Kid, what's wrong with you? It sulkily replied, Just testing. I'm fine. From its attitude, Jun Lam gently realized that Tasting was still upset and sat in a corner. Quan Lam annoyedly thought, so that's what this is about, Tian Diep. Tian Diep collapsed to the ground, clutching her stomach and writhing as she begged. Du Su Tone, Quan Lam asked in a deep voice. Tell me what you really did to the master. Tian Diep was too ashamed to admit. Are you deaf? I asked you about it. Tian Ye nodded and admitted his mistake, then shouted directly at him. Why did you steal the snack from the kid? Trying to make excuses, saying he just wanted to give it a try. Elder brother Hong said he also wanted to taste it. Jun Lam continued scolding. I know you will do anything to improve your cultivation, but the little apprentice is your junior sister. Tian Diep closed his eyes and admitted his mistake. The disciple admits his mistake, master. Suddenly, he falls silent, then lets out a burst of air that shoots him up into the sky. Quan Lam dusts off the strong smell around him and scolds. Not finished yet. Come back down later and accept your punishment obediently. Tian Diep felt bitter. Never expected that instead of stealing chickens, she would lose a handful of rice. Next time, she must be more careful. Luckily, she wasn't seen by the enemy from before, or she wouldn't have any face left to live in this world. In Katba Yenbin village, the villagers are pointing at the sky. Hey, look over there, a beautiful fairy, and she's making some strange noise. I think this sound is my sister farting. Ridiculous, such a beautiful fairy, how could she fart? This is a fairy girl emitting divine aura, bringing blessings to our Katbaya village. Everyone quickly breathe in the divine aura, breathe it in now. The villagers all manipulated themselves. Ether energy, so this is ether energy, no wonder it has such a pleasant smell. Hurry up everyone, breathe it in quickly. If you miss out, there won't be another chance. After struggling for a while, Tian Diep returned to report, Master, I have purified the energy within me. Please forgive me and impose your punishment. I know your pride is immense, so for the next 3 months you must serve the young disciple. What did it say? What did it say? You did that. Consider this your penance. Do you understand? Tian Diep thought to himself, I never expected that I would end up as a servant to that rat. Damn it, he replied. I heard you clearly. Thank you, Master, for your kindness. 3 months later, outside Dongguo Wuchao, there was a warning from Chulongmon with people shouting, Duok Vuong Kok is about to open. I really don't want to miss this rare opportunity. The discussion echoes throughout the Death Tower. Yes, the Medicine King's Cave is an unparalleled treasure land full of opportunities. According to legend, Pharmacist Lord, the owner of the Medicine King Cave, possessed extraordinary medical skills and was highly revered by cultivators across the world in ancient times. Not only that, he cultivated various famous medicines within the cave and even set up a grand spirit gathering array inside, directly drawing half of the spiritual energy from Wuchao to nourish it. Just taking out a common medicinal branch from inside can cause chaos and bloodshed in the outside world. The Medicine King Sect opens only once every 100,000 years, and the opening is limited in time and the number of entrants. This time, we finally caught up. When that happens, the competition will be extremely fierce. I hear all the top-tier rooms there are full of transformed gods, and we're just small fry in the Foundation establishment stage, only fit to boast outside. Someone replied, what does that matter? I heard the top-tier rooms above are even more powerful with celestial monarchs. But anyway, we might as well take a risk. A group of imposing people stepped in and ordered them to hand over their valuables. Fellow cultivators, please give up your money and belongings, or I will have to do it myself. What do those people think they're doing trying to rob us? We also have a celestial army formation on the ship. That's right. Who dares to be so bold? Stealing in broad daylight in the middle of the street? Let's go outside and take a look. May I ask your honorable name, please? He asked, stroking his beard and introducing himself. Huin Tin Sik, Quan Lam, and beside them are disguised disciples of Quan Lam. The group of monks stared in shock at that person. It's him, the white-haired god-slayer Diep Quan Lam. Is it really him? Why do I feel like that person would never do something like this? Could it be a fake? Are you blind or what? Can't you see the people standing next to him? It's just as the rumors say. But there's also a rumor that his mount is Kan Bang, an ancient divine beast. Wow. You actually believe that? That kind of divine beast has been extinct in the Kanlan realm for a long time. How could it possibly be his mount? That's right, you're definitely adding some extra seasoning. No matter how powerful Jun Lam is, he can't possibly tame Kong Bin as a mount. Stop talking so much and just hand over your valuables to save your life. The old man thought smugly. It seems these useless ones have fallen into the trap. I can strike now, then order Vo Keep to gather the good intentions of these fellow cultivators. He responded clearly. Master, the sword is drawn. Be reasonable and hand over all your money. Don't force me to cut you down. Just hand them over to us and please don't hurt us. Xiao Yi, the impostor of Vo Kep, pointed his sword up toward the upper floor.
Go upstairs, all of you. Obediently step out and hand over the boundary to Mila family, or don't blame me for acting mercilessly. The door upstairs remains silent. Xiao Yi is determined to settle the score. Are those people in the highest room pretending to be dead?
Do you want me to personally come up and deal with you?
The innkeeper then pleads, La family, please don't do this. Inside are 2 guests from Gongzhou, important figures. Please consider.
Hearing that, he became even more arrogant
And shouted, Everything has to give my master face, right?
If you know what's good for you, obediently come down here. If not, wait for my master to take action, and you'll definitely die. The innkeeper hesitated as a voice echoed from inside the room. This fellow, we are from Van Dao Sect from Kongchao, and due to some inconvenience this time, we will visit your Xuan Thin Sect on another day. Tunyat is a bit concerned, Van Dao Sect. Isn't this the top sect in the eastern region, only second to the Martial Transformation Sect?
I heard a few Immortals have appeared, but even if the Martial Transformation Sect stands before Junlam, they still have to step aside, regardless of whether they agree or not. Let's talk about what happens later. Right now, get down here for my Li family.
Duke Qindu Yi opened the door and stepped out, Xiao Yi scolding her first. You little brat, what do you mean by staring at the Li family? Do you want to play 20? Duy punched forward. Who are you calling a damn little girl? Duke Qin stops her. Miss, don't lose your temper. Leave this matter to me. Duke Qin quietly observed the group of 4, truly resembling the rumored band of warriors.
Although his cultivation level as an illusionary immortal was not apparent, he had heard that he was very skilled at concealing his cultivation, so it was better to stay cautious.
So he handed it to him, including 5 million top-quality spirit stones and several spirit weapons. He also hoped the fellow would inform Diepu Tian that Van Dao Sect had some intentions, and he accepted it readily, showing he was sensible, so I could return and report to my master. Duy stomped her foot in anger and asked, Why did you do this, Vababa? Xiaonut chuckled to himself.
Pretending to be done, but it was truly exhilarating. Facing a great perfection stage martial artist still carries pressure.
Fortunately, I played my part perfectly. Duke Qin waved farewell to him, saying, I have accepted your good intentions. See you again later. Duy still angry, says Fa Baba, you have disappointed me. He explained that, Miss, I am only here to ensure your safety. If we don't show respect, that bloodthirsty army would surely kill us all. He doesn't even take Wuhua Sect seriously. If something unexpected really happens to her, I would be the one to blame for Van Dao Sect. She glared angrily at Vo Kep, who had already gone far away. Truly, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Quenlam is really going too far. On what basis is he above the law and untouchable? In the eastern region, you can do whatever you want, Duke Qin continued. Who said his cultivation is unfathomable? Lin Zhen even killed a void immortal of the Wuhua Sect, and that was the sect master of the Wuhua Sect.
It's a pity he traveled from thousands of miles away thinking he could kill Junlam alone, only to find out that the guy had secretly concealed his cultivation, and in the end, Ku Duong was betrayed and slaughtered miserably.
I must personally become strong enough to eliminate this evil scoundrel, he continued.
Right. With your talent, you will eventually break through the tribulation and even attain the Tao to become an immortal. Don't forget, you carry the spirit of the celestial body, a physique not much inferior to the sun body of the Saint Child of Wuhua Monastery. Her fighting spirit rises within her. Rest assured, Uncle Fan, I will strive to cultivate. Quan Lam, just wait and see.
The 4 con artists returned to their hideout, disguised as test subjects.
The young servant said, thanks to the reputation of this Lord Lam, it really does work. These days, our robberies have only been successful without any surprises.
Xiao Yi recounted, Damn it, I was terrified just now, but luckily the Van Dao Sect's venerable master, pressured by Lam Quan's reputation, obediently surrendered. Even a venerable master has to respect me now. Hong Di mocked him, You almost peed your pants, too. Look at yourself. Does anyone respect you? That's because he respects the immortal blade of the demon. And you? Just a minor character. Xiao Yi shouted, Who are you talking about? You are just a courtesan ridden by thousands. Haven't you forgotten how long you stayed at Phoenix Pavilion before? And you really think you're Hong Tian? I spit on Hong Day and he goes crazy, rushing to tear your mouth apart. Chap Ba, you pretend to be the army commander and shout loudly, Straighten up and get organized. Can you grow a bit? You don't even know your own weight.
Let me tell you, you are not irreplaceable, but I can find someone to replace you anytime I want. Be smart and cooperate with me.
At this time, the number of people passing by is increasing. We must seize the opportunity, do one last job, and then all disperse. But before that, we have to go all out. Just then, Kong Bang swept past their heads, causing the 3 of them to be stunned. What is that thing? The divine beast Kong Bang swept its tail with a mighty force, causing everyone to cower and fall to the ground.
Xiao Yi exclaimed in fear. That was so terrifying. What kind of beast is that?
The young waiter sighed in relief as it flew away. Luckily, it didn't stop, or else we wouldn't have enough to stuff between its teeth. Relaxing upstairs, trying to enjoy Tiandiep's service. It's really comfortable. Thank you, Brother Hong.
Junlan reminds Xiao Hong that your punishment time is almost over, and I will reward you with a grand celebration. Little one, go get the chocolate ice cream I prepared for you and try taking out an ice cream cone.
I found it. It's the blizzard ice cream. Tio Hong, this is the best treat in the world. I know you've been struggling for 3 months, so I prepared this especially for you. Don't let my kindness go to waste. Tiandiep hesitated to accept this, thanking his master. He angrily thought, does this deep guy still want to humiliate me even after it's over? How can I swallow this thing? Junlin asked when he saw the other not eating. What's wrong, little Hong? Not satisfied with my reward? Tiandiep brought it to his mouth to taste. His eyes lit up as he tasted the cool, refreshing flavor in his mouth, and Tiandiep felt a cool sensation melting as soon as it touched his tongue. It really is delicious. Looks like this time the Diep surname has no hostility towards me. Vokeep stepped forward to report. Master, we have entered the martial zone. I heard that the Medicine King Sect will open in a few days. He looked at Tiandi and thought enviously, is Brother Hong already enjoying the food so much? Is this the final punishment from the master? Yet Brother Hong still puts on such a satisfied look. He really has a tough time. Junlin asked the Medicine King Sect what it was and requested a detailed answer. Duok Wongkok is a sacred place on the ground full of opportunities, containing various heavenly treasures, rare spiritual herbs, and is an unmissable good place. The system notification says that the check-in point has been updated now that the host has entered the martial arts city. Please complete your check-in at the Medicine King Pavilion to receive great benefits. Quan Lam said excitedly. It doesn't sound bad at all. We've been wandering for months, so this time we're heading to the Medicine King Pavilion to see what it's really like. At the eastern region of Wuzhou, Longmon guests stand at the Vokiep gate and introduce themselves.
Sir, this is the biggest guest in a 100-mile radius. We can stay here for a few days until Duok Wongkok opens and we can enter. Quan Lam mutters, what does that name sound so familiar?
All right, let's stay here. As soon as they stepped in, the waiter came out to greet them. Honorable guests, please come in. The innkeeper, please book us 2 good rooms. The clerk replied, I will take you to the 2nd floor. Tiandiep, dressed in full concealment, asked suspiciously, why do we have to hide this way, master? Junlin explained, I am now quite famous, so I will definitely have many passionate fans. If my identity is exposed, everyone will rush to get my autograph, which would be troublesome. Tiandiep felt regretful, realizing she really shouldn't have asked that question. This person truly cannot be understood with normal thinking. Step into the private room, Quan Lam asked. Do you have any famous dishes here? He took out the menu, and I would like to introduce some of our signature dishes, guaranteed to be authentic. Take a look at this dish. It's called braised lion's head. The lion's head here is made from the head of a furious lion at the nascent soul stage, with crispy skin and a very satisfying taste. In addition, there's this sweet and sour carp. This carp is not an ordinary creature. There is a trace of a true dragon bloodline in it, making it very delicious. The ingredients for this stir-fried beef dish are from a tianthan bowl that has reached the divine transformation stage. After eating, it grants boundless power and boosts blood circulation. Try it and see your eyes light up. Then what about this one? Try it, it's very delicious. The waiter praised it. Because this guest truly has a keen eye. The ingredients for this dish are taken from the extreme cold, and each slice of meat is as transparent as snowflakes. That's why it has that name. I advise you to try the hot pot. After trying it, I hold my head and beg. I really don't want to. I don't want to try or eat it. Jun Lam clears his throat and orders, well, besides the snowflake jade meat, bring up all the other dishes you mentioned earlier. The young servant happily thought, it's been a long time since anyone ordered these dishes. I've met a big customer this time. He replied, yes, sir. Esteemed guests, I will go inform the kitchen to prioritize preparing for you now. Meanwhile, Shushi is sadly covering his ears. Hoo, such a cute mouse. Why would it eat mice? Vokeep asked curiously. Su Tone, why aren't we waiting on Kon Bang's back for Duok Wongkok to open? You wouldn't understand this explanation. You see, with the Pharmacist King Cave about to open, the wind and cloud are rising, so of course we have to go there ourselves to experience the atmosphere. And maybe something interesting will happen. Vokeep realized that his master was still thoughtful, and the disciple admired him, while Tiandiep cautiously signaled to them. Shh, it seems someone is talking about us. Jun Lam calmly said, that is normal. I have many fans. Let me hear what they are saying about my prestige. You lean in to listen, surrounded by curses and insults. Truly a curse. I've already met that damn bastard Kun Lam. All the hard work and effort I've spent my whole life on were all taken away by him. Damn it, me too. Not only random stuff, but also 6 precious weapons, 30 mysterious jade talismans, 5 earth-grade pills, all of them were snatched away in one go. Hoo, it seems all the guests have been robbed clean. I thought I was the only unlucky one being chased by that damn dog. Vokip angrily swung his sword. These people are just talking nonsense and insulting our master. Only Tiandiep secretly feels pleased. Jun Lam, do you also get cursed by thousands of people sometimes? See? This is the will of the people. Junlin stopped him. Don't get agitated. This is very clear. Someone has impersonated me to deceive others.
It seems they are also victims. Xiaohong, if you want to laugh, go ahead. Just don't let your body get sick.
When Diep is exposed, she pretends to be loyal and rubs her wrist. Damn it, that damned swarm of mosquitoes is really damnable.
Master, as long as you cough once, I will strike immediately and ensure no one survives.
Quan Lam couldn't stand this false appearance anymore. It's too fake, Xiaohong. They continued listening to the others discuss. Rumor has it that Hong Tiantu is incredibly beautiful and possesses an unmatched cold aura. However, when she met her in person, she found her to be very different from the rumors, almost like a woman from a brothel. You are correct. Based on many years of experience visiting lively places, Hong Tiantu's beauty is above average.
I really don't understand why outsiders exaggerate this story so much. Turns out hearing rumors is one thing,
but seeing with your own eyes is another. This fellow, your evaluation is very objective. When I saw that Hong Tiantu, I almost drooled. Her place is so magnificent that it makes me want to play with it with my own hands. Vokiep involuntarily glanced at Tiandiep, who then frowned and asked, Le Sude, what are you looking at? Vokiep stammered an apology. Please, Sister Hong, it was just sand in my eyes. Don't misunderstand. Jun Lam sneered at him. Little Hong, you should be more tolerant. Besides, they are just talking about those imposters, and she's a woman. But you're not even a woman. Why are you so angry?
Tiandiep is speechless. You keep talking nonsense. Little Hong, have you completely accepted that title of Red Fairy?
If it's not because of that, why would you react so strongly? Tiandiep denies having it. He just snorted, and he was so angry he slammed the table. I really don't have it, the waiter nervously said as he brought the food in. These are the esteemed guests. Our dishes are ready. Now I will bring them to you. Upon tasting, their eyes light up. The aroma is truly delightful. The young servant bows and says, Please enjoy your meal, esteemed guests. I will take my leave now. If you need anything, just ask. Lamb's troops ignore that, all right. Let's start eating, and the fake things will have to be revealed eventually. Going outside, the waiter muttered, Why do these distinguished guests look so familiar? At that moment, Dewey Y was dining with Duke Chin. She asked, Master Pham, have you heard anything yet? Everyone is criticizing Quan Lam and their group. From what I see, this just shows his indifference to public opinion. Miss, they are just idle gossip. When facing that extraordinary expert, they won't be shaken by rumors. Even if thousands of people point at them, what does it matter? DUI puffs her cheeks in protest. Uncle Pham, why do you always speak on behalf of that bastard? He replied, All right, I won't say anything more. First, eat up. The food here doesn't compare to the flavors of our Vandao sect. Hurry and try it. The army group Lam has finished eating. They covered themselves up again as before, and Thuthu exclaimed with happiness, It's so delicious, I'm completely full now. They walk past the table where Duke Chin is sitting, and he cautiously eyes the 4 of them. DUY is curious. Fa Baba, what are you looking at? Duke Chin revealed that he could sense the strength of those people was unfathomable, especially the leader who made him feel a sense of helplessness from the bottom of his heart. Could it be another void immortal? We just encountered Junlam. Why is there another person now? He advised that since the Medicine King sect is about to open, who knows how many powerful cultivators will come to this guest house. Miss, be careful when you go out. Night falls, a group of people sneaking around. Honorable Te-Ti Dai, are you sure you want to act now? I, the highest priest of the Te-Ti clan, ordered Luatko to weaken the humans' resistance. Tonight's massacre plan will start from this guest house. Immediately act and set up the Grand Illusion Array. All for Ming Yuan's holy war. They open the guest door, and the other snake people rush in. They set up the formation at the corners of the Red Blood Demon Passage. Yulan Front Mound, 1 Devouring Soul, and 100 Covering Heart. Old Law carefully warned, be extremely vigilant, cover this entire guest area for me. No mistakes allowed. If any one name is missing, the entire plan will be ruined. Our demonic snake clan has already sent countless human experts into this direction, and human scholars under the false immortals will be trapped in endless dreams, never to wake up again. The formation is complete, and even if the great Golden Immortal comes, they won't be able to break it. The human race will forever fall into the dream realm. Once the formation is finished, not even the great Golden Immortal can destroy it. The entire group of disciples of Junlam has fallen into an endless dream, and the human race will be trapped in eternal slumber. In the illusion of Wukyep, the battlefield of the Holy War in Konluan, he alone is bravely fighting against the undead. A desperate cry rang out. "Does heaven want me to die?" But the monsters were gradually driven back. Staring at the figure before them, they were stunned. Where did this powerful warrior come from? Wei swings his sword down, and I am the one. The other cultivators see him and tear up, shouting, "It is the strongest path cultivator of Konluan below, the #1 swordmaster of all time. We are saved." Wei sternly declares, "Anyone who dares to violate Konluan will die." Sword paths slash through, taking the lives of countless intruders. Wei alone boldly declares, "The Konluan world is protected by me." The monks below respond in unison, "The sword god. Wei, you are our great hero. Long live Wei." In the illusion of Tian Diep, he sat on the main seat in the center of the hall and declared, "I proclaim that the era of Baihua Demon Sect's dominance has arrived." The voices of the sect members echoed, with the sect master wielding boundless power, holy fire filling the heavens, venerating fire as supreme, eternal, and everlasting, with eternal flames shining forever. In the illusion of the test of death, the dream scene is filled with food, and it happily tries each dish. "This is so delicious, so good. This place is truly amazing." Junlam is still awake because he's upset about what he heard during the day. Damn it, I thought my hero name would spread throughout the Eastern Realm, but who would have guessed it would become a stain instead? Truly, times change people's hearts. It's been a long time since I last logged in, so I might as well try to log in now. Maybe I can make up for it. The system reminder about Spirit Stones is definitely available. Now the additional login reward system is starting. Congratulations, the host, on receiving 1 million top-quality Spirit Crystals. Congratulations, the host has received 5 top-tier Flaming Fire Talismans. Congratulations, the host has received 10 Supreme Pet Food Bags. Congratulations, host, on receiving the top-ranked Chuthian Van Gyoy, the Song of Eternal Life. This item surprised you. The Song of Eternal Life? System, what is the rank of this item? The system reminds you that without a rank, the power of the flute entirely depends on the quality of your playing and your cultivation level. Junlam curiously brings the flute to his lips, thinking, I remember my flute technique has already reached its peak, right? Just as well, playing a tune to soothe the soul is also good. The sound of the flute spreads everywhere, and the ancient law below immediately becomes alert. What is that sound? One of his subordinates is happily dancing. The music is wonderful. It reminds me of my childhood. When he was still in the tribe, Old Law shouted at him, "Ancient One, what are you doing? Quickly maintain the Grand Illusion formation for me." Seeing his entire group of subordinates dancing without being aware, he was stunned. Who exactly are you all, playing these tricks? Hurry up and get out of here for my sake. In the room where Duke Chin is, the sound of a flute has already sounded. A demon snake immediately drops his staff and dances. Duke Chin thus wakes up, panting, realizing he was caught in a trap, and for tens of thousands of years, I haven't dreamed of anything. Who exactly was it that put me into this dream, making me sink so deep? Oh no, miss, wake up quickly. He was about to press his finger to Dio Wai's forehead. Tan. Dio Wai gradually woke up. She suspiciously asked, "Why did Faha Baba do that?" Duke Chin replied, "We have fallen into a trap." Diu Ye realized, so it was a trap. I can't blame the child for feeling reluctant to wake up, and the deeper she fell into sleep, the more exhausted her mind became. He continued, "If I am not mistaken, the enemy has set up a grand illusion array. It is said to be one of the most ancient and evil formations. It can make a person fall into a deep sleep, unaware of gods or ghosts, until they die in a silent, unconscious dream. What is their purpose in doing this? Could it be that they want to kill people and steal money?" Duke Chin recounted that the Medicine King Cave is about to open, and with the unpredictable changes of Feng Yun, anything can happen. Moreover, I also heard the sound of a flute just now, but now it has stopped. Miss, don't run around chaos. I'll go outside to check the situation. As he finished, he rushed out and caught sight of the demon snakes, in a trance shouting loudly, "They are Minhyun creatures, the demon snakes of the Sun Tribe from legend." The demon snakes below from the Luke Ko side, as if awakening, are asking for instructions. Our Lord Tati. He reassures them even though they were interrupted earlier. Most of the human cultivators will still choose to sleep because they are having sweet dreams, and as long as we act quickly, there's still a chance for us. But Duke Qin doesn't give them that chance. He swings his sword and charges forward. That reckless act of the Ming Yuan, you dare to attack the human race, you demons. He replied casually, so what if I do? My Manhuian army will definitely sweep across the eastern region. Killing your monks first is not too much to ask. Duke Qin shouted loudly, you lot are so bold, this is our people's territory. Gu Luat Kuo was not afraid at all. You and I are both advanced cultivators, and I have more than a dozen elite fusion stage warriors backing me. What do you have to fight us? He couldn't believe it when Vokiep suddenly charged forward right after he finished speaking. Huh. I wonder who that could be. Turns out it's you, disgusting Minuian beasts. Last time I already killed tens of thousands, and now I still have the itch. Tien Diep rushes forward at the same time. So you filthy and lowly creatures are trying to assassinate me? Filthy and... This sudden turn makes my scalp sweat. 2 more great perfection cultivators. Duke Qin feels an overwhelming sense of oppression. This is definitely not the aura of a great perfection stage cultivator. But what's most important is what this anonymous person's familiar feeling is like, right? A sinister snake asked. Master Teti, what should we do now? The enemy already has 3 peak Great Ascension experts. Luat Ko orders, panic rising, pour all your strength into me now. Quickly. A clear voice responds, and the evil snakes unleash all their power, using my Yumin Kot to transform invisibly. The 3 of them rushed forward together. We're in trouble. They're trying to escape. Don't let them get away. Luat Ko strikes the staff, unleashing a surge of power. It's useless. This staff is a sacred item given to me by the clan leader years ago. Even a Tribulation Realm expert would find it hard to hold us back, let alone you all. The sound of the flute makes Vokiep feel as if hearing it again makes him want to dance. Even Thien Deep was stunned for a moment. Kola angrily shouted, No, it's that damn flute again! He helplessly begged, Stop it, when he saw his subordinates dancing. Thien Deep was shocked to see this scene. What are they doing? Vokiep misunderstood. Damn it, are they trying to provoke us? Duke Qin looked toward the source of the flute sound, which was the same as this flute. That was the sound of the flute that woke me up just now. This guest truly has hidden talents. Jiu Wai upstairs heard it and became curious. Who is playing the flute like that? It sounds really good. She walks into a room with the door slightly open, and upon entering, sees Quan Lam playing the flute with deep concentration. Du Wai stares in amazement, her face turning red as she stammers, Senior, I truly apologize for bothering you. I actually wanted to... From outside the door, Du Wai pushed the door open and entered. Seeing this, Quan Lam was startled, thinking to himself, could it be that his identity has already been exposed? So finally, Fan came to find me at the door. Without hesitation, I quickly grabbed her hand, pulled her toward me, and happily asked if my identity has been exposed, then I won't hide it anymore. Come on, let me give you my precious signature. Hearing those strange words, Du Wai became even more frightened, her eyes flickering as she stammered in shock and couldn't speak clearly. Xianlin continued his enthusiastic greeting, asking, Tell me, where do you want me to sign? Her face was both confused and flustered, her cheeks blushing as she wondered why this guy suddenly pulled her into his room without saying a word, and then asked for her signature for no reason. What should she do now? Thinking of this, Du Wai immediately pushed Man Quan Lam aside, stepped back and shouted, Please let me go, sir. I entered the wrong room. I don't want your signature. He pointed at himself in confusion and asked, What do you mean? You don't want my signature, so why are you standing in front of my door? This statement immediately hit Du Wai's sore spot, leaving her speechless and trembling all over. After a moment of thought, she finally came up with an excuse. I, and Du Wai, was just attracted by your flute music and stopped in front of your door. But I didn't mean to disturb your playing. I also don't know you and don't want to ask for your signature. May I ask your honorable name, sir? Could it be that in the eastern region, people are not well known, so this young lady doesn't know? Jun Lam replied, I see. I was too abrupt. My name is Dieb Deep Pham from Huangchao, and as for my reputation, it's probably okay. When she learned where you were headed, Du Wai was stunned, her eyes wide open in surprise. Are you from Huangchao? He asked seriously. Exactly. Is there a problem? She said honestly, expressing her thoughts openly. Young Master Diep, actually, I used to have a very bad impression of Huangchao. The seniors said it was a barren land, the worst Dao region in the eastern continent, with not even a single spirit transformation expert. As she spoke, she seemed cheerful to add more. But now, with the appearance of Huyan Tin Sect, I suddenly realized that this place is considered extremely poor and lowly. Jun Lam asked again. So, now you have a good impression of Hoang Chao? I thought Duy's attitude towards that place would be less harsh. But no, as soon as I mentioned that, she was so angry she shouted out loud. No, it's much worse. That Deep Quan Lam, the sect master of Tiomeo Feng from Huyan Tian sect, only relies on his profound cultivation to commit all kinds of crimes. Recently, he even led his disciples to Wu Chao to extort money from monks, making even me and Pham Baba victims of his. As a true immortal undergoing a tribulation, he still committed such vulgar acts, a disgrace to the cultivation world of the eastern region. Despite receiving numerous criticisms, Quan Lam could not refute them. Miss Anne, I think there must be some misunderstanding here. In the eyes of the people of Hoang Chao, Diep Quan Lam is an unparalleled handsome man in the world, not only powerful and virtuous, but also with a perfect, flawless face. Even a man like me almost fell into obsession just by looking at her. How could such an outstanding man commit such disgraceful acts that ruin his reputation? That's impossible. Before you could finish speaking, Dui showed her terrifying face to remind you. Miss Anne, no one else is here. You can speak honestly with me, without worrying about your words being leaked and the white-haired demon taking revenge. You must be going through a very difficult daily life, right? Don't be afraid. Justice will ultimately defeat evil. I will try to become stronger and then kill the white-haired demon to save the suffering people of Huangzhou. But looking at Quan Lam's expression now, Dui suspiciously asked, Diep Kong Tu, Nhin Vao Biu Hien Ko Huin Ti Le Nao Ta Noi Hong Jung U. He quickly raised his hand and replied, Yes, keep going. I trust you greatly. Defeat Diep Quan Lam to save Hoang Chao. With this trust from him, she became even more delighted, her eyes shining with reassurance. Don't worry, Diep Kong Tu, I will do it. Oh, Pham Baba seemed to be outside. After saying that, Dui quickly runs outside and calls loudly, Fa Baba, I am here. Miss, why did you come out here? Didn't I tell you to stay in the room and wait? She hurriedly stammered to explain. I heard someone playing the flute earlier, and the melody was very beautiful. So I followed the sound to find this place. He exclaimed in surprise, Wait a minute, are you saying you have found the person playing the flute? Without hesitation, Dui pulled Quan Lam Loi's hand and led him outside, saying, That's right, it's here. His name is Diep Pham. Sir, I truly admire your skills, young Master Diep. He replied, No problem, I just have some special skills. At that moment, Tien Diep and Wu Kiep appeared simultaneously from above the roof. Before Tien Diep could finish speaking, Quan Lam exchanged a glance to remind him not to reveal too much. Just call me Brother Diep. He had no choice but to obey. Brother Diep, the external problems have all been resolved. Seeing their appearance, Dui's eyes sparkled like stars as she watched Tien Diep praise him silently. He's truly handsome, looking just like a fairy. These two are Quan Lam. The one in red is Vuong Tui Hua, and the one wielding the sword is Li Tiet Dan. Vo Keep also cooperated by nodding and saying, Yes, I am Lai Tiet Dan. Only Tien Diep is extremely annoying. What kind of wicked trick is this name playing now? Why did they give me such a disgusting name? Hearing those words, she bowed respectfully and continued, I bid you farewell, young Master Diep. Secretly thinking, Very handsome, but his name is Vuong Tui Hua. What a pity. Watching the figures of the two Dui are leaving, Vo Kiep then asked, Master, you just now responded as Quan Lam. I feel that the impostor will definitely act again, so we shouldn't reveal anything these days to avoid alerting the enemy. Upon hearing that, Vo Keep nodded in agreement and praised him. Master An Min, standing behind Tien Diep, felt disgusted and thought to himself, I spit, this guy is also trying to yap like that white rat, and moreover, on what basis do I have to call myself Vuong Tui Hua? At the same time, on Duyet Wui's side, the old master warned that young Master Diep is not simple. He didn't appear tonight, but can defeat enemies with a flute, resolve dangers, and handle Min Uyin creatures effortlessly. Impressive, she asked in surprise. Do you really need to show off so much, old master? He turned back and replied, Their strength is so formidable, yet they still regard that guy as the most important. And I don't know why when those people come together, they give me a very familiar feeling. In short, these people behave very strangely, so we should still be cautious. Miss, you should go back and rest. The Medicine King sect is about to open. She replied, Yes, time still passes quickly, and finally, the moment they have been waiting for has arrived. Behind the mountain, a massive explosion erupted, sending a column of fire straight into the sky, tearing apart the dark night. Everyone rushed outside, eyes fixed on it, gasping in shock. The Medicine King sect has opened, huh? Strange. The timing doesn't match the prediction. This time, it opened so suddenly that there's no point wasting more time standing here. Fambaba and Diu quickly left. Miss, let's get going. It's really not bad at all.
She happily replied, as long as the master likes it, Tutu can do it for the master every day.
He started urging, and unexpectedly the Medicine King Sect opened so quickly. Let's go.
Outside the Medicine King Sect in the eastern region of Wuzhou, many people have already gathered here waiting and chatting excitedly. I can feel countless geniuses and treasures get inside waiting for me. If I can harvest a top-quality medicinal herb, I will be confident in breaking through from nascent soul to great perfection and becoming a Tongjia with a lifespan of 50,000 years, free to roam the world. A few top-quality herbs are enough. Just obtaining the Medicine King is sufficient.
If I could get a medicinal king plant, I could still have a chance to break through the tribulation. A medicinal king?
Even the great elders in the tribulation stage have to fight until their heads are bleeding. So what can someone like us do?
Hearing what they just said, Diu asked, confused, Master Pham, what is a medicine king? He replied that medicinal herbs are also divided into 3, 6, 9 types, called spiritual herbs, treasured herbs, medicine kings, grand medicine kings, and immortal herbs, with further subdivisions from low grade to top grade. In the cultivation world, spiritual medicines are considered kings, and when it comes to rare treasures, a grand auction is held to attract powerful forces to compete. Just throwing one of them out casually would make everyone's heads explode. As for the medicine king, he is even more extremely rare. For tens of thousands of years, the whereabouts of the medicine king in the eastern region have been extremely rare. This kind of legendary medicine can only be obtained through fierce battles, even by the tribulation realm. After hearing the story, Diu also marveled and asked how such fierce competition could be. So many people like this, and Duok Vuong Kok can still accommodate them all at once? Fababa looked into the distance and replied, Duok Vuong Kok has limits on the number of people and time. If a cultivator's life is in danger, they will be teleported out by the formation of the Medicine King Sect. Overall, the layout of the Medicine Lord back then was very well designed. Young disciples like us are truly grateful for his kindness and sincerely thank him. I didn't expect Master Tiandong from Huinkong Temple to also be here. He is also a powerful cultivator at the tribulation stage. It seems this competition will be truly fierce.
After this, you and she must not act on your own and always stay by my side. Do you understand?
The people sitting in the back exclaimed in admiration. Amitaba, with Master Huiyan Kong leading the team, we will surely obtain enough legendary medicines this time. That is for sure. Tens of thousands of years ago, Master Niandang once entered the Poison King Cave alone and gained great fortune, so his strength has increased by 1 level. Good indeed, good indeed. With Master Dang taking action, the Medicine King Cave is as good as ours for Huiyan Kong Tu. Sitting in front is Huiyan Kong Tu, Master Niandang, at the peak of the tribulation stage. Niandang silently thought that Duok Vuong Kok was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. The hidden secrets inside are beyond your imagination. Even I nearly lost my Dao heart back then, and he has become more determined than ever. This time returning here, I have trained harder and more diligently, though a bit ashamed, I am more courageous. After all these years, I have strengthened my weaknesses and my strength has skyrocketed. Even if I face those tiny creatures from the Duok Vuong Kok this time, I believe I can handle them easily, even wipe them all out. At the same time, above on a tall tree, Quan Lam's group had also arrived. Master, this is the Medicine King Sect. I hear that within this immortal sect there are countless geniuses and treasures, and a rare and hard-to-find divine herb outside is abundant inside. Interesting. You're also looking forward to this trip, secretly thinking that although the medicinal treasures inside are considered miraculous, they can't surpass the reward given by the Lord. But now that we're here, who knows, maybe we might even encounter a test or trial. After a while, the gate finally opened. Everyone gasped and rushed forward. It's open! It's open!
We finally managed to open it. Let's go in quickly. Charge forward.
Master Fa pointed ahead and loudly said, Miss, let's go. Huiyan Kong didn't delay and responded immediately, with a few staying behind to support, while the others followed the old man inside. Among those who entered inside was Quan Lam's group, looking eager and expectant. The more people that entered, the more crowded Duok Vuong Kok became. After entering inside, everyone was surprised by what they saw. So this is what the inside of the Medicine King Sect looks like? This is incredible. Suddenly sensing something, Tiandiep's eyes widened in shock as he looked at himself and exclaimed, Why is this happening? My realm has been pulled back to the 9th level of Qi refining too. Vo Keep suddenly realized this and said, I am the same. Kunlam wondered silently. Huh? Why hasn't my cultivation level changed? It seems the restrictions of the medicine lord can't be applied to the patriarch anymore. A satisfied, calculating smile crept to his lips. I can also pretend to be at the 9th level of chi refinement. After all, fooling a tiger into thinking I'm a pig is my best trick. It seems that this Duoktan has suppressed everyone's cultivation to the same level. So now the competition can be fair, and it also prevents excessive cultivation from harming Duok Vuongkok. This is truly a clever design. It's a pity that the suppression is too strong, so I can't use my hidden demon sword anymore. I can only use this old kitchen knife. Hearing that, you turn around and exclaim, "Oh, you still keep this most basic magic weapon?" He replied with a smile. "Even though the kitchen knife is old, it was the first sword I used when I began practicing sword techniques. Since it was at my weakest, it was always by my side. I just didn't expect that this time I would have the chance to fight shoulder to shoulder with it." Quan Lam nodded, so that's how it was. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification, indicating that the host had arrived at the Medicine King cave. "Do you want to check in?" "Check in?" The system continued. "Congratulations to the host for receiving a top-quality enlightenment tea. You can drink it when you have free time." Hearing these words, he was so angry his face darkened, and he thought to himself, "Oh, what kind of broken reward is this? You clearly know I don't need to cultivate anymore, just forget it. Using it as a different kind of reward is fine too." It seems that Depp is worried about losing his cultivation. If he's at the same level, I will find the right opportunity and strike with full force, and he will definitely be defeated. The more he thought about it, the more he rejoiced. Sniff. Just wait and see how I torment you in various ways. Suddenly, from behind, Wu Kip, holding a kitchen knife, exclaimed, "Yes, I heard that when cultivators fight at the Medicine King Sect, if their lives are in danger, they will automatically be transported out. So we don't need to worry, just do our best." That made Thien Deep collapse again, filled with hatred to tear Quan Lam apart immediately. Why is there still such a broken rule? If I can't kill that Deep guy, I'll definitely be avenged and humiliated after I get out. The plan failed before it even started. Damn it. Kun Lam naturally knew this and sneered inwardly, thinking that he was probably planning to use his suppressed cultivation to take revenge. It's a pity. I really want to know how he would feel when he finds out his cultivation hasn't changed at all. Just as I was thinking that, I suddenly discovered something, pointing at the bushes over there and shouting, "Master, look, these medicinal herbs have spiritual awareness and can move?" Without hesitation, Vo Kep and Thien Deep charged forward together, laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha. Heaven is helping us now. So many medicinal herbs are just offering themselves to us, don't be careless. Those herbs with intelligence are also 9-tier spiritual tools like us." And everything truly turned out to be as he said. These herbs all have a dark side. "Hey guys, the old herb master just gave us some toys. Now we can catch these humans and torture them as brutally as before." Tam Deep Tao grade medicinal herb, a protective herb with a dog tail. I will strip away its medicinal grade and make them abandon it around the mountain cave like dogs. Hearing what the herbs just said, the two invincible ones suddenly went crazy and launched their attacks. Since when did herbs dare to be so arrogant? They really don't know when to die. But in the face of those attacks, the herbs managed to counterattack and deflect the spells, sending them flying backward. Tien Diep opened her mouth in shock, standing frozen in place, thinking to herself, "Did I only use 40% of my strength and still couldn't burn it to death?" If this were outside the Medicine King sect, this one move would be enough to kill a cultivator of the same level. The dog-tailed grass roared, "How dare you, you damn woman, to attack me? Watch me strip you naked, hang you from a tree, and beat you mercilessly." The words instantly startle him and ignite his anger. Without saying a word, he launched another strike directly at it and shouted, "You're seeking death!" The Shichon Ma Diem dogtail grass refused to give up and began countering with its own attacks against the fiery blow. "Ha ha ha! You disgusting woman are here again. I won't fall for your tricks this time, but this time its moves no longer work. Why are you all just standing there? Hurry up and help me. I'm about to be burned to death by this disgusting woman." The surrounding herbs also start attacking to protect their fellow plants. A series of attacks shot out to deflect the sparks from Tien Diep's strike backward. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Impossible! My cultivation method combined with the blessing of the divine grade spiritual root is equivalent to the foundation establishment stage. They shouldn't be my opponents, yet I can't burn this batch of low-level alchemy herbs to death." At the most dangerous moment, Vo Kiep finally arrived, rushing in like lightning. "Hong Su Huin, I'm here to help you." Both of them worked together seamlessly, launching continuous attacks at the chaotic spiritual herbs, while standing behind, trying hard to cheer loudly. "Hong Senior, brother. Keep it up, Brother Lei. Keep it up. Is this the Medicine King sect, where medicine makes you a king?" Interesting, isn't it? Kun Lam still hasn't made his move, closing his eyes and slowly sensing. With the talent of Hong Thien Deep and Levo Kip, they should be able to defeat peers or even higher-level cultivators. Yet they are evenly matched with this same level of medicinal herbs. These herbs must be suspicious.
Suddenly realizing something, your eyes widened as you exclaimed, I understand now these herbs can exert such power because of the array formation here, and it's all Duok Ton's doing.
But what is his purpose in doing this? If Hong Tiandi and the others didn't have strong strength, they would have been defeated by these medicinal herbs already. Thinking of this, Quan Lam's gaze turned upward to the sky. He had originally thought that suppressing cultivation was for justice, but in reality, it was deliberately to strengthen and suppress the human cultivators. It's clear that Duok Ton is protecting his people, and this isn't the first time Duok Vuong Kok has been opened. Those who participated earlier didn't reveal the true nature of this place at all. They really are the kind to get soaked in the rain and then want to tear someone else's umbrella. That only makes the feeling of victory in my heart grow stronger. I smirk and say, if you want to protect them, then I won't fall behind. Immediately, he slowly extended his hand forward. Then Junlin snapped his fingers sharply and said, Let me see if your weeds can still run wild without the protection of the formation. As that snap was made, the formation disappeared, returning to its original appearance. This time, those spiritual herbs couldn't hold on anymore and were defeated by Thien Diep's attack, scattering in all directions.
He cheered loudly, It seems they can't resist any longer. Suppress and burn them all.
The entire dogtail grass was engulfed in flames and burning fiercely, wondering what was happening and why it suddenly couldn't hold on anymore.
Wait a moment. Senior fairy sister, don't burn anymore. We were wrong. That statement only made Tian Dai even angrier, and she poured more fire.
Huh? Die for my throne.
He decided to sweep everything away, leaving no spiritual medicine behind.
There's no way you'll escape from this seat. All of you will turn into my offerings.
Nearby, Wu Kiep was also not idle, using his kitchen knife to cut through the pile of spiritual herbs with satisfaction.
Senior brother Hong, be merciful in your strike. They can no longer resist, so let me harvest them all since they are all top-grade medicinal herbs. Hearing that, Tien Diep finally stopped and stepped back. Jun Lam stepped forward and said, Not bad. It's finally over. Xiao Lei, gather them carefully. When we return, we can use them to make soup. Wu Keep replied without hesitation. Yes, master. I was just testing, poking at a herb and said, Oh, this one is still moving. Suddenly a dry root from the grass, hidden inside the bushes, poked out. Then it shot straight up into the sky, releasing a blazing red spark. As the spark soared into the sky, a bright sword-shaped symbol appeared, signaling to everyone around. Seeing this scene, Jun Lam exclaimed in confusion, What is this thing? Could this be a distress signal from the Hammer Gang? The more Thien Diep observes the scene, the more intrigued he becomes, his hands blazing with flames. No matter how many more helpers you bring, I will burn them all to ashes. Are you bragging again now? If it weren't for Xiao Lei's help earlier, you would have been sweating all over. Don't you notice that something is wrong? Vo Keep looked around and replied, I figured it out. This isn't a power that herbs can normally exert. If this continues, the ones appearing behind will likely become even stronger. At that point, most of the cultivators entering the Medicine King Palace will be defeated. Duok Ton is suppressing the human race, but enhancing the medicinal herbs. He's truly a hypocrite. I thought he would be a saintly figure among the humans, but instead he's doing things like this. Even designing it to open only once every 100,000 years, making outsiders think he's generous and magnanimous. But hearing those words, Vo Kep didn't believe the rebuttal. There's no way to believe that Duok Ton is kind and generous with extraordinary talent, a great power praised throughout the eastern region. I don't think he's setting a trap. Maybe he just likes these herbs, so he keeps them here. He interrupted, Ha! If he really loved herbs, why not open the Medicine King's cave? Why not seal it permanently instead of doing this? Truly hypocritical. Deep down, Quan Lam had already made up his mind to act accordingly. All right then, we'll deal with each step as it comes. So I need to see what kind of tricks this Poison Lord is really up to. Transition to another scene inside the Poison King Valley, where a monster is sitting on a large chair. Who was the one that sent out the distress signal just now? Who dares to provoke our Hammerhead gang? A withered tree standing below replied. Your Majesty, the Poison King, we have not yet identified the culprit. Could it be that other forces are hiding within the Medicine King sect? No way. We've lived in peace for many years. Who would attack our Hammerhead gang? Could it be the humans? Anyway, according to the calculations, today is the exact time when the Alchemy King's sect opens. No way, with such a weak human race, how could they threaten our noble alchemy race? Hearing their noisy gossip, the human Tam King stood up suddenly. releasing a powerful aura that silenced everyone and restored order to his domain. He took his weapon from beside him, then raised his axe in front of him and continued. Duok Vuongkok has reopened after many years, and I will personally see who dares to attack our Hammerhead clan.
Near the entrance to the Medicine King cave, everyone is being tormented and abused by those spiritual herbs, wishing for death. Ah, stop. Someone save us. Why are these herbs so powerful? I, the proud genius of the sect, can't even defeat a single herb. Run now. The Poison King Valley is a trap. Those elders are deliberately lying to us. There must be some scheme behind this. At the same time, deep inside the Poison King's cave, a fierce battle was raging. With a hand raised and a devastating palm strike, the one who delivered that blow was none other than Huyen Kong, and with this single attack, he could take down all the surrounding spiritual plants. As he wildly launched his attack, he thought to himself that the last time he was suppressed within the realm, revealing all his weaknesses and suffering a miserable defeat. But now, it's different. It's time for revenge. Standing behind Huyen Kong, his disciples were gathering powerful spiritual herbs. Master Huyen Kong is truly powerful. These things are no match for him, and this time he will surely gain great rewards. Yes, earlier on the road, the princes, nobles, and top experts of the sect were oppressed by these herbs, treated as slaves, but we are completely different, and it really makes me proud to hold my head high. Master, another group of herbs is coming to reinforce us. Without hesitation, Huyen Kong raised his hand and flicked in front of him in a taunting gesture. Buddha bless, they arrived just in time. No need to search for them ourselves. They all rushed forward, shouting, "How dare you lay a hand on our precious herbal clan? You are truly a damn traitorous old fool." But before they could reach him, he was knocked back by a golden shield of leaves surrounding him. Sensing something was off, the herbs stopped attacking and retreated cautiously.
Everyone don't be angry, focus on attacking. In this Medicine King sect, we are the ones in charge. That old man won't last long.
Right in front of Huyen Kong, a series of withered roots appeared, wrapping around him. Then came a barrage of attacks from all directions, and finally the shield couldn't withstand it and shattered into pieces. Seeing that scene, a dry tree root chuckled loudly and said, finally breaking his shield and killing him. But all of this was part of Huyen Kong's plan. My eyes flash with a brilliant gold light and cut him off. Do you think you've broken my defenses? How ridiculous. To deal with you, I've traveled across famous mountains and great rivers for a long time, using every method and exhausting resources to diligently cultivate body techniques and overcome all weaknesses. With just a clasp of his hand, his robe was torn to shreds, revealing his muscular physique. His indestructible diamond body had reached its peak, only one step away from the legendary transformation realm. So, what if my cultivation is suppressed? As long as I have my diamond body, you can't do anything to me. Huyen Kong clenched his fist and shouted loudly as he charged at the herbs. Lao Nap wants to see if this Medicine King sect still has anything that can threaten me. The fierce battle quickly came to an end, and of course, Huyen Kong emerged victorious, his body still steaming. Clear out these herbs, we're ready to move on. The disciples worked hard to follow the instructions clearly. The scene shifts to Dio Wai's side, where they also struggle quite a bit with these herbs. Fortunately, the young lady has a spiritual fairy body, so even with her cultivation suppressed, she can still unleash great power. Otherwise, it would be hard to withstand the siege of these herbs. But why do these herbs have such terrifying power? Could it be caused by Duok Tan? Finally, she understood everything and cursed. I used to think old Duok Tan was a good person, but now it seems he's truly a wicked and treacherous old man. Fa Baba sighed. We've only just entered the Duok Vuongkok. I wonder if there's something even more dangerous waiting for us inside. Now, I actually hope that the Medicine King sect closes soon and teleports us out, or else these herbs will shame us and ruin our moral path. Just as she finished speaking, suddenly a dry branch shot straight down from nearby, aiming directly at where Dio Wai was standing, catching her off guard. Before she could react, the root tightly wrapped around her ankle, leaving her unable to escape. Dia Yu was terrified, her eyes wide with fear, and she screamed out loud, "Ah!" To stop the herbs from wreaking havoc, she quickly launches a powerful strike, unleashing a bolt of lightning toward the tree. But because of that wrong decision, she had to pay a very high price. All that electricity was transferred back into her body, causing her excruciating pain. Moreover, Dieu Huiai was pulled straight up by the tree in front of Pham Baba, who shouted loudly, "Miss!" To save her, he also launched an attack at the tree's root. Shout out, "Let her go quickly!" Suddenly, several other roots all attacked simultaneously, hitting Pham Baba forcefully and causing him to fall backward.
Finally, he realized the true power of this tree. Isn't this the 9 lifetimes thunderbolt? The second-grade medicine king Jiawai was so scared she was crying and couldn't react, only begging for help. Let me go quickly. Fambaba, save me. The tree burst into loud laughter. Ha, this is really fun. After throwing out a series of attacks, in the end, I still couldn't do anything. He stood there and said, Miss, please forgive my incompetence. This mid-grade medicine king is equivalent to a mid-stage core formation cultivator, but my cultivation is only at the chi refining stage, so I am truly powerless. Diu Baye's tears fell as she tried to comfort him. Fababa is fine. You've done your best. He kept bowing repeatedly and begging, O great apothecary king, please show mercy and forgive us, or at least spare this child. I am willing to suffer in his place. But the tree still refuses to let go, interrupting. Ha ha ha. I've been waiting a long time for you to arrive. You think I will forgive you? How naive are you, you humans? Look at this woman. She's enjoying the shock I gave her. As soon as the words are spoken, it strikes again, causing Duy's body to convulse violently as she screams, Hey, hey! You even have blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. Just then, a group of people approached and asked, What are you playing? It turned out that the group was Quan Lam. Are you playing with tentacles? That's so embarrassing. Upon hearing the voice, Fababa seemed to grasp a lifeline and hurriedly turned to plead. Fellow cultivators, is that you? I kindly ask for your assistance. If we succeed, Van Dao Tong will surely repay your kindness. Just a glance, and Thien Diep immediately recognized it, exclaiming, Oh, this is the 9 Tribulations Thunder Dragon. Vo Keep also added, Well, that's a mid-grade medicinal king plant. Jun Lin, hearing this, became very interested and gave an order. Miss Anne has a connection with me. How can I stand by and do nothing? Go help her. He stood there cursing under his breath. Why do they call me like I'm a dog? Don't you have any shame? Vo Keep immediately obeyed and rushed forward. Vuong Tui Hua, I'll go ahead. Remember to cover for me. The more Thien Deep thought about it, the angrier he became, but he couldn't do anything to respond. All right, Lei Thiet Dan, I will stay here to help you. Seeing him rushing straight toward her, the fierce tree roared, Ha ha! Another one bringing a new toy for me. Thien Deep interrupted, Wait until you're roasted later, then see if you can still smile. He teamed up with Vo Kiep seamlessly, launching a series of attacks at the ancient tree. It sensed the danger and began to fear, retreating backward in threat. Ah, damn it, the human race dares to hurt my master. Bang Fachma Diem. Its teeth clenched tightly, and its blood-red eyes retreated as it calculated its next move. It refuses to give an inch, but still wants to advance a foot. On the other side, Diu Yie was quickly released and fell freely downward, luckily at a dangerous moment. Master Pham quickly ran over to support her. Miss, let's retreat for now to preserve ourselves and let them deal with the Poison King. But she still couldn't help but respond, also at the 9th level of Chi refinement. I have a body of a spiritual immortal, yet I can't even stand against the Poison King while they can fight evenly. Grandpa Pham, are you and Father both lying to me? I am not a genius at all, as you two said. He looked ahead and interrupted. Hey, it's not that the young lady is weak, but the world is vast, and there are always higher mountains. I really don't know where they originally come from. With such great strength, I must have heard of it before. Dieu Ye suddenly remembered something and replied, Young Master Diep once told me that they come from Huang Chao. Hearing this name, Fambaba's face turned pale with shock, his eyes wide open. It seems he is starting to realize something is wrong and exclaims, Huang Chao cannot be. He then returns to the scene of the fierce battle. The spiritual herb tree suddenly released a powerful surge of lightning directly at Jun Lam's group. I will bind you all and strike with such a fierce lightning that you won't be able to breathe. Suddenly, both Tian Di and Hu Keep were surrounded and trapped inside, with no way out. Seeing this from outside, Dieu Wai was extremely worried. It's ruined. Even they can't make it? Junlin also sees that the situation is unstable and can no longer stand still. It seems they're reaching their limit again. Help them just a little. Try to stand up and shout loudly. Brother Hong and Brother Lei are in danger. Try to go save them. Before you could react and stop her, she had already jumped forward and transformed into a mouse. Xiao Teach, rarely taking the initiative to fight, now might be the only chance to see her combat potential. Standing there, Wu Kiep and Thien Deep are caught in a massive thunderstorm. Annoying, still underestimating the advantage of the Medicine King here. It's hard for us to deal a fatal blow to it, and it's even more frustrating than being bullied by the Deep family. After all he has luck, now even an ordinary plant dares to ride on my head. As soon as I said that, they realized Shushu was coming to help. Tian Yi exclaimed, "Why did this little fool come here? Vuo keep stop, this place is very dangerous. Sister Bai, you should leave quickly. That tree also looks down on you and dismisses you with a sneer." Huh? With just a little skill, this kid dares to cause trouble? Or do you think I will go easy on you? Before it could finish speaking, Tuo grabbed one of its branches and shouted loudly, "Don't underestimate Tuo." Tuo unleashed the full power within, tearing off a branch and shouting, "I won't allow you to bully my senior and junior brothers." Taking this blow, the spiritual herb tree screams in agony. But it doesn't stop there. She continues to unleash various attacks, tearing its roots apart to prevent it from responding. "Senior brother, junior brother, I am here to save everyone." Seeing this scene, Thiendiep couldn't believe her eyes and exclaimed, "It must be fake, right? That silly little thing always following others around just eating well, and yet it has such power." Even Vo Keep couldn't believe that Thu had such incredible power. Bok, senior sister, so you're this strong after all. Perhaps the most surprised people there were Fanbaba and Diu Wai. Their eyes widened in shock as they wondered, so this tiny guy is actually stronger than those two? Of course, Quan Lam also knew that Thu's strength couldn't be underestimated, but now, witnessing that power, he was also taken aback. Is this the power of the #1 celestial being in the 10,000 worlds of the celestial realm? Truly extraordinary. While the spiritual herb was being suppressed by Thu, Thiendiep and Vo Keep could no longer stand still and rushed to assist, saying, "Let's take this opportunity to eliminate this rat that's causing us trouble." Kill! He immediately unleashed a powerful fire attack at the giant tree's root, the Chaos Heavenly Sword technique, destroying the divine wing tree into 2 charred pieces that could no longer move. After destroying that demon, Thu was so happy he jumped for joy. "Great, we won. Isn't my senior brother going to praise me?" Thiendiep interrupted and said, "You barely managed to show off once, and now you want to brag to me? I am no longer your servant." She felt disappointed. Tears started to flow as she asked again, "Did Shushu do something wrong?" Seeing her so devastated, Vo Keep hurriedly comforted her. "Bok, senior sister, you were truly impressive just now." "Brother Hong, don't you think so? If it weren't for her, we would have been in real trouble, right?" He had no choice but to praise her. Today really changed how people see me. Just after receiving Thiendiep's approval, Thu immediately cheered up and said, "Come on, I didn't really do anything. I just wanted to help." Diu Yi ran over from nearby and said, "Thank you, fellow Taoists, for your help. I am very grateful." Vo Keep Hung chuckled and interrupted, "This young lady doesn't need to be polite. I was just helping out." Shushu quickly put on her hood and turned her face away. "Oh, someone is coming." Before she could finish speaking, Diu Wai had already noticed the gesture pointing towards her with admiration. "Why is this little junior sister so shy? I saw how impressive she was just now." "I really admire you. You don't need to worry about your appearance. You're very adorable." She cheerfully looked over and asked again, "Really? Master, did you hear that?" This older sister really admires her and doesn't care about her appearance at all. At the same time, Fan Baba is still watching everything closely, thinking to himself, "Master? It seems my guess is becoming more and more accurate." Junlan happily walks over and gently pats the head of the test subject to praise. "All right, let's see how happy you are." Facing that scene, Diu Wai asked in surprise, "Are you this young lady's master?" In the end, what kind of existence is needed to have such a powerful disciple? I replied, "Yes, this girl is the disciple I have painstakingly nurtured. I have invested so much of my effort into her." Thiendiep, after hearing that, also sighed in speechlessness and thought to herself, "You dare to say that? What exactly did you nurture her?" "Training its cooking skills," he cheerfully replied with a smile. "Yes, my master taught Shushu many things and was very kind to Shosho." "So, that's how it is?" she thought to herself, wondering why these 4 people look so familiar together. "I think I've seen her somewhere before." Seeing that expression on her face, Junlin also started to feel uneasy and wondered, "This girl doesn't seem simple. I wonder what she's already figured out." Just then, suddenly from afar, the human Tam Vuong and his companions appeared. The surroundings erupted with a fierce aura as they shouted loudly, "Lord Tam, we have found the humans." The fluctuations in the recent battle all came from them. I remember this is Lord Thunder's territory. Hearing this voice, Fababa was so frightened he stepped back and exclaimed, "There are so many rare medicinal herbs here, things just got complicated." Thiendiep also turned around to look behind her. Oh, among them, there is a very powerful aura. The human tyrant. King still flaunts his power, his eyes blazing with blue flames as he roars, "You humans dare to cause trouble on our territory and even kill Xiaolu." He refuses to back down, flames erupting from both hands to cut him off. Wow, this really is a good place. The medicine here is of higher quality than elsewhere, and there's even a medicinal king with such a high grade. He becomes more and more frantic, gripping his iron spear tightly and pointing it straight ahead. "How dare you, vile human, even think about eyeing my throne?" Jun Lam suddenly realized something and ran straight ahead to check out that hammerhead. This is the head of the hammer that those herbalists begged for help earlier. Vokip turned to Thu and asked, "But this one is even more powerful than the previous one. Senior Sister Bai, can you still help us?" Shushu will do her best and not waste any more time. King Rentham begins to order his subordinates to charge at the king and catch them. Kun Lam's group, of course, refused to give up. Tian Diep and Vokip charged forward, shouting loudly. While unnoticed, Thu quickly vanished from their original spot like a flash. In the blink of an eye, she stood there blocking a spear thrust from the human king, catching him completely off guard. "Your opponent is me, Shushu." Hearing this, a powerful aura radiated from around him as he laughed loudly. "Ha ha, relying only on you. Now, not only do the human race look down on me, but even a rat doesn't regard me as important. How ridiculous." The two sides clashed fiercely, and although the human king could throw out any attack, Tri still managed to block them all. But her composure didn't last long, and her arms and legs grew tired and exhausted as she stood there panting heavily. Tri, I feel dizzy. I'm about to vomit. I won't fight anymore. Seeing her begin to give up and no longer resist, the human Tam King pressed even harder. He forcefully swings his spear down at her. "Huh? Fighting against me? Your skill is still lacking. Die, you rotten rat." Seeing the giant spear heading straight for her, Thu was terrified and screamed, but she could do nothing as her body had completely lost its strength. Suddenly, an event caused Nan Tam Vuong to halt in surprise, his eyes wide with horror as he exclaimed, "It turns out you appeared at the most critical moment." Finally, Quan Lam stepped in and shattered his axe into tiny pieces with just a flick of his finger. The corner of his mouth twitched into a smile as he said, "I told you this ginseng tree, you're too arrogant. It seems I have to stew you into ginseng soup for you to be more honest." Try to tightly hold his thigh, trembling as he continued, "Master, I was just trying to embarrass you." But Quan Lam didn't pay much attention to that and ordered, "Don't think too much. Go help them. Leave this place to Teacher Vi." She hurriedly ran to another side and replied, "Yes, sir." Standing behind, the two Diaoyue were still watching everything. Master Fa, young Master Diep is about to make his move." He stared in shock, wondering why, no matter what, he couldn't see through how deep his cultivation truly was. Feeling insulted, the human thief king seemed to go crazy. His fist clenched tightly as he charged directly toward Junlin, but even as the attack drew near, he remained motionless, standing still and waiting silently. "Young master, if I take action seriously, will my cultivation be exposed?" The system responds, "Rest assured, the Poison King Sect always suppresses your cultivation to the 9th level of Qi refining when they act. However, because I cannot surpass the system, in the eyes of others you still appear to be at the 9th level of refining Qi, but in reality your cultivation remains unchanged." With this confirmation from the system, I became even more confident. Then I can rest assured. Without hesitation, Jun Lam launched a fierce palm strike at Ren Tam Vuong, sending him flying backward before he could react. Seeing this scene, Dio Wai was stunned. "Father, is this really the power that a 9th-tier alchemist can unleash?" His follow-up words are truly strange. Could it be that young Master Diep is not actually a 9th-tier alchemist? Could he have broken through the limitations of the Medicine King? The entire body of this human king was billowing with smoke after this blow, and he knelt on the ground looking up and asking, "What exactly did you do, human? This is not the power of a 9th-tier alchemist." Jun Lam interrupted and said, "I am just a humble alchemy cultivator. What could I possibly do?" "Clearly you're too weak, or why don't you try hitting me again and see?" Hearing those words you just said, he became even more furious and launched another attack. "Human race bastard, taste the king's golden fist." This attack feels anything but ordinary, Fanba warns. "Your aura is truly strong. This punch probably has the power of a golden core stage. Can young Master Diep still withstand it?" But of course he didn't feel threatened at all. Instead, he was extremely excited, a sly smile spreading across his face. Immediately afterward, from behind Quan Lam, an illusory figure of a giant man with an imposing aura appeared. The human king clenched his fist and struck directly at the body of the human Tem king, knocking him down to the ground below. Because the attack was so sudden, he had no time to react or understand what was happening. his body lying motionless on the ground with a dented spot, debris flying everywhere. "I can't believe what I'm seeing," Fa Baba exclaimed. "What is this? Why can a 9th-tier alchemist unleash such a powerful move?" DUI also worriedly asked, "So how did he do it? Could he have a secret technique to break through his cultivation limit? The cunning human deceived me. You are definitely not an untrustworthy alchemy stage disciple." But Quan Lam also didn't care much about his words, sighing softly, "I really am an alchemy stage. I have trained more chickens than you." Seeing the human Tam King defeated and lying on the ground in a miserable state, the surrounding medicinal herbs trembled in fear and whispered, "No way, are humans really this strong? After all these years, this is the first time I've encountered a situation like this. Boo-hoo. The Medicine King sect is about to face a great disaster?" Facing that scene, Vo Keep wasn't too surprised and praised. No wonder he's the master. Even if his cultivation is suppressed to our level, his strength is still something we can't match. Unlike him, Tien Diep felt extremely uncomfortable, thinking to herself, "No way, I can feel that this human sacrifice king's cultivation completely suppresses my own. How could this easily defeat it? What the hell makes your 9th stage of chi cultivation so powerful? I can't believe I was relying on the same gilded realm to suppress him before." Clearly, I was talking nonsense. Not missing this opportunity, Wu Kiep quickly grabbed his sword and slashed fiercely toward the herbs. "The king is dead. Run quickly, brothers. Do you want to escape? All of you are top-quality medicinal herbs. Stay here with me." After a thorough sweep, the entire patch of herbs has finally been completely destroyed. Jun Lam reminded, "Little Lei, you did well. Gather all these herbs." He cheerfully responded while picking them up. "Thank you, Master, for your praise. Everything is thanks to your conquest of the human ape king. I am just benefiting from your achievements." As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly everyone rushed over in shock, pointing and shouting, "Look there! Everywhere is treasure herbs. Oh my god, they've all been defeated by someone. Could there be another senior besides Master Nien Deng at Duok Vuongkok who can do this?" There are a few people ahead, it seems. They are the ones responsible. One of them suddenly notices the glowing ginseng on the ground and says, "Master, look at that unusual ginseng, isn't it?" The master exclaimed, "That is a top-grade medicine king." Everyone then turned their eyes to look. What? Even the Medicine King makes the Tribulation Realm turn red with envy, let alone a top-grade Medicine King plant. If they were outside, those hidden old monsters in the eastern region would rush in to snatch it away. But if they could tame the Medicine King, who would dare to do that? But that old master was the unknowing one, charging straight at the 1,000-year-old ginseng. If the top-tier Medicine King appears without an owner, how can Huyen Kong ignore it? Before he could do that, Vo Kep suddenly threw a punch that sent him flying backward. "How dare you take that? Get out!" Suddenly, another master stepped forward with a calm expression and asked, "Amitabha, good indeed, good indeed. Does this benefactor know that the person being beaten is a member of Huyen Kong Temple?" But Vo Keep didn't care about that at all. His eyes blazing, shouting loudly, "The bunch of liars came to steal our stuff. So you still think you're a Buddha? You're just a bunch of hypocritical thieves ready to fight at any moment as you swing your sword towards him." They cursed angrily, "Damn liars talking nonsense. Who can prove that you defeated this? You just arrived earlier than us." "Exactly. I advise you scattered cultivators not to be so ungrateful. If you provoke our Huyen Kong sect, don't even think about settling in the eastern region in the future." Just like those people, Huyen Kong is also extremely angry, his face darkening. "You're going too far with that remark." Vo Kiep still has that calm, terrifying demeanor, cutting him off. "It seems like you're quite uncomfortable, huh? Then come here and try it." A disciple of Huyen Kong Temple pointed directly at him and shouted, "Do you know who you're messing with? You should know that this person is a true transcending tribulation expert. Are you worthy to be his opponent?" The people behind him were stunned and wondered, what? A true transcendent of the tribulation stage? Although I sensed early on that this master was very powerful, I didn't expect him to be a false immortal. At the Medicine King sect, there are many noble figures, but in front of a true Tribulation Realm expert, they are just a bunch of ants. When he learned of his true cultivation level, Wu Kiep hesitated and paused. Tribulation Realm? But after thinking it over, I still refused to give up. "Fuck you. Everyone here is at the 9th level of alchemy, and even outside, I would still cut you down like this." Huyen Kong stared fiercely at him and interrupted, "What is your bold attitude? May I ask the name of this lord here?" Without hesitation, he calmly introduced himself. "Listen carefully. My name is Li Thiet Dam." The other disciples of Huyen Kong burst out laughing mockingly after hearing that. "Ha ha, Li Thiet Dan? What kind of rustic name is that? Which village are you from?" That's right, not even a sect. Yet they dare to shout in front of the Tribulation Realm. As soon as the introduction was over, Huyan Kong couldn't wait to strike, unleashing a powerful aura around him. Your evil aura is too heavy, let me help you purify it. Facing this move from him, Void Karma also didn't stand still, but launched his own attack. The Hongwian 10-sword slash is impressive. If I could fight a tribulation expert, it would be a rare opportunity. No sooner had I finished speaking, a loud explosion sounded as if it would tear the forest apart. Its energy radiated around, making Den Huyan Kong unable to believe it, forcing him to raise his hand to shield his face and retreat. Vokip was like a madman at this moment, his eyes blazing as he frantically swung a series of strikes at the old man's protective armor.
Come on, this is amazing, this is incredible. The Golden Buddha Sacred Seal, witnessing this extremely fierce battle, the spectators can't help but exclaim. I never expected Li Tiet Dan Wei to be so strong that he could fight the Grandmaster for so long. The Grandmaster is definitely holding back. If he used all his strength on this unknown guy, it wouldn't sound good if it got out.
Contrary to what they thought, Huyan Kong truly didn't know how to react and could only grit his teeth and endure. Old Man Nap had dedicated 10,000 years to cultivating for the Medicine King sect, yet he was still no match for a junior. I can only resort to this move. With that in mind, the old man decided to unleash his ultimate technique, pressing his palms tightly together. Seizing the sense that something bad is about to happen, Wu Kiep Kwang carefully observes and looks ahead, exclaiming, "Oh, it turns out he has strengthened his protective armor so that your attacks cannot penetrate. Master, don't waste your time anymore. Even if you cut for 3 days and 3 nights, you won't be able to harm Lao Nap." Hearing those words, Vo Kiep's blood boiled fiercely, and he spat a mouthful of saliva onto the barrier, leaving Huyan Kong utterly stunned. Seeing that scene, the old man finally could no longer stand still behind the barrier, clenched his fist and threw a punch straight at Vo Kiep, shouting loudly, "Karma, waiting for this moment, you can finally strike," slicing quickly into his stomach like lightning. But this move had no effect on Huyan Kong at all. His whole body was as hard as stone, not even flinching, so his attack was ineffective. But he didn't stop, launching another strike, and the old man sneered. "Is he from the Vuongbot turtle family?" The old man interrupted with his eyes closed. "You don't need to be so distressed, challenger. After all, we won't stay in the Medicine King sect forever." Huyan Kong is extremely confident in his abilities and believes no one can defeat him. Do you think being able to fight evenly with a Grandmaster inside here is very impressive? If you have the guts, stay here forever. But if you go outside, you can just wait to die, you idiot. Hearing these arrogant words from the Huyan Kong 2 group, Quan Lam could no longer hold back and sneered as he interrupted. "I am the one who defeated this medicinal king. Yet your Huyan Kong 2 people come to steal him. You are truly ungrateful, and you deserve to be beaten like this." Huyan Kong, unwilling to admit defeat, looked up and replied, "The moment you all attack together, everything changes. And besides, who says that falling to the ground means it's yours?" He was still completely at a loss, convinced he was right, forming a protective barrier around his body. He believed that only when he took it back would it belong to him. As soon as the words finished, Tian Diep suddenly rushed from behind Huyan Kong with a fiery punch. The old man sneered, "Do you want to die?" But before he could get close, suddenly a fire attack came from the side. "Huh, you think you can stop me just because of you? Stop struggling, this medicinal king belongs to me now." His attack was so fast that Thien Diep couldn't even react or understand what was happening, her eyes wide with horror. This was the most dangerous moment, but Jun Lam appeared just in time to block the attack and save him. "You old trickster, do you really think no one can defeat you?" Without hesitation, he finished his sentence and began tightening his fist, unleashing a powerful strike. Seeing this incredibly mighty punch, Huyan Kong opened his mouth in shock, eyes wide with amazement. How could the hidden strength within this punch be so terrifying? It even surpasses the limits of the Medicine King sect. As soon as the words are spoken, a punch lands directly into his chest, creating a powerful shockwave. An enormous explosion followed, roaring as if to blow everything away. As the dust gradually cleared, revealing the figure of Huyan Kong being pushed back several meters, he had to grind his feet into the ground to create a long streak, stopping his body from falling further. Seeing him still calm and steady, the disciples inside the Hidden Void sect grew even more smug, thinking that with just this scratch of yours, you dare to show off in front of the Grandmaster Huyan Kong. That's right, a loud thunder with only a small rain. If you have the guts, try again. But unlike them, Quan Lam didn't think the same and was very confident in his recent punch. How did that punch feel? "You said, I didn't want the sound of me killing you to spread, so I suppressed my strength to the limit." Huyan Kong's face darkened as he stood upright and replied, Buddha is compassionate. Layperson, take care of yourself and farewell. He turned and left without saying another word, leaving the disciples in the sect utterly stunned. Is it really ending like this?
It's not over yet. Master, do we still need these treasured medicines?
Upon hearing these words, Huyen Kong grew even angrier and shot a sharp glance that made the elder fall silent. Let's go. Watching the group leave, Jun Lin was also satisfied and let them go without a fight, as if the old man had tricked you into waking up. A while later, inside another part of the forest, Huyen Kong's group was still moving when suddenly he spat out a large amount of dark red blood, his eyes filled with veins. Seeing that, the followers behind asked worriedly, "Master, are you all right?" "I'm fine, just a minor injury." Huyen Kong's face darkened, looking pale and weak, as if seriously injured, secretly wondering what kind of divine being this was. Could there really be such power in the Medicine King sect? Has the era of great conflict arrived? Even I can't escape this age? But of course, he still couldn't ignore this matter, his eyes full of resentment as he turned back, then sighed, "There are restrictions here. I can't end you with a single punch. From now on, just wait and see. I will personally purify your soul." At the Duok Vuong Kok headquarters, during the Duok Vuong Council, a quick meeting was held around a round table with numerous precious medicinal herbs present. Kim An Tu Duok Vuong, looking very worried, said, "The human cultivators are wreaking havoc in my Medicine King sect.
Even Lord Lei and Lord Tom have been captured. Life and death are at stake. Everyone decide quickly. Escape now before the sect closes itself, or fight back."
Why should we run away? This is our territory. All the human cultivators who came here before were enslaved by us, and this time we cannot retreat either. So let's resist together. That's right. Resist. We are the true masters here. If we surrender, we will never be able to become people again. They are respectively the Blood Jade Flame, Bone Bamboo Medicine King, and the Crimson Star Medicine King. The other monks also strongly agree with this opinion, but this time the human monks are very powerful, and even with the strength of a Medicine King, it's very difficult to counterattack, and there's even a risk of being suppressed. That's right, especially that white-haired guy. He defeated Tam Vuong with just one move. He's truly terrifying. They are Han Lin U Lien Duok Vuong and Lok Nyung Duok Vuong. Unlike the others, one of them had been silent all along, but finally spoke up with his opinion. Why don't we ask him to intervene instead? He was a terrifying presence back then, once followed the Medicine Lord, and just his action could crush the human race. It's the snake-headed Herb King. Hearing this, Han Yu Lin immediately responded, but given his personality, I'm afraid he will refuse us. You know, he didn't even let him finish speaking before the Blood Jade Flame Bone Bamboo interrupted. Now the Medicine King sect is facing the Lam Dao catastrophe as the first successor of the Medicine King. Is he just going to watch us be torn apart and taken to make soup? Does he not feel guilty towards the Duok Ton and the people? Don't hesitate anymore. Life and death can only be risked. So, after discussing for a while, the group of alchemy kings decided to find the first disciple of the alchemy ancestor to seek help and headed to a deep waterfall hidden in the forest. In the middle of the waterfall, on a large rock, there was a figure sitting upright, the supreme Duok Vuong Mushroom King. Hanlin Ulin begins to speak. "Greetings, great demon king. Please save the Medicine King sect." Shich Tin Chi continues. "Please wake up, great demon king. Please wake up." As soon as the words finished, the great demon king suddenly woke up, eyes wide with murderous intent, and a powerful energy erupted around him. Seeing this scene, the group of Medicine Kings was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Look! The great Demon King has woken up." In the blink of an eye, the great Demon King was gone from the top of that stone. Vanished. Contrary to the mighty appearance everyone imagined, it seemed very timid, even afraid to look others in the eye, stammering as it said, "You guys stay back. If there's something to say, just say it from there." The group from the Medicine King's clan pleaded, "Please forgive us, new Medicine King. The great Demon King is socially anxious, afraid of seeing strangers, prefers to be alone, and hates being disturbed." Everyone bowed their heads and shouted loudly, "Our esteemed great Demon King, the human monks are slaughtering our people at the Medicine King Cave. If we do not resist, our race will surely be destroyed. Medicine King Cave needs your help." The great Demon King pleads with him. Hearing these words, the great Demon King skeptically retorts, "No way. The poison god set up a forbidden formation to prevent the human monks from threatening us unless the opponent is the most unparalleled genius of the ages, the strongest in all eternity." Sich Tin Chi and Huit Ngok Viem Kot Truk sobbed and affirmed it is true. "Many of our people have been poisoned, and now only you can save us. Your strength is the greatest, your rank the highest. As long as you step forward, the Medicine Clan will surely unite against the invaders." But in the end, the great Demon King still couldn't overcome his own fear when he was behind the stone pillar. "No, I can't do this. I just want to stay here peacefully."
Besides, the time to open the Medicine King Temple is limited, and until then, the human race will be pushed out. Everyone should run away first.
This makes the group of Medicine Kings extremely unwilling to accept it and interrupt. Great Demon King, you're thinking too simply.
Their ultimate goal is you, the oldest existence in the Alchemy King's pavilion. If they can't capture you, they won't give up.
Hearing this, the great demon lord was so frightened he wanted to cry, his hands trembling. Huh? Are there really many humans coming to capture me? The Red Star's hero threatens boldly. Yes, they are very cruel.
After capturing you, they will humiliate you publicly, torment you, and even drag you out for an auction, with many humans surrounding and touching you. The Demon King quickly interrupted. No! No more! Both Potion Kings are getting more agitated.
Great Demon King, as long as you handle the most troublesome human, the rest can be left to us. That's right.
Helping us is helping yourself. Once it's done, you can continue to sleep peacefully without anyone bothering you.
After some thought, the Great Demon King finally decided to give it a try. All right, I will only deal with the most dangerous human, the rest of you handle the others. Receiving this approval, the Alchemy Kings cheered and said, "Thank you, Great Demon King." It then hid behind a stone pillar and interrupted, "Wait outside for me for a moment." The Hatuo watched the scene with a very doubtful expression, sighing and thinking whether he could really suppress that bunch of humans. It didn't seem trustworthy at all. Hanlin Lian reassured him, "Don't underestimate the Great Demon King. He is a top-tier medicine king in the Gold Core realm. Dealing with the petty human race is effortless for him." At the same time, inside the forest, Huyen Kong's group was meeting with members of another sect.
Master Nien Dong, I am the Supreme Elder of Locknyut Sect. After we leave the cave, could you sell me a few precious herbs?
The old man replied, "Rest assured, the price will definitely satisfy you," then clasped his hands in front of his chest and added, "Amitabha Buddha, Tuong No has a fate. Our Buddha only saves those with fate. You will surely get what you desire." The senior elder of Locknyut Tong bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you, Master." Hearing these words, the others standing behind also started to make noise. "Master, how much for the Thunderbolt wood? Just tell me, I want the Dragon Blood herb," Huyen Kung interjected.
Good, good. I will definitely help you all achieve your wishes."
As soon as he finished speaking, the group of Medicine Kings suddenly appeared, rushing down from above with fierce expressions. Seeing this scene, a disciple panicked and shouted, "Enemies attack!" Huyen Kung calmly said, "Very well, I was worried about not finding them, but they have come to me." Blood, Jade Flame, Bone Bamboo interrupted angrily, still smug. "Huh, I'm here to capture you, and the more I look, the more I rejoice. So many medicinal kings like this. The Buddha has shown mercy to me, so I won't waste any more time. I will start forming a barrier around my body. Unfazed, I will save you all." Just as the words finished, the Alchemy Kings launched a series of attacks at Huyen Kong, causing a loud explosion with dust and smoke billowing everywhere. "Die, you deceiver." After a while, when the white dust cleared, Huyen Kong still stood there unharmed, his defenses truly formidable. What the hell is that? Demon King. Could it be that the Poison Pillar sect still has a powerful demon lord guarding it? But before I could see the Demon King appear, when Jich Tin Chi turned around, I saw its figure vanish into thin air. The Demon King, terrified, quickly ran away, leaving the puzzled and confused Pharmacist King's group behind. With no other choice, Jich Tin Chi had to grab the Demon King and bring him back to the battle. Great. Demon King.
Thanks to that day, otherwise everyone would be taken to be cooked in soup. When it opened its eyes and saw the crowd from Hollow East Island gathered there, it became even more terrified. "Oh, there are so many people," the others exclaimed. "Isn't this just a single mushroom?"
So this is the Demon King in their mouths. Ha ha ha, they don't realize how powerful the Demon King really is and keep gossiping. No. This is a type of mushroom with the shape recorded in the ancient texts of Huyen Kong Temple. The mushroom is entirely blue and is called the Immortal Chaos Mushroom. If a cultivator can refine and use it, their strength will increase dramatically. Yuan Shou, who has lived for 100,000 years, can boost his cultivation speed by drinking a potion made from it. Realizing the wonder of the great Demon King, Huyen Kong was so delighted he couldn't close his mouth in laughter. It must be because the old man was sincere, moved by the Buddha. The day of becoming a fairy is near. Without wasting more time, he quickly strikes, aiming to capture the great Demon King in his grasp. This mushroom has a special connection with my Buddha. First, I will accept it. The strike quickly closed in on the Demon King, hitting directly on its head, causing it to jerk back in surprise. Once realizing it had been insulted, it no longer looked fearful and became extremely angry.
Your limbs flail wildly as you shout, "How dare you attack my head?" Just swinging your hand caused my power to scatter, making everyone feel a special pressure. Oh my god, that mushroom is actually a top-grade medicinal king with a perfect golden core. Xuan Kong interrupted. Naughty brat, don't even think about causing trouble. The group of pill kings standing behind continued to provoke and incite. Great Demon King, he wants to take you to the auction. It grits its teeth and growls, "I won't let you achieve your goal." Huyen Kung still didn't know what fear was, raising one hand to the sky and shouting loudly, "I have an indestructible body, you cannot defeat me." But before he could finish, the Great Demon King kicked him down with a crushing blow, forcing him to the ground and crying out in pain. Aoga Yi, my rage shakes the 8 directions. The Demon King, furious beyond measure, jumps onto Huyen Kong, causing him to bleed from the pain. "Are you trying to pat my head? Are you trying to pat my head?" His whole body was in excruciating pain, and he clenched his teeth as he shouted loudly, "Naughty trap! If you dare, let the old man sit up." As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly a series of vine branches came from all around. A vine quickly wrapped around Huyen Kong's hand to hold him back. His legs behind him had also been caught up for some time, lifting him into the air before he could react, his face full of shock. In that state, his limbs were dragged apart and left there in a brutal manner. Kill me now. Being humiliated in front of the public by this ragged mushroom, how can I save people in the future? The Great Demon King said, "I have helped you deal with this. The rest I won't interfere with." Hearing this, the Drug Kings happily smile strangely and step forward together. Leave it to us. Huyen Kin, seeing this, was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat and asked, "What do you want to do?" "The Buddha will not forgive you." His eyes widened with veins bulging, his body trembling as he thought to himself, "Do I really have to endure the humiliation I experienced 10,000 years ago again?" Switching to another side, a large tree is being beaten relentlessly by Quan Lam's group, unable to fight back in time. Suddenly standing there, Quan Lam sensed something unusual and exclaimed, "Oh, this is interesting. The aura over there is not ordinary at all, even surpassing all the Drug Kings." His eyes flashed with a murderous red, a smile of anticipation on his lips, as the power behind the Medicine King sect finally revealed itself, followed by a series of pounding blows and booming explosions. That tree was beaten to a pulp by Tian Diep's group, crying and begging for mercy. "Please, elders, don't hit anymore. I was just passing by accidentally. I'm not the kind of herbalist who bullies my own people. If you elders want to do something to me, I can just give it directly to you." Diu Wai pointed to the fruits above his head and asked, "Really? The fruit on your tree looks really beautiful." It stammered and replied, "Is this one?" "As long as everyone spares me, I will give you all of these fruits." With those words spoken, a multitude of those fruits fell down below. He continued, "If this falls to the ground, even spiritual beasts can't eat it. I will give it all to you." The expression on Fambaba's face clearly showed joy, and he exclaimed, "Can't believe it. Miss, this is the primordial spirit fruit. After eating it, your mental strength will be enhanced, which is very good for your physical condition." They collected all these fruits without hesitation. Initially, Van Dao sect searched throughout Kongchao, but couldn't find any trace of these fairy fruits. Now I just blinked and found dozens of these at once. Truly a great blessing from heaven, she continued. "That's right, Fa Baba, this time our trip wasn't in vain. As long as we swallow these and refine them, my spirit can break through once more." After giving them the fruit, the tree forced a faint smile and asked, "Are we elders? Can I go now?" Hearing this, the Endeep could only sigh and shouted angrily, "Get lost!" Without hesitation, the tree rushed forward quickly while Cautron stepped back. "Thank you, Senior." Standing behind Jun Lin, I smile and say, "The other side has an extraordinary aura. Let's go see. Maybe we can find the power behind the Poison King sect." Hearing this, Vokiep eagerly clenched his fist and exclaimed, "Really? This time we might uncover the secret of the Medicine King sect." Tian Diep wondered in confusion. Why can't I sense any aura at all? Am I really at the 9th level of chi refining now? Diu Yibamai approached and handed a fruit to Jun Lam, saying, "Young Master Diep, we owe these fruits to your 2 disciples. Why don't you take a few more?" He waved his hand and said, "No need, just take it." Fa Baba also stepped forward to add, "Young Master Diep, if you need anything from Van Dao sect in the future, please just let us know. No need to be polite, let's go over there together." After a moment of incense burning, the whole group finally arrived at the place where Jun Lin sensed an unusual aura, but what they saw left them all stunned. Why are there so many medicinal herbs at the medicinal king level like this? Unbelievable. Oh my god. Amazing. Truly amazing. Meanwhile below, the drug kings are still unaware, continuously tormenting those they captured.
Suddenly, Shushi points at a figure hanging nearby and says, "Master, that dark thing over there looks really familiar." Quan Lam was speechless with helplessness. After all this time, the old trickster has ended up like this? It turns out that what was hanging there was none other than the mysterious thread inside Loalo's body, suffering terribly. His men are also being trampled on by the herbs at will. Quickly crawl and learn to bark like a dog. Seeing this scene, Quan Lam's desire for revenge grew even stronger. To humiliate the great master Huyen Kong and the Eastern Valley monks like this, it seems the strength behind them is not simple at all. The newcomers have seen their fate. Why don't they kneel and beg for mercy now? You still stand there with a contemptuous smile and ask, "I want to see who dares to have such courage." Hearing the familiar voice, Huyen Kong struggles to open his eyes and looks down with a look of disappointment, secretly thinking, "Little brat, just enjoy being human for now, because later you'll regret being so naive." Sich Tin Chi was furious, pointing directly at Quan Lam and shouting, "Are you the young man with silver hair who killed Lord Lei and Lord Tan? Too bad, with the great demon king here now, you're only fit to be our toy. Fellow villagers, please invite the great demon king in." Everyone shouted in unison like crazy, "Great demon king! Great demon king! Great demon king!" Seeing their mighty aura, Fambaba and Thien Deep also began to feel intimidated. The demon king. Could such an evil and terrifying existence really exist here? Even at the peak of his power, he wouldn't dare to call himself the great demon king. Who exactly is this divine being? Jun Lam smiled and continued, "I really want to know what exactly the great demon king is." When the Crimson Star turned to look behind, the great demon king was no longer in sight. It was both angry and helpless, rushing quickly to the demon king's place to bring it back. After searching for a while, its figure finally appeared. "Great demon king, this is the most evil and powerful person. Only you can defeat him?" Quan Lam asked in surprise. "Are you the strongest existence of the Medicine King sect? So this is the great demon king." The demon king stood there trembling, but still tried to appear calm as he replied, "Yes, that's right. Tian Diep just saw it and recognized it immediately." "Wait a minute. Isn't this the immortal chaos mushroom?" Quan Lam next to him added. "What are you talking about, mushroom? Is it very powerful?" He began to explain. "This is called the immortal chaos mushroom. Those who eat it can increase their strength and lifespan. Incredibly miraculous, it is said to be the closest thing to an immortal medicine." Hearing this, Fa Baba couldn't believe his ears and exclaimed, "So close to a fairy medicine, isn't that the ultimate elixir king? It has perfected gold core cultivation. Young Master Diep, be careful or else we should quickly find a way to teleport out." Quan Lam interrupted, "Don't worry, I know what to do." Standing opposite, the great demon king began to erupt with fury, shouting, "You humans are so cruel, just wanting to devour me? Why do you keep disturbing my sleep?" His phantom grew enormous, blazing with rolling flames, and his blood-red eyes roared loudly. "Why is that?" Sensing its aura, Thien Diep instinctively stepped back, thinking to himself how terrifying the pressure was and that his strength was far from its level. But Jun Lam still appeared completely calm, with no hint of fear, smiling faintly as he urged forward. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck a powerful fist directly at the Demon King, causing a deafening explosion that left no time for him to react. Seeing that scene, the other herbalists nearby were so frightened they couldn't speak, and exclaimed, "The great Demon King!" Master Diu Wai trembled in fear and stepped back, saying, "Master Fa, it seems that Master Diep's techniques are not restrained by the alchemy realm." He replied, "Impressive skills indeed, to be able to bypass the restrictions of the Medicine King cave." Standing behind him, Tien Diep's face darkened as he reluctantly wondered, "What is this nonsense? What exactly did he do?" The reason the Medicine Clan is so powerful here is because of the rules set by the Medicine Ancestor, and the rules here are techniques only immortals can perform. Just thinking about it makes him even more afraid. Once inside the Medicine King's cave, everyone must abide by its rules. Only someone of equal or greater magical ability can bypass or even break this kind of rule. And that is also the only way to explain Quan Lam's current strength. Tien Diep exclaimed, "Could he really be?" But he still couldn't believe it, grinding his teeth in fierce denial. No way. He absolutely couldn't be that existence. Absolutely not. Otherwise, I would have no chance to escape from his demon master at all. Seeing his face growing paler, Vo Keep asked worriedly, "Are you okay, Vuong Fitui?" He angrily shouted, "Get out!" Just casually asking and hitting the unlucky guy? At the same time, over at Huyen Kong, he felt like he'd been struck by lightning and thought to himself, Oh, Buddha, what on earth is going on? The punch he threw at himself earlier is nothing compared to the power he used to strike the Great Demon King. It's like little Vu facing the Great Vu. Yet now, he can just clap his hands to send the Great Demon King flying. The monk's Buddha nature is truly about to collapse. After receiving an extremely powerful blow from the army, the Great Demon King was knocked dozens of meters away, crashing down onto the ground and creating a thick cloud of white dust. It lay there with its body covered in wounds, tears welling up from the pain, wondering if it really got knocked away like that. No way. That year, the Medicine Lord personally set the ban and assured me that even the Immortals couldn't break it. Why is it like this now? Could it be that the seal has lost its power because it's been too long? Before it could understand what was happening, Quan Lam smirked sharply, pointed directly at it, and said, "Great Demon King, if you don't have any other skills, then I'll take you to the stew pot." Refusing to accept this humiliating defeat, the Great Demon King determined to rise again and charge forward. "I won't let you achieve your goal." But just like before it could land a single attack, Quan Lam had already struck repeatedly at its body, knocking it rolling backwards. He continued to clench his fists tightly, forming enormous fists of fire, ready to deliver a powerful punch. The Demon King grimaced, spitting blood from his mouth, and began to accept the truth. It seems he can truly let go of the rule suppression. This medicinal king really isn't trustworthy. The rules are set up like that, yet a human cultivator managed to break through. And that's not all. Quan Lam's lips curl into a wicked smile as he shouts loudly, "Unstoppable and invincible. You once again deliver a series of fiery punches at the Demon King, knocking him to the ground." In an instant, a deafening explosion erupts, accompanied by a golden shockwave shooting straight into the sky, smoke and dust filling the air. In the end, the Great Demon King was defeated miserably, losing all consciousness. I never expected that even in the Potion King clan I couldn't defeat a mere human. I'm truly weak, and the surrounding herbs are trembling in fear, shouting to each other. The Demon King has fallen. It's over, our Alchemy King sect is finished. From the mouth of this Demon King, foam was foaming, tears streaming down as he wailed. If your skills are lacking, don't blame the medicine sage and others. You can only blame your own long and dull life this time. In my next life, I don't want to become a mushroom anymore. I want to be human. The system suddenly appeared with a notification. Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the disciple recruitment mission. Subjugate the immortal chaotic mushroom as a disciple, and you can obtain peerless divine powers. The one chi transforms into 3 clarity. The one chi transforms into 3 cleanses can split into 2 clones with the same cultivation and strength as the original. Hearing this, Quan Lam was a bit discouraged and exclaimed, "Brother Tong, are you sure about this? Even the mushroom won't be spared, but this reward is quite tempting." There's no other way. In the end, he had no choice but to give the Great Demon King a chance. Do you not want to die? Then I can give you a chance. Remembering its appearance just now, Quan Lam was quite confident. With this scaredy-cat mushroom form, it will probably agree right away. But contrary to your expectations, the Demon King refused and shouted angrily, "I refuse." That made you stop in surprise and stare blankly. Oh, you came over and asked again. I haven't even stated the conditions yet, and you've already refused. Do you really not want to live anymore? It answers, "Yes, I don't want to." Seeing its expression, Quan Lam didn't think it was lying. Could it really be that it no longer wants to live? But this reward is so tempting. The one-hit triple attack is both cool and explosive. I don't want to miss it. Thinking of this, Quan Lam forced a smile and bowed to the Great Demon Lord to make a request. "Then before you die, help me with something." It was stunned and asked back, "What do you mean?" His face suddenly darkened, his threatening eyes saying, "Become my disciple." Hearing this, the Great Demon Lord was startled and broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, who in this world would ask to become a disciple when they are about to die? Truly shameless. "Nam Huin, as long as you confirm you will help me and set the conditions, I will do my best to fight you until you explode and make sure you die without suffering." Quan Lam, extremely angry, used his final move, first throwing you into the fire, then killing some chickens and adding various herbs. Repeating this process many times will create a delicious mushroom chicken stew. I will eat it all and leave no leftovers. Hearing those words, the Great Demon King was so frightened he screamed and backed away. "Come here. I will make it easy for you. This is too terrifying." In the end, there was no other choice, so it had to bow its head, admit defeat, and accept becoming Quan Lam's disciple. "I agree." It shouted loudly to repeat once more. "I agree to become your disciple." As soon as I finished speaking, the system displayed a notification.
Congratulations, the host has successfully accepted a disciple. You have obtained the peerless divine technique of unifying three heavens into one, and the disciple's talent has been revealed. I finally succeeded. Now get up quickly. From now on, you will be my disciple and must call me master. Your master will protect you and will never let others harm you. After saying that, Junlam directly bestowed upon it the myriad cultivation techniques he had just obtained from the system. This is the technique I bestow upon you. Go ahead and cultivate it. A golden light quickly shot straight into the center of the Demon King's forehead, surprising it greatly. This is inside its mind. A martial arts manual has appeared in incredible detail and clarity. The Eternal Emperor's longevity technique. What kind of extraordinary cultivation method is this? The Poison Lord is naturally weak and dislikes fighting, relying only on the restrictions of the Poison Lord to suppress the human race. As such, it began rapidly absorbing this cultivation technique, forming a shining pillar of light that reached up into the sky. After a while, everything finally came to an end. The dust gradually settled to reveal the surrounding scene. Where the great Demon King was sitting, there was no longer any sign of him. Instead, a young man with blue hair appeared. This Ten de Trong Sin Quit not only fixed the shortcomings of the Duok Tok's cultivation, but also gave the great Demon King a fully fleshed body, just like a human. It looked at its body happily and even increased its strength, helping our Duok clan fully escape transformation. Witnessing this scene, Dieu Wei was so shocked she couldn't close her mouth and exclaimed, "Young Master Diep keeps fighting and then leaves his items behind, even helping Yao Chao to take human form. What kind of hobby is this?" Fambaba responded, "You haven't even become an immortal medicine yet, and you can already transform into a human form? What kind of secret immortal technique is this?" Standing nearby, Vo Kiep also didn't find it too surprising and praised it. "The strength of my master is unfathomable, so I try shouting, 'Wonderful! Now I have a little brother too.'" In this way, the great Demon King decided to follow Quan Lam's path, bowing respectfully and saying, "Thank you, Venerable Master Anban. Please accept this bow from Do Ni." You nod in satisfaction. Children are easy to teach. While everyone else was celebrating, Tian Diep looked annoyed, thinking to herself, "Ha! How many more secrets does this bastard hide? Not only taking in disciples, but also helping him transform into a human form. He's definitely up to something." Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly remembered something. "I understand now. This immortal, chaotic mushroom has a huge potential in the future, possibly transforming into a divine medicine. The value of immortal pills is so great that even immortals fight over them. This guy is trying to make a profit, so he's probably waiting for the right opportunity to use them for alchemy." Besides, Huyen Kung was no less surprised, opening his mouth in disbelief and saying, "I just don't understand this world. Am I the only one suffering the most from beginning to end?" He started going crazy, shaking back and forth, shouting, "Where is everyone? Come here and let me go." But Quan Lam didn't really care much, and started thinking, "If you've already joined the sect, then I need to give you a suitable name. I call you the Great Demon King with great anticipation, but the next name you come up with disappoints me quite a bit. Little Black. It's simple and humble, but that's okay. This modesty suits me." He forced a smile and replied, "Thank you, Master." Then recalling something, Jun Lin asked, "So, my master wants to ask you if Yao Tong agreed to open the Medicine King's cave. Why is there still a need to set up measures to suppress human cultivators?" "What? So Duok Ton isn't even of the human race?" Xiaohe continued. Duok Ton is a rare Qilin elixir in this world, so he knows how treacherous the way of the world truly is." Thien Deep, upon hearing this, suddenly recalled the events from before. That legendary divine herb can seize the creation of heaven and earth. Whoever can refine and control it can even bring the dead back to life. Unmatched combat power and a path to immortality. Jun Lam asked again, "If that's the case, then Yao Zun must make some sacrifices to protect you, right?" Suddenly, the nearby Yawang group all looked extremely aggrieved and shouted loudly, "Isn't it thanks to you humans?" They painfully recount the injustice they have suffered. That year, many human factions from the Duok Vuong clan's line constantly raiding us. The low-level medicinal herbs with no strength to resist became commodities traded or food on the table. Duok Ton sacrificed his own medicinal power for the safety of his kin to satisfy the greed of the powerful humans and secure space for the medicine clan. Vo Keep realized the truth and exclaimed, "Oh!" Duok Ton used his own body to open the path for the Duok Tok. Sijtin Chi continued, "But Duok Ton's medicinal power is limited, and the greed of the major powers is endless, so Duok Ton decided to rush into the fairy realm, risking his life to protect Duok Tok. The fairy realm agreed that Duok Vuong Kok would open once every 10 years, in exchange for protection. On the surface, Duok Ton appears to be conceding,
but secretly he is strengthening the formation to suppress the cultivation of the human cultivators to ensure greater safety for the Duok Tok. But only high-level medicinal herbs like us know about this, and many small medicinal plants relying on Duok Ton to become immortals are what keep Duok Vuong Kok peaceful. Even in this bleak and hopeless situation, the Duok Tok would never resort to killing the human cultivators who entered. They just wanted to pass the time and ease their boredom. After hearing everything the Medicine King recounted, Junlin also admired Duok Ton's dedication. Duok Ton sacrificed himself to find a way for the Medicine Clan to survive, truly deserving of respect. Vokip was moved to tears. Duok Ton, with great righteousness, gently stroked his beard and said, "I have always admired Duok Ton. Even though I know he is not from the Eastern region human race, his sacrifice for his people makes me respect him even more." Dui continued, looking at what the human cultivators had done before. Truly shameful and disgraceful. Just as she finished speaking, suddenly above the sky, a giant gate appeared, causing everyone to turn their eyes towards it. The teleportation gate outside has opened, finally allowing us to leave this place. This is what they have been longing for the most. Whoever likes to come here in the future can join one of their groups. Huyen Kong still hasn't given up his evil ambitions, smiling eerily and thinking to himself, "Buddha Amitabha, finally I am free. I must wash away this humiliation with blood when I go out." Seeing the teleportation gate open, everyone rushed towards it, including Quan Lam's group leaving as well. While moving, he suddenly paused for a moment, glanced at Xiao He, and softly asked, "Xiao He, don't you want to follow us?" He stood there hesitating, as the scenes of his life here only appeared in the quiet sleep within his mind.
I thought I could go to sleep after resolving the danger, but now there's a major change. Being taken as a disciple, and even inheriting the supreme cultivation method, should I go out and experience this distant world or not? Or,
seeing Hak hesitate to leave, Quan Lam gently waved and said, "I respect your choice. If there's a chance, we'll meet again in 100,000 years. See you next time." Hearing these words, Little Black was startled and looked up, questioning himself. Do I really want to stay here and keep lying flat? Why do I feel so empty inside? Staying here every day, it could only sit quietly on the tree branch watching the sunrise with nothing else to do. That's why a faint hope flickered in Xiao Hei's heart, his eyes wide and shining as he looked straight at the teleportation gate. Do I have to go back to this long and boring life? His mind reminded himself, no, I don't want to go back. In that moment, there was no more time to hesitate. Finally, Little Black made his decision and jumped straight up. The world is so vast, I want to go out and see it. He rushed to Quan Lam's side and said, "Master, take me with you. I want to see the world." He nodded and said, "All right, then I will take you flying around later." More and more figures were being teleported out of the Medicine King's cave and moving farther away. Why did the great Demon King also leave? So the Demon King was so excited after transforming into a human form? He must have been oppressed by that human. That damn human! But they've already left here. We can continue our peaceful life for another 100,000 years. As the teleportation door gradually shrinks, most of them have already come out. Returning outside the Medicine King cave, everyone is standing there waiting, their eyes full of anticipation as they point and whisper. Look quickly, they've come out, and judging by their excited looks, they must have gained a lot. I'm so envious, but I regret that only a limited number can enter the Medicine King cave. I won't have another chance in this life. Among those coming out, of course, Huyen Kong was there with an extremely angry look, secretly thinking, finally, they are out. Damn it. Standing below, the disciples in his sect had already been waiting patiently, smiling happily as they asked, "Master, how was your harvest this time? Are you really asking that?" With Master Huyen Kong leading the way, we can be sure that Huyen Kong himself has returned with full pockets. Before they could finish speaking, Huyen Kong shot a glance with a look that seemed to devour them and cut them off. Do I look like I'm carrying a full bag back? Seeing that expression, all the disciples cowered in fear, sweating profusely, trembling as they spoke. "Sorry, Master, I spoke to you without thinking." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, causing everyone to startle and turn around. Those who entered the Medicine King cave stood still, a group of people already waiting with extremely sinister expressions, continuing, "If anyone dares to resist, don't blame my ruthless master. My teacher Diep Quan Lam is Hu Tien." Hearing these words, everyone was furious and exclaimed, "How shameless, stealing again?" The person next to him interrupted, "Hey, lower your voice. Do you want to get killed for shouting so loud?" Dui also quickly recognized these people, her face darkening. "Damn it, it's these people again." "Well done. I haven't even gone to catch you yet, and you've come to me instead." Tien Diep clenched her teeth and fists tightly, thinking to herself that finding a woman disguised as her is a direct insult to her and she must crush your bones to dust. Vokip, standing nearby, was just as upset, as he was the demon sword that terrified the world, yet now he was reduced to a bandit. Hiding behind a nearby tree, Little Black looked on in surprise and said, "You guys are really something." Shutu gently patted his head to comfort him and said, "Don't be afraid, junior brother. Our master and senior brothers can handle this." He asked nervously, "Thank you, but may I ask how I should address the senior sister?" She happily replied, "His name is Bai Xiaoxi." Xiaohei, hearing that, also cheerfully added, "Senior sister Bai, I hope you'll take care of me more in the future," and say, "Wow, you're so adorable, there's no need to be so formal." At this point, he looked back at the group and asked, "Baksuti, why do those mortals look so much like everyone else?" She replied, "Oh, those people are impersonators of us, currently out stealing and ruining our reputation." "Huh, so there's actually something like this too? You humans are quite clever, aren't you?" Huyan Kong stepped forward to face the fake group before they could cause trouble. With his anger already boiling inside, now that someone to vent his fury on has appeared, he shouted even more fiercely, "Are you sure you want to do this?" Seeing this scene, the fake ones gritted their teeth in fear. "What do we do now? He doesn't seem to be afraid of us." Even a woman can sense that something is wrong. This is the aura of the Tribulation Transcendence realm, a true immortal. Why panic? Deep Quan Lum at the Teat family has killed a false immortal from Wu Hua Sect. As long as I stay calm, I can scare this deceiver. Thinking of this, the old man stepped forward and said to Huyan Kong, "Do you know who I am? The things I want to do, not many in this eastern region can stop me from doing. Master, he is the killing god Diep Quan Lum, who previously wiped out the 100,000 armies of Wu Hua. In that battle, our Huyan Kong sect also suffered significant losses among our elders and disciples." Knowing that, Huyan Kong still did not back down and said, "So it's you, playing tricks on me." Facing that remark, Chakba's outward appearance remained calm, but inside he was starting to panic. This sneaky con artist is actually a senior monk of Huyan Kong Temple? They seem to have a grudge against Diep Quan Lam. We're doomed this time. The old man continued, "Amitabha, benefactor Diep, it has been a while since I heard your name." Suddenly, his demeanor made Chakba feel somewhat more at ease. "Oh, such politeness means you're not settling old scores? This Deep Quan Lam is really useful." Standing among the crowd still watching the show, Master Huyan Kong paid him respect. So clearly it was the Ku family. Has this Deep Quan Lam become so powerful already? Not far away, Wu Kip also turned around unexpectedly to ask his master, "Does this old trickster really respect us?" He then grinned and added, "This old trickster's mind is full of evil, just watch the show unfold." Chap Ba still remains unaware of what is about to happen to his family and their reputation. If that is the case, then Tuang Fung is truly destined. Li, I hope you will hold back in the next move. If not, Huyan Kong will not continue. I fully understand Brother Diep's intentions, or shall I lend you a hand? As soon as he finished speaking, the old man suddenly soared into the sky like a lightning bolt. Without hesitation, he took out a golden bell and threw it into the air, holding his hands in a formation. In an instant, the massive golden bell appeared as if to swallow everything, and Huyan Kong used the Latran the Bat technique to strike the bell down into the ground, causing everything to seem like it was about to explode. The impostors were all trapped inside the vessel before they could react, looking bewildered as they asked, "Friend, what do you mean?" Of course, Huyan Kao had no good intentions, revealing his fierce nature as he interrupted, "Good, good. Tang Feng is destined. I will personally guide you to enlightenment and lead you to paradise." Not only the impostors were punished, but innocent people were also tied up inside. They looked terrified and exclaimed, "Master, we bear no grudge against you. If you want medicinal herbs, I can give them to you." Could it be because of the deal at the Medicine King's sect? Can we swear not to reveal it? Hearing those words, Huyan Kong asked in surprise, "What transaction?" and secretly thought that since you saw me humiliated at the Medicine King's cottage, this must never be leaked to the eastern region. I kill to silence, seize the treasure, and let Deep Quan Lam take the blame. That way I can kill 3 birds with 1 stone and still maintain my reputation for eradicating evil. Among the people below, one even holds up a token in front of everyone. I am the prince of the Great Flame Imperial dynasty. Have you considered the consequences of your actions? The person beside him also spoke. I am the Elder Hao of the Heaven and Earth sect. If anything happens, the sect will hold you accountable to the end. But in the face of those words, Huyan Kong remained completely unfazed, determined to eliminate them all without hesitation, and the giant illusory hand of the old man clenched tightly around both of them, crushing them instantly. In the blink of an eye, Huyen Kong had killed them, their bodies unrecognizable as they cried out in agonized screams.
Seeing this scene, I'm sure they were terrified, thinking that after this mission they would hang up their swords. But how did things escalate to this point? Could it be that this fellow even wants to eliminate us both? How could that be? I hold great respect for Brother Diep, and I still have one more request.
You are greedy for profit, and I am willing to risk my life.
I hope the benefactor can be magnanimous about this.
But that's for the best. You can do your best, and I, Diep Quan Lam, will take full responsibility for what happens next. Jiu Ai was so angry she wanted to rush forward and settle the score. Father, this Diep Quan Lam is truly out of his mind. Sir, please lower your voice.
Haven't you noticed that young Master Diep and his group look very similar to these people?
Faced with his words, she finally stopped to observe everything, and it was exactly as Pham Baba had said. Duai also shared the same thought.
Actually, after that last trip, I even suspected that young Master Diep was actually Deep Quan Lam.
He continued, Miss, please stay calm, let's observe quietly. Back with Huyen Kong, the old man was still relentlessly trying to eliminate everyone to pin this crime on Quan Lam. A dazzling golden flower blooms above the old man's head, while those below suffer from deafening, pounding sounds that make their heads ache and scream in agony. Master, as you instructed, the entire process has been recorded in the recording orb. Jun Lam stood there with his arms crossed, satisfied as he continued, Let's see how long these pretenders can keep up their false compassion. His eyes flashed with a murderous gleam as he added, Since the evidence is in my hands, I might as well warm up a bit. After finishing speaking, he finally began to act, shooting straight into the sky and disappearing from his previous position.
Without hesitation, Quan Lam pointed 2 fingers forward, unleashing a devastating explosion toward Huyen Kong.
Caught off guard by this surprise attack, the old man couldn't react in time, and the golden bell was shattered into pieces. Confidently revealing his true identity, he smiled brightly and introduced himself. Huyen Tin Sect, Deep Quan Lam. Everyone stood below in shock and exclaimed, What? He says he's Diep Quan Lam? Wait a minute, isn't he the one from the Medicine King sect?
There's nothing left to doubt now. Everyone finally realizes it and turns their hostile gazes toward the fake group.
If he is Diep Quan Lam, then these people are all fakes. This matter is indeed part of Pham Baba and Jiu Wai's plan. Both of them cheered happily. Pham Baba. Young Master Deep really is Deep Quan Lam. I knew it. From the beginning at Long Men Inn, I always felt this person was not an ordinary one. When at the Medicine King sect, this feeling grew even stronger. Indeed, he is like in the legends. A true divine dragon soaring through the 9 heavens, creatures like us can never reach him, floating in the air. At this moment, a powerful aura radiates from Quan Lam, making it clear to everyone that he is genuine and not a fake. Now, there's no point in pretending as the 3 directions look up, their mouths almost dropping open. We're definitely doomed this time. We've been acting for so long, but the real person is still just standing and watching from the side. It's over! It's over! Suddenly, Huyen Kong's gritted voice rang out once more. Buddha bless. You really know how to play me, making me have to be polite to you for so long. The old man continued. No wonder you could make the King of Death's cave shameful like that. So you're Ye Qianlin, huh? Fine. Let's settle all old and new scores together. That old man is just teasing you. Acting all dramatic just now. I recorded it all. Guess what? If I reveal it to everyone, how do you think the world will see Huyen Kong? The old man didn't care about that. If no one leaves here alive today, who would know? Moreover, your recent reputation is all thanks to you. Hearing Huyen Kong's vile words, Quan Lam became angry and reminded him you are overconfident.
Once again, the old man shouted as he prepared to strike at you, saying, When I was at Duok Vuongkov, my cultivation was suppressed and I fell into your trap, but now it's different. He threw a punch directly at Quan Lam as if to take his life. Demon. Die. Seeing that scene, Vo Kip was extremely worried. This old trickster is at the peak of the tribulation stage. Is the master in danger? Thien Diep thought to herself. This guy must still be hiding his true strength. Someone who can break the rules of the Immortals can't be that simple. The more the technique closed in on Junlin, the more he stood still, waiting without evasion. The system suddenly displayed a notification. The host has been attacked by an opponent at the peak of the Tribulation Realm. Now, a passive effect is activated. The stronger the attack, the stronger the response, granting full Tribulation Realm mastery. Just with this one sentence, your aura begins to surge back, he exclaimed. Then, immediately, he thrust his hand forward and shattered it with a punch. Huyen Kong just laughed loudly. Ha ha, is that all you've got? What's wrong with you? You again. Huyen Kong was furious and refused to admit defeat.
grinding his teeth as he said, "Your concealment is truly deep. I didn't expect you to be at the peak of the tribulation stage. Let's not waste more time here." Quan Lam's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he prepared to strike and asked, "Tell me, how do you want to die?" In response, Huyen Kong's madness and fury erupted. What does it matter if you're at the tribulation stage? My indestructible body was cultivated through hardship to fight inside the Medicine King cave, and even if the tribulation stage wants to eliminate me, they can't do it." Hearing these arrogant words from him, Quan Lam also ran out of words and said, "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it." The old man snorted coldly, interrupting, waiting for the madness to come. After finishing speaking, he began to unleash his ultimate move, forming an illusion of a giant golden dragon, the great auspicious heavenly dragon. The illusion of the dragon carried an overwhelming aura, its sharp-toothed mouth opening towards Quan Lam, but he was not afraid at all. "Yeah, you little bastard." As soon as the words finished, a space crack appeared in the sky above, and a giant hand reached out from it, the core of the Supreme. The hand quickly reached out and seized the dragon. Quan Lam shouted loudly, "Thuong Thuong Chi Thu, no more delays," and a smile curled at the corner of his mouth, intending to end everything with a command to destroy it. The dragon was grasped tightly by the giant hand and could not move, its body writhing and struggling to break free, but with a single strong squeeze, the dragon was destroyed, its body torn apart into two halves before Huyen Kong's horrified eyes. No way could Huyen Kong's ultimate move really be destroyed in an instant. But it didn't end there. After destroying the illusion of the dragon, the giant hand continued to reach for the old man and grabbed him. In that moment, the old man suddenly woke up, quickly fought back, using the infinite Vajra to block that attack, acting arrogantly. Even though he tried his best to resist, it seemed the situation wasn't much better, as the illusion of the hand kept tightening, making it impossible for him to hold on. Quan Lam launched the final blow and shouted loudly, You don't know your limits." With this strike, Huyen Kong's entire body was thrown backward, twisting with a distorted face, blood splattering everywhere, and he crashed heavily onto the ground, causing a loud explosion that sent rocks and debris flying in all directions. The disciples of Huyen Kong, witnessing this scene, dared not move and cowered in fear. Once the dust settled, revealing the scene, Huyen Kong sat there in his miserable state, coughing violently. Quan Lam was quite surprised and exclaimed, "So you're still alive?" The old man still stubbornly refused to admit defeat, his hand trembling as he struggled to lift himself off the ground. The strongest defensive stance of the old man is undefeated among peers, yet today he was defeated by a brutal attack. If that's the case, then it's time to use the treasures from the Medicine King sect. As soon as the words finished, a series of medicinal pills in the hands of the disciples of Huyen Kong suddenly flew out in all directions, leaving everyone stunned. Moreover, the protective wings of others nearby were also snatched away in a spectacular manner, flying towards Huyen Kong. They were all absorbed by him. His eyes shone brightly, and spiritual energy surged powerfully. Waiting until he had absorbed enough, the old man began to strike, his eyes full of fury as he declared, "This battle is just beginning." Before he could finish, Quan Lam stepped forward to interrupt. "No, it might be over now." Huyen Kong wondered in confusion. "What does he mean?" You smirk and continue. "I admit your defense is very strong, but this move of mine." As he speaks, Jun Lam forms a sphere, shooting out golden lightning sparks from his palm, and asks, "What will you do to counter this?" Just by looking at the fist technique Quan Lam was about to unleash, Huyen Kong immediately recognized it and exclaimed. This fist technique showed his confidence, a satisfied smile on his face, as he added, "Remembered now? Yet the old man still doesn't know how to retreat and wants to strike again. Ridiculous. The power of that punch isn't even worth a mosquito bite." Quan Lam said, "If I had used only a fraction of my strength back then, what would happen?" Upon hearing this, Huyen Kong was rendered speechless, his eyes wide with shock, frozen in place. What? But now that the problem has been realized, it was already too late. Quan Lam's thunderous punch was gradually closing in, accompanied by a loud shout. "He died." Just like that, the old man took your punch to the stomach, blood spraying from his mouth, eyes rolling back, the pain spreading through his body and up to his brain, making him unable to endure and wanting to die on the spot. In just a blink of an eye, Huyen Kong's body was torn into pieces, no longer intact. After dealing with this threat, Quan Lam felt a bit more relieved and smiled brightly. Standing below, the onlookers trembled all over, unable to believe what they had just seen. "He's dead. The demon beast is dead. We are saved. We are saved." Now they have cleared your bad reputation and see you as their savior. It's Senior Brother Diep Quan Lam who saved us. From now on, my life belongs to Senior Diep. Anyone who dares to call Senior Diep a villain, I will risk everything to fight him. He is a hero, no doubt, and from now on, anyone who dares to defame Senior Diep's name, I will risk my life against him. Hero, hero. Juyai's eyes sparkled brightly, also marveling in admiration. Young Master Diep is so powerful and cool, standing beside Master Fanbaba to add, his strength exceeds my imagination. But Miss just needs to work hard, and she can become as strong as that. Vo Kiep proudly praised, and the venerable Master Uivo once again widened Doni's eyes. Tien Diep thought to herself, the defense of Master Huyen Kong was already extremely rare in the Central Realm, yet he was still shattered into nothingness with a single punch. What exactly is this person's limit? After witnessing Huyen Kong being destroyed, Huyen Kong's disciples fearfully retreat and scatter in panic. Hurry back to Huyen Kong Temple, but of course, Vo Kiep couldn't let them go. He rushed from behind with his sword, forcing them to flee in panic. With a series of slashes, he directly wiped out the entire group without sparing anyone. Finally, he turned back to the fake group, standing there and looking at them, then said, "Now it's time to settle the debt between us." Their bodies went limp and couldn't move. Chap Ba bowed repeatedly to the ground and shouted loudly, "Senior Diep, please spare our lives. We are just lowly and cowardly, begging you not to hold us accountable for scum like us." The others also start blaming each other. "It was him. It was him. He forced us." "That's right. They were happily working at Phoenix Spring Pavilion, but he kept tricking me into coming here. I used to be just a laborer, only following him for food, but I never expected to be caught in a trap." Seeing all the blame fall on me, he was furious and shouted, "Ungrateful bastards, you ate well and drank your fill following me. Now you want to wash your hands of everything." Seeing these people, Quan Lam also felt speechless and didn't bother to lift a finger. This imposter is really useless. If there's a debt, there's a culprit. Better to have them come and handle it. Thinking of that, he glanced at Dieu Wei and asked Miss Anne how much of her belongings they had stolen. She pointed directly at the group and replied, "Bastards, quickly vomit out the 5 million top-quality spiritual treasures of this young lady." The others behind also rushed forward, including the spiritual treasures of our Lin Sun sect and the sacred artifacts of our Lap Tuong Gate. Vomit them all out. The crowd then fiercely tore and punched each other. "And also our belongings. Take them out and return everything to us." Seeing the crowd tearing apart the imposters, Jun Lam didn't bother to intervene. With so many creditors, they're in big trouble now. Vo Kiep agreed with this approach and added, "These insignificant pests are not worthy of our sect master's attention." Juet Wai turned back and said to you, "Thank you, young Master Dai, for helping us recover the treasure. For I have always felt that you had a secret, and I never expected that you are really Diep Quan Lam. I have been blind and deaf for so long, knowing that my words back then were too harsh." She was too embarrassed to look me in the face. It's all because those little bugs and ants led me astray, and I even swore to become stronger to act against the heavens. Looking back now, it's really ridiculous. You couldn't help but laugh when you interrupted. This is called unwavering loyalty. It benefits her cultivation, and combined with her physical and spiritual strength, her future is incredibly bright. I really value you. Hearing that, she became even more excited. Really? Then I will try much harder and surpass you in the future. Kun Lam replied, I will wait for you at the final point after settling everything. He strongly snapped his hand and called out, Kong. Konbang immediately appeared and descended below. Quan Lam's group all flew up, and he didn't forget to wave goodbye. Miss Anne will meet again in the future. Both of them replied in unison, Yes, fate will bring us together again. Seeing the divine beast soaring in the sky, everyone's eyes were widened in amazement. The rumors are true. Diep Senior's mount is indeed a divine beast, a Konbang. Senior Diep is truly a genius of the eastern region, kind and strong. I was wrong to easily believe the slanderous rumors about him. We have to find a way to clear our senior's name. He is the one who saved our lives. That's right. We must be grateful and repay it. And of course, they will first have to deal with the source of all this trouble. So, let's make the mastermind pay first. That's right. After hearing Chapter 3, he was so scared his face turned pale and he curled up, asking what you wanted to do. I already returned your items. The others are crying and begging, claiming it's not our fault, it was all him who took them. But the crowd no longer listened to those words, all of them rushing to punch and kick the impostors violently, as screams of pain echoed through the air. The scene shifts above the sky, with Konbang still moving slowly. Xiao He, traveling with Quan Lam's group, has also gained a much broader perspective, his eyes filled with contemplation. The back of this giant insect is so vast, it truly is the immortal realm of Penglai. I gently introduce, Xiao He, from now on you are officially part of our group. I will introduce you to the senior brothers. The first person is Tian Diep. He is your senior brother. Hong Tian Diep, he has a very passionate personality. And if you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask him. What? I have been at the Medicine King sect for 100,000 years and have never seen such a stunning person. And it turns out he's a man, Quan Lam continued. This is your second senior brother.
Bak Tu Tik is also the master and butler of my master, so if there are any difficulties in daily life, you can come to him. This is your third senior brother, Levo Kiep, who is a detective and pioneer for my master. If you get bullied, he can help you handle it. After greeting all the senior brothers, Little Black respectfully bowed and said, I humbly ask for your care and guidance in the future. After finishing everything, Quan Lam finally got to rest after days of exhaustion. All right, the introduction is done. Everyone go do your work. Xiao Tiech, come here and give me a shoulder massage. Shyly, he cheerfully replied, Yes, I will definitely make the master happy, and after everyone leaves, only Xiao He and Tian Diep will be left in the yard, he thought to himself, pretending not to care, but secretly planning to refine him in the future. Maybe by then I could even get a bowl of soup. Thinking of this, he cast a sharp glance at Little Black, making him extremely frightened. He couldn't stay any longer and ran away with his tail between his legs. Big senior brother's gaze is so terrifying. Why does it feel like he's about to eat me? He looked around and asked Vo Keep, What are you doing, third senior brother? Suddenly he turned back with a fierce gaze and asked, Fourth junior, want to try a bit? Little Black broke out in a cold sweat. Senior brother San is inviting me to eat his clan again. This person is too terrifying. Can I still make it if I run now? But, just as he was still chewing awkwardly, Vo Kiep suddenly realized he had spoken out of turn and paused for a moment. He scratched his head awkwardly, turned around, and spoke. Look at my mind, my senior brother really didn't mean it. But before he could finish speaking, Little Black had already run away. Senior brother Tam is so scary, Vo Keep sighed in despair and said, This time it's really over, leaving a bad impression on my junior brother. At the same time, near Quan Lam, after trying to massage his shoulders, he felt much more refreshed and comfortable. Now it's time to have a cup of tea. Seeing the teacup on the table, Shishi's eyes sparkled with admiration and praised, Master, this tea smells so good. Continue, Tiutich, let's brew some tea to drink. At that moment, Tien Diep was passing by when he suddenly noticed something, glanced over at him, and quickly exclaimed, Master, is this the Enlightenment tea? Jun Lam smiled and replied, Yes. Do you know about it? There is nothing left to talk about. Tien Diep was so eager that she was drooling. This truly is the Enlightenment tea, an extremely rare spiritual tea. Even a single leaf can trigger a fierce battle among the top forces in the Central Realm. The ancient supreme immortal Lang Van produces only a small amount once every 10,000 years for the true immortals to taste a small cup. The ancestor could only stand from afar and smell this tea aroma before. Now is it possible to wish and see it for real? He eagerly and anxiously approached and asked, Master Du, can I have the luck to taste a cup? Kun Lam replied, Of course. You take the teacup and hand it to Uncle Tien Diep, urging him to try it. Even after holding the teacup in his hand, he still couldn't believe his eyes, silently thinking that the Enlightenment tea used by the immortals in the Central Realm took 10,000 years to find in a small cup. Now, at last, I can finally enjoy what I've been waiting for. Without wasting any more time, he begins to lift a sip to his lips, slowly savoring the taste of the tea flowing in his mouth. The very next second, a strange sensation overwhelmed him, causing him to open his eyes wide and shout, This power! Tian Ye dropped his teacup, staring at his body as if it was about to explode, his mouth unable to close. His entire body was lifted by a surge of power, flames blazing as if to burn everything down. While Nam Ni was still enjoying her tea, she suddenly witnessed this scene. Jun Lam couldn't help but be stunned and spoke. What's going on? Why is this kid acting so arrogant? It turns out that thanks to that cup of tea, Tien Diep's power keeps increasing, rising several levels at once, from the early stage of the Tribulation Realm to the mid-stage, late stage, and peak realm. Standing nearby, Wu Kiep heard the loud noise and ran over to witness what was happening. What is going on, Hur? In just a blink, the senior brother has broken through to the peak of the Tribulation stage. Feeling his body change rapidly, Tien Diep burst into a loud, ecstatic laugh as if about to go crazy. Before he could enjoy the feeling, Quan Lam suddenly hit his head hard to snap him back to reality. What is this? What's wrong? Do you have any opinion about my master? Realizing he had been too reckless, he quickly clasped his hands in a respectful bow and apologized. I humbly beg my master's forgiveness for my inadvertent offense.
I also don't want to argue over this anymore. In response, be more careful next time, and all disciples, come and try some too. Hearing that, everyone quickly gathered, each holding a cup of tea with eager eyes. Thank you, Master, for the tea. Master, may I ask how much of your enlightenment tea is left? Quan Lam immediately took out a huge jar of tea and held it up in front of him. Oh, they're all in here now, Thian Deep exclaimed with her mouth agape. A lot, a lot. So those enlightenment tea leaves that once made countless true immortals yearn and couldn't get are actually in his huge jar. What's wrong? Are you worried there won't be enough to drink? If you want to drink, don't hold back, he said happily with sparkling eyes like stars. Really? Thank you, Master. Without hesitation, Vo Keep and Thu Thu begin to sip the tea and enjoy it. As soon as they finished drinking, both of their bodies began to ascend in power comprehensively, to an unbelievable degree. Watching this scene, Little Black was stunned, thinking to himself how strong this aura and momentum were. Could this tea really have such a powerful effect? Vo Keep glanced at Shushu and asked, Thank you, Venerable Master, Elder Bai. You have already advanced to the late tribulation stage. She happily replied, Can you also feel yourself becoming stronger after trying it? Moreover, the tea is so delicious. Seeing that Little Black was just standing there without drinking, he urged, Junior brother, drink quickly. It can help you understand the way and level up. Hearing that, he no longer hesitated and quickly finished the entire cup of tea. The senior brothers all advanced significantly, but it's unclear if it has any effect on the medicinal clan. But unlike the others, he seems to adapt to this kind of surge better than everyone else, his body almost about to explode. Vo Keep stood there, staring with his mouth agape and eyes wide with amazement. The golden core is complete, the primordial spirit, the divine transformation fusion, the great perfection, and the complete great perfection. After continuous ascensions, finally, Little Black has stopped. Vo Keep and Thian Deep let out a relieved breath. Phew! Luckily, they stopped at the perfect stage. Otherwise, our senior brother's face would be completely ruined. Because of the enlightenment from the tea, everyone's cultivation level has significantly improved. Although the second cup didn't increase their cultivation, their understanding of the martial way advanced greatly. Quan Lam took a sip of tea, feeling very satisfied, and thought to himself that this enlightenment tea was even more powerful than all the previous rewards for increasing cultivation. The system suddenly appeared with a notification. Based on the rapid increase in the disciples' cultivation, a new mission has been activated. Go to Huyen Kong 2 to claim that wonderful reward. Hearing this, he also began to look forward to the next reward. The new mission has arrived just in time to settle accounts with those troublemakers. Xiaolei, take the Lu Anko and come with me. We need to go to Huyen Kong 2. Vo Keep immediately grabbed the Lu Anko and responded, Yes, Master. Huyen Kong 2 is the highest sacred place for meditation in the eastern region, and this time we might have cut down some of their glory. I didn't expect it would come so quickly to settle accounts with those troublemakers. But the abbot of Huyen Kong 2 is also an unpredictable person. Can this guy handle it? The scene shifts to the eastern region, where Fat Chao Lac Thin in the country is engulfed in a thick cloud of smoke and flames, everything reduced to devastating ruins, and the ones responsible are practitioners stained with blood, wielding weapons and bringing disaster to countless innocent families. Lady! A woman looking exhausted grabs the leg of a monk and says, Please, don't take my child, I will take the blame for him. Hearing this, the headbanger still held tightly onto the child's head, despite its crying and protests. The Buddha is compassionate, but the sinner bears heavy karma. If the father owes, let the child pay the debt. Let humans bear the burden. As he was about to speak, suddenly a strike shot down from above with incredible speed, hitting the forehead of the thug and causing him to cry out in pain, hurriedly releasing the child. Not far away, a group of soldiers riding war chariots advanced together, shouting loudly to block the way. This is Lac Thayin Kingdom's territory. How can Huyen Kong Mountain be allowed to cause trouble? He is Mu Dung Hai, the city lord of Lac Ngu City, with a perfected nascent soul stage. Hearing these words, the arrogant one became even more eager to show his fierce nature and interrupted. Huh? It's you again. Even if you're the ruler of the country, you wouldn't dare interfere if you came here personally. What are you even worth? The innocent children we have taken in and are guided with compassion by the Mountain Lord have an immeasurable future. Don't ruin their prospects. Hearing Mo Dong Hai again, he grew more and more furious, unable to bear it. The sect master, that damn monkey, a filthy beast wearing tattered robes who dares to preach Buddhism. The children you kidnapped are probably already inside its belly. The troublemaker starts clenching his fists and charging forward. How dare you insult the sect leader? He didn't hesitate to deliver his deadly strike. This beast of a man blocks the attack. Both sides clash fiercely in a brutal fight. The 2 strikes were delivered, but Mu Dong-hai was no match for him. His entire body was knocked back, forcing him to use his feet to keep himself standing. At that moment, a man stepped forward from behind and said, "Leader Thun, be careful, let me help you." Hearing this, Mu Dong-hai felt very lucky and burst into a loud laugh. "Commander Duong, you arrived just in time. Duong Thi Chu, show your compassion." This remark from the troublemaker made Mu Dong-hai pause in confusion, unsure of what was happening. Standing behind him, young commander seemed to go berserk, swinging his club forcefully into his back. Surprised by the attack, Mu Dong-hai couldn't react in time and was thrown far away, crashing hard into the stone wall. The pain overwhelmed him, leaving him unable to move, lying still as blood kept pouring from his mouth. In that moment of agony, he tried to get up, his whole body trembling violently. That Duong guy, seeing this, even the fooling head, chuckles with delight. "Amitabha, is the Modong benefactor surprised?" Commander Duong shamelessly continued. "Only you, still foolish and ignorant, keep confronting Huyen Kong Mountain. Everyone else has already surrendered." Mo Dong-hai shouted loudly, "Shameless! You colluded with Huyen Kong Mountain to kill a city lord. The court will not forgive you." The troublemaker laughed maniacally, sparks flying as he recounted everything. "Ha ha. Lak Tien Kwok has long been in our hands. Who cares about investigating?" "How can that be?" Before he could finish speaking, the headbanger moved forward. "Modong the benefactor, I have warned you for a long time, but you stubbornly refuse to change. So I will send you to the Western Pure Land." Just when it seemed he would lose his life here with his remaining reason, Mo Dong-hai still decided to fight back, grabbing his sword and pointing it to the sky, forming a column of golden lightning that flashed brightly, shouting, "You bastard! I will risk my life against you all." Seeing this scene, the troublemaker was both angry and amused, grinning foolishly. Just as a fierce battle was about to erupt, Kong Bang charged forward with a loud shout. "Friend, don't act rashly." Hearing the loud noise and the overwhelming aura, everyone began to stop and look up in horror. Mo Dong-hai couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed, "Could this be an ancient divine beast of the Kan Luan realm? Kong Bang?" Of course, the troublemaker immediately recognized it. Is this the legendary supreme demon realm during tribulation? Why is it appearing here? Finally, a familiar figure appeared there, smiling brightly. It was none other than Jun Lin. You clench your 2 fingertips together and point straight down, commanding in a commanding voice, "Khan, swallow all those fools for me." As soon as the words finished, Kong Bang opened his sharp-toothed mouth wide, like a giant black hole in space, swallowing everything inside. Witnessing this scene, the bully was so terrified he couldn't close his mouth, eyes wide open, secretly wondering if this great demon of the tribulation realm was actually riding that person. What kind of joke is this? The whole shameless bunch is being sucked straight into Kong Bang's mouth without any chance to resist. He hurriedly begged for mercy, saying, "Senior, spare my life, spare me." But it was already too late. There was no longer a chance for him to turn back. Everyone has been completely wiped out, only the screams of despair echoing. Mu Dong-hai still stands there, witnessing everything with a look of horror and exclaiming, "Kong Bang Thon's creature." After devouring those people for a while, their corpses were scattered all over the ground. Only the leader Duong Thong remained alive, standing there like a mountain. "All these troublemakers are dead. What should I do now?" Returning to Mo Dong-hai after finishing the job, Quan Lam's group also descended and stood right in front of him. "You seriously asked, may I ask who you are? Why are those demonic monks here killing and looting?" "Honored senior, I am the city lord of this city, Mo Dong-hai. Those are all fake monks, henchmen of Huyen Kong Son. They came here to kidnap 800 men and women for the sect master of Huyen Kong Mountain to enjoy." Luckily, the senior stepped in to stop them. Hearing this, Quan Lam became even more curious and asked, "Huyen Kong Mountain, does it have anything to do with Huyen Kong Temple?" He continued, "Yes. The sect leader of Huyen Kong Mountain was originally a ferocious wolf spirit, enlightened by the abbot of Huyen Kong Temple, and later received incense offerings. Then he secretly escaped, established his own sect, and was supported by 3 great demon tribes leading 40,000 minor demons. The more he mentioned them, the angrier he became, grinding his teeth in fury, saying, 'That beast is using the name of the Buddhist sect to recruit criminals to escape,' ordering them to capture men and women across the 6 countries in the Buddha continent, pretending to convert them to Buddhism. But in reality, he's devoured them all." Faced with this terrible situation, Wu Kiep also felt indignant and exclaimed, "They are indeed beasts. Isn't there anyone in Buddha continent who can stand up and eliminate them?" Mo Dong-hai replied. At first, the rulers all sent envoys to Huyen Kong Temple to seek help, but they received no response. Clearly, someone was backing that beast. Huyen Kong Temple is the leading power in the sacred Buddhist land of the eastern region. Abbot Hu Van is the spiritual leader of the meditation community. They have never admitted any connection to that beast. The countries can only swallow their anger and resentment, and I can only rely on my own strength to fight against them. Standing behind, Tien Diep also spoke. Those hypocrites dare not ask about the sins committed by the abbot, but are afraid of damaging the reputation of Huyen Kong Temple, so they secretly eliminated all the messengers. Mo Dong-hai clenched his fists and continued. No one dares to ask the Huyen Kong Temple directly, and even if they do, they might not get an answer. While everyone was still talking, Jun Lin suddenly noticed Commander Duong sneaking away with his tail between his legs. Of course, I wouldn't let him go that easily. Where do you think you're going, you dog of Huyen Kong Sun? Speaking of him, Mu Dong-hai suddenly remembered and pointed his sword at Commander Duong, shouting, "Your beastly bastard, collaborating with Huyen Kong Sun to kill several generations of city lords. If not for my senior, I might have already died at your hands." He continued, "I guess that Hoi Lang Tin is planning something, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be in such a hurry to reveal your face now that you know you can't escape anymore." Commander Duong quickly bowed his head to the ground and explained everything. It really is the Sect Master, no, that damn beast. Recently, he planned to hold a grand celebration, so he ordered his subordinates to intensify the efforts to capture the young one. A very heavy task. Mo Dong-hai angrily interrupted, "If this city alone requires 800 men and women, what must the number be across Lacthian Kingdom and the other 3 years of the water? All of you deserve to die." He looked terrified, his voice trembling as he said, "The Huyen Kong Mountain faction is so powerful. Their backing is strong. Who would dare to get involved? So it's not my fault after all. I can't forgive someone as cold-blooded as him." Jun Lam Tuan raised his hand, forming a dazzling gold spark, and snorted coldly. "Then go down and be friends with those beasts." With a flick of his finger, the leader Duong was sent flying backward without a chance to react, as clouds of dust rose into the air. While he still didn't understand what was happening, Konbang's wide-open mouth full of fangs appeared right in front of him. "Senior, spare me!" The system displayed a message. "Congratulations, the mission to Huyen Kong Mountain has been activated. Eliminating the Hoi Lang spirit will earn you a special reward." Hearing this, Quan Lam's anticipation grew even stronger. "It's perfect timing. I was about to go deal with those beasts anyway, so I won't waste any more time standing here. You look at Mo Dong-hai and ask, do you want to lead us to Huyen Kong Son? He immediately replied, "I am willing." "Thank you, Senior, for saving the common people from danger. Truly a great benevolent person." Hearing these flattering words, Jun Lam also felt embarrassed and averted his gaze, flicking his hand dismissively. "A great benevolent person? It's rare to hear such praise from someone." In the blink of an eye, everything disappeared from its original spot, and when I opened my eyes, I was in the dwelling on Kong Bong's back. Mo Dong-hai thought in amazement, so this is the back of the divine beast Kong Bang, yet it has such a grand and elegant residence. He looked very curious and asked Quan Lam, "May I humbly ask for your esteemed name? I will surely remember it in my heart, and you are not hiding it but introducing yourself." "Huyen Thien Sect, Diep Quan Lam." Just hearing that name, he immediately recognized it as Senior Diep. But upon reflection, Mo Dong-hai was very surprised, his eyes wide open. "Wait a minute, Diep Quan Lam. Isn't he the old white-haired demon who recently gained fame as the god of slaughter? Completely different from the image that Buddha continent has been spreading all along. Now monks everywhere are kidnapping and robbing, while the Sathan is fighting evil and saving the world. Who is truly the demon in this world?" The scene shifts to the eastern region of Buddha continent, at Huyen Kong Mountain, at the star point of the Hui Long Star, in a chilling and ominous atmosphere. Sitting on a large chair, a beastman is frantically tearing apart a piece of meat, blood dripping from it in deep red, as he loudly asks, "How far along is the matter?" He is the sect master of Huyen Kong Mountain. The howling spirit wolf is in the perfect fusion stage. "Yes, sir. The disciples are almost there. The celebration will be in 5 days, and we will surely gather 66,666 males and females. It is one of the 3 great protectors, the 5-colored Rooster King, at the perfect stage of transforming into a deity, and a head of the tribe responded, "Ha ha, I will serve wholeheartedly, rest assured, it is the 3rd protector, Red Bull King." Excellent. More than 60,000 talented beings have come to form a bond with my Buddha. As soon as he finished speaking, a violent shockwave suddenly erupted around him, and his ears twitched as he listened carefully. Feeling something approaching, he stood up angrily and shouted, "The aura is so strong! Who dares to intrude without permission?" No longer stand here waiting. Hui Tinlang orders his 3 close subordinates to follow me and see. At the same time, outside in the sky, Kong Bang was leading Quan Lam's group to find the lair ruled by the Hui Tinlang. When they arrived, Mo Dong-hai pointed down and said, "Elder, right below is the lair of the Huyen Kong Son's savage beasts. From today on, Huyen Kong Mountain will no longer exist. Akan, you've consumed many demon pills and spiritual herbs along the way, and now you've broken through to the tribulation stage." Having finished speaking, the Hui Tinlang finally appeared, their eyes full of hatred as they shouted, "Who dares to—" But before they could finish, right before their eyes, Kon Bang stood there majestically with a towering aura, showing these scum what a true demon king looks like. The group of beastly Tinlang creatures looked like they had turned to stone, their faces filled with fear and no longer confident as before, and they exclaimed, "Sect leader, what is going on?" Before they could understand what was happening, Kon Bang opened his mouth and bit down hard, catching them off guard and delivering this blow. Tinlang and his companions were hit simultaneously, blood spraying from their mouths, their eyes wide with terror, and their bodies shot straight down to the ground, causing a massive explosion and scattering rocks everywhere. Seeing everything that just happened, Mu Donghai still couldn't believe his eyes. One move destroyed the entire Hidden Sky Mountain. Is this the legendary ancient divine beast with a conch shell? Meanwhile, Tin Lang still refuses to give up, reaching out with his sharp claws to grasp the cliff face. Blood is pouring from his eyes and mouth, showing utter fury. The beast has transcended its tribulation, reckless and disdainful. "Wait for me." Tin Lang quickly reached out and grabbed the rope hanging above his head, laughing cruelly. "I've been the Bone King in this far western land for 200 years, backed by the Hidden Sky Temple. Even the king dares not provoke me. You beast, do you dare to challenge your own master?" As soon as he finished speaking, a luminous illusion of an old monk appeared above his head, radiating bright halos. He regained his confident demeanor, unafraid of anyone's father or son. "I have Huyen Kong too backing me up, so even if you are a beast in the tribulation stage, you can't look down on this mountain lord." Without hesitation, he swung his giant hand toward Kong Bong, as if to crush everything beneath it. Facing that scene, Vo Keep was not afraid. On the contrary, he was very intrigued. This move again uses the aura of the peak of the tribulation crossing. Huyen Kong Tu is indeed fascinating. Mao Dong-hai clenched his teeth in frustration, thinking to himself that it was too powerful. Even a phantom of the Huyen Kong Tu abbot had such strength. Could Diep Tien Boy withstand it? Even the stoic Thien Diep was forced to retreat backward under that aura. Although I am also at the peak of the tribulation crossing, I can't say I can withstand such a strike. How is this guy supposed to deal with it? Contrary to what they thought, Junlin didn't see this as a threat and smirked as he asked, "So you dare to show off in front of me just because of your guardian demon?" Without wasting any more time, you immediately strike directly at the illusion of that hand, blocking the attack. In the next instant, a loud explosion erupts as if tearing the space apart. That illusion of the old monk disappeared instantly, leaving only the stinky ghost wolf below, looking terrified with its mouth agape, exclaiming, "This can't be happening. It absolutely can't be happening. This is an illusion of the Abbot Huyen Kong, at least the Transcendence Pavilion Feng. Could this guy be even stronger than the Transcendence Pavilion Feng, but I can't sense his cultivation at all. This is definitely something you absolutely cannot mess with." Knowing that this person is untouchable, he and his accomplices hurriedly knelt before Jun Lam Vin. "Senior, please forgive me, I have done nothing wrong. What exactly did I do to offend you?" The young man's eyes flashed with a murderous intent as he replied, "You built a camp here, blocking my way." Even though he knew that wasn't the real reason, the stinky wolf still had to grit his teeth and endure, his body trembling as he whispered, "I will leave immediately and never set foot here again." Suddenly remembering something important, Quan Lam stroked his chin and asked, "Do you want to go back to Huyen Kong Tu?" Facing that question, Tin Lang looked adorable, raised his head and replied, "If you have free time, senior, to visit the temple, I can recommend the abbot to discuss the Tao with you. Inside, I think, knowing my relationship with Huyen Kong Tu, you should behave a little more politely." Quan Lam interrupted, "Yeah, I also want to go to Huyen Kong Tu. Let's go together." He happily nodded in agreement. "All right, thank you, senior, for not refusing. I'll let you die at Huyen Kong Tu." But of course, he didn't even have a chance to carry out that plan, as a lightning-fast slash was immediately struck into Tin Lang's neck. His eyes bulged in horror, and by the time he realized what was happening, it was too late, only able to utter one word, You. Blood spurted from his body in all directions, and standing opposite him, Quan Lam, with a cold expression, struck without blinking. I'm not saying you should come back alive. After finishing everything here, he looked at Vo Kiep and ordered, Tu Lei, store that head away. This is a gift from me to the abbot of Huyen Kong Temple. He happily replied, Yes, master. Mulong Cheng Huyen Hongsan has been destroyed. Go and rescue the remaining children. As soon as the words finished, a stone stele appeared with the inscription, Congratulations to the host for completing the mission to destroy Huyen Kong Mountain, rewarded with the 9-rank mysterious chi sword, Thuong Uyen. Thuong Uyen, an ancient mysterious flying sword with terrifying power, is hard to imagine and will enhance its quality according to the user's cultivation level. Hearing that, he happily exclaimed, Wow, the terrifying power is hard to imagine. Just how scary is it really? I can't wait. Transition to the eastern region, Buddha continent, Tintho Part Da Mountain, a magnificent scene with rolling mountains like a fairyland. In the middle of the 2 towering mountains stands a solemn temple, the Huyen Kong Temple. At the front gate,
an emperor enters and announces, Abbot, the ritual will begin soon. The disciples are ready.
Yes, step down now. He is the abbot of Huyen Kong Temple. Huvan has achieved the completion of the tribulation stage. His hand caressed the prayer beads as he silently thought that the seal he placed on that karma had been broken by someone. Not to mention that far western land, even among the monks in the Buddha continent, only a handful could match him. So who could it be?
Forget it. That evil act outside is just retribution for causing trouble.
Without overthinking it, Huvan slowly stood up, stepped down from the lotus throne, hoping that the person who intervenes would know when to stop. If things get out of hand, it will definitely affect the reputation of Huyen Kong Temple. He walked while contemplating. A few days ago, Elder Huyen Kong suddenly passed away, and recently Huyen Kong Temple has faced many misfortunes. After the Dharma assembly ends, I must discipline the monks again. At the same time, outside on a mountain trail, 3 figures were walking. The first to walk was the Crown Prince of Tintho. He spoke, saying that since listening to the Dharma lecture by the Venerable Abbot, my understanding of the Kimthan Buddhism has become very profound. The person walking behind him added that even when facing an attack from a demon king, they still have confidence to resist it. He added, Still, my older brother Krao's insight is clearer. I, your younger brother, am still somewhat confused. You are the second prince of Tintho. Second brother, wasn't it you who said earlier that your understanding of the 614 true words was more profound and that you could even suppress a demon king?
After this secret is uncovered, the second prince hurriedly explains, Big brother, don't listen to what little sister says. Randomly, my shallow cultivation cannot compare to yours.
The Crown Prince interrupted, saying, Don't be modest anymore, second brother. Let's practice together when we return. He quickly replied, All right, all right. After chatting for a while, the 3 of them continued walking. Ming Yue looked forward with great anticipation, as in 2 months, it would be the celebration of the emperor's birthday, and she hoped to seize this opportunity to gain enlightenment from the Dharma assembly and reveal the new understanding of Buddha's teachings, thus pleasing the emperor. After a while, the ritual was finally opened. The voices rang out in unison. All bodhisattvas mahasattva respond as if they are testing the mind. All beings, whether born from eggs, wombs, wishes, or transformations, I command them into nirvana without residue to be extinguished. As he was speaking, Huvan suddenly sensed something and slowly opened his eyes to look up. Above the large wall, Quan Lam, Tiandeep, and Vokip had appeared there.
One of the monks pointed at the group and shouted, You trespass into Huyen Kong Temple without permission and show disrespect to Buddhism. Please leave immediately. The 3 princes of Tho Tin also angrily responded, Who are these people to dare act so arrogantly? Before they could understand what was happening, Quan Lam quickly grabbed a sign and threw it directly at the monks, saying, Today I come to deliver a lesson. Come too? Listening to what they said, Junlan couldn't hold back and interrupted with a cold expression, Don't embarrass yourselves. You evil monks cannot represent the entire Buddhist sect. You have no shame. Pointing your finger in my face and saying, Huyen Kong Tu. Your monks have snake-hearted, hypocritical, filthy ways. Today I will peel your skin off so the world can see your ugly face. Witnessing this scene, Ming Yue couldn't believe her ears and exclaimed, What the hell is going on? Is he crazy? How dare you cause trouble at Huyen Kong Temple? The Crown Prince and the second prince look just the same. So shocked they stand frozen in place. Is there anyone in Fat Chow daring to cause trouble here? He insulted Huyen Kong Tu. Where is the dignity of my Tintho country?
Before Quan Lam could say another word, the group of emperors began to rush forward in a large crowd. Karma, it's not your turn to cause trouble. Capture him so the abbot can deal with him. But of course Wu Kiep won't stand still, his sharp eyes flickering as he responds. Ha! You think you can handle this alone? Without hesitation, he launched a series of sword strikes that tore through space toward the monks like lightning. Seeing this swordsmanship, the Crown Prince also had to praise. His sword intent is too domineering. His swordsmanship has surpassed the realm of ordinary cultivation. Truly formidable. Seeing the situation worsening, Huvan finally stepped forward and said, "Troubles have indeed come, but the world's meditation practitioners are gathered here, and it must be handled properly. Amitabha, you are courteous, but may I ask if Huyen Kong Temple has wronged you in any way? Please tell Elder Na that I will definitely handle this properly and give you an explanation." Seeing Hu Van's attitude, Quan Lam also felt nauseated and interrupted, Keep pretending for me. As expected, he is the best at acting. He still refuses to admit it and pretends to be confused. This benefactor seems to deeply misunderstand Huyen Kong, but everything in the world is governed by one principle. Today, I am conducting the Dharma assembly to teach the Buddha's teachings. Your unwarranted intrusion and disruption are unacceptable, and I hope the benefactor can provide a reasonable explanation. Not wanting Huvan to wait any longer, he smiled and ordered Vo Kiep. "This is my explanation." Vo Kiep understood and took out the illusionary sphere, throwing it into the air for everyone to see. Inside that sphere, the previous conversation between Chaba and Huyen Kong appears. Seeing this scene, the Buddhist followers exclaim in shock, "This is Master Huyen Kong." They continued pointing and talking. It was the old demon Diep Quan Lam with white hair, looking like a martial artist from Duok Vuong Kok, as vicious as his appearance. Luckily, Huyen Kong Grandmaster stepped in to stop him, showing compassion. Huvan was secretly surprised. Once again, Huyen Kong. This person must be connected to Huyen Kong's death. The Crown Prince was also very pleased and praised him. Diep Ma Dao is fierce and brutal, and although Master Huyen Kong stepped in to stop him, a fierce battle is certain to happen. Inside that illusionary bridge, Chap Ba's voice kept echoing. If so, then meeting was truly fate. "Next, I hope you won't interfere, or Huvan will feign compassion and add more words." Good grief, good grief. The compassionate monk who turns evil and abandons his vows. This is exactly the ideal that Master Huyen Kong has always preached. But before he could finish speaking, a series of scenes unfolded that opened everyone's eyes to the hidden depths of Huyen Kong Temple. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe their eyes. What is going on? Why is this Grandmaster attacking his own people and even collaborating with the white-haired old man? Wanvan was speechless, standing still and thinking to himself that Huyen Kong had acted recklessly and was now trapped in the shadows. In the end, everything was revealed, followed by the scene of the army clashing with Huyen Kong. Everyone here is looking at him and whispering about how he is the one who killed the god. Deep Lam Quan personally went to Fonda Mountain. Deep Quan Lam saved those cultivators. Huyen Kong didn't want to kill them, but it was Deep Quan Lam who stepped in to stop it. Elder Huyen Kong would never do such a despicable thing. Jun Lam stands still, arms crossed, with a look full of anticipation.
"This time, let's see how clever you are at making excuses," the prince said to his junior sister. "Go hide behind. Be big. It's hideous. Brother."
"Why should I hide? It was Deep Quan Lam who saved those cultivators. He's a hero." He replied, "This is too strange. Let's just observe and see." Standing there, Huvan remained silent, deep in thought, never expecting Huyen Kong to be beaten to death by him. But the urgent matter now is to regain our honor first. With that in mind, he spoke up to counter. "Deep Ma, you are indeed despicable to dare to frame Elder Huyen Kao on Lu An Bridge and ruin Huyen Kong's reputation yourself. Such despicable tactics are just laughable to try to deceive the world." Hearing these words, Jun Lan immediately grabbed Hui Tinlang's head and threw it directly at the old man, asking, I knew you'd deny the crime, so what about this?" Seeing Hui Tinlang's head rolling to his feet, Hu Van was startled and stepped back in horror, exclaiming, "What?" You smirked, your eyes fixed on the old man, and said, "Old man, I've found the pet you lost, and you still don't know how to thank me properly." Yet even now, he still suppresses his anger inside, stubbornly denying everything. "Don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with this beast at all." I secretly thought, so this miserable fate was also caused by you. Not only that, Jun Lam also presented evidence of what Hui Tinlang said before he died for everyone to see. Look at how this foolish wolf has done so many wicked things in the western frontier, just because he had someone backing him up. Over the years, the people in the far western region have suffered many hardships and sought help from the Hidden Void Monastery. Conversely, to protect their reputation, they secretly sent people to eliminate those individuals. Just as I reached this part, some people immediately recognized and spoke up together. I remember now, Huyan Kong Temple did indeed raise a gray wolf. I remember seeing it in the temple a long time ago. Would Master Hu Van really tolerate such evil deeds? Could these images be forged? I have indeed heard of someone using Huyan Kong Tu's name to rob children, but while they are still doubting the authenticity of the Lu An Kao, someone has stepped forward to testify. The images in the Lu An Kao are real. The man firmly points directly at Hu Van and exposes his crimes. I, the elder of the Heavenly Elephant Sect, swear on the honor of the Heavenly Elephant Sect that the images in these photo bridges are completely normal and authentic. Standing nearby, the second prince also spoke. The head of the Tintho country's sect would never lie. My God, it's terrifying. Hu Van is truly despicable. The crown prince exclaimed. Elder Tiangxiang of the Heavenly Talisman sect personally confirmed it, and there is no doubt that everyone present here is utterly outraged by Huyan Kong's exposed crime. Hu Van, the abbot, appears dignified and serious, but he tolerates evil demons committing atrocities. Oh, Buddha, what is the truth at the end of the day? After showing them everything, Jun Lam Thu turned to Liuan and asked loudly, if anyone still doubts it's fake, they can go to the extreme west to verify for themselves. What I just presented is the undeniable truth. You raise your hand and shout loudly. He is the revered leader in your eyes, the head of the Buddhist sect. Hu Van, you are a wolf in disguise. On your lotus throne are not bones, but the blood and tears of the innocent children who perished in the far western land. A person grits their teeth and trembles violently. Even if you recite Amitabha Buddha for 10,000 years, you will not be able to save the thousands of souls you have pushed into hell. The great crown prince, filled with rage and burning with hatred, shouted loudly with his eyes blazing, all standing up together to oppose and curse Hu Van. This is truly a disgrace to the Buddhist sect, a shame to the world. Old man Hu Van, you are unworthy of being part of the Buddhist sect, a beast that must be expelled from the eastern region. Expelled from the eastern region. After enduring these insults for a while, Hu Van finally couldn't hold back his anger, clenching his hand so tightly that a bead shattered into pieces. He seemed to go berserk, slamming his hands together to create a powerful shockwave that radiated outward, sweeping away the eastern region and the Buddhist sect. The aura the old man unleashes is immense, causing the space to fall silent. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. Those present there were obviously no match for Hu Van. With just this one strike, he shattered their souls, and blood kept flowing from their eyes, noses, and mouths. Luckily, at that moment, Quan Lam quickly raised his hand to create a protective barrier to keep everyone safe. The crown prince looked at him and said, "Thank you, Elder Diep. You almost got crushed by him." The abbot tried to silence them, saying, "Big brother and little sister, let's quickly report everything to our father," as everyone, still protected by Jun Lam, simultaneously headed for the main gate to escape. Let's go now. The abbot has gone crazy, but of course he won't let anyone escape. No one is allowed to leave. As soon as the words finished, a giant golden bell appeared in the sky, descending straight down the mountain, enveloping everything inside. At this point, no one can go outside anymore. Everyone is completely helpless. Hu Van, what do you want to do? He assumed a fierce expression, his eyes blazing as he spoke. Amitabha. Today I opened the ritual altar but was infiltrated by the demon Lord Diep. I teamed up with fellow disciples and other cultivators to fight against the demon, and only with our full strength could we kill him. It's just a pity that the remaining monks unfortunately lost their lives. May Buddha bless. Faced with such shameless words, everyone was furious and pointed directly at him. Hu Van, you are digging your own grave to ruin the reputation of Huyan Kong Tu. Standing nearby, Quan Lam witnessed everything, but remained calm, smiling faintly. Just like Huyan Kong, they are both as cowardly as each other. Showing his disapproval, the crown prince pointed directly at the monks and asked, "Do you also want to conspire with him to commit evil?" They replied, "We do everything Master Phuong Trong does for Huyan Kong Temple. We will not betray him because of Diem Ma's words. Amitabha, we swear to protect Huyan Kong Temple to the end." The second prince embraced Princess Min Nguyet and said, "Big brother, second brother, they are already controlled by Hu Van, now we can only rush out." Mariktim. No need for words. Little Hong charged forward, and upon hearing that, he became furious and thought to himself, "Your grandfather dares to treat me like a dog and order me around." Looking at Tien Diep rushing with flames blazing, Hu Van also began to strike. "Just in time, using you as a sacrifice for the formation," he shouted loudly. "Stop talking!" Huyan Kong Tu has set up the mountain protection formation. Could it be in danger? Entering Huyan Kong Tu means making an enemy of the Buddhist sect. In the capital of Tin Tho, at the eastern region of Fat Chao, a group of soldiers arrived to report that the Void Temple had encountered a crisis, and that the three princes were still inside, requesting instructions from the ruler. Hearing this, the ruler of Tin Tho could no longer remain still, and ordered the soldiers to quickly summon the Kan Than army to Mount Fanda. They responded obediently. While everyone was rushing towards Huyen Kongtu Mountain, a soldier secretly sneaked behind the city wall to do something covert. It's time now. Returning to the battlefield, Wu Kiep looked up at the sky and shouted, "Damn it! This damn formation really caused all this." But Thien Deep didn't really care about that, his face showing murderous intent as he coldly looked ahead and snorted. The troublesome Buddha prison that suppresses mortal cultivators is tolerable, but in my eyes you are still too weak. Hearing these words, Hu Van, furious, forming a fist of fire, strikes directly at him, cutting off his arrogance. Master Datma of Thien Deep did not stand still and accept his fate. Flames erupted around him and shot straight ahead, confronting directly with Kim O Fan Diem Quiet, and as the two techniques collided, a massive explosion lit up the entire space. Not stopping there, Hu Van continued with another attack. You may be at the peak of the tribulation crossing stage, but you're still not terrifying. Since you're a master of fire-based cultivation techniques, let's see who is stronger in a fight between us and the Buddhist sect. Saying that, he launched a powerful attack. Chiu U Liet Hua Thien Diep also responded with Shi Huang Li Hua Diem, but indeed his strength still cannot be underestimated. After taking that blow, he was clearly at a disadvantage. In the flames of the old man's head, there is also the power of the 9 Yu. You colluded with the Ming Yuan clan, and still dare to call yourself a high monk of the Buddhist sect. Hu Van's eyes flashed with a red hue like a demon. He laughed and replied, "Arrogant! Demons and heretics do not understand the true Dharma. This is the karmic fire of the Buddhist sect burning them all." At this moment, a loud noise suddenly sounded from outside, and what just appeared was Kan Bang rushing straight down at a very fast speed. Witnessing this scene, Hu Van was amazed and wondered, is that Kan Bang? Why would an ancient divine beast and the demon king appear on Mount Fan Da? Could it be that Diep Quan Lam is up to some shady tricks again? So it turns out that Kan Bang's purpose is to break the Great Barrier and save everyone. Standing on its back, Tri shouts loudly, "Master, senior brother, Tri, and fourth senior brother, come help us." Hearing this, Hu Van became even more furious, clenching his fists with flames, shouting loudly, "You can't break the great mountain-protecting formation with just a beast like Kan Bang." In response to that, Thien Diep smirked mockingly and asked, "So what?" It turns out that not only rely on Kan Bang's strength, Thu Thu and Xiao He also started to work together to break the formation. Fourth junior brother Epku, let's break the formation together. Two powerful streams of golden and blue light simultaneously strike the formation, causing a massive explosion. Soon, Hu Van's formation can no longer withstand it, and cracks begin to spread everywhere. He was stunned and wondered, how could this be possible? Even the divine beast has the power of the tribulation realm. Could it be that the demon lord Diep has a disciple in the tribulation realm? Finally, with one more strike from Kan Bang, the old man's formation was completely shattered. Looking towards the open formation, everyone seemed to find a way out and quickly ran outside. "The great formation has been broken. Everyone run, our little sister, let's go now." But Hu Van was still very stubborn, determined not to reveal this outside, shouting fiercely, "Turn back, no one is allowed to run." Just when everyone thought they would be in danger here, a sudden attack from nowhere shattered it in an instant. Were you surprised? Surprised yet? Just as my plan was about to succeed, it was shattered. Hu Van was furious, his eyes bloodshot as he thought to himself, if these people spread the news, Huyen Kong Temple would have no place left, and his reputation would be ruined. Because of this, he quickly ordered his disciples to stop the fleeing crowd. "No one is allowed to leave here. The monks, armed with weapons, respond clearly." But Quan Lam refused to give up and called out to Tiohak to give orders. "Good disciples, protect the monks as they leave." Both of them answered clearly, "Yes, venerable master." Then they charged forward with all their might, striking the monks so fiercely that they couldn't fight back. Taking this opportunity, the group of the Crown Prince's followers managed to escape, just as the soldiers arrived. Seeing them, a soldier asked, "Great Saint Sun, you're safe. So Huyen Kong Temple was indeed infiltrated by evil snakes?" He cut him off and spat that nonsense. "The abbot of Huyen Kong Temple is the real evil spirit. Hurry and report this to the king. Move quickly." Dreamer Diep Ma, do you think the foundation of my Huyen Kong Temple is only this week? With such a big commotion, why haven't you come out yet? Just as I thought of this, suddenly a loud voice rang out. "Who is causing all this noise here?" Hu Van respectfully reports. Hu Van respectfully invites the two saints to slay the demons and protect the mountain gate. Seeing this scene, Quan Lam was not worried at all. Instead, he felt a bit kidai and found it interesting. Suddenly, a golden staff burst through the wall from inside the main hall and shot outside at high speed. The monks cheered joyfully. The demon-suppressing staff with the diamond tracery is the second saint of the Huyan Kong Tu coming out of the mountain. We're saved. The attacks quickly flew toward Jun Lam, but he didn't dodge. He looked up, a smile on his face, and raised his hand to block. As soon as the weapon collided, Quan Lam's shield was knocked back, and the figures of the two appeared, catching the weapon. The one on the right is one of the three saints of the mysterious Void Sect, the Elder of the Dragon statue, at the peak of the tribulation. The one on the left is one of the three holy mystical monasteries, the Elder of the Dragon statue. At the peak of the tribulation, the two of them shout boldly, "Who dares to disturb the peace of the Buddhist sect?" The atmosphere grew more and more intense as the monks cheerfully shouted, "Adida Fat." Welcome the two saints, Long Tuong Elder and Then Tin Elder. These people were once renowned alongside Phuong Truong, known as the three saints of Huyan Kong Temple, the strongest and most revered heavenly cultivators in the Buddhist world. I have heard of their reputation for dominating the eastern region since I was young, but the two saints have retreated for tens of thousands of years. I never expected to see their divine presence today, Amitabha. Seeing the lifeline approaching, Huvan smiled uncontrollably and said, "Two elders, long time no see. If not for being forced, I wouldn't want to disturb the two Than Tu." Inside, he cursed silently. "Lema leme. Just a little more, and I would have gone to see the Buddha To." Hearing that, the two of them immediately asked about the situation. "Huvan, who is this benefactor? How dare you break into my territory and leave you in such a miserable state?" "That's right. Even the Great Mountain Protection Formation has been activated. Huyan Kong Temple has never faced an enemy like this before. As the abbot, how do you explain this situation?" He recounts that he is the demon lord Diep causing chaos in the eastern region. This demon lord fabricated a mirror sphere to slander his reputation and then led everyone to destroy this place. That's why Elder Na activated the Great Mountain Defending Formation and fought desperately against this demon lord. Yes, the elders of Wu Hua Sect and the venerable Ku Duong were all killed by him. Now they want to destroy Huyan Kong Tu again. Please, two elders take charge to protect Huyan Kong Tu. Hearing their united cooperation, Quan Lam was speechless and said, "Your ability to turn black into white is truly a masterstroke. I am here supporting the monks to retreat, just to avoid being killed without evidence." Hu Van quickly interrupted. "Diablo Diep, don't even think about making excuses. Today is your day of reckoning. I swear to protect Huyan Kong Temple with my life and eliminate your evil head completely so you cannot reveal the truth." I begin to act loudly. "Two elders, let's work together to destroy the evil and protect our doctrine." With that, a giant wave shot straight into the sky. Huvan, wielding his staff, soared up into the clouds. The monks immediately recognized it and looked terrified. Is this the top of the three great spiritual treasures of Huyan Kong Tu? The 9-grade mysterious divine weapon, the heaven-reaching staff? The two saints of Huyan Kong Temple also stepped in to help, rushing towards Quan Lam simultaneously. "Very well, demon subduing cudgel technique, karma. Die." In front of him, Huvan also flew straight ahead, shouting, "Die, demon lord Diep!" But of course, Quan Lam would not let them have their way. "You pull out the magic weapon you just received, the 9-tiered spirit sword, a 9-tiered spiritual weapon. But it's only a 9th-tier spiritual weapon. Who doesn't have a chance? Attack with your sword." As soon as the words finished, a sword strike was unleashed, knocking back all three Huyan Kong cultivators in an instant. Seeing this, Huvan was also stunned in amazement. "I didn't expect you, the demon lord, to have a 9-grade mysterious weapon." Jun Lam sneered coldly. "Huh, I still have many treasures you can't reach. Let's see if you have the strength to see them. This is indeed a good sword, but unfortunately I don't have the right swordsmanship." Suddenly, the system displayed a notification, and upon checking, I saw the host had logged in at the Hidden Sky Pavilion. "Do you want to claim your reward?" You happily exclaimed. "All right, now you're finally reacting. Did you think I already swallowed the reward? Take it now." The system immediately responded. "Congratulations on successfully logging in. The reward is a set of high-grade swordsmanship called the Immortal Slayer Sword Technique." Just hearing the name of the reward made Jun Lam eager to try it right here. Whatever is said, not bad at all. Seeing this reward, I won't bother with you, fan of the tyrant, anymore. Without wasting any more time, he quickly absorbed the new cultivation technique he just received, releasing a powerful aura that overwhelmed everyone around him. What? Such a strong aura. Before they could understand what was happening, you slashed a blazing blood-red sword at them, forcing them all to brace themselves. What kind of sword technique is this, you monster? Listen carefully, this is called the lure and kill sword technique, specifically for killing shameless pretenders like you. Is that all you've got? I'm a demon lord after all, you should put in more effort. Seeing that he couldn't defeat you, he turned around and called for help. This arrogant demon lord, if you all don't make a move, those others will also start fighting, forming the vanishing lotus array. Above Quan Lam's head, a phantom lotus appears alongside a yellow wave pillar. No wonder your master said that even if you have 3 mysterious weapons, what can you do against him? This demon lord is really hard to deal with. Back then, when we were famous in the eastern region, we never faced an opponent like this. Huvan, what exactly did you do to provoke this demon lord? Elder Abbot warned when he was alive, don't cause trouble for the Huyen Kong Tu. You even made a vow back then, just look at you now. Huvan's face immediately darkened with worry and fear, but Quan Lam still had no intention of letting them go. With a calm expression, he lunged forward with his sword, and in the blink of an eye, he struck fiercely at the 3 Huyen Kong Tu. Luckily, their shields blocked the attack. I thought you guys were more formidable, but it turns out you're just like this. There's no other choice. The 2 St. Huyendan must reveal their hidden card. That demon lord has oppressed us like this, so we should use that kind of power. Fine, we've accumulated it for so many years. If not now, then when else would we use it? Huvan arranged the formation. Hearing that, he agreed and said, Deep the demon, you forced me to this point. Even if you die 1,000 times, it won't be enough to atone for your sins. The 3 seals shine brightly in all directions, their eyes blazing as they mutter, Our virtuous gathering, pure light, transforming suffering into nectar, purifying the Buddha's wrath and awakening the enlightened field. As the words end, a massive seal appears, pressing straight toward Quan Lam. Die now, deep Quan Lam. Seeing this scene, Quan Lam was also somewhat surprised and exclaimed, Oh! Thien Deep and Vo Keep look worried and shout loudly, This is the power of Huang Hua. Danger is imminent. The master's in danger. Their strength has increased dozens of times in an instant. Huvan, looking proud, speaks, Adi Dafat. Is this your main trump card? The pressure these 3 guys bring is beyond all previous opponents, making me feel excited for the first time. Unfortunately, they are only at the peak of their tribulation stage and can't activate stronger powers, causing me to lose the chance to become an immortal. Hearing those words from you, the old man was so furious his eyes bulged with veins and he shouted loudly, Deep devil, kill and destroy. After finishing, all 3 of them charged forward to attack the army simultaneously. Suddenly, from outside the barrier, a fierce strike suddenly shot in, piercing a hole in the protective shield. It turns out that attack was from Kan Bang, who was once again gathering energy in his mouth before launching a sphere of energy directly at the 3 old men. Seeing this scene, Huvan also did not stand still, transforming into a giant hand illusion to counterattack. You savage, I must subdue you to serve as a guardian beast for the Huyen Kong Temple. The more his attack approaches Kan Bang, the more intense it becomes. Seeing this, Quan Lam's face darkened, his eyes flashing with hostility as he shouted, Old liar, you dare to touch my Akon? But he still doesn't get it and keeps attacking with a taunting tone. What if you touch him? Unable to let Huvan stay silent any longer, he decided to unleash his hidden technique, raising his sword straight in front of him and sneering coldly. As he finished speaking, Quan Lam's phantom split into 3 identical figures. Then I will show you what it means to unify the 3 heavens with one breath. This is the first time Wukong has seen this move of yours, so he couldn't help but be surprised. Why are there 2 more female masters? Tian Diep continued. Deep Quan Lam, does he really possess such a miraculous divine power? Is this an ancient inheritance, or a great Tao he created himself? I have seen a true immortal once before, but following this guy makes me feel like a frog at the bottom of a well. Returning to the battlefield, Quan Lam still stands there with his other clone versions, wearing a cold smile. Over with the Huvan group, their expressions weren't much better as they exclaimed, This. The aura and cultivation of these 3 figures are completely identical. This is not just simple clone puppets, he interrupted, claiming that the so-called one Chi transforming into the 3 pure ones was just a show of bravado. Don't even mention 2 paths. Even if there are 100 miles of split avatars, so what? If there's no divine energy blessing, it's just an illusion. Hearing these words from him, Junlin sneered and asked, Who said there's no chance? As soon as he finished speaking, he began displaying all the celestial weapons he possessed to shock them and expand their horizons, while the tranquil Heaven Gate and the Song of Eternal Life were also revealed. Witnessing this, Huvan was so shocked that his eyes widened in disbelief. What? 9-grade mysterious energy? Why are all of them 9-grade mystical weapons? The three saints of the Hidden Sky Temple replied. And there is only one 9-grade mystical weapon in the entire Hidden Sky Temple. So how does this guy have 3 of them? After showing off his celestial weapons, Jun Lam said, "Do your broken bodies have enough to challenge the sovereign of the First Army of the War Origin?" Hearing this, Hu Van was once again provoked to fury, clenched his teeth and shouted, "Master Dieppe, do you think adding 2 more people can deal with us?" He smirked provocatively. "Go ahead and try. You'll see for yourself." Without wasting any more time, both sides started fighting fiercely, punching and kicking each other. But of course, he was still no match for Yu, having taken just 1 hit and spitting blood as he staggered backward. No way. With the power of the Huanghua blessing, I can't even block a single move. Seeing Hu Van unable to defeat him, the 2 Tam Huyen also rush in to support. Nick Truong, Dương Cổ Ngông Cuồng, Hu Van, ta tới giúp ngồi, nổi rút cầu. Một tên thi danh ra một quyền lừa bằng cây truồng khổng lồ của mình. Tên còn lại thi sử dụng cai vọng trôn nệm bay lên trên không trung hướng tới chỗ của Quan Lam. But you stand there without a hint of fear, smiling mysteriously as you stare ahead. Another clone of yours takes out a flute and gently begins to play, asking softly, "What's wrong?" I said 1 against 1, so how come you're fighting with someone else? Quan Lam used the blood battle technique and the heavenly destruction, / to strike the Tam Huyen from Huyen Kong Tu, leaving him no time to react and in great danger. With no other choice, Hu Van quickly blocked this attack with his staff. Not stopping there, Quan Lam continuously thrusts his sword forward, shouting loudly, as a series of deadly strikes cut through the wind toward Hu Van, forcing him to hurriedly raise his hands to shield his face. At the same time, on the other side, the 2 Tam Huyen from Huyen Kong Tu are also being beaten so badly they can barely hold on. "Stay strong, peaceful one. I will come help you." Hearing these words, Quan Lam immediately swung his hand forcefully, knocking him straight down below. If he couldn't even take care of himself, how could he still have the mind to worry about others? His whole body was already breathing heavily. He glanced back, and when he saw the scene clearly, he was stunned, his eyes wide with amazement. It turns out that right behind us, Hu Van is also being beaten badly and can't defend against a single move. This demon's clone is unexpectedly so powerful that even the 3 of us working together can't breathe under the pressure. After some thought, Tam Huyen finally came up with a plan to shout loudly. "Hu Van, if that's the case, you just need to cooperate with us to perform that move, then we might have a chance to win." Hearing this, he also pondered deeply, his teeth clenched tightly, so there was no other choice left. "Oh, do you still have any other tricks up your sleeve?" Very quickly, the 3 members of the Hidden Cloud Sect coordinated together, forming a strange hand seal and then channeling all that power towards Hu Van. The old man's eyes suddenly flashed with a loud roar, and in the blink of an eye, the 3 of them merged into one, looking incredibly terrifying. Witnessing this scene, Quan Lam remained very calm and eagerly prepared to speak. "Oh, interesting. 3 heads and 6 arms? I didn't expect these 3 flames to turn into Nacha. They still don't know what fear is," shouting loudly, "Deep the demon! Your time is up." Amitabha. Remember that year when the 3 saints of the mysterious sky used this technique to reach the peak of the Eastern Realm Buddhism? Old Na and the 2 elders today will act for the greater good to eliminate your evil head. After finishing their words, they began to unleash their techniques together, aiming to settle this quickly. My body feels like it's burning with every passing second. I can't hold out much longer. The 3 weapons of their group combine into one, using the Triple Unity Great Sun Tathagata technique. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes, confident that this strike would eliminate you. Kun Lam's lips curl into a smile as he continues. "Interesting, isn't it? Looks like I have to get serious too. Luckily, I'll use you guys to test the strength of the one breath turning into 3. Quan Lam took his position, holding his sword straight in front of him, using the technique of Quan Tran Huan Vu, Sao Dun Truong Sin. As soon as he finished speaking, the illusion of 3 enormous blue dragons appeared, swirling around him, Kiem Lak and Chu Tien Tik. At the same time, the 3 mysterious void experts also rushed in, launching a combined attack, shouting, "Die, Deep Master!" Facing that move, Quan Lam no longer stood still but countered with a chariot beetle attack. "Thuong Uyin, today, I will use this fake blood to purify the sharpness of my sword." The very next second, the 2 techniques collided, causing a massive explosion. Du Chun was blasted straight outwards, standing beneath a series of eyes still wide with shock. "Master, who is about to go blind, what exactly is happening? Oh my God, is the human race really this terrifying? That power is still so immense, it seems capable of blowing everything away."
The monks can't stay any longer, and terrified, they turn and run away together.
I've never seen power like this before. It's truly terrifying. Run quickly. If you stay here any longer, you'll be killed. Suddenly, a column of blue energy shot straight down from the sky, causing a massive explosion. Lightning surrounds him. Everyone's eyes are still fixed above, watching the battle unfold. Their headmaster must have won, right? Why is it this demon lord now? As expected, even when united, the people of Huyen Kong Tu are no match for Junlam and are beaten to the ground. No elder of the sect. Your eyes flash with a murderous gleam as you glance down at them and ask if there's anything else to fix. Yet even after their humiliating defeat, they still don't know to shut up. Demon Lord, don't be too pleased. Relying on the heavenly fate of Huyen Kong Temple itself, I will have fellow practitioners join forces to follow the heavenly path. We will hunt you down. I never expected that the sacred Buddhist land, which once saved lives and eased suffering, would be trampled by a demon lord. I feel truly ashamed in front of the immortals for not protecting this pure land, destroying all their hard work, and even failing to match the power of this demon lord. I must find a way to retreat. Facing their false words, Quan Lam could no longer listen. He sighed and said, "You two stop acting. For 1,000 years, Huyen Kong Tu has never done evil deeds. The heavens and earth cannot tolerate this land being soiled by you, yet they still refuse to believe and deny it. Don't even think about talking nonsense. Huyen Kong Tu has always been responsible for saving lives, and every disciple must go down the mountain for training. Promoting peace and doing good is not something you can casually defame. Do you think Thang can be freely slandered? You also seem speechless and helpless, asking if perhaps after you two went into seclusion, Huyen Kong Tu was led down an irreversible path. To make them see the issue clearly, you glance at the ringleader Huvan and softly ask, "Are you still trying to hide the truth at this point?" Facing that statement, the Tam Hyen man turned to look at him and shouted, "Huvan, what does this mean?" He refuses to admit it, and you still want to falsely accuse him? Knowing he would definitely not admit, Jun Lam had to use force, pressing his palm downward, saying, "If you don't want to speak, then don't. I'll let them see directly." As soon as he finished, a beam of light shot out from the center of Huvan's forehead, startling him greatly. "Karma, what are you doing to me?" What I just took out are the corrupt memories only he could know, for the two people from Tam Huyen Kong Temple to see. Seeing that scene, tears involuntarily welled up in their eyes, accompanied by intense anger. Jun Lam asked, "Have you two seen enough?" They exclaimed, "What? What is going on this way? You have killed so many innocent people. Is this what someone in the Buddhist sect would do?" They all turned to face Hu Van, pointing at him and shouting loudly, "Hu Van, you damn beast. Your sins, the reputation of Huyen Kong that I built myself through generations of saints has now been destroyed by you. Have you forgotten what vow you made in front of the abbot that year?" "Standing behind you." Hu Van spoke while exhaling a strange dark and sinister aura, willing to be a guiding light to save all beings. A boat crossing the suffering sea to escape hell. Now, a strange power has enveloped him, no longer belonging to the Buddhist realm. That's right, I did it to fulfill that vow, to let Huyen Kong freely unleash the great sun, which is why I did this. Hu Van looked up to the sky and laughed maniacally. "Let me tell you a piece of good news. The demon realm has attacked the fairy realm, aiming to unify all worlds, so the end of the Conlon realm is also near. If I can't hide my strength anymore, I might as well blow up with all of you." Witnessing this scene, the two heavenly lords of the mysterious void didn't even look surprised as they charged forward together to fight back. The power of the 9 nether void cloud, and yet you conspired with the Min Uyen First Clan. After all these years, none of us ever noticed. He leaps up, disappears from his original spot, shouting loudly, "I will be the first to ignite the fire to conquer the Conlon world for the great army of Ming Realm. Everyone perish together." Jun Lam calmly responds, "Huh? So there's still a hidden game going on?" The aura is quite intimidating, but no matter what mysterious power he uses, he's no match for you. Thung Nguyen Tan Dao. As soon as the words finished, a barrage of sword strikes rained down from the sky like a storm of bullets, piercing through Huvan's body in an instant, causing him excruciating pain. Before dying, he still laughed maniacally and threatened, "Diep Quan Lam, killing me alone is useless. Long live Mein Nguyen." After this intense battle, the light returns and the darkness has vanished. All the monks together look up to Junlin and offer their thanks. Amitabha. Fortunately, thanks to Diep Tai Chu's intervention, if Huyen Kong Tu had truly allied with the Min Uyen clan, it would have led to irreversible consequences. Thank you, Diep Ti Chu, for slaying this evil creature and preserving the reputation of Huyen Kong Tu for 1,000 years. Thank you, Brother Diep, for protecting the monastery. The 3 pure ones of Huyen also spoke. If Hu Van's final words are true, then the Conlon realm is about to face a great calamity, and all beings will mourn. Amitabha, the Min Uyen clan, has come to invade, but Huyen Kong Tu Wai will surely sacrifice myself to protect all living beings. I smile and continue. Do not worry, even if the 10,000 clans of Min Uyen attack, I can easily turn the tide and make them vanish in smoke. After everything was settled, Junlin left without delay, as Hu Van had been executed and the truth revealed. The matter of Huyen Kong Temple was now entrusted to the 2 elders. They replied, "We almost made a big mistake just now. Brother Diep really isn't holding a grudge." Exactly. We acted without knowing the truth. I am truly ashamed. I didn't pay attention to these matters and responded. They were also deceived by Hu Van, and once shone brightly in the Buddhist sect of the Eastern region. Of course, I am not someone who talks nonsense. After all, I don't want to truly become a demon in their words, they exclaimed. Oh, it must be just a false rumor. This time, Brother Diep is eliminating Min Uyen's spies to protect the people of the Eastern region. So how could he be considered a demon? That's right. The 2 elders will definitely make amends for this matter, dedicating themselves to the upcoming great conflict until death. As the words finished, Kan Bang appeared from above the sky, rushing straight down to catch Quan Lam. Very well. Huyen Kong Tu has 2 elders. I believe they will soon return to the peak, so see you again in the future. Seeing that scene, Long Tuong exclaimed in admiration. So even the ancient divine beast Kong Bong is willing to become a mount for Diep Quan Lam. Diep Quan Lam truly is a divine being. At the same time, on the edge of the mountain, the group of the Crown Prince's men walking felt a shadow cover their heads. Big Sister, Min Nguyet, pointed up to the sky in surprise and said, "Big brother, look there, that is Senior Brother Diep's mount. Why are they leaving? Could the battle be over?" He continued, not knowing what the final outcome would be. Is it the abbot or the one who restores the law? But the urgent task now is to report to my father first. After a while, at the foot of the mountain, the 2 members of the 3 Saints Huyen Kong Temple stood there sighing. I never expected Hu Van to secretly collude with the Min Uyen clan, and we had no idea, and even misunderstood Brother Diep. That's right. Luckily, this time, Diep stepped in to reveal the truth, or else the reputation of the Hidden Sky Monastery would have been ruined. As he finished speaking, he suddenly sensed something was wrong, glanced behind him with a cautious look, and exclaimed, "Who's there? Get out quickly!" I don't know when, but a mysterious group of people with unknown faces has been standing there silently watching everything. The mysterious man chuckled happily and said, "Ha ha. The 3 saints of Huyen Kong Temple once dominated the eastern region, but now only 2 of you remain. Truly a twist of fate. Where did these rats come from? They don't even dare show their faces, yet they still dare to cause trouble at Huyen Kong Temple. Master Long Tuong, your temper is still as fiery as ever. Reminds me of the high-ranking figures of the 10 great sects of the eastern region back in those days. Even when we met, you were just as loud as you are now. Every word you say makes me feel extremely uneasy. Tell me, who exactly are you?" He secretly thought that those who could participate in the grand gathering were all elders and sect masters of the top aristocratic clans in the eastern region. It seems that Hu Van is not the only one collaborating with the Min Uyen clan. Things are getting more and more complicated. Faced with that question, the other guy showed no intention of answering and began forming a seal with his hand, shouting, "Kill!" As soon as he finished, a series of lightning bolts struck from the sky, creating a huge shockwave that crushed the 2 members of Tam Than Huyen kneeling on the ground. The mysterious man stepped forward and continued, "It's a pity. Your current state has reached its limit, and you no longer have the strength to resist, so you might as well watch as the entire Huyen Kong sect is destroyed." Dong Thun shouted loudly, "No! Stop!" In the echoing space, the shrill screams of monks resound, blood flows freely, and their bodies tremble with each strange heartbeat as they ask, "Who are you? Why are you doing this? Could it be that Hu Van has offended you again?" The mysterious man replied with a cold smile. "Offend them? Of course not. We are even allies. Blame Hu Van for being so talkative. I have already overturned Ming Yuan's game plan long ago. Now I can only ask you 2 to keep this secret and remain silent forever." So both of them have been neatly eliminated, unable to reveal the secret that only they knew. After settling everything, that mysterious person and his accomplices turned and left. From now on, the sacred Buddhist site Huyen Kong Tu will no longer exist in the eastern region. At the same time, a meeting is taking place in the palace of Tin Tho country. The Crown Prince, having witnessed everything that happened at the Hidden Void Monastery, fears that the Heavenly
Cultivation Alliance will quickly unite to suppress it, so he thinks the Tho nation should plan early. The second prince added, "That's right, father. I just saw Elder Dieppe and their group leave. Maybe the Hidden Void Monastery has already fallen. Should we take this opportunity to attack the mountain and set an example to show the strength of Tho country?"
You are thinking too simply. The reputation of Huyen Kong Tu has been built over thousands of years and won't be destroyed yet easily.
Besides, the true situation has not been fully investigated yet, so wait a little longer.
Is this thing inside still not over yet? Hey, is this black smoke somehow indicating a major event happening? Just as she said that, a loud shout suddenly rang out, making her stop in surprise. There are foreign animals invading the palace. When Min Nguyen looked up, she saw a group of people in black cloaks slowly approaching. What is this? The masked group rushes forward fiercely, pointing directly at the princess and shouting, "Kill!" Not a single one escaped. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of soldiers below were all defeated without resistance, shouting La Shicheng. Seeing this scene, the second prince exclaimed, "Father, things outside are not looking good." Without hesitation, the ruler of the Land of Serenity disappeared from his previous position and soared up into the sky. "Who are you? How dare you break into the Imperial Palace and commit such slaughter?" Those guys didn't answer and just stood there silently, gradually surrounding him so he couldn't escape. No way. With 4 different auras of the first stage of the Dukeep realm like this, being able to mobilize such a large number of experts at once definitely isn't ordinary. In the end, which sect do they belong to? The more I think about it, the more the ruler of the Tho kingdom becomes incomprehensible. But at this point, I cannot surrender to them. Pointing directly at their faces, he warned, "I advise you to retreat quickly. The sacred Buddhist temple is in Vuongdo." "Oh, you mean Huyen Kong Temple?" They've long been reduced to ruins. His words made him freeze in place, panic on his face. This can't be happening.
"Have you really destroyed the Hidden Void sect?" A mysterious figure from behind suddenly ordered the others to attack.
Why bother talking to him?
"Kill him first, then bloodbath the palace. Our mission isn't over yet."
But before their attacks could reach him, they discovered a sealing array surrounding the ruler of the Tho kingdom. Could it be that the National Destiny Talisman can only reach the mid-tribulation stage? That's interesting, but this little bit of power isn't enough for us to squeeze through. Gradually, their attacks grew more intense and relentless, making it hard for him to breathe. He clenched his teeth and endured. Standing below as the 2 princes and Princess Min Nguyen witnessed their father being surrounded by those people, they are filled with intense anger. Why did father suddenly become like this? To prevent his children from getting into trouble, the ruler of the peaceful land looked at them and warned, "Hurry and leave the peaceful land as quickly as possible. Go as far away as you can." Hearing these words, an unknown person ordered others to jump down below and eliminate all traces.
"You guys go kill them. Don't leave a single one alive."
This is the mission the sect leader assigned. Min Nguyen urged, "Big brother, second brother, quickly take the Lu Hafi." The group quickly boarded the flying carpet and sped away. But behind them, the cloaked figures continued to chase relentlessly, determined not to let them escape. Suddenly, a teleportation door appeared directly ahead.
"This is also the only lifeline we have," the prince said. "There is a teleportation formation ahead. I have a token that can activate it, allowing us to teleport out of Tho country as quickly as possible."
Damn it, who are these people? After escaping, we must find out the truth.
But just as everyone was about to pass through the teleportation gate, suddenly an attack was launched, approaching rapidly and hitting all 3 of them, causing the carpet to shatter into tiny pieces.
To protect Min Nguyen, the second prince threw the token to her and shouted, "Go quickly!" The crown prince also stayed put, giving up this opportunity to his sister.
"Little sister, go quickly. I will help you stop them."
Just like that, the entire amulet and Min Nguyen shot straight toward the teleportation gate. The crown prince stood there blocking the mysterious group. Today no one will get near the teleportation array.
Those guys exclaimed, "Damn it, this one wants to blow himself up and take everyone down. Let's retreat."
The very next moment, a deafening scream echoed, followed by a massive explosion, as the crown prince sacrificed himself in a self-destruction to protect his younger sister. Seeing that scene, Min Nguyen was heartbroken, and tears streamed down her face as she called out loudly, "Big brother!" Turning back to the side of the Tho country lord, he was still being pressed down by the group of people in the center. The protective sphere around him gradually developed larger cracks. He struggled to ask, "Who exactly are you? Why do you want to destroy my Tho country?" One of them sneered and replied,
"If anyone's to blame, it's your bad luck, since that traitor is here right now."
"The sect!" The others burst into hearty laughter. Then, with a sinister look, they continued, When we defeat you, the creatures from Min Uyen will take the opportunity to attack, and this country will soon be conquered. You can rest assured, the common people here will have their place in the future." In his final moments, he understood everything and could only shout out in despair. Plotting? This is an extremely huge scheme. This place is deep inside the palace of the Tintho Kingdom at the Divine Gate. Suddenly, a space portal gradually opens, accompanied by a powerful aura shooting outward. The creature that just appeared is enormous, able to crush a person with a single foot in an instant. 4 months have passed since then, and now on a large spaceship flying through the sky, a loud shout echoes, "Damn it, this damn world has been getting more and more chaotic lately." Standing behind the group of people discussing, Wu Kiep listened to everything that was happening. Le Zhou's place has been invaded by deep abyss creatures, and many resisting cultivators have been suppressed, while the rest are being held captive, like animals.
That's right. The Mingyuan army is full of momentum, and mid- and lower-tier sects are no match for them. Only high-level sects like the Martial Transformation sect can stand against them. But right now, with the chaos, who can take charge of the overall situation?
Hearing all this, Vo Keep couldn't help but be shocked and thought, "We just left Huyen Kong 2 not long ago,
And now the situation is already in chaos." Just as he thought this, a young girl ran over and threw a newspaper at him while shouting loudly,
Reporter, the latest daily edition of the Cultivation World is worth buying 2 coins. He stammered a thank you as the scene shifts to the inside of the area where the Lin army is stationed. "Little Hong, your skills have been improving more and more lately. You have a natural talent for it."
Master, as you instructed, I have obtained the latest news report.
"So, have there been any major events recently involving you?" The Tintho Kingdom was also taken over by the Min Uyen army due to internal conflicts. I didn't expect them to slander our master like this. It's utterly shameless. "Huyen Kong Temple has been destroyed?" Vo Keep, extremely angry, speculates that it must have been done by the Min Uyen clan. He thought for a moment and interrupted, "They probably won't be so obvious, especially not with spreading rumors.
It must be done by humans. If the abbot of Huyen Kong Temple is connected to Min Uyen, then the major sects in the eastern region might also be colluding with the Min Uyen clan."
Jun Lam was so angry he almost smoked. As soon as we left, Huyen Kong Tu and Tintho Kwuk were destroyed. So the Minhyun creatures easily occupied Tintho country. It seems the mastermind had planned this for a long time. And I am just a mere bridge keeper.
Vo Keep asked his master, "Do they perhaps have a plan regarding that door?"
You reply, "That's right."
Everything revolves around the deployment of the Spirit Gate. This seat also suspects that the royal family of the Pure Land Kingdom has a Spirit Gate. The Min Yuan clan is trying to forge alliances with some sects of the eastern region to open the portal and unleash external forces. After hearing what Junlin said, Wu Kiep also found it very convincing. Master said it's correct. I just saw news on the boat waiting for guests and found out that many people are fleeing. According to their complaints, many areas in the eastern region have been invaded by Min Uyen creatures, and the situation is becoming increasingly dangerous. I didn't expect the Min Uyen clan to act faster than expected. Is there any other important news? After reading the newspaper again, Vo Kiep also realized one thing. It's dangerous. Huang Chao is in trouble, and Huyen Tian Tong is affected too. That immediately made Jun Lin Ben feel uneasy and ask again, "What do you mean? Did something happen to Huyen Tian sect too?" It seems that due to the great distance, even the communication jade slip couldn't be used. A Khan turned back to Huang Chao, and the system suddenly displayed a notification. "Congratulations." The host randomly activated the check-in mission towards Huang Chao. Checking in Y received the divine ability of the heaven and earth, and he happily wondered, "I was still thinking of how to lure the snake out of its hole, and you came knocking at the door, so let me see what kind of creatures you really are." At the same time, in Huang Chao, just as Wukong said, a group of strangers appeared here and were brutally oppressing the people. "Hurry up and get moving. From today on, you will serve as slaves to my race of skeletons for eternity."
Poor ordinary people have no way to fight back and can only endure. Damn it, these Minyuan undead are oppressing us humans like this. Yet we can't resist. Could it be that my Huang Chao will be forever shrouded in darkness? At first, Senior Diep built up our reputation so that the great Dao regions in the eastern domain wouldn't dare to look down on us. It hasn't been long since the days of Victory Hui Huang, but now, something like this has happened. Even Huyen Tian sect is in trouble, so I don't think even Senior Diep can do anything to change it. Oh no, the Kokot clan is about to publicly execute the resisting cultivators in the street, and this time it's Trio Tien Tu of Huyen Tien Tong.
Shall we go outside and take a look?
Outside, on a large wooden platform, a girl is chained and hanging in midair, witnessing the scene of the Bone Clan. I never expected that even Zhao Xianzi of the Huyen Tian sect wouldn't escape the claws of the Bone Clan. The person standing there is none other than Zhao Lin Yi, at the peak of the Huathan stage.
I heard you hold a very high position in the Huyan Thean sect.
Ha ha ha. Even your elders don't dare to open the sect's gate, only hiding inside like turtles in their shells. And yet you still dare to come out. Where do you think you're going, huh? You're standing there claiming to be a fusion stage Kot Tak general. He continued, "You are the most troublesome in all of Huangchao, but it's okay today I, the great king of bones, will gather more forces." As he squeezed her face tightly, he gritted his teeth. "If you dare to do that, after Yundu returns, Master Diep of Huyan Tian sect will surely wipe out all of your Kot Tak." Huh, Deep Quan Lam, right? That Bakfat Sat Thun, huh? I think he's just all talk and no action. The reason he hasn't come back is probably because he's too scared and running away like a dog, not daring to seek revenge for you guys. After finishing his words, he stood there laughing maniacally, as if provoking, unable to contain himself. Yang Feng, the sect master of Banshan sect at the peak of the transformation stage, was about to rush forward but was stopped by everyone. "Everyone, do not act rashly. The gap in strength between both sides is too great. Even if we rebel together, it will only be a pointless death." Without wasting more time, the core clan general begins to attack Lin Yi. Huh. Let's see if your body is as tough as your mouth. As soon as the words finished, 2 needles shot out and jabbed firmly into her shoulder. Blood kept pouring out from the wound, causing her immense pain. Seeing this, Duangfeng was helpless and trembling as he said, "I'm sorry, Senior Diep, I really can't do anything right now." Ansan sect once tried to stop the Bone Clan, but more than half of their disciples were lost, and the others could only leave the sect to save their lives. I no longer want to see any more wasted lives. Faced with the approaching pain, Lin Yi still didn't utter a single sound of complaint, which made the Kokot general even angrier. What is this silence about? He once again wildly struck directly at her, thinking that only by hearing her desperate pleas or heart-rending screams could he achieve the effect of threatening the human race. As he kept hitting Lin Yi's body, he shouted, "Resilient woman, Yang Feng is helpless and shouting loudly, 'Senior Diep, Huang Chao needs you.'" Even after throwing a series of punches, she remained silent, refusing to say a word. "Yeah, it's okay. If you really want to die that badly, then I will grant your wish," Lin Yi asked. "So it's finally coming to an end?" At that moment, suddenly a dominating aura appeared out of nowhere, as if to crush everything, causing the Kingdom general to halt in surprise. His face showed extreme fear, sweat pouring down as he exclaimed, "What is going on? This kind of aura can only be felt from the body of a king in our ancestral race." Yang Feng and the others are also overwhelmed and kneeling helplessly on the ground. The aura of the Transcendence realm. Is this the Demon Emperor? There is the Ming Uyan army invading in front, and behind there is the Transcendence realm Demon Emperor appearing. This time, Huang Chao is likely to be completely destroyed. Contrary to what they thought, the person who just appeared is none other than Jun Lam, looking proud and commanding. As soon as she caught a glimpse of that shadowy figure, Lin Yi recognized him immediately. "Are you, sir?" Master Diep, seeing her endure such pain, he began to strike directly ahead. With just a wave of his hand, the strong chains shattered into pieces, and Lin Yi's body gradually lowered down. He caught her gently and asked, "It's me. And you are?" "Master Diekfeng, I am Zhao Ling Yi. I have been cultivating for 300 years in the moonlit sky, so perhaps you didn't recognize me." Hearing this, Quan Lam finally realized, "I never expected it to be you. No wonder I felt so familiar. You're already this old now." She shyly mumbled some nonsense. "How could you be so grown up?" You burst out laughing and interrupted. "Hey, where do you think you're going?" "I was talking about age. You're actually older than me now. Lin Yi shyly blushed and said, "You shouldn't delay time." Quan Lam quickly used his power to heal the wounds on Lin Yi's body. Lin Yi is badly injured like this. She needs to be treated quickly. Standing nearby, the skeleton general and his subordinates are frozen, clueless about what just happened. So this is the white-haired, god-slayer Deep Quan Lam they speak of? Such a terrifying aura, even more formidable than the king of my clan. After healing Lin Yi's wounds, Quan Lam finally considered settling the debt with them, and now it was time to pay back the bastards. As he finished speaking, he vanished from his previous spot, soaring into the air, his face darkening with a fierce gaze and a loud shout. "Do you not know I am the one who ordered this place?" With just a loud shout, he forced the skeletal general's face down onto the ground, unable to move. And yet he dares to come here and act so recklessly. Facing that power, he could no longer boast. His teeth clenched tightly as he endured, yet he still refused to be afraid, trying to lift his gaze to threaten. In our clan, there is a king reigning supreme, so I advise you not to cause trouble. Be sensible and surrender sincerely, or you won't escape death. Hearing these arrogant words, Quan Lam laughed loudly, forming a glowing sphere with his hand. Ha ha! When it comes to fighting, no one in this world can beat me. The scene at this moment made the skeleton general's eyes widen, his pupils constricting. Before he could even understand what was happening, his body was torn apart, dying in pieces. After dealing with the mastermind, Quan Lam turned to everyone and warned, "Listen carefully, everyone. As long as I am here, the sky won't fall. Let the Kot Tok and Huangchao all die for my sake." The remaining members of the Kot Tok stood there trembling all over, too scared to move, sweat pouring down like rain. Standing behind Konbang, Vo Keep observed everything. "I never expected that your master would be loved so much by everyone in Huangchao. Truly admirable." In just a blink of an eye, Quan Lam had wiped out all of the Kokot clan's enemies, ensuring they could never rise again. Duong Fong clasped his hands together, looked up, and said, "Senior Diep, we also want to help in punishing the Kot clan. But our cultivation is limited, so I would like to ask if you could give us some guidance to help us break through further." Lin Yi continued, "That's right, Elder Diep. I have been stuck at the transformation stage for many years. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been captured by the Bone Clan. Please, Elder Diep, guide me." Hearing this, Jun Lin didn't know how to respond, forcing a smile and thinking to himself, "Damn, do I even know what cultivation is?" But these people looked at me with such hopeful eyes, refusing might be too embarrassing. As soon as I mentioned that, the system displayed a notification. "Congratulations, the host has arrived at the location of the Huangchao printing press. Do you want to receive the printing reward?" The young man angrily shouted, "Governor, are you enjoying delaying things now? I've been in Huangchao for a while now. Are you still okay? I'm also in a dilemma right now. What do you think I should do?" The system replied, "They just fell asleep. Master, please don't be angry. Just accept this login reward and the system will add a chant-based communication function to help you handle the current situation. Just consider this a small compensation." The boy nodded in agreement. "Then it's acceptable. Check in." Information appears. "Congratulations to the host for completing the check-in mission. The reward is the divine power of the heaven and earth omen. This power can make the user become extremely mighty, huge and colossal. The power will also be greatly increased. The voice communication mantra function has been activated for the host. The duration is 2 minutes, during which everything the host says will be blessed by the Tao and help everyone understand the way." Even though Junlin knows this, he still feels a bit uneasy and asks again, "And now you're making me say it myself? Are my random words really effective?" The system responds, "That's right, Master. Just say what you like." There's no other way, so he had to speak up. Well, cultivation basically doesn't have a state called stagnation. When breaking through, it's a breakthrough. And as for the Tao and insights, those are specific. At this point, I can't think of anything more to say, so that's all I can tell you. If you understand, clap your hands. If not, I won't explain further. Hearing these words, everyone standing below froze in place in silence. Then, their voices trembled as they kept muttering, "When you break through, you break through. If you understand, you understand." Yet Duong Feng was able to comprehend it, clenched his fists tightly. "I understand now, I understand." Water flowing into a river means the yin and yang combine with the secret technique from the dry path. Water represents the universe, Kun Lam exclaimed in surprise. "Wow, they can understand it too." Just a few random words made them start increasing their cultivation rapidly. Duongfeng, at the early stage of the fusion realm, and Trio Lin Yi, also at the early stage. With Diep Feng as the main, I understand now that not only these two, but the others have also all improved significantly, everyone looking joyful and cheering. From above, Vo Kiep once again marveled in admiration, as just a short sentence helped everyone break through. No wonder Master Thian Diep Kao was annoyed. I always thought this guy was talking nonsense, but I had no proof. After everything was settled, Quan Lam cleared his throat and asked, "Do you know where the main camp of the Minyan army is?" "Senior Diep, those beasts are at Black Demon Mountain. I will take you there." Lin Yi stepped forward and said, "Master Diep, I am very worried about their father and want to return to Wei to check on him." He nodded in agreement. "All right, then you go. We'll also head there now. The decisive battle that will determine the fate of the Kingdom of Hoang is about to begin. Fellow cultivators, time is precious. Hurry to the front line. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Senior Diep would be a great honor. This time, anyone who arrives late will regret it for a lifetime." The scene shifts to the eastern region of Huangzhou, the Black Demon Ridge and White Bone Land, where everything is shrouded in darkness and a foul stench of decay fills the air. Standing there, the Bone Corps leader still didn't know what was happening and chuckled aloud. According to the original plan, our troops should break through the forces hiding within the Spirit Gate first. Are my 3 brothers informed yet? He replied, everything has been notified to the 5 Bone Kings. They should be arriving soon. Hearing this, Bone King Bachat, in the middle stage of the tribulation, exclaimed with great satisfaction, then that's good. Although last time the sect master and the sect leader of the Huyen sect were heavily injured, they couldn't do anything to our sect's great formation. But this time, how can they stop our cot race? Ha 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 ha. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of loud explosions rang out, and his subordinates around him vanished from their spots.
Bachat threw his head back and shouted, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, sixth brother, you have finally arrived.
Does the big brother war have any worries? My brothers and sisters can't avoid coming here, but I really didn't expect that even in this remote realm there would still be people who can challenge our boss. In this continent, besides the Hidden Heaven sect, it's all just petty gangs. I've heard that Huyen Tien Tong has a sect leader who has killed many Hu Tien crossing tribulations, and is called the White-Haired Godslayer, but he hasn't appeared yet, so I wonder if his strength is really as legendary as they say. Hearing this, Bako asked again, Godslayer, haha, that title is quite arrogant, but given the current situation, no matter how powerful he is, he's bound to die. Looking at the item in his hand, Bachat asked his second brother in amazement, is this the Min Nguyen Dan given by the envoy? Bako happily smiled brightly in response. That's right. Each of us has a pill, and with that unique protective spell, no one outside the true immortal realm can be our match. Hearing this help, he happily praised, all right, let's go now and step on the mysterious path. But before he could finish speaking, a loud explosion rang out, accompanied by shattered rocks flying everywhere. From nearby, a subordinate with a panicked expression ran in shouting, King, it's a disaster. Someone from the human race has already attacked here. Outside, a series of powerful strikes were unleashed, tearing apart the skeleton clan. Seeing this scene, one of them pointed forward to reassure and quickly prepared to set up the formation and summon the spell. As soon as the words finished, they combined together to form a seal and shot straight into the sky. From that formation, a series of gigantic, illusory figures of strange creatures appeared boldly facing Vokiep. I was neither worried nor afraid, pointing directly at them and saying, you dare to come here to insult the people of Huangchao and seize my territory, so I can also come to your house to settle the score. Without wasting any more time, he quickly swung his sword with such force that it seemed to tear through space toward them. Taken by this strike, the 3 leaders of the Bone Skeleton clan were knocked backward, their bodies aching all over. Their faces no longer looked arrogant, but terrified. They exclaimed, this is the aura of the Transcendence realm. Oh, so the ringleaders have finally arrived. They looked down and asked, are you really the killing god Ye Quan Lam? Wu Kiep replied, no, I am his disciple. Faced with that statement, they secretly wondered if this disciple of Diep Quan Lam, even his own disciple, was at the Hu Tiendo Keep stage. Such prestige, yet he sent his disciple to deal with me. Do I not deserve a bit of face? You guys are just so confident that you don't even need my master to step in. Bachat didn't stand still and quickly fought back, shamelessly boasting, and the brothers all went to stop him. As soon as the words finished, the 5 of them unleashed a seal formation directly aimed at Wu Kiep, the final killing array. The 2 techniques collided rapidly, causing a deafening explosion. Everyone below are affected and frightened, retreating backwards and shouting, run quickly. But is it so easy to let them go? Yang Feng and the others also began to close in on them.
Take advantage of his illness and kill him now. Everyone charged to wipe out these savage creatures.
Both sides quickly clash fiercely, with their heads held high to prevent them from fighting back. Damn it, after I was seriously injured by the Void Immortal and my vital energy was depleted, these bugs wouldn't have dared to touch me otherwise. Just as I thought of this, a slash suddenly struck from somewhere. The one who just struck was none other than Yang Feng, who defeated the skeleton in one blow. I never thought there would be a day when I could personally kill this leader of the Bone Clan in the Great Ascension realm. Seeing the situation worsening by the moment, Ba-Trak gritted his teeth and looked at Vokiep, thinking to himself, is this just Deep Quan Lam's disciple who already has such strong strength? I have 5 early-stage Do Kiep Khan helpers, yet I can't even block a single strike from the opponent. How is that possible? Seeing his face turn pale, he smirked and said, I told you long ago that I didn't need my master to deal with you chickens and dogs.
Suddenly, Ba-Trak slowly opened his mouth, threw a pill directly in, and arrogantly declared, "The human race, now I will make you pay the price." As soon as he swallowed the pill, his body began to unleash a powerful surge of energy. The Mingyuan pill given by the envoy truly is a good thing, instantly elevating me to the peak of the tribulation stage. Without hesitation, he controlled the skull wrapped around his body and charged at Vo Kiep, shouting, "Humans die!" He couldn't hold back any longer and swung his sword fiercely, shattering the thunderbone to respond. "Ha ha, I like it more the stronger you get." Seeing this, he still refuses to stop and continues to attack. It seems I still underestimate you, doesn't it? But that's all there is to it. The Bone Clan's meaning, the Bone 2 Sat Bako standing behind with a smile, said, "Big brother, if you use this move, that guy won't be able to survive." Around Vo Kiep, a series of dry bones appeared, enveloping him inside. But of course he wouldn't give in to them so easily. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes, smoke billowing from his mouth, and without hesitation, Wu Kiep struck fiercely to break through the enemy's formation. The bloodline of the Wind Demon, he fought while laughing loudly to taunt them. "Come on, let me hear the scream of your shattered bones." Suddenly, the illusion of Bachat grew enormous. Claws slashing toward Vo Kiep as he roared, "A mere early tribulation, dare to act so arrogantly before someone at my peak level. Kneel or be turned to dust." Hearing his arrogant words, he became even more interested, his eyes showing murderous intent. Without hesitation, he delivered a deadly strike, cutting off his arm in an instant, blood spraying everywhere. As the illusion was cut off and his arm was severed, Bachak cried out in agony, clutching his arm in pain. Seeing this, Bako shouted worriedly, "Big brother, he's starting to fight back. Eat a Yuan pill now." I admit I underestimated the power of this demonic wind, but that's all there is to it. Use the Ming Yuan pill to activate the Yuan Bone Shock Demon Array. As I rush to Vo Kiep's side, I shout, "I don't believe you can defeat the 5 of us in the middle stage of the tribulation alone." As soon as he finished speaking, both sides clashed again in a fierce fight, causing a loud explosion. Suddenly, Tien Diep appeared nearby, flames erupted around him, pushing everything back. He said, "Fighting these skeletons is such a hassle. You're really weak. Step aside and rest. Let me deal with them." Hearing that, Vo Kiep looked over and interrupted, "That red dress guy get out of here. If he dares to steal my prey, I'll cut him down too." Faced with this scene, Bachat was shocked and gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, another disciple, and one at the peak of the tribulation stage. Who exactly is this Deep Quan Lam? Tien Diep, furious, asked, "What did you just call me?" Vo Kiep pointed straight at her and interrupted, "If you're not satisfied with being called the red dress, then fight me to see whether your fire burns faster or my sword cuts sweeter." Hearing these words, he grew more furious. "Good. Very good. Thubs." Feng Mo takes the lead, ignoring my arrogance as the head disciple. Today, I will stand in for the sect master of Than Li. Yet somehow, both of them have rushed into confrontation. Chandium Tu Fuangyuk Sit and Fong Liat Vim clashed, causing a massive explosion. Those Bone Corpse generals laughed heartily. Not only did Diep Quan Lam ignore us, but he also let his disciples fight each other, truly foolish and arrogant. Sitting on Kanbang's back and witnessing this scene, he desperately shouted, "Stop! Stop fighting! Please stop fighting! I beg you all to stop fighting!" Quan Lam was also speechless and helpless. These two guys originally wanted them to practice their skills together to improve their realm. So why are they fighting each other like this? Bako said, "Big brother, these two are fighting among themselves. Their power is overflowing, and this is the perfect opportunity to form the Abyssal Bone Spirit Talisman. An unmissable chance." Bachat nodded and said, "I also mean to send them on their way," which made Diep Quan Lam witness firsthand the despair. As he finished speaking, they began to conjure a giant phantom skull that embodied the Yuan Kot V Kur. Then, a series of hands with sharp claws appeared, revealing a deadly spirit. In the blink of an eye, those body fragments had reassembled into a mighty law avatar standing tall. What Quan Lam's group now faced was the peak realm Yuan Kot Law avatar undergoing tribulation. Standing below, Duong Fong gaped and exclaimed, This, even trying to scare us should make you shout loudly, 'Oh, evil master, this giant is even bigger than a Khan.' Interesting, very interesting. After merging, its aura is even stronger than the 3-headed, 6-armed Tam Than." Until now, Tien Diep finally stopped the battle, turned around and looked behind him. This is the Law Avatar looking at him, smiling lewdly and asking, "Ha ha, are you scared? Under the Foot Fairy Origin Bone Law Avatar, we have no rivals. This time, let's see how arrogant you can be."
I've faced all kinds of opponents, and how long can you keep up this state?" Just then, he interrupted and said, "Rotten woman, die for me." But with her quick speed, Tiandiep could dodge to another place, dodging just as fast. So what now? As I try to catch him, the divine avatar is furious and swears at me like a fly. No matter how fast you fly, at best you'll only delay your fate of being crushed by me. Seizing the moment when he was distracted, Tiandiep quickly responded with a powerful punch, combining the Shichfeng Lit Wiem strike, secretly thinking that I was once a true immortal, watching the bustling mortals from above, yet now being insulted as a lowly fly by a despicable dark creature. However, faced with his attack, the demon avatar could easily break through it. In an instant, that move disintegrated into dust. The demon general sneered with a contemptuous smile. "It's quite warm. You're not bad either." Tiandi was stunned and exclaimed, "What?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he clenched his fist and struck forward. "Die already." He hesitated for a moment of danger, then had no choice but to rely on his own strength to respond. "If your master doesn't show up, none of you will be able to keep your lives." After taking this blow, Tiandiep was knocked straight down into the ground, dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Fortunately, he wasn't seriously injured and stood there thinking to himself, "The innate defensive strength of the Bone Clan is formidable, just relying on the sturdy bone armor to withstand various damages. If it weren't for the lower cultivation level, I would have already burned this pile of broken bones to ashes." As soon as he thought of that, Vo Keep finally regained consciousness from behind him and forced a smile to greet. "Brother Hong, what a coincidence. You're here too?" He kept asking crazily. "Looks like you've woken up. Do you remember what you said before?" He waved his hand and replied, "Aha, what did you say?" After becoming a demon, the junior disciple was not recognized by the 6 clans and even forgot his own family name. Don't take those random words seriously. Don't consider them true, senior brother. It's over, it's over. What is this torn bloodline? I think I just touched my senior brother's forbidden area. Is it too late to run now? I'm getting back to the main matter. Just now I looked up at that divine avatar, and Vo Keep couldn't help but be stunned. What the hell is this? This skeleton is also so big. Could it be that my senior brother was fighting this monster just now? Tiandiep replied. Fighting. I was just testing its weight. It's only a skeleton. Vo Keep chuckled and added, Indeed, senior brother. Your might is overwhelming. You definitely handled it just now. He clenched his fists in anger and interrupted. Vo Keep silenced himself and told the host, Otherwise, I really wouldn't care about helping the master clear out the sect. The demon spirit is gradually moving toward where Kong Bong is seated. This is bad. That monster is heading straight for the master. It looks like it's about to attack. He burst into loud laughter. Ha, so now you finally realize what's truly a tough nut to crack, right? That's good. The defensive power of this giant skeleton is peerless among its kind, and its strength is even more rare in the world. Old Master Dieppe, I watch with my own eyes to see if you can still pretend to be mighty this time. Looking at that huge giant, try to see if Xiao Hak and I are scared and hugging each other, saying, Su Su Ton, it's coming over. So terrifying. The legal guardian continued, Diep Quan Lam, you are truly arrogant, so confident that you think you can suppress us just with your 2 disciples. Now it's your turn. Hearing these words, you still respond very calmly. Can you please not rush for now? What does that mean? Big brother, he's insulting us. He's treating us like monkeys now. Quan Lam's lips curled into a satisfied smile. You think you can fight now, don't you? The divine mage snorted coldly, standing tall and commanding the sky and earth, flipping his hand to break the sun and moon. In my eyes, you're just dust beneath my feet, and I won't let your arrogance go unchecked anymore. Kun Lam unleashed his power, using the divine power of heaven and earth to strike back. Dust and dirt? Remember this arrogant stance of yours, because I am waiting for you to kneel and sing your conquest. He smirked and continued, Just a patched-up skeleton, and you call yourself an army of heaven? Before the Phap Tuong could understand what was happening, Quan Lam had grown immensely larger, towering over him and saying, Let me tell you what truly reaches the heavens and touches the sky. Quan Lam looked at the Phap Tuong with a contemptuous expression and asked, So what? Still small? He replied, Size doesn't represent strength. You think that if you grow bigger you can compare with my abyssal spirit general? Without hesitation, he clenched his fist and charged forward at full speed. Faced with this scene, Quan Lam Kong's brows furrowed in discomfort. No wonder the Kot race has such a tough mouth. To make the law spirit understand who holds the power here, he directly raised his hand and easily blocked his attack. After blocking this attack, he clenched his fist and punched the legal general in the chest, knocking him back. Taking that blow, he cried out in pain, Quick! The others also look panicked and stammer,
Huh, big brother, this guy can block our attacks so easily I almost lost my grip. I didn't expect this guy to have such a strong body, but just relying on strength alone, he will never be able to defeat our magic general. They continued, after all, this is the Tong Thien ancient elephant, which absorbed hundreds of thousands of Vong Hon's power from Min Uyin and condensed it into a single tribulation stage. A normal peak cultivator wouldn't be a match for us.
Without wasting any more time, before striking, Lam softly called out, "Little Li, little Hong, watch me here. I will teach you both once." Both exclaimed, finally having the chance to see their master's invincible demeanor with their own eyes. Huh, letting him show off again. The magic puppet lord interrupted angrily. Deep Quan Lum, stop being so proud. Today I am not Deep Quan Lum. Call me Deep Van. Master Distapet, Amaskani Disdiep. The more they hear those words, the angrier they become, and they launch even crazier attacks. Deep Quan Lam, don't think that having some martial skills means you can act arrogantly. No matter how many attacks they launch, Quan Lam can easily block them all. He smirks and replies, I told you to call me Deep Van. Don't you understand that I'm speaking human language? Well, that's true. You're not really human after all. They were stunned, wondering why not even a single punch could hit him. And moreover, he didn't fight back, clearly just to toy with us. Finally, there's no more time to tease them, so he begins to act. Watch carefully, disciples. With just one punch, Jun Lam sent the magic general flying backward before he even had a chance to understand what was happening. In the world of martial arts, only speed can't be beaten. This guy is too weak. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire body of the sorcerer crashed down onto the ground with a loud explosion, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. He could feel his body breaking into pieces. Pain. Just let me die. I'm in so much pain. Big brother. Not only does he look down on us, but he also uses us to train his disciples. This is an utter humiliation. We came to Huangqiao with an important mission for the Ming race. How could we be defeated by a human? If we can't find the spirit gate, we have no face left to return and fulfill our mission. That's why the demon general has begun to rise once more. A flash of blue light shone from the center of the chest. Deep Quan Lam, this is just because you forced us. With 6 bones united as one, the abyssal bone sacrifice. In an instant, a giant tornado filled with skulls and bones erupted from the chest of the sorcerer, heading straight for Quan Lam Thien Kot Uyen to destroy him. Seeing that scene, Vo Kiep exclaimed in fear. Master is careful, but this mosquito trick doesn't even register with me. He pinched 2 fingers together and directly pierced through the colorful chaos, exposing hundreds of vulnerabilities. In this way, he bypassed the tornado and headed straight for the Law Mage to strike. Vin Xuan's throat pain, the ultimate path. A water stain appears from the center of the sorcerer's body, spreading outward. By the time they realized the problem, it was already too late. Their bodies exploded into tiny pieces, along with screams of pain. No, the Min clan and the Spirit Gate? Our mission has failed. After dealing with these flies and mosquitoes, everyone couldn't help but rejoice and exclaim, Diep Tien Boy has won. We have won. Diep Tien Boy is mighty. Diep Tien Boy is mighty. If the Kot Vuong has been destroyed, then the remaining remnants can be left to us to kill. Akong, can you understand how I feel right now? Being undefeated is truly lonely. Standing below, Vo Kiep's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, Master, I have grasped the divine technique of using force to counter and reflect my disciple. Thien Diep thought irritably, so easily killing the Kot Vuong again and again, making him show off once more, really infuriating me to no end. Looking down at you jumping and cheering, I say, Master really is incredible. That big guy was taken down with just one move. Yes, 4th senior brother. After what just happened, Wu Kiep and Thien Diep also had to admit their mistakes. Master, I truly apologize for embarrassing everyone. Moreover, you even asked others to help us clean up. Master, I won't fail next time. Jun Lam tiredly reminds you that fighting among classmates is not good if it gets out, especially with little Hong, who can't even handle a mere skeleton. In the decisive moment, it's still up to the master to act, but this is also a valuable lesson for you all. Have you learned your lesson? They replied with utter helplessness. Understood. My disciple has learned a lot. Thien Diep mused, Is this stubborn kid really that small? You spend all day bragging, but one day you'll get what's coming to you. There's nothing left to do here. Jun Lam calmly sat on Kong Bang's back as they returned home. Kong Bang turned around and headed back to Huyan Thien's sect. In the blink of an eye, a majestic gate appeared before Kong Bang. After being away for so long, we finally made it home. As soon as I stepped through that gate, Union and everyone else were already waiting and exclaimed. Junior brother Diep Quan Lam continued, I have returned. He ran over with tears of joy in his eyes and said, Good, you're back. As long as you're here, even if the Min Uyen army attacks again, we're not afraid. Lin Ni's child can also be saved. I smiled and said, There are no more Min Uyen troops now. On the way back, I killed the Bone King. And now the remnants of Min Uyen are being cleaned up by Yang Feng and the others. And as for Lin Ni, she has gone home to visit her father. What did you just say? Junior brother Diep, is this really true? But that Kot Vuong is at the tribulation stage. I heard that after the last defeat at the main battle, he even went to rally the brothers. Diep Sude, are you really this strong now? I told you none of you noticed that Diep Sude is already at the Daojie level. How could the Ming Yuan army be a match for brother Diep? Quan Lam said happily. It's just a casual move. Brother Diep, you've really outdone yourself, returning and bringing us such great joy. That's great. The threat to the Hidden Sky Sect has finally been resolved, and we no longer have to worry every day. Suddenly noticing the people standing behind him, he asked just in surprise, Are these two new disciples of Brother Ye? Jun Lam also introduced them, saying, You forgot to introduce this one as Levo Kiep. Perhaps you've heard of him before, and this is Xiao He. Come on, disciples. This is the eternal sect master of Huyen Tian sect. Both of them nodded respectfully and shouted, Greetings, sect leader. Yunien waved his hand and said, That's great. With you joining, our Huyen Tian sect will become stronger and stronger. Suddenly remembering something, Detru exclaimed, Levo Kiep? Could it be the sword demon, Levo Keep? Although he has never appeared in Huangchao, I've heard he is quite famous in the eastern regions. Vo Keep Hung smiled bitterly and said, I'm truly sorry, my youth and inexperience led to some bad rumors spreading so far. He interrupted, It's okay. I only heard that your swordsmanship is fast and precise. I didn't pay attention to the rest. Tianshu added, That's right. Since Master Diep has looked at you, there's no mistake. Let's not stand here talking anymore. Hu Nian smiled warmly and urged, Deep Junior, it's been a long time since you returned. Why don't we gather together and share our experiences over the past few years? Quan Lam replied, All right, then let's head back to Fu Mu Peak together, and the disciples follow the master home. Later, sitting in the large courtyard, everyone was chatting together. Jun Lam spoke up. Tio Teach, go get some good tea for everyone. Little Hong, as the senior brother, quickly take Little Lei and Little He on a tour. Both replied, Yes, master, we will do as you say, only knowing how to send others can't wait any longer. Duke True urged, Tell us quickly, what interesting things have you encountered outside in the past year? Not only have your cultivation level increased a lot, but you also gained 2 really impressive disciples. I will tell you about my heroic deeds. This all started from the Talisman Island of the Tiet family, and after one last incense stick, everyone had heard the whole story that he told. Duke True was amazed and exclaimed, 1 year has passed, and Disciple Diep has experienced truly incredible things. My life is exactly my dream. Huyen Kong Temple was destroyed. Who is the one behind all this treachery, massacring the Thintho Kingdom's palace and framing my brother? Thien Tuyet said angrily. Exactly. This clearly involves a huge conspiracy. Quan Lam has already guessed this beforehand. He takes a sip of tea and replies, The mastermind behind this is definitely closely connected to the beings of Min Uyen, perhaps even a powerful figure from the eastern region, like the void cloud of Huyen Kong Tu. Given the current situation, they are all targeting Tinmon, so Huangchao is no exception. The Spirit Gate connects all worlds from ancient times, allowing cultivators to reach every corner of the universe, and its combat power is truly immense. This is indeed an incredible danger. Hu Nian, I will use my life to protect Hin Thien sect. But where exactly is Tin Mon? Given the current situation, opening the Tin Gate would be like inviting wolves into the house, leading to endless war. That's right. The urgent matter now is to defend Huyen Tin sect perfectly. He is Tran Qiu, the holy son of Wu Hua sect, in the middle stage of the tribulation. Seeing this, a few people clasped their hands and shouted loudly, Welcome the Holy Son's return. His face was cold as he said, Hong Thien Deep and Deep Quan Lam too. The cultivation levels of both of you are only at the small great perfection stage. Now standing before me is like chasing mosquitoes and ants. Just thinking about it, Tran Qiu was extremely confident in himself. I, Tran Qiu, am the man who will laugh last. After finishing speaking, he looked displeased at the subordinate and asked, Where is Ku Duang? Why hasn't he come to see me yet? I can use our previous connections to help him break through the tribulation and reach the realm of Void Immortal. Oh, what do you mean by that? I am his disciple after all.
I've successfully left the closed-door cultivation now, and he doesn't even bother to come and congratulate me.
The subordinate hesitated before nervously continuing. He couldn't come because he had been killed. What did you just say, killed? Who did it? The subordinate replied. It was that Huyen Tien Tong Diep Quan Lam. The moment he heard that name, Tran Qiu's anger grew even more intense. Damn it! First my father, now my master. People like this cannot be eliminated without resolving the hatred in their hearts. Saint Sun, do not be agitated.
I fear Diep Quan Lam has already reached a level that you cannot handle.
He suddenly unleashed his power and shouted, Why bother praising him to boost his pride when you should be lowering your own? You all already know the cultivation level of this prince. Even if that Diep Quan Lam is in the late stage of the tribulation realm, I dare to kill him for you. Besides, it's only been a short while since he just advanced. He's at most in the early stage of the tribulation realm. The subordinate explained that Diep Quan Lam is actually a consummate tribulation realm expert. Not in the early or late stage, but fully matured. Hearing this, Tran Qiu's face darkened in disbelief. What? No, that can't be true. The subordinate recounts that not long ago, Diep Quan Lam destroyed Huyen Kong Tu, and all three saints of Huyen Kong Tu are at the peak of the tribulation stage. Diep Quan Lam's cultivation has long surpassed that, so the Holy Son must absolutely not seek death. The Holy Child's face turned pale as he clenched his teeth and shouted in anger, far beyond, spitting blood from his mouth and trembling with rage. Although your cultivation is not yet on par with Diep Quan Lam, there is now a once-in-a-millennium opportunity that can help the Holy Son rapidly advance and reverse the situation. The subordinate added, the Holy Son has been in seclusion for a long time, but he doesn't know that a great war is about to erupt and the current situation is like this. After hearing all those stories, Tran Qiu's mouth was agape and his eyes wide open. And finally, after a moment, he calmed down and said, So now the eastern region has become like this? It seems I need to prepare early to resist the invasion of Min-Uyen creatures. The subordinate continued, Saint Sun, with your strength, you will surely shine brightly in the battle to eliminate Mingyuan. When your reputation reaches its peak, isn't the future position of sect leader of Wuhua sect also destined to be yours? At that time, all resources were managed by you. With your extraordinary talent, becoming a true immortal is only a matter of time.
That's right, becoming a celestial. As long as I can become a celestial, I will take revenge and settle the score.
As long as I can become a celestial, I will be the one above all others. And of course, the first person I will take revenge on is none other than Junlin. Diep Quan Lam, you wait for me. After Tran Qiu left the sect, with the support of Wuhua sect, he officially took on the role of commander of the Righteous Alliance. News of the victory spread, causing the Min-Yue spirits to tremble in fear as Tran Qiu led the alliance to conquer other regions and eliminate the chaos caused by the Min-Yu creatures. Relying on his mid-tribulation cultivation and the strategic advantage of the solar immortal body, he achieved countless victories, rescuing numerous occupied territories and making all Min-Yu spirits tremble in fear. Tran Qiu's reputation continues to soar, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Gradually, countless cultivators praise his achievements, and he slowly becomes the leader of the righteous path among the younger generation. The scene shifts to the eastern region, Huang Province, Huyen Tien Sect, Piomu Peak, where Jun Lam is still enjoying a leisurely life. Feels good. Vokip suddenly ran in and said, Master, I brought the latest newspaper from the cultivation world. Do you want me to read it to you? As if I had no hands myself, I have to be fed everything I eat. Hearing this, he calmly replied, Could it be more news about that guy again? Lately it's all news about him. He must have bribed the newspaper. Vokip continued, Master, truly a master strategist. Tran Qiu in Namchao has repelled the demon army, saving countless oppressed civilians. He then announced his intention to continue northward to assist Gongchao, which has recently fallen into darkness. When that name was mentioned, Junlin couldn't help but be surprised. Gongchao, it seems to be the location of Andiu Weiya's sect, the Vandao sect. What happened there? He replied, According to the report, the three major clans of Mingyuan skilled in assassination are the Shadow Clan. The Shadow Clan and the family have recently allied to invade Gongzhou, and many cultivators at the tribulation stage have been killed. Tongan Vantao Anzizai is injured, and the situation is extremely serious. He quickly asked again, Is it really that serious? Is this information accurate? Master Vokip replied, I have also looked into other sources and confirmed that Gongchao is indeed in crisis. The system suddenly appeared with a message. Congratulations, the host has activated the check-in mission. Please go to Vandao Tong and Gongchao to check in. After successful check-in, the Thuong Uyen sword will be upgraded to the immortal weapon level ahead of schedule. Kun Lam was overjoyed upon hearing this. Well done. Well done. This reward truly suits me. With the immortal energy, killing the tribulation stage won't be as difficult as slaughtering chickens in the future. Don't waste any more time here. Start to stand up and give the order. Disciples, prepare to depart with your master to Van Dao Tong to save the people. Kinori. Vo Keep happily agreed. Yes, master, your righteousness. Tian Ye was puzzled and thought, this guy usually has no sense at all. When did he develop such an understanding and compassionate side? Did he take the wrong medicine? Maybe we should pay attention to that girl over there. Not far away, I saw Kong Bang moving, and Yun Yin exclaimed, Deep Sude is going out again. This time, bringing back the Enlightenment tea truly is miraculous, unexpectedly helping everyone break through to the tribulation stage. Tian Yue continued, thanks to disciple Diep, Huyan Tian Sect is getting better and better. At the same time, in the eastern region, Guangzhou, Van Dao Tong, a fleet of ships is heading through the sky while below, Dieu Wai and his father are arguing over a major matter. Now your wings are hardened, you don't even listen to your father anymore? Spending more time with Commander Tron will be good for you. He is the sect master of Van Dao Tong, at the peak of An Tu Tai's tribulation. Dieu Wai irritably interrupts. If I don't want to marry, I won't marry. I have no interest in Commander Tron, and Tu Tai still keeps trying to dissuade me. Dieu Wai, just listen to your father. Your body is injured, and those demon tribes are targeting you. If something unexpected happens in the future, who will protect you? She covered her ears and interrupted. I don't need anyone to protect me. If you value that Marshal Tran Thong so much, then just go follow him. Later, I will burn paper for Mom and tell her that you have found a new partner. Hearing these words, he was so angry he burst blood vessels and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Dieu Wai was startled and asked, Dad, are you okay? Then quickly regained her composure and reassured him, Don't worry about Dad, I'm fine. The poison from the Min Uyan clan can't be completely eradicated, but it won't kill my father for now. The important thing is that I need to think about my future. Young Commander Tron is talented and destined to become the head of Wu Hua Sect in the future. The current situation is serious, and being with him will not put you at a disadvantage. She stammered, Wow. Just as he finished speaking, someone ran in to report. Sect leader, Marshal Tran requests an audience. He hurriedly replied, Quickly invite Marshal Tran in. Du Yu silently thought, it just had to be now. As soon as he finished speaking, Tran Qiu was invited inside, his face bright as he said, Lord An, I and the elders of your sect have just finalized our strategy. As long as I am here, the alien tribes that come to invade will not lay a finger on you. Hearing this, Tu Tai was very grateful and said, You've really caused trouble for Commander Tron too much. Our Van Dao sect is truly very grateful. He continued, Are you still in good health? If you don't recover soon, I will go to Wu Hua sect later to ask for some medicinal herbs to treat your wounds and detoxify you. He replied, That would be troublesome. Tran Qiu still maintained his fake expression and interrupted. It's nothing, just a small gesture to help. I was just saying it out of politeness, and you took it seriously? Tizai chuckled. Well then, thank you, Marshal Tran. That's right. She is my daughter. Dieu Wai admires General Tron so much. I wonder if General Tron has time to tell my daughter about your heroic deeds. Standing nearby, Dieu Wai's face darkened with displeasure, while Tran Qiu politely nodded and said, If Miss An is interested, then I must tell the story in detail. Hearing that, Tu Tai also quickly left to give them some space. That's good. I suddenly remember I have something to do first. You two can chat slowly. She called out loudly to her father. He looked toward him and said, Master An, be careful. Finally, only Dieu Wai and Tran Qiu are left standing in the yard. He thought to himself, Come here and flatter me. As long as you serve me well, I will be willing to lend a hand to save you. Now, only I, Tran Qiu, can save your own family. But contrary to his expectations, Dieu Wai showed no friendliness and turned her face away. What does this woman mean? Is she trying to play the soft and hard game with me? Master An clearly wants to offer you to me, yet you still pretend to hold back. Thinking of this, Tran Qiu decided to step forward and speak. Miss An, it seems you're quite interested in flowers and plants, huh? In the future, I will gather all kinds of rare flowers from around the world and personally bring them to you. What do you think? She replied softly. Oh. Hearing this tone, he started to feel uncomfortable again. Grinding his teeth to provoke conversation, he thought of other words. Miss Ant, are you perhaps upset? Please feel free to tell me. I am willing to share your worries and ease your sorrow. Ha ha ha. Miss Anne, you're quite interesting. How about we take a walk?
I haven't had the chance to enjoy the scenery properly since I was in a hurry to Kui Tam.
DUI just coldly replied repeatedly, "Oh!" At this point, Trankio couldn't take it anymore, furious and boiling with anger, thinking to himself, is she only capable of saying "oh" and nothing else? Wherever I go, I become the center of attention, with beautiful women rushing into my arms. What are you still pretending for? Just as she finished speaking, suddenly a figure appeared in the sky above, making him startle and look up. Seeing that scene, Dieu Wifai immediately regained her joyful expression and exclaimed, "It's him." Tran Q stammered, "So this is why the Vandao sect has the Divine Emperor Tribulation to attack. Could it be that the Min Uyen clan is coming again?" At the same time, inside the main hall of the Vandao sect, Fan Baba was earnestly persuading the sect leader. "Do you think it's too cruel to marry the young lady to someone outside the sect?" Tu Tai replied, "Tran Q, despite his youth, has achieved great accomplishments, which are rare in the eastern region. There's nothing wrong with entrusting her to him." Suddenly, a subordinate ran in to report that the Demon King was approaching us. He exclaimed, "What, the Demon Emperor? I'll go take a look." Kanbang's presence completely threw Vandao sect into chaos, and a defensive layer was quickly activated. Looking at Kanbang with surprise, he wondered, is this Kanbang? Is it him? He's here again? He looked blankly at Fan Baba and asked, "Do you recognize this beast?" He replied, "What do you mean, recognize it? It is the Mount of Diep Quan Lam, the leader of the Misty Peak of Huyen Thien sect." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud shout rang out. Deep Quan Lam visits the Kui sect, causing a stir among everyone. Isn't he the villain who destroyed the Hollow Cloud sect, the blood purification land? What is the murderous god's sudden visit to Vandao sect for? Immediately, Tu Tai ordered not to be rude and to quickly dismantle the Great Protective Formation so Brother Diep can come in for a chat. Quickly, a gap appeared in the barrier above, allowing Kong Bang to enter inside. Quan Lam Ung Dung's group slowly descended below. Seeing this scene, Dieu Wai happily ran over, laughing uncontrollably, and shouted out loud. Master Diep responded calmly. Dieu Wai, my dear," Quan Lam happily replied. "Miss Anne, we meet again," she continued. "Deep Kong Tu, I heard that Van Dao Tong was in trouble, so you came to help us? Maybe you came on purpose to see me, right?" he said from below. Could it be that Dieu Wai has feelings for Master Diep? Faced with Dieu Wai's question, he could only answer. Both of them secretly thought that, of course, the most important reason was the third reason. The system's attendance reward points should have been given already, right? But just like last time, the system fell asleep, and the number you dialed is now disconnected. The boy sighed in frustration. "Oh, sleeping again? Lately this guy keeps delaying the rewards. I really need to have a serious talk with him." Miao Wai smiled and said, "Thank you, young Master Diep." Seeing this scene, he calmly asked, "Elder Pham, is this still my daughter?" Fan Baba replied, "Sect leader, don't you recognize her? The young lady has long had someone in her heart." As soon as he finished speaking, Tran Q suddenly appeared in front of Quan Lam and shouted, "Deep Quan Lam! He is so furious he is boiling with rage." Continuing, he said, "You call yourself the god of slaughter, dominating the eastern region, Huyen Kong Tu, Tintho Kingdom. Those bloodshed cases still remain unresolved to this day, and now the Kong Chao is being raided by the 3 Min Uyen tribes. Sin Lin Lam Lu, do you come to the Lam Vandao sect this time to help or to take advantage of the chaos?" Seeing Tran Q's tone, Jiu Wai sensed something unusual and thought to herself. Tran Q immediately pressed Deep Quan Lam with questions, clearly trying to embarrass him. Deep Gongzi returned to Quan Lam's side, standing still without any reaction to these words, with a confused expression asking, "Who are you?" Vo Keep stood beside him and chuckled before continuing, "No wonder he's your master." These words may not be harsh, but they are extremely insulting. Faced with this mockery, Tran Q's face darkened with anger, and he shouted loudly, surrounded by an aura of murderous intent, "You! Are you sure you haven't forgotten me?" But Quan Lam still genuinely didn't remember, and twitched his ear as he replied, "A mere brat like you dares to tell me to remember." At this moment, his anger finally erupted. "You scold me too harshly. My father, the head of Funloy sect Tran Van Hai, was killed by you, and my master Ku Duong was also slain by you. You probably can't forget these things, right?" Hearing this, he nodded and said, "Oh, so it's their family. I think I have a faint memory now." His technical skills are not as good as others, so he was counterattacked by my master. Quan Lam nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself, not bad, this disciple is truly worth it. Thinking of this, he looked back at Tian Diep, who was still doing that, making him jump in fright, unlike anyone else.
With no other choice, he had to step forward and shout loudly, "Exactly! Your master's ambush failed, and he was killed! How ridiculous!"
And now you even dare to seek revenge with words alone. And you deliberately call yourself the Holy Child.
Seeing himself at a disadvantage, Tranquillo was about to make a move. "You all stand there. The Quan Lam group is still provoking and taunting."
Seeing the situation growing more and more tense, Tu Tai had no choice but to speak up and advise.
"Both of you are indispensable talents of the Eastern Domain. The current crisis is urgent, so why not put aside your conflicts for now and focus on fighting the new alien race, which is the most important matter?"
It's better to put aside the conflict for now and focus on fighting the new demons. This is not the place for you to speak. Hearing this, Tu Tai was startled and turned back, exclaiming, "What did you say?" He was so angry that he started coughing. Diu Yi quickly ran over to support her father.
"Damn you, father! As a commander of the Allied forces, you lack respect for your elders."
As soon as he finished speaking, an old man nearby appeared to explain. "The Holy Son just lost his temper out of anger. Please don't blame him. Our Holy Son is leaving now. Elder Liu is the supreme elder of Wu Hua Sect, and he has completed his tribulation stage. But it seems Tranquillo still can't swallow this insult."
I initially thought that as long as I worked hard to be at the top under the dazzling lights, I could face my father's killer without being inferior, but I never expected to be treated like a monkey for their amusement.
Hearing this, Elder Liu quickly grabbed Tranquillo's arm to stop him. "Holy Son, look at yourself now. Where is your usual confidence and calmness? Don't shame yourself here anymore. Follow me back quickly." As he spoke, his eyes also glanced towards Quan Lam, saying, "You haven't beaten him yet. Don't act recklessly." Standing nearby, Quan Lam remained calm and asked steadily,
"If you refuse to accept it, so what? I'm just defending myself." Tranquillo roared in fury. "Deep Quan Lam, your shameless disciple, has hidden his cultivation to kill innocent people. Do you dare to suppress your realm? Let's have a fair fight and see who wins."
He secretly thought that after refining the Sunfire True Flame, my son Immortal body had become pure and flawless. I am absolutely invincible within the same realm. If you dare to challenge me, I will show you what amazement truly is. Before Quan Lam could speak, Thien Deep stepped forward to interrupt and said, "You, who are so insignificant, still want to challenge my master, the undefeated in the universe, and you're not even qualified to fight Akon." He smiled with satisfaction.
"All right, you finally managed to give me some phase. I can actually be taught."
"Who is Akon?" He explained. "Of course, he is the noble mount of the master, an ancient divine beast." As the words finished, Kong Bang appeared from above the sky, roaring loudly to intimidate. Seeing this, Kong Bang was so angry he nearly spat blood and shouted furiously, "How can this be so unreasonable? Do I, the Holy Son, have to fight against a beast mount?"
"Who do you think you are to look down on my disciple?"
Quan Lam snapped angrily. "How outstanding do you think I, Tranquillo, am? The true heir of the Holy Son, the legitimate successor of Wu Hua Sect, the commander of the Eastern Region Coalition, and I still have to fight a beast alone outside. How can I still have any face left?" Thien Deep also ran out of words. They are just the defeated generals under my command, only with a name but no real strength."
"Don't talk about challenging my master. I don't even have the right to challenge myself. I can't hold back anymore." Tranquillo clenched his fists and charged forward. "You!"
His eyes flashed with intense anger as he looked up at the sky, accepting this challenge. "So, it's Akon?" Like that, he directly launched a powerful attack at Kong Bang in challenge. "Come on, Junlam, give the order. Akon, it's time to show your true skills. Go ahead." Without hesitation, Kong Bang begins his move, opening his mouth as he advances. "Be careful, the beast is a descendant of the divine beast of Dai Kon Bong." Looking ahead, Tranquillo shouted loudly, "Great Sun Fist!" The people below exclaimed, "Such incredible power!" "This beast, watch how this Saint Sun will make you submit." As soon as the words left his mouth, a series of fireballs appeared around where Tranquillo was standing, continuously striking Kong Bong's body, triggering a fierce attack. Seeing his move land successfully, he burst into a wild laugh and asked, "Haha, how does it feel now?" Everyone else, sensing the oppressive aura, had to hold back in awe. Truly deserving of being the commander-in-chief of the Four Directions, this power makes many alien races tremble in fear. Others added, "Too strong, even the descendants of ancient divine beasts are suppressed." Seeing this scene, Shuo asked nervously, "Master, is Akong in danger?" Quan Lin cut in, "Don't worry, Akong is still safe." Standing above, Tranquillo still confidently said, "Sorry, Deep Quan Lam, I seem to have carelessly killed your mount. Ha ha. You seem very calm, smiling softly as you say." "Oh, really?" As soon as the words finished, a boy with blue hair appeared and delivered a painful blow to Tron Q.
Watch out, here comes my fist of cone.
Before he could understand what was happening, his body was thrown backward at a wind-cutting speed. After a moment, he regained his senses and asked hoarsely, "Who are you?" The little boy standing there replied, "Don't you recognize me? I am a Khan." Hearing this, Tron Q's blood boiled as he exclaimed, "So you are not dead?" The little boy still nonchalantly taunted, "Ha ha, you just died." Once again, he went crazy and prepared to strike. "Beast! How dare you defy me?" A bright golden light suddenly appeared in front of him as he shouted. The solar celestial body opens. Kanbang also refuses to back down and responds, Kan, I'm not afraid of you. Keep trying and cheer him on. Come on, Kan, you can do it." Diu Wai excitedly added, Kan, you're the best, fight him. Fight him hard, turning back to the ongoing battle. Tran Q is getting more exhausted and wonders why is this kid fighting so fiercely. Old Liu looked extremely anxious and said, "How can the descendant of Kan Bang be so strong that he can fight the saint's son like this?" In the end, with no other choice, Tran Q had to deliver a final blow and shouted, "Die for me!" Right in front of him, Kanbang also charged forward with a punch and said, "Watch my fist." With a single punch, the boy shattered Tran Q's move. Not good, he didn't stop there. The kid launched another attack, charging at him fiercely. Kon Thiet Son Kao. After taking this hit, Tran Q no longer had the strength to resist and crashed into the large stone wall. White smoke billowed up in a thick cloud. Waiting for the dust to settle, revealing Tran Q lying there badly wounded. And on top of that, he was coughing and choking from being insulted by Kong Bang. Coughing, the boy quickly wiped away his sadness from his face and said with a smile, "I'm so happy." Then excitedly exclaimed, "Great, Kan has won." Ha ha ha, Kan did well. Seeing that scene, Elder Lu clenched his fists in anger and shouted, "Nasty brat, how dare you insult our saint of the Wu Hua sect?" As he finished speaking, the old man launched an attack to take revenge. "You are so disrespectful. I will teach you a lesson at the most dangerous moment." Luckily, Quan Lam arrived just in time, his eyes flashing with sharpness as he glanced and asked, "Old man, you don't even know what losing is, and you dare to lay a hand on my Akon." Quan Lam glared and threatened, "Do you want to fight me?" Facing this overwhelming power, of course, old Lu is no match. Deep Quan Lam can suppress the three saints of the Buddhist sect, but I fear I alone will find it difficult to handle. The old man's eyes bulged with rage as he tried to steady himself. Then he calmly said, "Now is not the time to reveal our cards. We must prioritize the big picture and get that useless guy out of here first. Once the time is right, we will strike." Then Lu respectfully clasped his hands and explained, "Friend Diep, I have no intention of opposing you. I was just impulsive earlier. Please forgive me. I will take my leave now." Kong Bong stood behind Jun Lam shouting loudly, the master truly impressive. As soon as he appeared, the old man immediately curled up like a turtle. Without hesitation, he dragged the unconscious Tran Q away. Coward. Now, Kan Bang looked at Quan Lam with a smile and asked, "Did I do well since the bad guys ran away? I'm satisfied with my praise." Well done, my little Kan. You even pinched that chubby cheek to praise, and your own cheek feels pretty good to touch." Diu Wai hears that and runs over saying, Kan is so adorable, let me squeeze her cheeks." But the kid refused. Not giving in. "Can anyone just touch my face like that?" She's begging. Kanka pleads, but to no avail. Kan Bang likes to push and rush. "Say a few more words and I will consider it." Dewey quickly calls Kanka. Finally, you agree. All right. Kanka will give her a chance." She happily replied, "Thank you, Brother Khan. My hand feels so comfortable." Seeing this scene, Tu Tai smiled to himself, thinking it's been a long time since he saw Dia Yai so happy. It would be great if the girl could always be carefree. Just as he thought this, suddenly he felt a sharp pain and started coughing uncontrollably. Diu Yai, looking worried, turned and called loudly, "Father, the others are rushing over. Clan leader, how are you?" "Why does it feel like it's getting worse?" he replied. It's okay for now. I can endure it. Those alien creatures are truly despicable, daring to torture our great sect leader like this." Is he worriedly asked, "Dad, is it really incurable?" Before Tu Tai could speak, Quan Lam calmly replied, "It's a small matter. My disciple can handle this type of poison easily." He was surprised and said, "Deep fellow Taoist, don't tease this old man. This deadly poison clings stubbornly. I've tried everything, but still can't eliminate it quickly."
Quan Lam urged, Xiaohei, go now and detoxify Sect leader On.
Wei wondered to herself, Tiu Hak? It sounds like you're calling a dog, huh? Try to call out behind him. Xiaohei hesitated and didn't dare to come out, saying, Child, I'm coming. He smiled calmly and asked, Is this the disciple that Brother Yeep just accepted? You seem a bit shy. Thutu looked at Xiaohei and comforted him, saying, Fourth senior brother, don't be nervous. Go ahead. You can definitely do it. He replied, All right. Let's not waste any more time. Xiaohei quickly uses his power to remove the poison. A blue light envelops the entire body of the self-existent Holy Emperor Eternal Life technique, and after a moment, everything is finally complete. It seems to be working. My father's face looks better. It's truly miraculous. He looked at Junlin and loudly said, I'm fine. I really am fine. He patted Xiaohei's head in praise, saying, Master, the poison must be gone. I calmly walked over to Little Black, took his hand and said, Thank you, little brother. It's truly miraculous. Such a terrible poison was cured instantly. He stammered and replied, It's nothing special, and secretly thought that this feeling of helping others truly makes me feel at ease, even no longer afraid of others. He bowed his head and said to Junlin, Deep is truly a renowned master of the past. His teachings are meticulous. I will definitely hold the highest level banquet to treat everyone with great care. Then let's enjoy the hospitality of Master An now. Hearing this conversation, Wei was stunned and thought to herself, The highest banquet? Since I was born, the Von Dao sect has never held a banquet on such a scale. In history, the sect has only appeared twice, both times said to have changed the fate of the sect, and I never expected my father to value Master Diep so highly. The scene shifts to Dongvuk Kong Chao, at the military camp of the Wu Hua Sect Alliance, where everything is shrouded in a freezing cold. In the small tent, Tran Qiu is lying on the bed while old Lu treats him after the recent battle. He shivers and says, Lu, I really am useless. I lost to his mount, and this will definitely spread. The perfect image I worked so hard to build will completely collapse. From now on, I will become the laughingstock of the eastern region. He interrupted. Saint Child, that mount is not an ordinary creature. You don't need to belittle yourself. As for this confrontation, what if I say I won't let it spread? That statement made Tran Qiu pause for a moment, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, Really? What do you mean? Just as he finished speaking, old Lu's face suddenly changed 180 degrees, and he smiled wickedly, softly saying, Saint Child, wait and see. The good show is about to begin. Back at the Fengxiao Hall of Wendan Sect, a grand banquet is underway with a large table filled with a variety of colorful and tempting dishes for tasting. Little Black and Konbang are enjoying it. So delicious. This is the first time in my life I've eaten something this delicious. Yes. Try also really likes it. While still chatting happily, Tutai suddenly pointed at Wei and asked Quan Lam, Fellow Diep, I hear you and my little girl have known each other for a long time. It seems you are quite destined. What do you think of my little girl? Hearing this question, he spat out water, and Wei blushed shyly as she shouted, Dad, why are you asking Master Diep these things? My business. I decide for myself. After calming down, Jun Lam finally smiled genuinely and replied, Sorry, Lord An, I choked on water just now. Miss Anne is a good girl, as lovely as my younger sister. Sitting nearby, Fa Baba also noticed this look of compassion and felt sorry in his heart. Sigh, the most incomprehensible thing in this world is love. I hope the young lady can be a little more indifferent. Thinking of this, he raised a glass of wine and said to Quan Lam, Senior Diep, that day at Long Men Inn I sensed you were different. Then at the King of Medicine Cave you saved me and the young lady. And this time you saved the sect leader in danger. This kindness is hard to repay. So I toast you. The young man nodded in reply. Lao Fam, you're too polite. But before he could explain further, he suddenly tore off his outer garment. The scene before his eyes makes Jun Lam want to faint. Come on, Elder Fam. No matter how great the gratitude, there's no need to go overboard like this. Ah, my eyes. I'm about to go blind standing there. Fa Ba Ba is dancing naked and uncontrollable. What is wrong with me? Why won't my body obey my commands? The other disciples were all stunned by what they saw. Damn it, I didn't expect Elder Fam to have this kind of hobby. Tien Diep's face darkened as she said, Wow, you're really brave, Little Black replied. Standing there, Fan Bai Bai was still frantically dancing without any sign of stopping.
Tutai stood up, pointed, and shouted, "Hey, Fan, are you crazy?"
"Even if you're grateful to someone, there's no need to dance this vulgar dance, right?" he exclaimed. "I can't stop. It feels like some force is controlling me." "What do you mean?" "Something's wrong." Could it be that they sensed something is wrong here? He stood up abruptly, looking up towards the darkness and asking, "Who is really behind this?"
"Quickly roll out here," the mysterious guy replied.
"Yeah, mai."
Replied, "Don't rush, the real show is just about to begin."
"What is going on?" "Senior brother, why are you hitting me? Help! Someone save me and my senior sister. Don't do this, you've got the wrong person." Finally, Tutai also realized and said, "Come out and meet me. You must be one of the 3 Minwuyan shadow clans that invaded Kongchao before, right?" Over there, someone gradually revealed themselves and replied, "Clan leader An, I didn't expect you to have some vision. Not bad, not bad. He is a high-level demon lord of the Ming Yuan Shadow Clan at the peak of the tribulation stage." As he spoke, he transformed into a demon form and let out a loud laugh. "The one who attacked you earlier was the king of the Shadow Clan. It's a pity we didn't catch him then, but now we will take your life and turn Van Dao Tong into a death zone." Hearing these arrogant words, Tutai shouted in anger, "Do you think your Shadow Clan alone can destroy my Van Dao Tong? You think you underestimate us too much?" The Illusion Race King suddenly smirked slyly. Then he raised his hand and struck loudly, signaling the others. "Come out, everyone." Seeing the scene unfolding before his eyes, he was stunned with his mouth agape and sweat pouring down like rain. Lying nearby, a gate suddenly appeared, accompanied by dark energy spreading around, and a figure quickly stepped out. This person asked, "Clan leader An, do you remember me? Last time you were still enjoying your poison, weren't you?" He is the Dark Race King Min Uyen, at the peak of the Tribulation Realm, no longer in doubt, and upon seeing this arrogant man, he immediately shouted, "It's you, damn it, so you've infiltrated long ago. When exactly did it happen?" He replied, "Of course there are people cooperating with us. He must be about to act soon." That person made him start to suspect silently. I didn't expect that at the same time there would be more than a dozen peak stage experts of Ming Yuan ambushed inside Van Dao Sect. Who was the one who let them in? This time, even with Brother Dieppe here, it might be hard to hold out. I didn't expect that what was meant to be a greeting would end up harming them. Standing outside, old Liu is watching everything unfold. It turns out that the mastermind and the one leading the Shadow Clan inside is also him. "Ha ha, has it finally begun?" Old Liu clasped his hands behind his back and asked coldly, "Do you want to avenge Sui Han and make the Van Dao Tong people pay with their lives?" "What do you mean by that? Could it be that the Min Uyen people infiltrated Van Dao Tong because of Elder Liu's arrangement?" He didn't deny it, coldly replying, "That's right. Today is the end of Van Dao Tong." He shouted angrily, "Liu Lao, you actually colluded with the creatures of Min Uyen? This is outright betrayal. You will be cursed by humanity, and if the sect finds out about this, how will you explain yourself?" Lao Liu just sneered disdainfully without saying another word. Tranquille was so shocked he couldn't finish his sentence, realizing that the sect had long been involved. He never expected that the #1 disciple of Wu Hua sect from the eastern region would secretly conspire with beings from Min Uyen and Min Than, the Saint Son, also the initiator of the Alliance of the Righteous, was truly mocking everyone. "Holy Son, you will understand why the sect did this in the future. This is the trend of the times. You must believe that we are doing the right thing." "So, my role as commander of the righteous spiritual army was also arranged by you?" Without hesitation, he answered immediately, "That's right. All the victories you had before were deliberately arranged by us. Didn't you realize that every battle you participated in went very smoothly?" "Did the alien army collapse upon first contact and run away without looking back?" Tranquillo lowered his head, gritting his teeth, his hands clenched so tightly they trembled. He muttered to himself, "Deep Quan Lum joking around with me is one thing, but why does my whole body also spin like in a dream? What exactly did I do wrong? Oh my God, why is the heavens treating me like this?" Lao Liu approached, placing his hands on Tranquillo's shoulders to comfort him, saying, "Saint Son, you are overestimating trivial fame and fortune. In fact, the truth doesn't matter. What matters is how you can achieve a higher position." He continued, "So you're telling me to do something bad with you? This kind of thing will stain my reputation forever." He explained further, "The cooperation between the sect and Min Uyen is just to present the head of fame to the forces behind it. The so-called great righteousness of humanity? Life and death are just illusions in the world about to undergo a great change. If we do not prepare, the dominance of Wu Hua sect will no longer exist." "What?
Old Liu continued, Saint Child, you have great potential. Even those people highly admire you. Your future is to soar to the sky, reach higher, and see farther. So why limit yourself to this small world? I have said everything I need to say. You just wait here. Now I will go on a slaughter spree. A wave of power shoots into the sky. A mournful cry echoes. Now, Quan Lim offers his life to me. A shout was heard saying, All kings and nobles, please take the Mingyuan pill. Today, the Vandao Tao sect will have no survivors. Everyone will turn into hell.
Jun Lam sat calmly in the center, sipping tea, and said, Do you brutes of Mingyuan know what manners are? Can't you see I am hosting a banquet? The demon lord confidently stepped forward to confront him, saying, Where does this young man get off being so arrogant? Fine, I'll behead you first. You? Jun Lam thought to himself, Brother Thong, are you still sleeping? Isn't it time for the login reward to be given out? My Thuong Uyen sword is starving and can't wait any longer. The system notification sound pings, saying, Sorry, host, I will distribute the rewards now. Congratulations on completing your login. The Thuong Uyen sword has been successfully upgraded to the celestial weapon level. You irritably remind him,
Why is the reward distribution always delayed lately? Do I have to wait until something happens for you to show up at the feast?
The system hurriedly explained,
Spirit, how could this happen? I will definitely be on time next time.
I swear I'm sweating all over. As soon as I finished speaking, the demon began to act. How can this be happening? This is divine energy.
Stand up and strike again with a powerful blow.
Quan Lam coldly said, The thing I hate most is being disturbed while eating, so it's obvious you have broken that taboo. The demon lord gritted his teeth, curious why divine weapons appeared in the eastern region.
I didn't expect to find legendary celestial energy here, but even so, with over 10,000 of us at the peak of the tribulation stage, we might still stand a chance.
Quan Lam's face remained expressionless. Oh, really? He reached out his hand and shot a column of energy at the demon lord, who was thrown back by the overwhelming power.
Tian Diep gritted her teeth and thought, this guy actually has divine energy, and with just one sword, he defeated a peak tribulation realm cultivator.
There are people below who are upset and noisy. Everyone stay calm. This person is only at the perfect stage of tribulation, so using divine energy is still difficult for him. He has already used 2 swords. His strength is probably not much left. If we work together, we still have a chance. That's right. We must unite to kill him and seize the immortal energy.
Quan Lam raised his sword high and exhaled, overestimating himself, and you swiftly dodged and struck without mercy.
Shang Yuan screams in pain after being hit by the divine lightning. Liu's strength continued to unleash power outward, causing a huge shockwave. Old Liu nearby was stunned. So, this is Deep Quan Lam, and he can use even the celestial weapon?
Old Liu, what's going on? The old man irritably reminded them not to ask questions and to withdraw first, or they would be wiped out by the sword light of this immortal weapon.
The people below looked up in disgust. What is this? This sword light seems capable of tearing through the Thuong Kung. Is this really the power humans can achieve? Could this be the legendary divine weapon of the world? In the midst of majestic mountains, a deep blue arc of energy streaks across the sky, creating a wondrous scene. The trees sway violently in the wind as a mysterious man mutters, This is from here. Only the monks of the eastern region understand that the so-called one-sword divine sky sword light causes strange phenomena that many monks will never forget in their lifetime. Later generations also called it the one-sword bright Han Thap Tui Chao. After a while of settling everything, peace finally returned. Jun Lam said, It's done. He happily raised his cup and turned to Tu Tai. What are you just standing there for? Keep playing the music and dance. He stammered and asked, Deep, do you usually carry a celestial weapon with you? Jun Lam calmly replied, Yes, is there a problem? Smiling awkwardly, of course not.
After this battle, the threat to Gongzhou was eliminated, and Diep Daohu's reputation soared to new heights, overshadowing the arrogance of the Wu Hua sect. Having finished their discussion, they sat down to enjoy a hearty meal.
Vo Keep snorted coldly. So what if that Tran guy wants to argue with my master? It's all just false fame. Master Vi is indifferent to fame and fortune. Tian Diep thought to herself as she sat nearby. Once again, putting on a show. But this time he also displayed celestial energy. It seems the difficulty of counterattack for this seat has increased again. After the feast, Jun Lan went to Zitai to share.
Well, the banquet hosted by Master An was quite impressive. Thank you for the hospitality, but it's time for us to leave.
He clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. Fellow Taoist Diep, you are too courteous. Hosting you is my honor.
If you face any difficulties in the future, our Van Dao sect would leap into the fire and not hesitate. He transformed into a stream of energy and shot off. Junlan called out, "Everyone, see you later, and remember Lin Ni."
Yao Wai, keep trying. A man like that is the goal you should pursue. But it's also possible that you may never be able to chase after him in your lifetime. So you also need to prepare yourself mentally. She watched his figure fade into the distance and whispered, "Deep too. You don't have to catch up with him. Just being able to follow and see him from afar is enough." 3 days later, inside the hall of the eastern region of Tanchao, a group of people gathered around discussing the main hall of Wu Huamon. It is said that 3 days ago, Diep Quan Lam defeated the entire Min Uyen army with just one sword. More than 10 monarchs in the Tribulation Realm have died in battle. Diep Quan Lam's fame is just a small matter. The important thing is that the Saint's son was defeated by his spear-wielding mount, and his previous reputation is probably gone forever. Hopefully it won't affect the Saint's son's resolve, and the future of Wu Huamon depends entirely on him. Old Liu lead the way. The old man remains as reserved as ever, saying, "Don't ask too many questions. Something's happened. I'll take you to meet some important figures." He reminded them that an important character was seen passing by, and Tran Qiu shouted, "Clan leader." Van Thuong Ui Zhou, the sect master of Wu Huamon, stands in perfect harmony with the realm. He hurriedly knelt down and paid his respects. "Why is the sect leader here? Among all the saints in history, you are the only one qualified to come here." Tran Qiu was worried inside. With such a mysterious place, what would happen next? Who would he finally meet? Breaking free from his thoughts, a mysterious eye appeared behind Shang Yu. He froze, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. "Sect leader, what is this thing?" Wang Yu frowned and warned, "Do not be rude. These are the 5 elders of the Wu Hua sect." Before him, 5 gates, like 5 powerful eyes, shone directly down. He bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, elder. This is Tran Qiu, the outstanding seed of the solar immortal body." After hearing this, he was stunned and speculated that even the sect master was so respectful. Could this be the true immortal from legend? The 5 elders spoke, saying this child has an excellent innate talent, having developed to the limit of the sun immortal body, but his Dao heart is somewhat unstable. "I, Thuong Ui, solemnly explain that in the past I lost to a beast, so now my cultivation path is somewhat uncertain." He sighed. "Well, let me see." A flash of memory suddenly crossed, and the 5 elders evaluated. "Wow, does this world really have such pure bloodlines of turtles?" Then he concluded that this Deep Quan Lam was not simple at all. Shuang Ui respectfully reported, "This person is the sect leader of Huyan Thian sect, with unfathomable strength. I witnessed him using his power to suppress the 3 saints of Huyan Kong Temple. He is the hidden threat that poses a great danger to our actions." Old Liu behind also added, "That's right. The previous attack on Van Dao Tong to encircle Min Uyen was because he drew out the immortal aura, slashing all the kings of the 3 clans with one sword, leading to failure." "What do you mean? Do you have immortal energy?" Then he reassured himself. "Immortal energy is nothing special. Our Wu Hua sect also has it. Even if he uses tricks, he can't stop the trend of the times." The 5 elders continued, "The front line of the fairy world has been broken, and the alien races are gradually advancing. Fortunately, our ancestor now has a firm foothold among the alien races, and when the fairy world is destroyed, it will be the moment for our martial transformation sect to rise again." Tran Qiu's face went stiff, sweat streaming down his cheeks, and he wondered, what are they talking about? Is Wu Huamon really defecting to the alien race? Is it true that the heavenly realm is about to be destroyed? Seeing Tran Qiu's expression, he shouted, "If you're so afraid and image, how can you be the saint son of our Wu Hua sect?" Seeing the 5 elders get angry, he trembled and pleaded, "Please forgive me, I was too reckless." He didn't hesitate to speak his mind. "You didn't lose to Kanbang unfairly, but staying silent like this is just stupid. You have just heard what I just said. This is also a secret you should know. The Kanlan realm is the battlefield of 10,000 races, a grand struggle for dominance. Don't you want to rise to the heavens in one step?" In the end, Tran Qiu stood up and asked, "Do we really want to give up this land?" The 5 Buddha Tathagatas didn't need any time to answer immediately. As long as the benefit is great enough, anything can be exchanged. He clenched his fist so hard that his hand bled. "The 5 Buddha Tathagatas provoked you. Think about the shame you have endured, all because of your weakness." He offered a hefty price. "If you join us, you will gain power and be able to crush everything. Power that destroys all, no longer inferior to anyone." After a brainwashing session, Tran Qiu roared with no doubt left in him, "Yes, I must become stronger. I want power, righteousness, and my clan." They're all just tools to be used up.
Having achieved their goal, the 5 Buddha ancestors praised, "Children are easy to teach. From now on, you can stay here. We will guide you and help you become a fairy soon." He and the others expressed their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Elder." Tranqiu will definitely do his best to encourage Fuhua Sect in the eastern wilderness of Huangchao, Huyen Tin Sect, Fiu Miu Peak.
Jun Lam is sitting peacefully in front of a table full of food, taking a sip of tea before speaking. Since Tranqiu was disciplined, Wu Huatong has become much calmer lately. Even Min Yuan's attacks have ceased. I wonder if they are planning their next move. Or not. Huyen Tian Tong at the entrance of Huangchao Dong region. Huyen Tin Sect. After a long journey, Min Nguit stopped to catch her breath, thinking, Huyen Tin Sect. I finally arrived. 2 figures step out to welcome me. Young lady, what brings you to Huyen Tian Tong? Min Nguit explained, I have something I want to discuss with Senior Diep. Oh, you're here to see Master Diep again? You must be a passionate fan. Tao Du nodded and continued.
That's right. There have been 5 of them recently. We should refuse.
Min Nguyen asked seriously. 2 of you, could you let me in? Tu Do raised his hand to stop her,
apologizing sincerely but refusing. Then a blazing gold card appeared as she presented it to him.
I am a survivor of the fallen Tintho country and want to find Lord Diep Fong to tell the truth about what happened that day.
Young lady, you're quite something. After talking so much without result, Min Nguyen snapped and shouted, Everything I say is the truth, so why don't you believe me? Tudo calmly explained, We heard that Tintho country has been occupied by the Mingyuan army. No one escaped, and they even falsely accused our Lord Diep Fong, so how can we believe this?
He recalled some similar cases from the past. Tao Du shot a sidelong glance and said, Miss, many other women also come to see Master Diep Fong, even pregnant women who come knocking on the door claiming they are carrying his child and want to meet the father of the baby. Tudo sympathized and advised, So young lady, please go back. Next time, think of a more believable reason. She gritted her teeth in hatred, never expecting that after all her suffering to get here, she would be rejected outside the door. She summoned her strength and decided to act. I must go inside. You 2 have offended these 2 fellow cultivators. Seeing Min Nguyen make her move, Tudo also didn't stand still, politely warning. Please don't make a mistake, miss. Seeing the energy radiating out, Min Nguyen was stunned. Transforming into a divine spirit?
But these 2 are just ordinary disciples. I didn't expect them to be great cultivators at the divine transformation stage. Tudo stepped forward and said, Young lady, please leave here quickly.
She stepped back reluctantly. What should Min Nguyen do next? I'm not willing to accept this. Suddenly, a voice interrupted and asked, What's going on? Tudo and Tao Du turned to Lin Yi and called out in unison, then explained, Sister Zhao, this young lady is arrogant and claims to be a survivor of the Huangqi Tin country, saying she has inside information and needs to meet Lord Diep to plot sneaking into the inner sect, which we are blocking. She descended from the platform, and Min Nguyen stepped forward to present her token, saying, What I say is true. I have the badge of Huangqi. Lin Yi took it to examine. Tao Du expressed his opinion, saying, Senior Sister Trio, this artifact is definitely a fake. There are too many counterfeit pursuers these days. After examining it for a while, her eyes suddenly widened. Lin Yi Van Wei looked at the pattern and judged that this material was pure gold, and the runes on it contained spiritual energy flow, definitely not an ordinary item. Princess Min Nguyen softly pleaded, Please believe me, this fairy. Lin Yi turned around and shouted loudly, This is a genuine Imperial seal. Step aside or we'll ruin everything. What? So she really is a princess? I've offended her quite a bit just now. Lin Yi happily led the way, saying, Follow me. I will take you to meet Lord Diep Fong. Min Nguyen happily followed behind. Thank you, fairy. She was overjoyed inside, finally able to meet Lord Diep. All the last hopes of the Tintho kingdom are resting on him. One beautiful morning, the master and disciple sit together in the garden. Tian Diep patted Jun Lam's back gently and asked with a smile, Master, is the force comfortable? Quan Lam, feeling very comfortable, said, Not bad at all. At this moment, Wu Kiep suddenly ran in to report, Master, Sister Zhao has come to request an audience. It seems she has been traveling for a long time. Upon hearing that, Quan Lam nodded in approval and allowed them to enter. So Thien Diep stopped and stood aside coldly, contemplating internally that his mediocre image must not be allowed to spread beyond Huyen Thien Sect. Jun Lam was enjoying himself but was no longer attended to. You better watch out. Oh, Little Red, why did you stop? Tian Diep didn't answer, only scolding herself silently. Not long after, Lin Yi arrived with someone. Master Diep Fong, this is Princess Min Nguyen of Tin Tho. Jun Lam then asked, Tin Tho country, is it the place that Min Nguyen completely destroyed? Min Nguyen stepped forward, her eyes filled with sorrow and tears. Elder Diep, I am the only one who escaped, and my brothers all died in the palace to protect me. You nodded, seeking the truth from her. The mortal realm says I bloodied the palace of your family, but only you know the true story. Min Nguyen wiped her tears and painfully recounted that unhappy memory. That day, blood billows rose from the Imperial palace, and the black-clad crowd swarmed like ants, with 4 transcendent realm experts surrounding and killing the Emperor. He relied on the nation's fate to struggle and let us escape. The 2 princes sacrificed their lives to protect us, pushing the young lady into the teleportation array while I could only watch as they turned into dust. I have been hiding for 3 months, dreaming of my father every night, and the nation's fate has been drained to the very end and then vanished. It wasn't until I heard that even the bricks of the Tin Tho country's palace were gone, and even my father's throne became stepping stones for the monsters of Min Nguyen. At this point, her bright eyes darkened with a hatred that knew no bounds. The black-clad group had colluded with Min Nguyen and even dared to frame Elder Diep. They must be eliminated. That night, I saw everything. Their tactics were clearly from the Vu Hua sect, but I am too weak to do anything, so I immediately knelt and begged the senior to take control for the countless souls of Tin Tho. I am powerless and have nothing but my life. If you can take revenge, I am willing to serve you. Without hesitation, Jun Lam understood what was said. No wonder Vu Huamon's actions towards Min Nguyen have been silent lately. It turns out they're in the same boat. You help Min Nguyen up and say, "Get up, they dare to blame me." They deserve to die, and teaming up with Min Nguyen makes them even more pitiful. The enemies of Tong Min are naturally enemies. Jun Lam Zhengyi declares, I accept your revenge. Min Nguyen is overjoyed. Senior, you really agree to help me. I thought no one would interfere in the fate of Tin Tho country. You can rest assured, since Piao Miaofeng still needs a manager, you should stay here too. A thought came to mind. Her eyes are like a gem waiting to be polished into brilliance. Min Nguyen was deeply grateful and said, Thank you, Senior. I will definitely do my best. Jun Lam turned to give an order to Shushu. Xiaotichi, prepare some snacks for her to fill her stomach, then help her get to know Piao Miaofeng a bit. Thu Thu happily agrees, holding out a plate of cakes to invite Min Nguyen. Master, Sister is eating a piece of osmanthus cake. Min Nguyen here swallows every ray of light, leaving only eternal darkness and emptiness. The 10,000 races of Min Nguyen have lived here for millions of years, but the Holy War has turned them into tools of war for external forces, and the appearance of Diep Quan Lam has made this dark place even gloomier. Many young people are conscripted into the army, reports come from the front lines, and the king has issued a call to arms. Anyone who is cultivated to the 9th level or higher must participate in the Holy War, regardless of the screams and complaints that fill the sky. And at home, there is an elderly mother to care for. Some people in Min Nguyen looked at this scene with sorrow. It seems the war is getting more intense. Even the refining experts are being taken away. Someone sighed, honestly, is living in Min Nguyen really good? Why bother looking at the territory beyond the realm? Someone hurriedly warned, speaking carefully, because if heard, they would face severe punishment. At the same time, in the dark palace of the Min Nguyen Yu tribe, the elders opposed the Holy War, saying we have already lost too many tribe members in this war. If it continues like this, the inheritance of the 100 clans will be cut off. If King Yu of the Yu clan keeps going like this, can he really guarantee a victory? If we lose, can the Yu tribe bear the responsibility? He tried to reassure them, saying, Calm down, we can still take a gamble. How can we take such a risk? Just rely on the Min Nguyen pills given by the envoy. Yes. Tu Yu also expressed his opinion, even with pills in hand standing before the human's aura, it's not worth mentioning. So what use does it have? Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the grand hall, and a purple energy sphere appeared in the center. From inside, a group of people in black robes emerged, led by a man with horns like a demon. He laughed loudly, "Ha, do you dare say our elixirs are useless?" Seeing the opponent, King Dang Yu was slightly startled. God Envoy, please calm down. Although the divine pills are good, the human race has used divine energy, causing us serious damage, so I dare ask the God Envoy, what should we do now? The divine envoy responded fiercely, How should we proceed? Of course, you should continue to let the Min Nguyen Bak tribe charge forward, and not retreat, because you have no other choice. Hearing this, King Dong Yu was displeased and advised you to watch your words. Min Nguyen is an ally to us, not dependent. At most, we can end the partnership here, and you can leave Min Nguyen in the future.
Suddenly, the messenger laughed loudly. Do your servants even dare to attack their master?
Do you really think the one ruling Min Uyen is still your clan? King Dongyu asked with confusion, his face extremely grim. What do you mean? The Yu tribe has ruled Min Uyen for 10,000 years, so could it be you guys who are mistaken? With a swoosh, the black robe was thrown aside, revealing the true face of the divine envoy underneath. He suddenly exuded a powerful aura. That's right. Now I will show you, you lowly servants, what it means to be loyal to your master. A wave of fear runs down King Yu and the elders of the Yu tribe, and they all think the same thing.
This isn't just overwhelming aura. It's something they were born to be suppressed by. What exactly is going on here? King Yu can't control his body and kneels before the divine envoy, while weaker elders like Zaiyu are even forced to lie prostrate on the floor by the oppressive pressure.
King Dang Yu gritted his teeth and asked, Who are you really? The divine envoy. Ha, he replied. Min Uyen is just a small world created by our Min clan ancestor,
and your bodies have been branded with the ancestral blood mark by the old ancestor, forever serving my Min clan.
What? How can this be?
I never expected that my command of Min Huan for 10,000 years would only make me a pawn of others. The divine envoy continued. The ancient cosmic cycle has undergone a drastic change. The old ancestor has led the clan members out to the outer realm, but now we will be the returning kings, and your mission is to do everything possible to bring the Min clan back to Koluan.
King Dang Yu gave up struggling, as if he understood something, which is why they sacrificed everything to control the spirit gate, right? The divine envoy extended his hand, a powerful energy swirling in his palm. That's right. The spirit gate is the gateway of life for Koluan. Only by passing through it into the external realm of living beings and receiving the baptism of the spirit gate can one be acknowledged by the will of heaven's way. Otherwise, they will be exterminated by its will. King Yu was puzzled, but why must we return now? The divine envoy withdrew his oppressive aura because the Koluan realm is about to be restored, with geniuses and treasures rising like a tide, and the celestial fate appearing everywhere, ultimately restoring Hui Huang from ancient times. And our Min clan will be the true heirs of that glory. So that's how it is? But now there is a powerful expert named Diep Quan Lam who can use immortal energy to destroy a bunch of Min Uyen kings, and our primordial energy is severely damaged, so we have no way to deal with the immortal energy. Bak Ku agrees. That's right. With a single sword, he wiped out our main forces of Min Uyen. The divine envoy snorts coldly, showing little concern. Only immortal energy can fully unleash the power of celestial weapons. That Deep Quan Lam hasn't reached that level yet, so he can only unleash a fraction of his power. Hearing this, King Yu was startled. Was that only a fraction? If I unleash all my power, wouldn't it shake the heavens and split the earth? The divine envoy stretched out his hand to summon something. This time we are here to give you a treasure specifically used to deal with that man, Diep Quan Lam. A purple lantern appears with a flickering purple flame inside, creating a terrifying aura. This is Dang Uvuang's face turned pale with fear, secretly thinking that this flame seems capable of burning through even the divine soul. Just the light alone makes people want to kneel and worship. What kind of forbidden object is this after all? The divine envoy throws the lantern to King Dang Yu. This is our Ming Chi clan's secretly crafted Yu Min devouring soul lantern. When the seal is broken, the supreme divine power will turn into a giant soul fire, and even a true immortal will be annihilated at the spirit level. He carefully takes it, feeling both happy and worried, and the messenger continues to instruct. The human side has our inside man. From now on, just cooperate with them. With this lamp, Deep Quan Lam is just a dying candle. He instructed the celestial artifacts about to appear all over Kunlun. You should seize the opportunity. When the Min race returns to their homeland, we will share the celestial path with them. The Lord of Kunlun Dong Yu has now accepted that he is a subordinate of the Min tribe, kneeling down to pledge his loyalty. Min Uyen Bak tribe is willing to jump into the fire for the Min tribe, waiting for the return of their master to Kunlun. Later, signs of Kunlun's recovery gradually became evident. Immortal affinities appeared everywhere like constellations, and major powers in Central Realm were all amazed and investigating the celestial and earthly anomalies. The peace treaty has become worthless, and the major powers are rushing to fight for resources, as the factions turn against each other like a dry tree meeting spring, marking the beginning of a bloody storm. Meanwhile, at Huyan Tien Sect on Phu Mu Peak, Tiutik happily brings tea to Master Quan Lam. Now she has brewed a new one. Suddenly the sky darkens, thunder roars without warning. Tiutich jumps in fright, throws the teacup, cries loudly. The sound is terrifying. Tiutich is scared. Quan Lam held her close and gently comforted her. Don't be afraid. The master is here now. Thien Deep looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky and couldn't help but be stunned. This is a celestial relic. An unparalleled celestial relic has appeared. Over on the other side of the mountain, after the lightning, there was a dazzling golden light, like a treasure appearing. Quan Lam seemed unaware of this. Seemed a treasure from the heavens? Tien Diep was excited. That's right, and this kind of large-scale treasure has never been seen before. That is the figure of an old man. A voice echoes, I am the island master of Vantine Island. In 10 days the trial will begin, and those who pass will receive their respective rewards. Your final victory could make you the new island master of Vantine Island, gaining control of all hidden cultivation resources on the island, and I hope everyone will work together to protect Conluan Realm. Quan Lam pushed up his sunglasses and looked on, expression unimpressed. Meanwhile, Tien Diep secretly plotted, glancing at Quan Lam beside him. If he could win this trial, he would inherit his legacy and become the supreme great immortal. Then it will be possible by that time. Quan Lam lazily stretched out on the chair. Feeling bored and ruining my beautiful dream, I thought to myself. These kinds of divine opportunities are nothing compared to Thong Tu, but such divine relics are connected to the actions of the Min Uyen group. Seeing that you are not interested, Tien Diep hurriedly persuades you, Suton, how can you miss such a great opportunity? At this moment, the system pops up, congratulating the host for refreshing the login location. Reaching the still immortal island to complete the login, the host will receive a large amount of golden luck. Quan Lam was surprised. Golden luck? Golden, the system explained correctly. Luck is divided into 6 types: gray, white, red, blue, purple, and yellow. Any living being that gains even a little bit of golden luck can become a founding king or a top expert in the cultivation world. His eyes lit up, so that large amount of golden luck must be truly heaven-defying. Thinking of this, he slowly took off his sunglasses and also scolded Tien Diep. Look at you. So impatient again. How can a cultivator be so impulsive? How can he possibly become an immortal like this? He immediately bowed his head respectfully and admitted his mistake. Yes, Master's teachings are correct, but I am very anxious inside. I cannot let this opportunity slip away. So Tien Diep knelt down and begged earnestly, Master, Duni has recently been stuck at a bottleneck and needs a chance to break through. If you agree, I am willing to wash your feet for a year. He felt heartbroken, truly desperate to take the initiative like this. Usually he would serve whether alive or dead, but if there was a mission, Quan Lam was planning to go anyway, so he didn't stop him. All right, since you're my disciple, I will take you and Xiaolei on a trip. Tien Diep bowed his head, thanking his master for his kindness. He secretly rejoiced if this attempt failed, at least he would become a better person, and he was determined to save her. 10 days later, outside the Vantine Island, crowds gathered like ants, and countless whispers of discussion spread. Oh my God, who said Huang Chao is very backward? The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is so dense, it's even more intense than in Than Chao. That's right, completely different from last time. Is this place still as remote as before? Someone proudly asked. P.S. Things are different now. I advise you not to cause trouble in Huang Chao anymore. That man is one of us. From Huang Chao. People from other places hearing this immediately became submissive. Yes. We remember this, we don't want to seek death ourselves. At this moment, 2 figures stand side by side on the cliff. One sighs in amazement. I never expected Huang Chao to develop to this extent. Tran Qiu, full of resentment, says I used to feel ashamed of being born in Huang Chao, but I never thought this place would surpass Than Chao in reputation, while my own name has been completely ruined. Elder Liu pats him on the shoulder to comfort him and says, Holy Son, with the current situation, you don't need to worry about these matters. Look, in just 10 days, the 5 ancestors have helped you break through to the late tribulation stage. The future ahead is truly bright, but he is still not satisfied. As long as he hasn't become a fairy, he won't feel at ease. I must succeed in this Vantine Island. Old Liu encouraged him, saying that the Holy Son is actually the most perfect inheritor of the immortal Still Island. As he finished speaking, he saw a figure out of the corner of his eye. What? Even he has come too? This is the legendary sword cultivator of the Tuyen sword sect, Tuyet Vongan. The elder said that he has been a sword Dao master since he was young. 5,000 years ago, he was recognized as the strongest sword cultivator in the Eastern continent. During that year's Secret Realm trial, his sword aura brushed past my throat, just a hair's breadth away from turning me into a soul under his blade. Tran Qiu was worried, afraid that the opportunity would slip away. How could someone like him not become famous? I've never heard of it before, old Liu explained. Thousands of years ago, he retreated to Tuyen Kiem Tong, the second sect in the eastern region, to quietly cultivate his swordsmanship without concern for worldly affairs. It's because of his existence that the five ancestors dare not move freely and are always cautious of the water sword sect. Hearing this, Tran Kiu broke out in a cold sweat and couldn't help but think, no wonder the five ancestors are so formidable, but didn't personally help Min Uyen seize the spirit gate. It seems the water sword sect and the forces behind it also have deep foundations. Those who came to participate also recognized Vongan, the legendary figure from 5,000 years ago who has already been disturbed, and I fear this time the Immortal Island will cause a big commotion again. At this moment, Tuyet Vongan of Tuyen Kiem Tong at the Tribulation Cultivation stage stands coldly leaning against a tree, sword aura swirling around him, not allowing anyone to approach. Outsiders can only marvel at how he can wield invisible sword intent without even using a sword. With this level of swordsmanship, he is only one step away from becoming an immortal. Amidst the chaos of the mortal world, a teleportation array opened in the sky. From among the three people approaching, Tian Diep and Vo Kep stepped out, greeted warmly by everyone. Look quickly, it's Elder Diep arriving. That man has finally arrived, and with two deadly disciples by his side, it seems the inheritance is definitely in his hands. Everyone below, young and old, cheerfully and respectfully shout, "Greetings, Senior Diep! Greetings, Senior Diep!" Tran Kiu saw you as an archenemy, furious as he clenched his fist, his face twisted in anger. Deep Quan Lum, all of this should have been mine, but now I have to hide in the shadows like a rat. Vo Kiep rarely goes out, but seeing everyone so lively like this, he suddenly feels proud. Our master really is well loved, isn't he? Having a master like this is truly a great honor, isn't it? Tian Diep remained silent, sneering inwardly and saying, I was once the sect leader of the fire-worship demon sect, more glorious and powerful than this, and the place they appeared just happened to face where Wu Gen was standing. His sharp gaze fixed intently on the three, especially Quan Lam, already suspecting that he was the very deep Quan Lam. So he immediately charged towards the Lam military disciples. Everyone saw and panicked, move aside quickly, that legendary sword cultivator is rushing at deep Quan Lam. This person is trying to do what? Could he really be planning to attack Senior Diep? The old man beside him added. Oh my god, this battle between two top experts will shake the heavens and the earth. At the same time, Tian Diep warned cautiously, Watch out, master. This is a very powerful sword cultivator, definitely on par with an immortal. Old Liu secretly rejoiced as their enemy was in trouble. Good. Fight quickly. If Diep Quan Lam dares to use divine energy to kill Tuit Vongan, the pure sword sect will definitely fight to the death, and at that point, our Wu Hua sect can stand by and watch. Everyone retreated in horror while eager to see what would happen. They only saw Tuyet Vongan swiftly approaching, his hand gripping the sword hilt tightly, but the sword never left its sheath. Just as he was about to meter away from the Lam army, he immediately stopped and respectfully clasped his hands in a salute. Elder Diep. Elder Diep, can you teach me how to train in swordsmanship? Did I hear that right? The #1 sword cultivator of the eastern region is begging Senior Diep to teach him swordsmanship. The person beside him is also stunned. Is this still the proud and noble sword Immortal from the legend? It seems Tian Diep isn't too pleased. I didn't expect this guy to turn his back even faster than the Deep family name. Vo Keep admires and marvels. Truly, only the master can make the legendary sword Immortal bow its head. On the mountain cliff, Elder Liu exclaims in disbelief, What is this crazy Tuyet Vongan? What right do you have? Even a character of this caliber has to bow to Deep Quan Lam. Quan Lam, with a curious look, asked, What made you want me to teach you swordsmanship? Vongan, who has pursued the way of the sword all his life, seriously analyzed, a sword from a senior at the border gate, whose sword light tore through the clouds of 14 continents, is the embodiment of the impermanence of swordsmanship. I have studied for thousands of years, but have never reached that realm. Please, I am sure you can guide me. Quan Lam realized and smiled faintly, gently declining. So it was what you meant, just a casual wave. I really can't teach that. Vongan bowed respectfully and said, Please, Senior, do not be modest. I truly want to learn now. Quan Lam felt annoyed he had already refused, so why wouldn't he let him be? So then you waved your hand in annoyance? Who are you insulting? I said I won't teach if I don't want to. Why are you so talkative? Seeing my master turn Vongan away, Vo Keep secretly worries. This is the white cloud sword Immortal, not giving anyone even a shred of face, and if he really gets angry. Vongan laments that he's been practicing sword techniques to the utmost for 1,000 years, but his mind and sword seem forever shrouded in fog. He looked up at Jun Lin, pleading earnestly. Only when I saw the senior's sword did I understand what breaking through truly means. This opportunity cannot be missed, even if it costs me my life. Seeing your silence, Vongon's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. Seeing this, Duongfang broke out in cold sweat and worried, "Oh no, Diep Tien Boy won't get so angry as to attack, right?" But unexpectedly, Vongon suddenly knelt down and earnestly begged, "Diep Tien Boy, please teach me, I beg you." Senior Diep, not only Duongfang but almost everyone from Huang Chao was stunned. Who would have thought that the White Wai sword Immortal, once so revered, would turn out to be such a despicable person? Jun Lam turned around, feeling extremely annoyed. "Stop bothering me. I already said I can't teach you." Vongon refused to give up and continued kneeling on the ground. "Senior Brother Diep, please give me your guidance." Senior Brother Diep, he keeps kowtowing and thinking. Senior Brother Diep must be testing my sincerity, so I must persevere to the end. Vokip praised his perseverance. Indeed, a swordmaster who would use any means to pursue the way. But Tian Diep was not happy and frowned. "Sword Sage, I've seen crazy people before, but I've never seen anyone as ravenous as this one." Jun Lam was annoyed by being wrapped up and secretly sighed. "That sneaky bastard, how could I teach swordsmanship? I only rely on the automatic level up of the spirit death." Vongan bowed deeply, then looked up and smiled flatteringly, even changing the way he addressed himself. "Master or mentor, please give me some guidance." Seeing his indifferent and aloof attitude, he shouted loudly, "Diep Senior, I beg you." Seeing that he couldn't escape his enthusiastic pursuit, Jun Lam slightly furrowed his brows, cleared his throat, and said softly, "If you are truly sincere, I might as well give you some guidance." He sneered inwardly, "If you've pushed me this far, don't blame me for playing you." Vonigan was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, Senior Diep, for your guidance." Quan Lam picked up a small dry branch and looked mysterious. "Look carefully. All my insights into the way of the sword are condensed into this one character. How much you can comprehend depends on your own enlightenment." Vongan stood up excitedly. "Senior Brother Diep, please go ahead. I wonder what kind of character can convey Senior Brother Diep's insights into the way of the sword." Even after following Quan Lam for a long time, every time he acts, Vokep always feels excited. Here it comes. Here it comes. Master is about to take action. Tien Diep still maintained an indifferent attitude. Pretending to be nonchalant, "Let's see what you can come up with." Jun Lam held a branch as a pen, his wrist moved gently, and he wrote a character. Golden energy surrounded him, and a powerful aura radiated from the branch, capable of splitting mountains and filling the sky. The mountain in front was almost split in two, and Vokep, who hadn't even seen the character, was already shaken by this overwhelming aura. Inside this character, there was actually a force capable of dominating heaven and earth. The mountain in front of you was carved into a giant shining golden character by the energy. After Quan Lam finished writing, he lowered the branch and left. "You figure it out." Duongfang was stunned with his mouth open. What exactly did Elder Diep write? Why does it make me feel so dazzled? I even vaguely have the urge to worship the devil. Facing Quan Lam's overwhelming aura, even Vongan couldn't keep his eyes open. Once the light dimmed a bit, he could finally see clearly what that character was. His eyes widened in disbelief as he repeated the word written on the rock, grass. The character Quan Lam wrote is indeed the character for grass, as in plants, and everyone present saw it clearly. They whispered and discussed among themselves. What deep meaning does Diep Tien Boy's writing really hold? Vongan muttered, "Ko, ko, ko." He hesitated. Grass is the most common plant in the world. Diep Tien Boy's writing certainly won't be that simple. To find the opportunity for enlightenment, he shouted loudly, "My grass, my grass, my grass." Inside, countless thoughts swirled. What exactly is the deep meaning behind Diep Tien Boy writing this character? All of your lifetime's understanding of swordsmanship is in there. I can't believe I can't understand even a little bit. Could it be that my talent is really that bad? Seeing Vongan look so frantic, Quan Lam felt a bit guilty and advised him, "If you really can't do it, then just give up. There's no need to worry if you can't see it clearly." Never force yourself. He doesn't listen, and even grits his teeth in frustration. "I can't give up. The Great Way is right in front of me. How can I retreat?" One person raised an eyebrow and said, "I thought Senior Diep just sketched it casually. Apart from the big characters, there's no real Tao in it," but his companion beside him looked down on it. "Do you even understand what daring means? Is the realm of Elder Diet something you can reach?" Vokip remarked that his master is truly formidable. Just a single character can cause Senior Tuyet to fall into madness, sparking endless debate among the people. This is the true invisible path of the great Tao. Tian Diep really wants to speak up but is afraid of being hit. so he can only think to himself. Stop. I see he's just too lazy to think, so he casually wrote the easiest word to pretend. While everyone else was discussing loudly, Wugan began to murmur that grass is not just a plant, but also symbolizes resilience, effort, and an unyielding will. It stands firm amidst the raging storm and wildfire without being burned, reborn each spring. Then suddenly he shouted, "Elder brother Diep, I have realized it." So the reason you gave me this word was for me to realize the true meaning of swordsmanship. Life and death go on. Destruction leads to creation. Quan Lam quietly marveled, so you can think of that too? Realizing the truth, Vongan like breaking free from long-standing chains, a sudden sense of enlightenment coming over him. In the sky, dark clouds gather, thunder roars loudly, and Wu Yan soars into the sky. Jun Lam is stunned. Damn it, does he really want to cross the tribulation here just for a single word of grass? Vo Keep suddenly exclaimed, "Hong's senior brother? Could it be that he really intends to?" Thien Deep was stunned. No way. Is this really possible? He felt a bit envious, as the density of the thunder tribulation was even more terrifying than when he broke through 5 years ago. Is this guy really reaching for the sky? The onlookers were stunned, because if Senior Snow succeeded in breaking through, it would make a difference between immortals and mortals. From now on, he will be the #1 in the eastern region. Someone supports him. Not only that, but even in the 5 great regions of the Central Realm, there are only a few immortal beings, each of whom is rooted in the ancient immortal sect and sacred grounds. Elder Liu is extremely jealous. No way, absolutely no way, just because of a single word, could you give Tuyet Vonayan a chance to become an immortal? Who exactly is this Deep Quan Lam? Ranqiu furrowed his brows with his sword, unable to accept this truth. Yet someone else was even faster than me. Clearly I should be the true heir of the heavenly spring. In midair, Vongan draws his sword. Trapped for 1,000 years, today breaking the thunder tribulation. You arrive just as I want to test my new swordsmanship. He raises his sword to the sky and declares loudly, "My sword is born in despair and dies in nirvana. Today I will forge my immortal path with the fire of the thunder tribulation." The lightning tribulation strikes relentlessly. Vongan wields his sword to defend, even seeming to counterattack. He channels his spiritual power into the sword and shouts, "Break for me!" Boom! A deafening explosion echoes as a blinding lightning strike like a pillar hits Vongan, pouring fresh blood that seems to cleanse both his body and spirit. Below, Quan Lam has been watching this scene the whole time. He flinched slightly, but after catching the last lightning strike, Vongan remained safe and sound. He exhales white smoke. The dark clouds disperse, golden light shines down, and his body glows under the sunlight, sparkling like a celestial being descending to the mortal world. Is this the feeling of becoming an immortal? A shimmering golden light radiates around Vongan. He looked at his trembling hand as the spiritual energy within his body fully transformed into primordial essence, condensing like a galaxy of stars, flowing and resonating with heaven and earth. Vongan's sword hand began to move, swinging a powerful strike straight ahead. A blinding streak of light appears in the sky. He shouts, "This power is 10 times stronger than before." After the strike, Vongan looked toward the enormous, deep scar on the ground and sighed, casually swinging his sword to cut through 10,000 miles of mountain ranges. This sword previously required 70% of his full strength. The gap between the immortal and the mortal is not just about cultivation levels, but also like the distance between clouds and mud, confusing as heaven and earth. Vo Keep, witnessing the scene, was so amazed he gaped, silently saying, "Is this the power of a true immortal? It feels like a single sword could end the life of a tribulation cultivator." However, with such immense power of a true immortal, it's no wonder he was enlightened by his master. The surrounding cultivators immediately clasped their hands together and kept praising him. Congratulations to the senior for achieving enlightenment and becoming an immortal. Congratulations. From now on, the lifespan is free from shackles, and a mere wave of the hand can shake the mountains and rivers. From now on, senior is once again the pillar of the Conlan world. Tiandi clenched her teeth tightly, silently wondering, so she really became an immortal. Could it be that his tattered handwriting truly hides a great Tao that I haven't seen through yet? Suddenly, someone noticed Kun Lam's figure standing on the other side and exclaimed, "Wait! Senior Tuyet was enlightened by Senior Diep before becoming an immortal, right?" Someone else then added, "Last time at Gongzhou, a sword lit up 14 states, and now with just a single word, he revealed the true path to becoming a celestial. Who exactly is he?" Duangfong stroked his beard and shared his own speculation. "Yes, Elder Brother Diep keeps breaking our expectations. Could he really be a hidden supreme immortal? Tron Qiu grits his teeth in anger, thinking, why does that brat have all the glory?
Senior to yet, if you have already become an immortal now, you can't let that deep sea insult you just now.
I can attain enlightenment and become an immortal entirely thanks to your guidance. Wow, is it really that amazing? You even become a fairy.
Maybe I should let you strike me with a sword so I can become an immortal right here. I'm just thinking about it. Whatever. I don't need to worry about rank anyway. Maybe I'll find a chance for enlightenment on this island. Not bad. You understand my guidance well. Vongan happily lifts her face and loudly vows that Senior Dieppe truly has good intentions for others. The great kindness of my senior I cannot repay. From now on, whatever mistakes you make, I, Tuyet Mo, will follow with my sword, even if I jump into a blazing fire or die 1,000 times. I won't hesitate. Quan Lam replied, it's all just fate. No need to take it to heart.
Why? Why is that? Old Liu stood nearby, lowering his head and speaking to himself. Even the cultivators are willing to abandon their honor for the sake of their realm. And after being humiliated like that earlier, he didn't even bother to seek revenge. The old man clenched his teeth tightly, silently calculating now that the entire Kotian sect has a true immortal. Wu Hua sect's future actions will likely face great obstacles. This time on the fallen immortal island, we must succeed or lose our right to rule. Suddenly, a floating mountain of rock appeared in the distance, surrounded by columns emitting blinding orange-yellow light. Many cultivators saw the mountain in front of them and eagerly rushed toward it. Someone shouted, "The fallen immortal island has opened. It's that teleportation beacon." As the monks approached the pillar of light, a force pushed them away, and some cried out in frustration.
I have already transcended the tribulation, yet I am unlucky with this trial. This makes no sense.
Another cultivator shouted loudly, "This is really unfair. There are still great teachings that can be transmitted to the island, so why am I being rejected?" A fortunate cultivator reached the light pillar first and kept pounding on it, begging, "Please, great immortal, I beg you to let me enter." Vokip Trungkam felt curious and asked, "So what are the criteria for judgment?" Deep Tien Yemoy replied to him, "If it depends on the potential of the cultivator, then if there is no value,
they will not be qualified to enter the immortal island."
Jun Lam led the way into the island.
Let's go. Behind him are Deep Tien and Vokip, who also follow one after another.
On this mountain cliff, Elder Liu clasped his hands behind his back and said confidently,
"Saint Child, please go in. I know my own potential has been exhausted, and the heavenly fate here is definitely not meant for me, but you will surely succeed."
Tran Qiu clenched his fist, full of confidence. "Okay, old Liu, I will definitely use all my strength. Wait until I become the owner of Vantine Island and come back." Tien Dieppe just slipped through the veil inside. Vantine Island was thinking to himself that everything was finally about to begin. Deep Quan Lam appeared indifferent on the outside, but no one knew what he was really thinking. He glanced at the situation and silently guessed, especially with the involvement of the Celestial Foot. This trial is likely to turn into a great chaos. Tien Dieppe initially thought this was just a competition for immortal fate, but he never expected to face an unprecedented challenge. A moment later, on the still immortal island, on a patch of ground, all the cultivators had gathered together. Someone sensed something unusual and asked, "Wait a minute, why is my cultivation suppressed to the chi refining stage?" The person next to him also chimed in. "Oh, me too," another person said, "but it's for the best, otherwise you would never be able to fight Senior Sister Snow." Vokip called out, "Master, this situation is exactly like what we faced at the Medicine King sect." Tien Dieppe looked up at the swirling light in the sky, once again the power of the chaotic rules. "Ah, this time it's probably the island master's doing." Deep Quan smiled, glancing slightly at the person standing on the other side and said, "That's good. This way it's fair for everyone." But he was secretly pleased, obviously excluding himself, so even Tuyet Vongan is no longer a threat to him on the island. At this moment, the stone mountain in front of everyone suddenly trembled violently. Then, a crack appeared on the surface of the rocky mountain. The mountain slowly split into two halves, emitting a blinding light from inside, and someone shouted out, "It looks like the trial is about to begin." Vokip's expression turned cautious as he asked, "What is this supposed to do?" A giant chessboard appeared on the empty land in front of everyone, with precious sparkling items in the squares. A voice announced, "Now introducing the rules of the first trial. Everyone must roll the dice to get a score, then move forward based on the dice result, with many surprise rewards being triggered along the way, and before the hourglass runs out. Those who reach the final destination will pass through the gate. In addition, the trial is very safe, and anyone facing deadly danger will be transported off the island." Junlin was intrigued, rubbing his chin, thinking, isn't this just like a flying chess game? Is there really a game of chess like this? That's quite interesting. Next, a giant hourglass appeared in the sky, along with 3 dice. Deep Tien was slightly startled and whispered, "This is the first time I've seen something like this. It seems to be a test of a cultivator's luck." Wu Keep suggested that with time running out, we should start immediately. Deep Tien silently declared in his mind that if it was a test of luck, then he was confident he wouldn't lose first. "Hey Lord, wake up and tell me, where is my golden luck?" The system panel appears. "Sorry, host, I fell asleep again." "Congratulations, the host has reached the check-in point and is rewarded with a large amount of gold-colored spiritual treasures." Quan Lum stood on the chessboard, arms crossed, looking at the dice floating in the air, and said to himself, "If I have the gold-colored luck, I dare not imagine how heaven-defying it would be to shake the dice. Since Tran Q also saw you and is secretly calculating, he actually came too. If that's the case, then maybe I should give him a little push." Vongan walked over into a wooden box, tilting his head slightly, as he quietly realized that this light screen seems to isolate him from other cultivators, preventing mutual interference. He opened the box, read the note inside, and performed a quick chimpanzee dance in 10 breaths, allowing him to instantly pass over 70 squares. "If you skip it, you'll automatically return to the starting point." His face darkened as he muttered, "Why does this have to be such an insulting rule? I am a sword immortal, after all." A cheer from behind made him turn his head to look. This fairy is truly beautiful. I don't know when, but Tien Diep had started wearing women's clothes and was dancing on the chessboard. Someone praised her dance moves as even more stunning, with a flexible waist that could spin around, truly a beauty capable of overthrowing kingdoms. Vongan felt indignant and silently cried out, "Why are his rules so easy to follow? It's really unfair." Vo Keep quietly asks himself, does Brother Hong's daring to wear Imperial attire and dance break his mental defenses completely? Tien Diep is also holding back with a face full of blue veins, silently imagining dancing with Imperial robes in 10 breaths. If she succeeds, she can advance 80 steps. If not, she will be forced to stand still for a while. I never expected there to be such a humiliating rule. Anyone who saw this, I will gouge out your eyes when I go outside. After finishing the dance, the woman's clothing on him also disappeared. Tien Diep concluded that although he was almost certain to pass the obstacle, the cost was still too high. And what about that deep guy? Absolutely cannot let him witness this embarrassing scene. He looked towards Jun Lin and wondered silently, "Huh? That guy is still standing there, frozen? I wonder what he managed to draw out." Tien Diep turned his head, reached out, and threw the dice into the air, saying, "If you don't know how to seize the moment, then the top position will be taken by the one who does." Vongan looked at this distant figure of Tien Diep and thought to himself, "I can't fall behind just because of my pride. This crimson-clad woman has already covered such a great distance in a single attempt." His face was covered in sweat as he clenched his jaw tightly, looking extremely determined. What is the sword immortal doing? Could it be he's imitating a monkey? The person beside him pats his shoulder softly, reminding him to be careful. The senior might turn around and seek revenge. Vongan kept muttering to himself, "It's just a test. I can't let it get to me. It's only a test." Meanwhile, Tran Q clenched his teeth tightly, lowering his body and pressing his forehead to the ground. The surrounding cultivators saw the scene and shouted out, "Isn't that the saint child of the Wu Hua sect? But he's bowing his head step by step." Another cultivator sighed in amazement, surprised that for the sake of passing through the gate, a once proud Sanson no longer cared about his dignity. Tran Q squinted, thinking to himself that as long as he bowed his head, he could forget about the dice. And he continued to move forward, even if it meant damaging the dignity of the Holy Sun. But to obtain the inheritance, he bowed his head forcefully and shouted loudly, everything was worth it. At the same time, somewhere, Huang Si was observing the situation on Vontian Island through the lake. He nodded in satisfaction, stroking his beard. Not bad at all. Easy to teach the young ones. Huang Sui looked at Vongan and Tien Diep and commented, "These two also have unwavering determination, willing to abandon Tonninghim for a greater goal." Next, he pats his face and takes a long breath, while the useless ones behind him, unable to even abandon their pride, still deserve to compete for the Vantine Island. Huang So shifts his gaze again and exclaims in surprise, "What is wrong with this person? Why are you still standing there after so long?" Huang So assessed that this is not about losing face, but about confidence in one's luck. "No, I will teleport you out directly." I don't know how long it took, but Quan Lam slowly sat up straight, still holding the dice in his hand. Finally, Quan Lam threw the dice into the air, and a blinding golden light radiated from inside it. The dice spun a few times before stopping with the 2 characters 60 engraved on its face. Huang So was so shocked his eyes widened. So it was 60. Although I deliberately left a small trick that year, there was still a guy who 1 in 1,000 chance to roll a 60. Yet he was the only one in the group to roll a 60 on his first try. In the lake, Jun Lam casually keeps rolling the dice. No matter how many times he does, the number remains the same without change. Sweat beads cover Huang So's forehead as he asks, 17 consecutive 60s. Who is this lucky bastard that raised such luck? I want to see how long your luck can last on the Immortal Island. Look, everyone, Deep Teen Boy rolled a 60 again. The person next to him couldn't believe it and asked, are you seeing things? Since when did dice have a score of 60 points? Another person confirmed. I saw it too, and it's even golden in color. Diep Tien Boy is truly someone with great luck. Quan Lam turned his face away and sighed. How come it still results in 60 points? Isn't that just too humiliating? Arriving at the second area, Snowland Ice Heaven, Jun Lam crossed his arms and wondered curiously, I wonder what's inside the first Yang Huang Jin here that we've reached so quickly. He reached out and opened the lid of the yang, and a golden light shone from inside. Oh, what is this? A voice announced in his ear. Congratulations. This is the Flying Ice Skeleton Medicinal Dragon, capable of helping participants cross the Great Snow Mountain without any trouble. Can we still get this benefit? Yes, I accept it, Brother Long. Let's go. The ice-winged dragon flapped its wings, and Jun Lam cheered happily. Let's go! Fly up! This is much faster than throwing it out non-stop for 60 rounds. Below the chessboard, Vongan seemed to sense the movement and turned his head to look up at the sky. That's Deep! Senior Deep! He stared intently at Jun Liam sitting on the back of the icebone dragon, wondering why he could fly in the sky like that. Vongan watched Quan Lam's distant figure and sighed, wishing he were 1,000 miles closer to Senior Diep, hoping next time he could catch up with him. In the third area of Fireflame Mountain, an explosion erupted at the volcano's summit, and lava was violently spewing out. The cultivator in brown robes muttered with a tongue, It's too hot. I'm about to faint from the heat. The one in front, dressed in purple, was dodging streams of lava and warning the others, Be careful with the lava. If you get burned, you might be transported to that floating island. Quan Lam held the dice and stood amidst the flames, truly a test of fire and ice. I wonder if this challenge will give me another mount. The dice are thrown into the air and stop at the side with the number 60 engraved on it. The golden sun emblem opens above the paper with the inscription, and as you shout, retreat, 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 your path will clear from now on. Quan Lam feels suspicious and asks, the rules are really strange. I wonder if they actually work. He pointed his finger forward and shouted 3 times, Louis, 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 and immediately the path ahead became clear with no obstacles at all. Quan Lam asked again, Isn't this smooth path a bit too much of an unfair advantage? It's much easier than the first obstacle. The fourth checkpoint, the Great Prairie. Quan Lam slowly approached the Duong and said, This prairie is more comfortable than the previous one. Let's see if this time I can do better. The Duong opens, and 2 streams of energy descend to envelop Quan Lam's legs. A notification sounds saying, Congratulations, you can now run as much as you want, skip the squares, and run until you escape this great prairie. All right. This time I don't even need to roll the dice. Over here, Tien Diepi was also moving alone through the vast prairie when suddenly, vines shot out from an unknown place to block his path, their sharp thorns slicing across his shoulder and splattering blood. And Tien Yi also thought to himself, There's another hidden trap. The vast prairie looks flat, but traps are everywhere. With my current cultivation level, if I'm not careful, I could be teleported off the island. When he turned around, he saw Tran Q riding a horse toward him. Tien Diep silently analyzed, why was it him? He even has a horse to ride. If I want to catch up, it will be difficult. Tran Q, riding on his horse, sped across the chessboard like lightning. But just like Tien Diep, he was also blocked unexpectedly by the vines reaching out to stop him. Tran Q cursed under his breath. Damn, vines, it's hard enough to get a chance to surpass him and take first place. He snapped his fingers, cutting the vines wrapping around the horse, and muttered to himself, These petty tricks won't stop me. First I need to deal with these poisonous insects. As long as the horse remains there, sooner or later I will be the first to finish this round. The horse suddenly lost its footing and lifted a leg over the yellow sand-filled flag. Its whole body gradually sank into the sand as Tran Q quickly leapt off the horse. He cursed angrily, His mother! There are no more horses left. From ahead, Tien Deep watched the scene and whispered in satisfaction, Since you no longer have a horse, how can you compete for the number 1 spot with me? Just as he was stunned, something shot past him from behind. White dust filled the air as Tien Diep watched the black shadow run into the distance, quietly wondering, Wait a minute, there seemed to be something passing by just now. Shohong, so it was you here. Why am I meeting my master here?
I thought you had been standing still at that spot a long time ago.
Tran Q felt indignant and shouted loudly,
What right does this Diep Quan Lam have? Why is he allowed to run freely during the trial?
This is unfair. Quan Lam smiled suddenly, pointed ahead and said, I was worried I might bully you, so I deliberately waited for you at the starting point for half a day. It's just a pity that you still need to work harder. I will be waiting for you at the final point. Then he ran off quickly. Tien Diep and Tran Q were stunned, mouths agape, secretly thinking that just a moment ago they still wanted to take first place,
but now they've been overtaken and mocked by this guy? He must be cheating. What right does he have to make us suffer while he's just playing around?
As soon as they finished thinking, both of them suddenly turned around in shock. Tien Diep clenched her teeth and threw the box, saying, I may not defeat that deep guy, but I can't let anyone else take second place. Tran Q also turned back and shouted, It's only the first checkpoint. There's still a chance. Quan Lam then moved to a chessboard area and muttered to himself. Even there's no more players just playing for fun. The more champions there are, the lonelier it gets. If I had known I'd go a bit slower, there's still half the time left. After saying that, he clasped his hands behind his back and pondered. But this golden luck is truly heaven-defying. It will surely bring surprising results in the upcoming trials. At the same time, Huang So was also stunned with his mouth agape, shouting, What kind of heaven-defying luck is this? How could he finish so early? Not only does he roll the dice in a rebellious way, but every treasure he obtains is the highest quality reward, easily passing through various zones. This guy might even be the son of heaven, but only those with such luck can survive the struggle for the heavenly way. Otherwise, they will be eliminated by the flow of time, just like Hao Kep back then. Even someone like me couldn't stop it. He secretly wondered if the appearance of such a prodigious young man with heaven-defying luck meant that the chance to turn the tide of the Conlan realm had truly arrived, before Huang So suddenly snapped back to reality and looked ahead. Unexpectedly, when he saw the person in front of him sitting and eating so comfortably, he shouted angrily, You little brat, what are you doing over there? This is the top-level inheritance trial of Conlan below. Can you give me some face? The participants in the trial behind you are still suffering, and yet you are enjoying yourself like this. Tien Diep is also fighting desperately on the other side. You must absolutely not let these muddy vines get on you. The cultivation level of the basic qi refining stage isn't enough to dispel this level of poison. Tran Kio is also having a hard time, being chased and shouting, Why are these endless vines so long? Deep Quan Lam has disappeared without a trace, while I am left to suffer here. After seeing Kun Lam strolling so casually, Tien Diep gritted his teeth and growled. Does this Diep guy think this is his peak of Fei Mu, and yet he's still enjoying himself so comfortably? I almost died, and he still has time to eat and drink? That's so unfair. And after seeing him approach, Jun Lam kindly offered a skewer and asked, Are you hungry, little Hong? Here's another skewer. Tien Diep politely replies, Thank you, master. But in his heart, he secretly curses, Keep acting, because later you'll be the one to suffer. A moment later, Von Gon's group arrived and froze in place when they saw Quan Lam, thinking Diep Tien Boy not only easily passed the trial, but also leisurely enjoyed delicious food. This kind of freedom truly cannot be matched. At that moment, a muddy person suddenly rushed at him, shouting, finally arriving with some grilled meat, so everyone left a little for him. Seeing this, he lifted his foot and kicked straight into that person's stomach. After kicking, Jun Lam Bang scolded him. Are you that familiar with me? You just arrived and immediately tried to steal food, showing no manners at all. The man trembling on the ground tried to explain, Su Ton, I am your third disciple. How come you don't recognize me? Hearing that, Quan Lam looked confused and turned to Tien Diep, who also nodded nervously, indicating that was indeed the case. Immediately after, Quan Lam changed his attitude and ran over to help Vo Kiep. I already recognized you earlier. That was just a test of your reaction skills. Are you done with the test, master? Can my disciple eat the skewer now? Quan Lam happily hands him a skewer with a smile and says, Go ahead. Can I still steal from you? But if you had arrived a little later, I would have already eaten my fill. Vo Kiep replied with a sullen face while chewing. You really know how to comfort people. At this moment, the last hourglass finally ran out. After the final grains of sand fell, a cheerful voice rang out. The results of this trial round are in. Congratulations to the examinee for leveling up. The top scorer will receive the divine technique of atonement. Then, a brilliant golden light enveloped Quan Lam, and everyone around marveled, No wonder Elder Diep is still in first place. Receiving this divine technique of baptism, your path of cultivation will be blessed by divine talismans from now on. Deep Senior's becoming an immortal is only a matter of time, but there are also those who are very jealous. Damn it, he took the good stuff again. Deep Kwanlum, just wait for me. Vokeep, seeing this scene, wondered and asked, Master, with such a great celestial affinity, why are you not a bit more excited?
Vongan beside him replied, such a great celestial affinity would cause a heaven-shaking battle for the immortal treasure outside,
yet senior brother Diep remains so indifferent. After all, he is someone who can enlighten true immortals with just a word, so perhaps he also has a greater destined connection to the immortal realm. How could Junlin not notice the whispers and murmurs around him?
You confidently shouted, this baptismal technique is incredible. I feel a surge of power throughout my body.
It's truly exhilarating. Huang Su was even more furious upon seeing this.
You bastard! This baptismal technique is what countless descendants of the Heavenly Emperor had to fight over and nearly kill each other to obtain. And yet you just pretend to be casual about it?
I'm about to explode with anger. If you're that arrogant, then quickly start the second round of the trial. I want to see how long your luck can last, he said, and then another voice echoed alongside it. The second trial round begins now. Please proceed to the next location.
Candidates, please enter each projection space in order. The longer you survive in the projection space, the higher your chances of winning.
A survival time test, huh? It seems that the inside space is full of difficulties. Vokeep looks very excited as he rushes into a projection space. No matter how hard it is, Du Ni wants to go first. He didn't hesitate and charged straight inside. Vokeep's entire body gradually disappeared from this space. On the other side of the space, he reappears in a lush green forest. Vokeep gazes blankly at his wrinkled hand and mutters, Where is my body? Then Vokeep suddenly realized something.
Wait a minute, this is not my body, an old man covered in age spots and without any cultivation level. How could he possibly survive?
At the same time, the system's voice also sounded,
Hello, test subject. You will play as an ordinary old man.
Living through this mountain full of ferocious beasts until a sudden death occurs is the only way to survive. Vokeep, hearing this, was so angry he flailed his arms and shouted, Ferocious beasts roaming? Damn you. But still, I managed to calm myself down, stay calm, and not let it end before it even begins. On the other side, Huang Si stroked his beard and said with a smile, The key to this trial is adaptability, and most importantly, intuition and judgment.
Even if you have divine strategies beforehand, they are useless here.
Surviving more than 100 days in this environment is exceptional, more than 150 days is outstanding, and over 200 days is the ultimate achievement. The important thing is that after 200 days, the mountain beasts will become stronger, appear more frequently, and the difficulty will be on par with Hell Raiders. Are you still so arrogant? Well, this time I want to see. He remembered Quan Lam's arrogant face, murmuring, What kind of death awaits you in that world next? At the second trial space, Vokeep was sitting curled up and crying on the first day. This damn weather is about to get deadly cold. This battered body can't even reach the threshold of the air chamber. If I hadn't learned some breathing techniques from ordinary martial artists back then, I would have died on the first day in this damn place. This damned place has no sign of food at all. This thing can't even curl its lips anymore. But in the end, I still had to pick up those dried fruits and eat them, thinking to myself, just forget it.
First, I have to hold on. I embarrassed my master the first time, so this time I have to prove myself no matter what I say.
No matter what, I have to survive for 100 days. On the second day, Wu Kiep was standing by the river cursing. Damn it, I'm so thirsty my throat is dry and about to catch fire, and this water is like poison. This broken trial is full of traps everywhere. Ridiculous. How can this be called a test? It's obviously torture to death. I don't believe it. I can't find a way to survive. I not only have to pass this trial, but also make my master proud. On the 50th day, I was chasing a rabbit to comfort myself. Falling down doesn't matter. That year, to avenge my sister, I trained in swordsmanship tirelessly, chopping stone 100,000 times without stopping even as my hands blistered and swollen. I can endure this hardship. On the 20th day, Wu Kiep sat in a rocky crevice muttering, This food will last 10 days. I absolutely cannot throw it away. It's already the 20th day. If I can endure another 80 days, I will win. On the 50th day, I am holding a stone sword facing a snow wolf. I spent 50 days making this stone knife, sharpening it twice a day. Half of my daily goal is done. Today, I must kill it. On the 88th day, Vo Kiep sat under a tree muttering, finally surviving the winter. After mastering hunting, my body has become stronger. There are only 12 days left. I am sure I can do it. Just then, a green snake lunged at Vo Keep, opening its venomous fangs towards him. He was startled and shouted, "What the hell is this?" "It hurts me to death." But right after that, he turned around and bit the snake back, scolding it. "So, it's you."
You bastard, I barely survived 88 days, and now I'm so close to my goal.
"Damn it, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." A little while later, both of them collapsed to the ground, muttering to themselves, "Only 12 days left to prove myself to the Master." "Sorry, Master, I haven't proven myself yet." In the real space, the defeated alchemists are stepping out of that vortex, some muttering curses. "Damn it, if I had eyes, I wouldn't have died." Someone replied, "I only lived for 10 days before being bitten to death by a wild wolf." Another player also stepped out, grimacing, and said, "You're lucky I haven't even lasted 2 days before I fell and died. My fragile body can barely move." Seeing Vo Kiep come out, Quan Lam ran over and asked, "Tell Master Wei, how many days did you survive, and why did you die?" After hearing that, he proudly replied, "I lived for 88 days before being ambushed and bitten by a poisonous snake, but I managed to bite it first. So what do you think? Are you powerful or not?" Quan Lam also didn't hesitate to praise him. "Xiao Le is impressive. You're quite ruthless, too." Seeing that Wu Wen has also stepped outside, he then turned to ask, "And why did you die?" After hearing that, he bowed his head and replied, "I'm sorry. I was struck by lightning and died. I never expected to survive the thunder tribulation, but in the trial I had to pay my debt. Fortunately, I lived for 160 days. 160 days? Is it really that long? Senior Tuyet is really impressive. But Quan Lam was a bit surprised and asked him, "Is surviving that many days really impressive?" Vo Keep waved his hands and replied, "Master, I really find it hard to compare myself with the heavens and the earth." Vo Ngan also added, "Be careful in there, Senior, because cultivation levels don't exist inside." But as soon as he finished speaking, Quan Lam eagerly rushed into a space. "Sounds pretty exciting. Then I have to join in too, just to see what my golden luck can bring me." The scene shifts to deep Quan Lam's space on the first day. Quan Liam steps into the new area, glancing at his old body, muttering, "This kind of experience is really authentic. I almost thought I had traveled through again." In the past, I watched survival shows in the wild where they said the first step is to find food and water, then craft tools and set up a tent. If there's no other option, you can also find a cave to hide in. "Look, a rabbit just arrived and there's food right at the door." When you saw it keep crashing into the tree trunk, you shouted in amazement, "What kind of move is that? I haven't even made my move yet, and you're already offering yourself up?" Delicious food delivered right to the door. Wasting it would be a shame. "Let's go. I'll find a place to start the fire." An hour later, Quan Lam sat in front of the roasted rabbit, sighing that adding a bit of sauce would make it even more delicious. "But unfortunately, this place is led by Captain Huang San. I can't find him." Just then, I saw a bear being chased by a group of men. Wow, this bear is being chased by honey? Who would have thought Quan Lam would find that honey spot later? What is this? Is there really such a good thing? Just when I needed some sauce, the honey arrived. The honey on the rabbit will surely taste amazing. This is amazing. This kind of treatment is way better than those skewers at the finish line.
After eating, it's time to find a place to rest. Hey, why is there such a big cave here?
Is there really such a good place to stay? It even has water and no need to set up a tent outside. Could it all be thanks to the golden luck aura? If that's the case, then I won't hold back anymore. On the third day, Quan Lam sat by the river fishing and muttered, "Yesterday I had roasted rabbit. Today I want to change. I want to eat fresh fish." Soon after, for some reason, a lot of fish flew straight from the river to his spot. Luan Lam shouted, "That's too much. You guys are being way too proactive. I came here to experience survival in nature, not to be fed like this. If this keeps up, I will go to hell."
Over the next 180 days, only insects will be continuously brought to the cave entrance for Deep Quan Lam to enjoy.
Deep Quan Lam also plants all kinds of crops outside the cave. His life is always steady and very comfortable. Huang So outside seems to have seen Quan Lam's comfortable life inside the space and wondered in confusion, "The level of trial I set is just a challenge at this door." As an old man with a frail body having to survive alone in the dangerous Huang Son Dalin, how did you end up turning this place into your own territory and living peacefully here? Are you planning to keep a pet here? At this moment, many players are stepping out of the space, and they all share the same feeling.
Hồng sư huynh, bạn là người cuối cùng ra ngoài, quá mạnh rồi giờ. Bạn gia sống vuốt bao nhiêu ngày?
He listened and replied with a proud frown, 206 days. After 200 days, not only did wild beasts appear more frequently, but even sleeping became a luxury, and they appeared in organized packs, having already mutated with extremely fast speeds. Vo Kiep was amazed and exclaimed, "That really sounds terrifying, Brother Hong. You've managed to survive that long?" Tien Diep scolds him. "You don't understand anything. I can last longer, but the mutations happen too quickly. I was ambushed by these beasts and finally surrounded by mutated wolves. An ordinary person definitely couldn't survive in that situation. But I used a secret technique from the demon sect to modify my body, and as long as I am careful, I can surely live for a few hundred more days." "Aren't you the one who said I am the last person? Then why hasn't he come out yet?" he asked and pointed to another space. Wu Kiep replied, No. It's not what you think. My master entered there very, very late." Tien Diep heard this and secretly thought, so that's how it is. Deep Quan Lum is usually lazy and relies entirely on others. This time, without anyone to lean on, he will definitely face trouble inside. He spends all day just helping here and there to find something to eat. Just thinking about it makes me feel relieved, let alone the hellish difficulty that awaits after 200 days. No, you definitely won't live that long. When you go outside, you'll be all dirty, and your own face will be the laughingstock for everyone to see. In the lush green forest, Deep Quan Lam's training area. On the second day, Quan Lam sits relaxed on a chair in the fresh air of the forest. It feels so relaxing. Am I just going to enjoy this until the day I burn out like a candle? Suddenly, a tornado with dark clouds appears in the sky, changing the weather. Counting. Then exactly 200 days have passed. Could this be the turning point of the trial? You run over and open the gate. In front of Jun Lam, the mutated rabbit charges like lightning toward the object ahead. My rabbit has mutated. Could it be this strong? If it were a wild boar, it would knock down all the trees. Now my lunch with the rabbit is ruined. Turning to another direction, he was even more surprised to see a fierce crocodile slowly approaching Quan Lam. Is there really a fierce beast like that around here recently? I haven't seen any such monsters appear in the past few days. It charges at you aggressively, and you're pleased because now I can finally use this precious wooden sword properly. With the golden aura beside me, I'm not afraid of a mad tiger like you. Before the tiger could attack, a bear suddenly charged in. They tore at each other as Quan Lam watched regretfully, realizing he wouldn't get the chance to intervene. The tiger and bear are getting more and more aggressive. Excellent. This biting and tearing scene looks even more realistic than a 3D movie. It's truly beautiful. After a fierce fight, both of them were badly injured and collapsed on the ground. Not bad. The bear's thick skin makes it perfect for a winter coat. The tiger pattern on the blanket also adds to the beauty of his dwelling. Seeing this, Huang Su was extremely angry. Why is this happening? How is this little guy's luck so heaven-defying? The wild beasts are fighting fiercely, but he's taking advantage of the chaos. He comes up with a plan, but with the beast tide approaching, they won't be killing each other like today. The dangerous beasts in the forest appear one after another. This time, let's see how you will handle it. He returned to Quan Lam's side and slowly woke up. Suddenly, Quan Lam sat upright. What's going on? An earthquake? You calmly stand up as they rush at you. Damn, this is a beast-fighting team gathering. Are they coming to our house for a party? That's quite a formation. Jun Lam looked scared. Let me see what kind of skills you really have. Huang So is confident in his army. Little brat, just wait to be torn apart by the beasts. Suddenly, a voice called out, Grandpa? Grandpa! And you unexpectedly turned back. Why is there a child's voice here? Is that Grandpa calling me? Jun Lam saw the colorful gourds. Could these be the legendary Hulu brothers? Grandpa, don't be afraid. We will protect you and keep you safe. You find it funny, but it seems that the plants, flowers, and herbs that elders often grow are not only good for health, body, and mind, but can also bring surprises at crucial moments. A fierce wolf from behind pounced on Quan Lam. The boy was thrown off and moved so quickly that no one could keep up. Beast, don't even think about harming my grandfather. I will crush you with the strength of my foot. The boy kicked the wolf away. Great job, Daowa. You did really well. I can't believe it. What the hell is this? How did the gourd turn into a spirit like that? The other beasts also charged forward, one after another, Daowa's body growing bigger and bigger, and you dare to come here seeking death, just relying on these livestock. The boy is unfazed by their strength, and Huang So is surprised again and again. How can this child grow up? How can he still exist in my training space like this? Another beast lunged forward, but just as it opened its mouth to bite, an arm blocked its jaws. How dare your beast of a pet sneak attack, Grandpa? Your arm is so stiff it breaks its teeth. He opens his mouth and flames pour out, burning everything in his path. I will burn you all to death. The blue gourd also comes to help, spitting out a lot of water. Don't even think about getting close to Grandpa. And the purple gourd uses its gourd shell to unleash a powerful attack that defeats the savage beasts. Junlin was very pleased to see this. Su really is incredible, catching the immortal overhanging sea deities and wise gods. This is even more amazing than that. Later, I will surely become the champion on this mountain. Huang So's face darkened. Is this really my space or his? Why does this kind of ability exist like this? After the brothers Hulo finished their work, Hulo looked eager for your praise. Grandpa, I used my celestial eye to scan around, and there are no wild beasts within 10 miles here. Junlin praised the Lohan brothers for their kindness. Second Oa, with so many grandchildren, you can call this a blessing, but deep down, you feel helpless. Now then, apart from dying of old age, I really don't know how to escape anymore. By day 300 and beyond, with the companionship of my fellow Gourds, Diep Quan Lam began his comfortable old age life. Quan Lam stood high above the clouds looking down, feeling the freedom of seeing everything from above. Leaning on Daoa, he reminded, "Don't waste those roasted birds." On the 1001st day, he stood silently atop the castle. "It's been so long already, why hasn't Senior Deep come out yet?" The short-haired guy next to him extinguished hope. There's no way he could survive in a place full of mutated beasts like this. It's just too unreasonable. Vo keep on the other side of the teleportation hole, full of doubt, probably cultivating in there too, otherwise how could he stay inside for so long? Tien Diep could only shake her head in frustration. No way. Absolutely no way he might have died inside there, or there's a problem with the space and he can't be teleported out. He shouted angrily to the other side, "Hey Island Master, is there a problem with your trial gate?" "Quickly release my master," a voice of protest echoed from the transfer hole. "What do you think you understand? I designed this trial, and it's never had any issues before. Just wait, you clueless little brats." He jerked in shock at those words. How could this be possible? He actually wasn't dead, so how could an old fake with no cultivation survive in a place like this for so long? Huang So stands high above in another dimension, smiling and saying, "The trials I designed have never failed, but now I face a demon like you." He wonders, could you really become the first test subject? All of your lifespan is lost at the second trial. Moving into Deep Quan Lam's trial space. In the 25th year, Quan Lam lies motionless on the bed surrounded by his brothers. "Please don't leave us." He struggled to speak and said, "Thank you for keeping me company. After all these years, when I return, I will remember you all." The Bottle Gourd brothers cried their eyes out, "Father." Quan Lam's eyes closed and he stopped breathing. Deep Quan Lam's remaining days of survival ended with death peacefully. At the top of the tall mountain where Huang So is, he stands with his hands behind his back, pondering, never expecting that he would truly become the first test subject to die of old age at the second gate, dying naturally in this terrifying mountain. What kind of heaven-defying feat is this? Returning to the deserted land with the teleportation pit, Jun Lam stretched and walked out. However, the first 2 trials were done alone, but the final trial was different. All the participants in the trial will compete against each other to see if you can still defy the heavens like this. Everyone there surrounded him and asked all sorts of questions. Senior Diep finally came out. How could he be so calm? When we went out, we were either desperate or unwilling. But Senior was so calm. What exactly did you go through inside? Vokip happily ran to Quan Lam and asked, "Suton, you finally came out. How many days did you actually survive? And in the end, how did you leave this world?" The boy happily replied, "I, your disciple, died of old age." Tien Diep and the others behind are utterly stunned. Fake death? How is that possible? How can someone survive in such a dangerous place? Wild animals roam the mountains but can live to old age. The others expressed their surprise. It's hard to believe that people are still trying to live for a few more decades, or even hundreds of days when Senior Deep has already lived for dozens of years. Vongan ran over to ask for guidance. "Senior Deep, may I ask how you did it? Is there a secret recipe in this story? Feel free to share." In fact, the secret is very simple. Just relax your mind, plant some flowers and greenery, and then you will be able to obtain the 7 miraculous gourds, dominating the mountain and living a leisurely old age. He was very surprised. Is it really that simple? Jun Lam replied, "Yes." The people nearby erupted in noise upon hearing his answer. In such a dire situation, how could you stay calm and focus on planting flowers? What exactly are these 7 magical gourds? Is it a treasure? Tien Diep nearby is very jealous and pretending to be a deity or demon again. Just say it directly if you don't want to talk. Why pretend to be profound? Ngan Yu has gained new knowledge. Could this be the secret method to pass the second barrier? Its core is not survival, but testing whether the challenger can remain calm, relaxed, and free in desperate situations. He and everyone with him knelt to show their respect. Senior Dieppe, I have learned my lesson. It turns out the path we took was wrong. Huang So sighed on the other side, holding a shimmering golden light in his hand. That brat has fooled everyone again. Forget it. Let's first give him the reward from the second level. Quan Lam received Huang So's reward, radiated a glow, and soared into the sky. Vo Keep looked at you like a deity, continuously receiving blessings from 2 divine spells. And your master will surely gain more innate divine affinities. Your path to immortality becomes even more smooth. Tian Ye shivered with anger. Damn it, he's already taken all the rewards from the first 2 gates by himself. He's confident in his strength, but it's useless. My golden finger gets stronger the more I use it, so what's the point of having this talent? Those people over there noticed something special. Look over there, Senior Dieppe seems to be a bit dissatisfied. Stop talking nonsense. He's definitely being humble and doesn't want to make too much noise, fearing it might hurt our confidence. Wang Su, seeing this, immediately cursed. This is a blessing that even the Heavenly Lord would be moved by.
Why does this little brat not even pay attention twice in a row? Does he think my reward is so terrible?
Then he soared into the sky and created the final challenge. Forget it. Better to start the last trial quickly. This is the challenge I am most proud of. The most creative trial across the 10,000 worlds of the celestial realm. In this final test, the first 100 contestants lining up will be eliminated. Those who are not involved are all made to disappear. Vo Keep happily chats. Even though he didn't achieve his goal at the second gate, he's glad he managed to hold on. That's great. Tian Ye said dismissively, "If you think staying here will give you a chance." Then, a voice announced from the teleportation hole, "Next, please proceed through the corridor in order, and we will begin the trial at the final gate." The participants present all moved together, some even envious of you. Deep Quan Lam, taking away the blessings of the first 2 gates doesn't matter. The third gate is the real key.
As long as I win this round, the legacy of the still immortal island will be mine. At that point, taking lives will be as easy as flipping a hand.
The system creates a character sheet for newcomers to the Shadow World to ensure fairness.
Everyone can customize their appearance and participate in battles with masks to avoid retaliation after the trial ends.
Everyone has a screen to choose for themselves. What is this? The system announces the heavenly laws. On this wealthy island, you are free to choose your equipment, elixirs, talismans, and martial arts, all obtainable through exploration or defeating ancient beasts. The Gujianjia Yue Naho Mevu Tong Lam, Luan Dao Kok Shich Mi Son, Bin Nguyen Bang Suong. Over time, the Qi atmosphere will gradually consume the island. You must escape to a safe zone in time and are allowed to kill each other. The last survivor will be the heir of this still immortal island. A player looks a bit confused. They've never heard of this kind of trial before. It's really overturning normal perceptions. The others are similar. So the trials of the immortals are all played like this. Jun Lin is also extremely frustrated. This old man, are you joking with me? From the flag flying to Fuang Chu evolving and even PUBG, could even the foot of the immortal be someone who transmigrated? Vo Kiep, sitting quietly in a corner and staring at the screen, blushed as he chose his appearance. If my identity is kept secret, I might as well take this opportunity to indulge and experience what it's like to be a woman. Nearby, Quan Lam pressed the confirm button for the appearance, revealing a new and unusual look. Someone as unbeatable as me should naturally use the unbeatable avatar. Suddenly, everyone was transported to a different map. They are transferred onto a large boat. The giant ship is sailing off the coast. Now we are entering the preparation phase. First, we will fly over the islands, and then you can choose your preferred landing spot. A figure with a genie-like appearance points and says, "Look at that. The quality of this one is really extraordinary." Vokip, appearing with a playful look, asks, "Don't you all realize who I am?" Someone mocks him, "That La family member, I didn't expect you to have this kind of hobby." When Vokiep heard that voice, he froze and turned to scold, "I am not from the La family, don't talk nonsense." Tian Diep teased playfully, "How do you think I could have figured this out?" Vokiep still has many questions. Duinga Doctone and Brother Hong are family, there's no need to be so serious. He whispered to Vokiep that I really didn't see you had such a twisted hobby. If your identity is exposed to outsiders, do you think this would be the biggest stain in your life? Stop threatening my brother and calm down. Where's the evidence? Just based on the name on your head. Then that's too much of a guess. As long as you deny it, no one can know your true identity. Jun Lam appears with his dazzling head. Damn it, this shining head is too bright. It's blinding. Who is this person? Their face looks so simple, but they seem very provocative. What's going on? Tian Diep felt familiar. This aura was uncomfortable. but this guy seemed a bit familiar. Wei Kingdom was already prepared for battle. Who exactly is this guy? You look like you want a beating. As the boat takes off, the system voice announces that we've arrived at Phuket Island. Please, now choose your landing spot. The final trial officially begins. The training space is so vast that everyone feels confused. With so many places like this, where should we go? Huh? At this moment, a voice echoes in the sky, reminding the participants and finally addressing the testers. The cultivation methods in your real world cannot be used here. All techniques will be provided at designated locations. Please choose your landing spots carefully, and finally, I wish you great fortune and success, and hope to see you again after landing. Hearing that, everyone decided their own direction, and Wei Kingdom spoke up. In that case, I will start from the disordered Blade Cliff. Where are Senior Brother Hong planning to go? Thien Deep looked at him with a mocking tone. I'm not as stupid as you, revealing my position so easily. Wei Kingdom clenched his fists and sneered. Do you really think Brother Hong is afraid that I will kill him first? Thien Deep just waved his hand dismissively, a look of contempt clear in his smile. Relying only on you? It seems you're afraid you won't be able to meet that master. Handle it yourself. In another corner, the younger sister behind spoke up. Brother, let's go to Shichmi Mountain together. Calling each other out, the response from the senior brother was full of determination. Fine, let's go. Thien Deep sneered at their unnecessary words and scoffed. Newborn calves that just formed a team. Brave men have always gone alone, and in the end, only one person can remain in this trial. So what does it matter if you form a team? Quan Lam confidently shows off his absolute skill. A champion as carefree and undefeated as me is naturally at ease. Anyway, anywhere is my home ground. You kick off and let your whole body follow the wind, taking a deep breath. The blazing red and gold light flows out with each of Quan Lam's movements as he spreads his wings and gazes at the familiar scene from the legend of Ho Nuiet. This is probably Ho Nuiet, one of the 6 major regions. The multicolored light shooting up makes him speculate about the rewards of enlightenment. Those clusters of light are probably fragments of a cultivation technique. According to the rules, they must be collected to form the complete technique, which is divided into levels of heaven, earth, and mysterious emperor. I don't know what level these are, but a sudden stranger appears, determined to take all the loot. You're too slow. These fragments all belong to him. Niu grabs the light clusters on the water and absorbs them. After absorbing it, his power surged. He swung his fists to attack those who dared to compete and steal from him. Die! Death Electric Fist. I didn't expect that last punch to defeat him. The item box appears. New Air unleashes his power, and his voice sounds frantic. I didn't expect this basic royal-level cultivation technique to be even more powerful than an Earth-level technique in the real world. It truly is a divine inheritance. Seeing its terrifying power, those around him exclaimed in horror, "He's already mastered the technique. Everyone run now." That guy glanced into the fleeing crowd with a greedy look, saying, "Well done, you know what's right, and there are quite a few fragments of cultivation techniques and equipment." It seems that in this trial, killing and looting are the true way of the king. Junlam looked at the situation so far and sighed about his terrible luck. Did he die just after landing? You're dreaming. I'm the best at playing PUBG. Watch and see how I find the ultimate gear. Just wait and see. The scene changes to a foggy forest. Thien Deep advances into the dense forest of thick white bones, assessing the area. In this forest, the dense fog is perfect for stable growth. As he steps deeper into the misty space, he notices something at his feet. What is this? Surprisingly, Thien Deep makes the fog gradually disperse, and beneath that yellow flower is a corpse. He uses a talisman to dispel the fire dragon talisman. With this level of spiritual energy, the attack talisman must be quite powerful. During the next exploration, he will be surprised to find a complete cultivation method, an image of a teleportation technique. Aren't cultivation methods usually assembled from fragments? So there are still results? Happy about the unexpected harvest, Thien Deep proudly declares that good luck is coming. His tone was arrogant. I didn't expect that not only would I get the blue equipment at the 3rd checkpoint, but also a complete cultivation technique and a treasure. Looks like my luck has finally arrived. Deep Quan Lam, the one who passes the 3rd test, is me. After gathering all the spoils, New Air prepares to continue hunting for equipment. It seems I have monopolized the martial arts of Ho Nuiet. Now it's time to go out and steal from others. Seeing a familiar and annoying face, he sneered with a mocking smile. Isn't that the little brat who always pokes the bear? Is he also at Ho Nuiet? Unfortunately, everything here has already been taken by him. Niu charged forward with a dangerous burst of strength.
If anyone's to blame, it's because you landed in the wrong spot, so let me inherit your legacy.
Quan Lam turned around and replied indifferently, Uncle, what do you need? How is that possible? Isn't everything from the moonlit lake in his hands? After a moment of thought, he changed his tone to a fake friendly manner. Actually, there's nothing much. I just came to tell you to be careful. Once you leave this lake, there won't be any kind-hearted people like me anymore. Quan Lam sneered. Well, you're quite a kind person. Niuer's voice trembled as he tried to leave. Champion Vodic, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Don't leave just yet. Leave the stuff you just stole behind, Quan Lam warned with a move. You won't survive easily once you leave this place if you're as kind-hearted as you are. Cornered and desperate, Ngu Nyi frantically begged, Please wait, champion. Spare my life. I'll give you everything I have. But Quan Lam's powerful strike sent Ngu Nyi flying away. As the dust settles, Ngu Nyi is defeated and turns into a loot box. Having collected all the spoils, he smiles contentedly. That was tough. My uncle has finished gathering the items in this area for me. It's time to check out another zone. In another place, Huang So was observing coldly and assessing. You may have obtained a rare purple outfit from Lake Moon, but it's still far behind the special tricks I planted on the island. This time, I doubt you'll find it easy to win. The scene shifts to another land. Feng Trak and the others finally spoke while watching the show. That guy is really lucky. I didn't expect he could gather a complete set of rare purple equipment in just a short time. Lam Nyat angrily recalled his initial unpleasant impression, still bearing the nickname of the Lonely Undefeated, feeling provoked. He was itching for a fight and wanted to teach him a lesson once they met after landing. Unfortunately, Tuan standing nearby saw their opportunity, but that fat guy is really annoying. If we can defeat him easily and share his collected resources, we could establish an advantage. Lam Nyat hesitated before Quan Lam's purple protective gear, but he himself has purple armor for protection. How can we kill him? Feng Trak's scheming voice interrupted. Everyone, don't rush. There is still a chance, as long as we do this. Quan Lam calmly walks along the forest path with his sword on his shoulder. Champion! A gentle voice calls out, catching your attention. Quan Lam turned back, frowning as he looked at To-In approaching. Miss, is there something you need? The woman smiled cunningly. Champion, she wants to make a deal with you. What kind of deal is it? Is this something serious or not? To-An stepped closer, her voice low and mysterious. How should I put it? It's not very proper either. Champion, big brother, your status in this fake world is just an illusion, but the experiences are real. I want to exchange something useful with you. As for the blessings, you understand. Looking around the wild forest, he sighed and said, Here? It doesn't seem quite appropriate. To-An chuckled softly as if she had prepared in advance, her attitude full of initiative. Who's there? Do we still need to distinguish the location? Champion, stop pretending to be innocent. Jun Lam nodded as if he had been provoked at his weak spot. To-An secretly thought he was easy to deceive like a child with a mocking look. As expected, being the champion is truly lonely. I've never met a woman before and I've already fallen into the trap. So, shall we get started? Quan Lam throws a small gem onto the ground for her. I want to see you do push-ups. To-An froze for a few seconds, unable to believe this bizarre request. I was about to change my clothes, and he still said this to me. Is this person sick? She tries to stay calm, her voice trembling from how incomprehensible this is. Brother, do you really want me to do push-ups? Is this really right? 1 gem is not enough, so I will give you more. Is that enough already? She took a deep breath and said ambiguously, Big brother is invincible, you must be mistaken. What they mean is that you can arrange me freely. Just say whatever you want and be a bit more daring. Junlin nodded as if he had just realized something. Ah, I understand what you mean. To-An urged, so let's seize the moment and get started quickly. You just point to the empty space, with no ill intent as she thought. Then let's do a few more sit-ups. To-An was furious, her eyes wide with rage from feeling mocked. Are you deliberately teasing me? Still furious, but her eyes seemed drawn to something. A shard of luminous energy falls before her, causing her to freeze. How could he casually toss aside a divine-grade fragment? Jun Lam extends his hand holding the special shard, looking directly at her. I ask you, will you do it or not? To-An grit her teeth because the benefits are too great, reluctantly going along. Big brother is unbeatable. I'll do it. It's no big deal. He really gives too much. Forget it. Feng Trak and Lam Nyat from afar watched the suspicious scene and started to discuss. What is the girl with the fruit juice doing? Is she crazy? Why is she doing push-ups like that? They were more surprised when they saw To-An change her move. Why is she doing sit-ups now?
Is that guy deliberately messing with us? Lam Yat roared in frustration and charged forward, unable to wait any longer.
Don't wait any longer. Charge in with me. Jun Lam sneered slightly and sighed. Why have you lost your patience already? It's broken just like that. Tuan angrily charges at him. I dare to tease this old woman. I will beat you to death. Jun Lam shrugged indifferently and unleashed a swift attack. Everyone is in such a rush. Lam Yat strikes powerfully, attacking the mountain range, and with a light counterattack, he now has no chance in the secret realm. Feng Jia trembles and retreats as he watches the technique you used. This is a low-grade divine technique. No need to be afraid, it's just a swordsmanship. As long as we work well together, we can still kill you. And this heavenly grade technique will belong to him. Jun Lam calmly, with a mocking tone, said, Are you itching? He shouted as if trying to cut you down. Don't even think about escaping, die. Quan Lam glanced at the struggling item box behind him. Fong Trek summoned a spell to wrap around him.
Fong Trek roared, These useless fools are not wasted deaths. Just as you revel in your triumph of slaughter, my ultimate power to save the world is finally within reach. He cast a spell, his voice full of malice. If you are cursed with weakness, even if you have a top-tier cultivation method, you won't be able to escape death.
Jun Lam chuckled as he predicted the trap. Your calculations are quite clever. Even your allies sacrifice themselves. It's a pity I brought purification with me. Wait, my undefeated big brother, don't kill me. I'll give you all my possessions. Champion, please spare me. I will serve you wholeheartedly after the trial. I promise you will be satisfied. You want to ambush me? You also deserve to die, Quan Lam shouted, the ground around him trembling. Do you still want to ambush me? You arrived 800 meters too early. Let me see if you found any good stuff. The scene shifts to Trankio fighting against the Black Fire King Longquat Diakuan. This is a gold-quality jade talisman, a symbol of confidence. If I can't succeed with it, I will at least become a better person. He snapped his fingers to activate his power, and a booming explosion echoed. Luke Fu Tanhua, die for me. He gasped for breath after exhausting all his energy on the attack, and Trankio raised his head and shouted proudly, The Imperial City and that golden sacred metal truly did not deceive us. This is indeed the legendary Imperial City seal. Longquat laughed out loud, declaring his own destiny. Indeed, the Holy Child is the chosen one of heaven. No one can stop me from rising to the top. You mind? Trankio stepped closer to the entrance of the cave, the golden dragon light appearing, reaffirming his identity as an absolute truth. This is the power of the divine dragon. With it, even if someone wears a corpse-slaying outfit, they won't withstand my fury. The Holy Sun is invincible. Huang So's voice echoes from the void, filled with surprise and calculation. So someone actually discovered the trick I deliberately left behind back then? Could it be that he is the true successor this time? Deep Quan Lam. Let's see how long you can hold on this time. Amidst the chaotic space of the illusion, everyone was stunned by the explosion of sword intent filled with awe. Ancient sword insect, sword fairy sword intent, this can't be real. How can there be such power in the virtual world? Sword Immortal, grant me a chance to survive, and before they can act, Vongan decisively gives them a sword, turning them into support items. The system notification appears. Try training at Still Immortal Island. The Death Aura Circle is shrinking. The countdown is controlled. Hyatt Lake, Misty Forest, Chaos Blade Gorge, Bone Ice Plain, Crimson Mountain. The alert sounds amid the deadly choices, either die or become part of the rules. Vongan muttered to himself as the Death Aura Circle began to shrink. And although the swordworms were temporarily safe, to handle the next situation he needed to find a reliable mount. With that he smiled as if he had just discovered something. He listened to the distant roar echoing through the bone fog, quietly judging it. It sounded like a beast of the lake. If tamed, it could be a good mount. When entering the Chaos Blade Valley, someone shouted with ambition. Chaos Blade Valley, the eagle is mine now. With it I will avoid the deadly aura. A voice interrupts. I've got my eye on this eagle. That person exclaimed in surprise. The strange nun on the doomed boat didn't wait for him to react and immediately used her ultimate skill, the earth-shattering blade technique. Only someone capable could seize such a majestic eagle. Seeing the majestic figure of the eagle, he chuckled with satisfaction. It's big enough, mighty enough, I like it. Eagle, let's fly around quickly. The scene shifts to the misty forest. As they entered the forest, the people there were stunned by the strange sight. Could this be the divine treasure? Seeing the commotion, one of the guards warned his teammates to move faster. With such a big disturbance, there might even be top-tier equipment inside. We have to hurry, don't let others steal it. Another person reassures us, don't worry, there are 6 of us, no one can take it away. But then greed rises up, and Zich Quinn secretly plans a ruthless move. Now that he has the level-appropriate equipment, who still needs useless people like you? Later, he will find a way to kill them and monopolize the treasure. Those people approached a deep pit with a blinding golden light emanating from below, and old Lee couldn't hide his excitement as he shouted, "Is this the treasure?" Before he finished, he was punched before he could react. "Stop looking, it's mine now." "You actually ambushed Lao Li? What are you planning to do?" He sneered coldly, clearly stating his intention, knowing he was pretending to ask, so I said, "That kind of treasure should naturally be monopolized because of Zich Qian's threatening attitude, which made everyone present feel afraid. Your tone is as sharp as a knife, dressed in purple, with top-grade cultivation techniques and treasures in my and Lao Li's hands. Now that he's dead, do you think I will be afraid of you?" Zich Qian roared, unleashing a savage beast technique. "Death to all of you!" Tien Diep watched and laughed mockingly at the naivety of those involved in a brutal test where the strong prey on the weak, yet they still dare to trust others. Truly laughable. Now there is only him left there, a mocking smile echoing. "All the treasures now belong to me." Tien Ye appears from behind, cold and contemptuous. "A beast must have the awareness of a beast. How dare you dream of monopolizing the treasure, you arrogant fool?" Zich Qian struggled to defend against Tien Diep's attack, trembling as he said, "So it's you? So you've been waiting here all along. You truly are despicable and shameless. Telling me to be humble when you killed your own teammate with your own hands. Why not admit you're cowardly?" "I am just a spectator." He swung his sword down at him without hesitation. "Can my bait be touched by others? You're dead." After defeating Zich Qian, Tien Diep steps closer to the treasure chamber, overestimating himself. Seeing the equipment he just acquired, he becomes almost crazed with excitement. Could this be a set of equipment at the level of a demon slayer? Tien Diep, clutching her newfound power, arrogantly exalts herself. "It really is heaven helping me with these things. Who dares to be my enemy now?" He roared with excitement. "The final circle of death energy at Red Mountain. I can't wait any longer. I will slaughter everything there." "Deep Quan Lam, just wait there." A sneering whistle echoes from somewhere else. Quan Lam muttered to himself, "Who's whispering to me now?" The scene shifts to the border of Lake Yue and Red Plum Mountain. He shouts, "Xiao Hui, where are you going?" "You're running the wrong way around, trying to kill me." When Xiao Hui refused to listen, Quan Lin shouted, "What do you want to do to this damn horse?" "Wait a minute, damn it. Could this really be the legendary aerial supply?" Looking at Xiao Hui, you chuckle with pride. "Xiao Hui, I knew all along that you were right." Seeing the golden treasures, Jun Lin was so shocked his hands trembled. "Wow, this golden color is truly legendary." Looking at these precious treasures, you smile with delight, never expecting there to be such good things in this trial. This time it's really interesting. Elsewhere, on Red Plum Mountain, there are 40 survivors. Small fires are spreading gradually at the foot of the mountain. The murmurs grew louder as they saw Vongan riding a tiger pass by. The sword Immortal in white robes. He is Tuyet Vongan, and both his mount and equipment are of purple quality or higher. "Don't touch him, let's just stay back for now." Vo Keep's fierce eagle also appears beside him. "Your mount is quite impressive, but why is there no one here?" Vongan said with a modest smile. "Thank you for your compliment. I guess everyone feels they can't win, so they ran away." Amidst the mountain and forest, Vo Keep drew his sword coldly, his voice echoing as if demanding everyone to reveal themselves. "Sure enough, I didn't expect so many people hiding here. I hate people who beat around the bush. If you don't want to show yourselves, don't force me to find you one by one and cause trouble." In the darkness, that Tui grits his teeth in annoyance at the provocation. This perverted woman on the boat has already displeased me, and now she's acting so arrogantly. That Bat interjected beside him, "Senior Tuyet understands, but what right does she have? Maybe we should join forces to eliminate them." Before the proposal to cooperate, Vangon burst into a heroic laugh, feeling this was a good opportunity. You are truly a generous person. I also dislike those who act all high and mighty. If we share the same ideals, then let's join forces to wipe them all out." Vo Keep shouted loudly, showing no fear. "All right, then. After I eliminate them all, I will compete with you to see who is better. That will be a real battle between true cultivators full of threat. Cowards like you, if you don't come out soon, you'll be buried alive in there." A group cornered and furious, their shouts burning away the remaining fear. "Too oppressive. Kill them all." Immediately after, Vongan calmly drew his sharp, cold blade. Just as the chaos erupted, a stunned onlooker, witnessing his weapon's unimaginable power, panicked and shouted, "Damn it, his sword is a heavenly grade artifact. We're doomed. Everyone retreat quickly." He unleashed a move, and the chilling sword intent flooded the battlefield, causing the ground to freeze before its terrifying might with extreme coldness. A powerful sword slash cuts across, filling the air with a chilling cold like ice, as Vongon's voice turns into a bone-chilling frost. Everything around him swirls violently with his overwhelming strength. There are two guys frantically running away, one of them panicking and shouting, "Is this really the strength of the sword? Immortal." I wonder how hopeless it would be if I faced a real sword immortal in person. That's terrifying. Then what's the point of fighting? I'll run ahead. Vongan continued his attack and shouted fiercely, "You little rat, still trying to run?" After the chase, everything gradually calms down, and Vo Kiep, eager to show off, challenges. The outsiders have been dealt with, now it's our turn to fight. Sensing something, Vongan glances suspiciously in a certain direction. Wait a minute, there are still fish slipping through the net? He tilted his body, unleashing a stream of icy blue energy, then shouted, "Who's there? Come out here for me!" The figure of Tian Die flickered behind the ice bones. Then he suddenly stepped forward with a big smile. "Interesting. No wonder you're from the Sword Immortal clan. Your agility is even stronger than wielding a sword." Wu Kiep cursed irritably. "Damn it! Who the hell are you insulting?" Vongan stops him and warns, "Be careful, this person even has a corpse disposal outfit. It might be even more dangerous than my ice fragment sword." Thien Deep, holding his sword, unleashes fierce lightning from it. He makes a decision saying, "I originally wanted to wait until you finished your fight so the fishermen could benefit, but since I've been forced to come out first, I have no choice but to end you myself." Then Tien Diep turns around and asks Vo Kiep, "So, you won't help him later, right?" Vonen split the sword and asked him, "What do you mean? Do you know her identity?" Vo Kiep panacingly shouted, "If you keep talking nonsense, I swear neither of us will die easily." He thought to himself, if my identity is exposed, I might become a lifelong stain. Tien Yeep looked at Vo Kiep's expression and immediately realized the problem, thinking to himself, I didn't expect this guy to care so much about face. Let's just forget it. We're brothers after all. Who are you trying to scare? I'm not afraid of you if you dare come and fight me one-on-one. Seeing that he understood, Vo Kiep let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, the senior brother gave him face, so he went along with it. I'll wait and see. Vongan watched their conversation come to an end, seeming to realize these two are quite familiar with each other. Who is she really? Why bother caring about their identity? A blue light enveloped Vongan. He rushed forward and spoke without further ado. Go ahead and show me the true power of the Sword Immortal. The two are filled with fighting spirit, Vongan stiffening in place. On the other side, Thien Diep also remains unmoved, suddenly sensing a third energy among their powers, which then erupts into a massive explosion, shaking the surroundings. Vongan was pushed back by the force, facing Thien Diep, who clenched his sword tightly, trying to steady himself as the thick dust and smoke obscured the view, then spread out and gradually disappeared to reveal a tail with black scales. Tran Q appears, showing his authority in a tense manner, stopping for the young master. The young master doesn't want to win without experiencing the joy of killing. All of you will die at my hands. Thien Deep glanced over him thoughtfully. Your aura is so strong, and with this form, what is going on here? Who are you? Who am I? I am the heir of the heavenly destiny, the true heir of the immortal way. Vongan calmly reminded you not to be too arrogant. Do you really think you're invincible? Tran Q unleashed his power. A golden energy enveloped him, declaring his rebellion. That's right, I am the undefeated one, and the weapons you boast about are nothing in my presence. Tien Diep shouted, Then I will make you wake up. Far away, Vo Kiep whispered to Vongan, The strength of this guy is very strange. Maybe we should team up to deal with him. He nodded in agreement. I also have this idea. Seeing the three of them planning to team up, Tran Qiu was not afraid and continuously launched attacks at Thien Diep. A whirlpool of surging power rose like a storm, seemingly capable of destroying anything. Vongan clenched his sword tightly, preparing for a powerful strike, knowing that facing this move would make it difficult to retreat unscathed. Tran Qiu summoned a sphere of light in his hand, sneering with contempt. Is that all? He looked a little pale. Surprised. What? This is a full-strength attack from a level-appropriate weapon. How could it have no effect at all? He looked down at his power and said, I told you, the so-called level-appropriate equipment of yours is nothing in my eyes. Below, Tian Diep raised her sword to block the attack. Tran Qiu's screams were just trash. He was heavily shaken, blood spurting from his trachea. Seeing that Thien Diep was at a disadvantage, Vongan pointed his sword at Tran Qiu's position, summoning an icy cold sword intent. After being released, he responded to his father-in-law, Where did you get your power from? Vokip stomps in frustration. That's right. On what basis can you transform your body? As for us, we cannot. Tron-Q sneered. I told you already. I am the destined heir, fated to inherit the Vantine sword. You trash like you dare to compete with me? Vokip, speechless, charged forward with strength, shouting, I can't stand people like you who think you're superior. The sword can cut, the water can flow, you little brat. Die for me. The sword bears the sin of divine punishment. Tran-Q lifted one foot and stomped angrily, shouting, how dare such a ugly guy come close to the prince? Seeing him take a beating, Dao Bao roared and rushed to attack him. Tran-Q unleashed a surge of energy, and it sneered, a hairy beast like you dares to be insolent before me? He has no right to decide Bao's fate. Tran-Q declares, die. Blood splatters from its wings as it flies everywhere. Vokip lies on the ground, looking up. His pupils dilated as he looked at the fateful moment. Overcome with rage, Vokip unleashed his power. He shouted, my fury! I must kill him! A powerful punch from Vokip cuts through the air and bathes in a blazing red energy. He shouted, taste the power of my 8 talismans combined. Vokip Tumtin, these are 6 weakened talismans and 2 burning ones. No matter how powerful you are, you'll still suffer. Seeing him counterattack, the dark chains surrounding Tron-Q, he shouted angrily, do you dare to ambush my disciple? Die now. As the 2 powers clash, a blinding explosion of light erupts, and Wu Kip calls out, let these 2 avenge my great eagle. Seizing the opportunity, Vongan and the icy blue aura decide to strike again. He reminds the others that while he is weakened, they should unite to eliminate him. Tien Diep did not reply, but raised her weapon to summon and destroy the laser beam. Tron-Q stood within the blazing golden circle as 3 different colored energies shot toward him, confidently asking, do you think this can deal with the Saint Child? A dark dragon soared into the sky, and he roared with fury. You have truly angered me completely. Tran-Q's eyes shone like sparks as he smirked confidently, standing before absolute power. Any resistance was meaningless, and a creature in motion was halted by the noise. Jun Lam looked toward the source of the sound, surprised to see there was even a dragon. I don't know whose move that is, but luckily my golden legend has finally come into play. The battle here is still intense, Vokip cursed under his breath. Damn it, this damn long human is too showy. Who the hell is he? See, I told you so. This is the result of opposing the Saint Child. Now it's your turn. The people outside watching are panicked and commenting that this dragon human form is really terrifying, just like a demon dragon. What does it matter if their sword immortals are equipped to handle the dead? In front of the demon dragon, they are no different from just a spear. Why is he able to transform into this form? Vongan said carefully. This power is not something that can be obtained in the trial. Tran-Q unleashes 2 streams of swords rushing toward him, roaring death. Song Long Bi Thien Thien Deep, seeing Tran-Q bombard, also calls out his power to fight back. Tu Vim Leet Teen, I don't believe I can't stop you. No way! How can this black dragon be so powerful? Many dragon heads are aiming at them, and finally, he unleashes the extreme cold barrier. Vongan shouted to stop him, his ice mark shattered. Friend, I am truly sorry I cannot avenge you and your eagle. Tran-Q shows no sign of weakness, with 2 flames burning fiercely in his hands. He dismisses the inheritance and equipment you bring out as unworthy of the dragon claw of the Holy Child. TND, battered in a corner, clenches her jaw and mutters, damn it, is it really true that the great celestial Duyan belongs to him this time? Then Tran-Q lost all reason like a madman. After all the suffering, after all the hardships, this time no one can stop this holy sun anymore. One person from the crowd spoke up. Sure enough, if anyone has a chance to win, it's him. What's the difference between this power and family background? The old man nearby agrees. That's right. Where is Deep Quanlum? Isn't he supposed to have heaven-defying luck? Why can't I even see his shadow now? The young man in front replied, maybe he was eliminated long ago. No one can defeat the demon dragon now. Tran-Q, like a devil from hell, declared, as long as I kill you, I will be the ultimate winner. Tien Yip was sweating coldly with pain, silently calculating, unable to lift his hand anymore. Does it really have to end now? And why is it that this time he can't see that guy's shadow? Before he could recover, he, with dark pupils, rushed to the inheritance of the immortal realm. Only those destined to die like me are worthy to possess it. In the next life, remember to be born in a good place and don't mess with me. Another voice interrupted, saying, so there are actually little dragons in this game? Tran-Q, hearing the voice, turned around and said, so there are still people here. Tapnum, where did you come from? The Holy Sun is the great Dragon King. Someone outside the crowd asked, where did that troublemaker come from? So he still dares to tease the demon dragon? The guy next to him snorted. Is he crazy? Going out now is basically asking to die. Or shouldn't he just hide and settle for second place? Forget the ridicule. You really think you're the Dragon King just because you changed your appearance? Tron Q, frustrated and eager to prove himself, charged forward and said, This thing should die for the young master.
Theon Deep shouted, Oh, someone is excited. This dragon claw is really terrifying. That bald guy must be crushed into pulp.
The guy next to him covered his eyes. I can't watch anymore. It's too brutal. Before he could strike, a burst of power shot past Tranquil, hitting him and splattering blood. He clutching his chest in disbelief, unable to believe it. He clenched his jaw and declared, I am the Dragon King, an existence chosen by heaven's mandate. How dare your torn sword wound me? Tien Diep quickly realized something and shouted, The legendary Golden Blade. This is the highest tier weapon. We have searched all 3 areas but only found a few fragments of the execution device. And even assembling a complete set of execution armor is a luxury. You agree that it's true, but how did he manage to gather a complete set of legendary weapons? Jun Lam slung the green sword over his shoulder and asked, Have you ever played Legend? Have you ever heard of the Dragon Blade? I am Cha Hui. Brothers, come and kill me. Luang Jia Hui promotes the game. What are you talking about? Who is Cha Hui? What the hell are you talking about? Then he gritted his teeth and thought, wait. Could the Dragon Slayer sword be a weapon specifically used to kill dragons? Isn't that right? A figure appeared in Tron Kio's mind, and he concluded that the strange words about the rebellious weapon could only mean him. It had to be him. Absolutely him. Vokip also has his own judgment. Perhaps only his master has such power. The master must avenge his disciple. The old man in the crowd deduced that with such luck and rebellious power, he must be Diep Quan Lam. The girl beside him cheered. I knew he couldn't be easily eliminated. Turns out he was hiding his ultimate move to avoid weakness. Tran Qiu grit his teeth, then unleashed his power with a roar. I don't believe it. I am the chosen one of heaven. This inheritance belongs to me. Tran Qiu transforms into a guardian dragon form. I am the one who will be the last survivor to win, the fat man said. This demon dragon can still mutate. Its size is just too exaggerated. Someone else is just as panicked. It's really terrifying. Even Deep Quan Lam probably can't withstand it. A mass of energy is being gathered. Tran Qiu doesn't hesitate and directly releases it downward. I want you dead. The new Saint Son is the true master of Van Teen Island. With this power, he confidently said, the sword in my hand, the world belongs to me. Quan Lam Quaj's strength overwhelmed, destroying the technique Tran Qiu just unleashed. What is he thinking? Seeing himself in a disadvantageous position, Tran Qiu calmed himself and said calmly, If you only have legendary weapons and purple grade gear, I just need to find an opportunity and maybe I can still win. It's useless, dragon weapon. You're still dealing with it up front, but somehow Tran Qiu has already closed in behind him. Quan Lam remains unaware, saying that only dragons can be killed, and now is the perfect opportunity. But everything didn't go as Tran Qiu expected. He suddenly shouted, This is Quan Lam turning around to provoke. His speed is fast, a bit unfortunate. My dragon sword is equipped with 100% defense and no blind spots. Tran Qiu leapt up, continuing to make him helpless. I absolutely do not believe in any 100% defense. I am the strongest. Vo Kiep stood outside the crowd, thinking this is clearly just scratching the itch for my master. A young junior sister said, That's too terrifying. One punch is enough to kill me 10 times. The man nearby commented, Can Deep Quan Lam really keep resisting? No. Tran Qiu keeps launching attack after attack. Tien Diep hid in a corner calculating, and his power was still increasing. Fight, hit hard, and ideally, let the endless convergence consume me so I still have a chance to survive. Then he made a decision. While they were fighting fiercely, he had to hide quickly and wait for the right moment. Tran Qiu, in his dragon form, leapt toward Quan Lam behind the protective shield, breaking it to save Ta. Two forces collide, radiating pressure all around. Tien Diep raises both hands to shield himself, trying to hold his ground, feeling unable to withstand it. He reminds himself, Stay back a little more, stay further away, or else you'll be torn apart by Tran Qiu's power. Facing Kun Lam, he remained expressionless, while a man in a blue robe standing far away commented, That's a terrifying attack. The force of the shockwave is so strong I doubt even I can withstand it. The man next to him added, But Elder Diep handles it with such ease. How strong is he really? In the face of danger, Tien Diep told himself, it's almost over. Tran Qiu, seeing his attacks ineffective, finally reveals his trump card, not believing you can withstand this move. The fierce flames burst out from the dragon's mouth, Kim Long Fan Thien Hong. On the screen, everyone watches a close-up of each detail, some marveling that this power is truly terrifying.
Even legendary weapons shields might not withstand it. Quan Lam is protected by a sturdy shield. He snorts coldly at the children. I told you, I am invincible.
He remains stubborn, his fiery power wanting to destroy everything. Tian Diep is about to break down. He clenches his jaw, and even our energy waves clashing can't be resisted. It's truly ridiculous. Is this little kid almost invincible with this white light covering even Mount Shichi? Has Elder Diep been completely swallowed by Long Tuk? He silently prays, Master, you must stop him and avenge my disciple. The mist gradually dissipates into the air as Quan Lam and Tran Kio face each other. Unable to defeat the boy, he roars, How can this be? Why? Don't you have any weaknesses? Jun Lam pointed his dragon-shaped sword at Tran Kio and repeated, I already said it, with the dragon in my hand.
The world belongs to me, so even a little dragon like you can't handle it. Now it's my turn to act, isn't it?
With that, he swung it down forcefully, unleashing the dragon-breaking Echo Slash. He couldn't react in time and could only beg. Wait, champion brother. Give me a chance. Even though I'm scared, I still reluctantly accept. No. I, the Holy Child, possess the power of the Divine Dragon. I am truly the undefeated one. Before it ended, Tran Kio only managed to say, Why is this happening? I can't accept this. Champion, you really are lonely.
The people outside with Vo Kiep are excited, so powerful. As expected, Senior Brother Diep is invincible.
Every gate was won by Senior Diep, and in the future, he will be the #1 in the Eastern region.
Vo Kiep thought happily, My master truly never disappoints.
The system displays congratulations to this contestant.
Great success, they have cleared the trial.
You are moved to tears. Junlin wipes his hand and whispers, finally getting to eat chicken. It's really not easy at all. The two observers who watched from start to finish were stunned and argued back. What do you mean it's not easy?
Crushing everything in one go really makes you lose face.
Immediately after, Quan Lam disappeared before many people's eyes. How could Elder Diep be teleported away like that?
I wonder what the final reward actually is. I was suddenly taken away and slowly opened my eyes.
Quan Lam glanced around confused. Where am I? Why are we here? He looked in one direction in surprise. In front of Quan Lam is a shining planet with colorful boats circling around it, and it seems he senses something. Quan Lam felt that this bright star brought an indescribable familiar feeling. Could this really be the Conlo Jioi? He was startled and concluded that could this be an ancient era scene? Now, it's being recreated before my eyes. Seeing the crowd rushing forward with weapons, Quan Lam hesitated and wondered if Conlo Jioi was that powerful in the past. Why are there so many powerful immortals? An energy sphere explodes right before my eyes. I wonder if this is a battle between immortal thieves. This fierce. Even the stars themselves can't withstand the shockwaves of the battle. Dark figures in mysterious cloaks appear in front. They say,
The fate has been decided. Why do you still stubbornly resist? The viewers angrily shout, Our cultivators are not afraid to fight.
Swearing to live and die with the Conlon realm, they continue to fight back with their weapons. Stay strong. Swearing to live and die with the Conlon realm,
the mysterious guys curse and remain stubborn, just pawns abandoned by the divine court, and yet you still hope someone will come to save you? An old man bravely steps forward, not relying on the divine court, and the Conlon realm can save itself.
Among the mysterious ones, a man laughs and says,
If that's the case, then let them try the river of death and see what the price of rebellion is. He points his finger to summon a mysterious energy and coldly says, It's time for the Conlon realm to feel true death.
The surging flow of power causes the self-proclaimed cultivators to cry out in pain. Tukiet stands in the whirlpool and warns, if you get contaminated by even a single drop of the Death River, you will face certain death. Hurry and retreat to Conlon now. The mysterious group was excited. Conlon was about to be destroyed, and this star would soon belong to us. Suddenly, a commanding voice interrupted, saying, With me here, you won't succeed in your plans. The battle began, and many talismans appeared, covering the entire space. Someone said that the island master of Vantine Island has taken action. His formation can actually change the flow of the River of Death. This is perfect. Now we have the strength to fight a battle. The arrogant young men earlier were defeated in one move, and the observing cultivators praised him, saying, The island master is mighty. Conlon realm is saved. Junlin also felt the same. With such a powerful move, he turned defeat into victory in an instant. Truly miraculous. Suddenly, he was startled. Wait a minute, are they talking about the island? Master of Van Tien Dao? The voice echoed in a deep tone.
Young one, isn't this quite surprising? This is the full truth about the Conlon from 5 years ago.
Who are you?
Listen carefully. I am Liu Huangxi, the island master of the Immortal Reverie Island, and also recognized by the 10,000 worlds of the Celestial Realm as the Supreme Battle Array.
Where is your General Wu-Hu? This time you're the one surprised. What kind of demon is the 5th general of the 5 foxes? Little one, I don't understand what you mean. After a moment of thought, Jun Lam respectfully bows. Well then, I will still call you Senior Liu. Von Boy Deep Quan Lum greets Elder Liu, and his words make Huang so happily praise him inwardly, considering him to understand the etiquette. Before he can be pleased for long, Quan Lam straightforwardly asks, "So you're not entirely dead yet?" Huang So remained silent, only pondering. This young man really knows how to poke at the issue. Even without an answer, he continued curiously, "That's right, Senior Liu, you said this love affair is the truth of the Conlo world." Then Huang So recounted while reminiscing about how, at the end of the distant ancient era, traitors colluded with alien races, polluting the core and leading to an alliance of external realms. Hearing this, Quan Lam immediately became confused. Back then, wasn't Conlon full of immortals, and no one could stop them? He quickly retorted, how could no one stop them if it was fundamentally impossible to do so? There is about a 2-second pause before Huang Son continues. Because the rebel is one of the 4 wonders. Lone comments, so this is the ultimate betrayal. I thought it was just petty squabbles. Without hesitation, he continued to recount how the 9 Nether was contaminated with the Essence Core, with the other 3 mighty warriors all trying to stop him, but all failing miserably in their own deadly attacks. Emperor Tian was knocked down by the Master Talisman, Changsheng disappeared, and the Essence Core was polluted, making spiritual energy completely unusable. Our cultivation environment has weakened, and with the loss of top-tier combat power, we have been abandoned by the Divine Palace. In isolation and helplessness, I set up formations, forced the flow of the River of Death to change direction, and after defeating the 9 Nether, the powerful gathered their strength from 10,000 worlds to create the Immortal Realm. Although it can't compare to the peak of Kunlun, it's almost there. Jun Lam praised sincerely, impressive, so the fairy world was created by you. The story is over in a flash. Huang So stroked his beard and replied, Humble, humble. Remember, the fate of Conlon is in your hands. Divine soldiers are untrustworthy. 9U is 2-dish. With utmost confidence, he declared, Don't worry, Senior. Whether it's 9U or the Divine Palace, I'll handle them one by one, throwing them all into the fertilizer for the core. Huang So laughed heartily, full of satisfaction. Ha ha ha, good. The young have spirit. With you, Conlon, there is hope. After he finished laughing, Junlin asked curiously, And I just remembered. Senior Liu, the trial has ended, and Van Tiandao now belongs to my inheritance, right? Huang So quickly replied, From now on, all the spiritual resources of Van Tiandao will be under your control. As he said this, he secretly thought that this was an unparalleled celestial fate, something countless cultivators could only dream of, and that this little brat would surely be extremely grateful to Huang So. Contrary to his expectations, he only let out a light sigh, and this attitude made Huang So lose face. Is that all? He was furious, not only as the island owner of Van Tiandao, but also as a master of the supreme formations. How could he let a young brat look down on him? He had to regain his dignity. The Supreme, the Tao Formation Commander, the Heaven Formation Commander, the Earth Formation Commander, and the Spirit Formation Commander. As soon as he thought of it, Huang So immediately spoke up. Ahem, little one, how do you think your skills in formation arrays are? Quan Lam didn't bother to be modest and gave his own assessment. If you're a hero called to save Kolon, how could you not be powerful? I've already decided to let you taste what real strength is. He began explaining. Do you know what the level of a formation master is closely related to? It's mental energy. If your mental energy isn't enough, no matter how skilled you are, you won't be able to set up the corresponding formation. Immediately after, Huang So saw Quan Lim raise 2 fingers in front of him. Before he could ask anything else, the man proudly said, Mental energy ranges from low to high, divided into 1 to 200 stages, and I am at stage 200, and Quan Lam's eyes immediately lit up. 200 GI? If you directly clash with the Elder with your golden finger, wouldn't your mental strength just peak instantly? His expression made Huang So feel very confused. Why does this guy's reaction always seem a bit off? Why does his eyes seem to be full of anticipation like that? In an instant, he made a strange request. Senior Liu, please use 200 stages of mental power on me. As expected, Huang So gritted his teeth and said, I am only a spiritual consciousness. Where would I get a physical body with mental power? Is this kid's brain damaged or what? Hearing that, Quan Lam gently consoles him, but it feels like a slap in the face. It's okay, I don't blame you. What does it mean when he says this with even more anger? Who needs you to blame me? Then, Huang So thought to himself, even though I don't have 200 units of mental energy, I can still check how much mental energy you have. Huh, this is finally my chance to crush the arrogance of this young brat. Huh, if the result turns out to be too low, don't be disappointed. Even now you're not even a fairy, so having low spiritual power is normal. Huh, if my guess is correct, it's probably around 10. He hadn't finished speaking before he panicked and shouted out loud. It turns out that Kun Lam's mental strength was continuously increasing. Is it still increasing to 50? Huang Su stammered, unable to believe his eyes. A single stage of 100 cannot be possible. Despite still trembling, Jun Lam sighed sadly. Just 100 GI, huh. Compared to Senior Liu's 200 GI, it's far behind. Senior Liu, you were truly impressive back then. I am truly ashamed. In the end, Huang So couldn't hold back anymore and rushed forward to grab your shirt with only 100 GI. Huh. Is this what humans say? I was just a newly ascended immortal under 50 years old back then. This little brat is really too much. Kun Lam still doesn't understand anything. Did I say something wrong? After regaining his composure, Huang So snorted coldly, not saying anything wrong. A spiritual power level of 100 is indeed passable. He sighed sadly and fell into contemplation, perhaps true to the saying that the Yangtze River's waves follow one after another, while the previous waves lie dead on the shore. After a while, he returned to seriousness. Do you want to learn the array techniques? I can give you a few pointers, Huang So said as he summoned the formation. Junior, watch carefully. This is an ancient divine formation. Mastering it will make you a celestial formation. Master, capable of dominating in the immortal world. Oh, thanks, but I'm not interested. Hearing that, Huang So opened his mouth in surprise. Huh? The heavenly array master in the immortal world is a lucrative position, with countless powerful immortal women coming to seek your arrangement. Nevertheless, Junlan still sighed softly. Then Huang So continued to persuade him, you can have the resources and status you want even though he is still trying. Quan Lam remained calm as if he couldn't stand his attitude. Huang So angrily shouted, don't pretend to be innocent anymore. Quan Lam silently wondered if the system directly handed it to him, who would bother to learn this stuff. Outside the secret realm, fellow cultivators sighed in relief. Another day gone. Wow, Senior Snow is already out. Who has such divine power to block Senior Snow? Exactly. What kind of character would stay until the end? At the same time, Wu Gen anxiously asked, how would she perceive a powerhouse like him? At this moment, he suddenly closed his eyes gently, realizing that Vongan was recalling Vo Kiep's appearance when disguised as a woman. That unique blend of masculinity and cuteness is truly adorable, making people want to protect her. But why hasn't she come to find me yet? Am I the only one who truly values this close and steadfast love? The two female cultivators behind cheerfully shouted, sob, 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 sob. Senior Tuyet is so in love. It's so frustrating and heartbreaking. Hearing that, Thien Deep teased, hey, Lei, did you hear that? The Sword Immortal is infatuated with you. Why not reveal your true form and turn this legend into reality? After hearing this, Voidless covered his face and screamed, it's a stain of my entire life. Among the crowd, Tran Q was also present. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, the opportunity originally belonged to him, but now it is gone. Remembering Jun Lam in his mischievous state, he was furious inside. That shameless trickster, Tran Q, will definitely tear you apart into pieces. Then, Hei Tam exclaimed in shock, what has happened that the inheritance still hasn't been confirmed after so long? How many experts remaining to be defeated can he take on? Who is this truly astonishing and extraordinary figure? The next second, Hong Wu also said, I usually collect miscellaneous spiritual items. Surely an ancient hidden monster is lurking among the young ones. Who else could have such skills? Just as he finished speaking, the gate leading into the secret realm suddenly exploded with a loud bang. Everyone looked excited and said, it's about to come out. In an instant, the announcement sounded. The inheritance has been decided. From now on, Diep Quan Lam will be the island master of Van Tien Dao, holding the rules here. As soon as they heard, everyone cheered happily. Congratulations, Diep Senior, congratulations. Seeing this, Vo Keep Huan Huang laughed loudly. Ha ha, it's the master, that's great. Unlike everyone else, Tien Deep was annoyed and thought to himself, God above, what does he lack compared to Quan Lam that makes your heart favor him so much? At the same time, Wu Gan realized that it was indeed like this. Senior Diep is truly profound and unpredictable. Tran Qiu grew even angrier at this situation. Liu Lao, standing beside Deep Quan Lam, shared the same feeling, but it's Quan Lam. Huh, Deep Quan Lam, keep being proud. Be proud all you want. Your time is running out. While everyone was feeling a mix of joy and sadness, Quan Lam happily thought to himself, this scene is really grand. But why do those little flies keep staring at me strangely? Oh well, I'm the champion anyway. This is just boring loneliness. Then, Vo Nan stepped forward to congratulate him. Senior Dieppe winning all 3 rounds was truly destiny that made everyone envious. You're not bad either. At least you were present in all 3 rounds. Yes, you're right. The fellow cultivators immediately realized, why has the weather suddenly changed? Wu Kiep anxiously shouted, there's killing intent, very strong killing intent. From the sky, a teleportation gate filled with demonic energy tore through space and time to appear. It turns out King Dong Yu was the mastermind. I am the strongest monarch of Minuyan. Dieppe Quan Lam, surrender your life now. Even if you are lucky enough to gain opportunities on the island, you are just like ants trying to shake a tree. When the great battle erupts, not even the shield bearers are qualified. Today I will send you off, especially Dieppe Quan Lam, who has been dancing for so long. It's finally time to end this. Without hesitation, Vongan quickly charged forward to attack. Does the cursed Zhang Mingyuan, only at the tribulation stage, really dare to be so arrogant here? Die for me. The people below keep speaking out. It seems Mingyuan has reached a dead end. Even the king himself has stepped in. But unfortunately, it's no different from a locust hitting a cart. This one sword's might from the snow sword Immortal is enough to cut through the path of immortals and demons. This King Dong Yu is definitely going to die. Unlike what they think, King Dong Yu is not afraid. He's just a young swordsman who has just stepped into the path of immortality. Today, I will show you what it means to be beyond the heavens. As he finished speaking, he summoned his divine weapon. Open! The lamp in King Dong Yu's hand immediately emits a terrifying aura of demonic energy. In the blink of an eye, this magic turned into black dragons rushing toward Vongan. The companions below could not withstand this overwhelming force. The pressure is so strong, I'm about to suffocate, but I still try to swing my sword to kill each black dragon. How is this possible? A blow at the level of a true immortal, and you can't even withstand it? The power of this magic weapon is fundamentally beyond what this world possesses. Hearing that, he snorted coldly and explained, this is the supreme magic weapon bestowed upon me by the envoy. How can you insects resist? Now everyone will become food for the magic weapon. As King Dong Yu just finished speaking, the disciples underground started shouting loudly, my soul, please don't save me. As he absorbed the power, he laughed loudly in satisfaction. The taste of divine soul is truly exquisite. This is the terrifying treasure of the outer realm. Now, I will use your divine soul to become the first drop of blood for my divine weapon sacrifice. In this life or death moment, Vongan couldn't accept it and wondered, no, did I just become a fairy not long ago and now have to fall already? Just as Vongan was about to despair, a steady hand patted his shoulder. It was Quan Lam who had stepped forward. Get out of the way, he's here to find me. As he turned around, Vong Nguyen was surprised. Deep Teen Boy. Vo Keep saw this and quickly called out, Suton, even Thien Deep doesn't understand your intentions. Why does this guy want to seek death? Everyone present at that moment echoed in unison, no. A moment later, King Yu excitedly said, Deep Quan Lam, I didn't expect you to come to my door yourself. Today, I will use you as a sacrifice and slaughter everyone here. In an instant, he ordered the black dragon to attack Quan Lam, but he simply smiled calmly without fear. Suddenly, Quan Lam opened his golden eyes wide, and a more astonishing aura than divine light radiated from him. Upon confirming that the host was attacked by the fifth heaven of the true immortal realm, the passive effect was triggered, growing stronger with each increase in power. Receiving the cultivation of the sixth heaven of the true immortal, this scene immediately caused all three, Von Gan, Thien Diep, and Vo Kiep, to pale with fear. Despite their panic, Jun Lam remained calm, chewing something in his mouth before gently spitting out that small stone, which quickly transformed into a powerful attack. With just one move, King Black Dragon of King U Vuong was defeated as if he couldn't believe his eyes, and all the fellow cultivators were wide-eyed with amazement. After a long moment, Von Gan finally realized, Chi, the aura of a true immortal, Elder Diep, you have already become an immortal? Still, King Dong Yu found it hard to believe that this divine weapon was a 5-layer true immortal artifact. Even a true immortal couldn't break this lamp so easily. As he flew in front of him, Jun Lam spoke. The old master came from afar to give you this hard-earned experience. Hearing that, King Dong-yu was secretly shocked inside, as if frightened, and quickly presented the luminous divine lamp.
Senior Immortal, I hope you're satisfied.
Holding the magic weapon in hand, he asked seriously,
You just said this magic weapon was given by a messenger. Tell me who that messenger is.
After a moment, Dang Uvuong quickly knelt down heavily. Over the past 2 years, your Minhyun forces have been fighting fiercely, claiming to expand territory with the North and South battles. But in reality, their goal is to seize the spiritual gates and control their numbers in advance, isn't it? Hearing this, King Dong-yu trembled as he thought to himself, he actually knew their plan involving the Spirit Gate. Before he could defend himself, Junlam continued to expose the Spirit Gate's connection to the 10,000 worlds.
Once the Spirit Gate opens, the Foreign Realm Alliance can enter and occupy my eastern continent of Kowloon, and the envoy you mentioned must be from that realm. My analysis is correct, isn't it?
Nevertheless, King Dang-yu still tried to justify his actions.
Supreme Immortal, I admit you are very powerful in the eastern region, but compared to true experts from the outer realm, you are not worth mentioning.
Instead of waiting for an external invasion, it's better to cooperate with them to secure a better future. You stroke your chin and sigh. Do you want to recruit me? That's interesting. This statement of Quan Lam gave him hope. Senior Immortal, if you want my opinion, I will relay your words. The next moment, Quan Lam turned around calmly and said, All right, help me pass a few words to your master, as if he's very pleased to have escaped danger. King Dong-yu quickly replied, Say what you will. Overcome with fear, he immediately made his final judgment for King Dong-yu. A dull sword and a scrawny horse. You think you can fight me? Under Quan Lam's pressure, he kept trembling and couldn't say another word. With just a snap of his fingers, he sent King Yu flying off the planet. Quan Lam casually said, The world is clean again. Then everyone cheered happily, praising Diep Tianyan as heroic, invincible, and divine. He modestly declined, remaining humble. After a while, Quan Lam gazed into the distance and fell into deep thought. This matter is finally over. It's time to go for the inheritance walk on the still immortal island. In Min Uyin, in the Yu clan's royal palace, someone suddenly widened their eyes in shock. King Dong-yu staggered and kneeled, coughing up blood and shouting in panic. I never expected Diep Quan Lam to be a true immortal. Luckily, he was only a clone, or I would have collapsed on the spot. Seeing him like that, the person in front of him hurriedly asked in confusion, What happened? Did you fail the mission? At this moment, King Dang-yu gritted his teeth and replied, Reporting to the divine envoy, Diep Quan Lam has concealed his cultivation as a true immortal, and although that bright energy is powerful, it cannot harm him at all. The divine envoy immediately asked, This bright energy is a secret technique of the 5 heavens, true immortal. Does Diep Quan Lam have a cultivation level of 6 or higher? Knowing he had failed, Dang Uvuong quickly admitted his mistake, saying, Sorry I couldn't see through it. I only know that the 9 fiery demon dragons released by the Bright Spirit were extinguished by a thick spit he spat out. This made the Spirit Envoy marvel. This deep guy is so deeply hidden, his temperament is truly strong. This plan failing doesn't bother him at all. On the contrary, it makes him more interested. But that's good. If the mission goes too smoothly, it would be dull. So next he should make him pay the price. So, Vuong Dong-yu immediately asked, Has the Celestial Envoy already devised the next step? The Divine Envoy laughed maniacally, and proudly said that Min Uyin is the sacred land established by our ancestor of the Min clan, hiding a earth-shattering secret. With it, even the elite troops of Kowloon would go in but not return, let alone this Diep Quan Lam. What is he anyway? Seeing him like that, King Uvuong was a bit startled but still curious. I didn't expect Min Uyin to have such tricks, but how can I lure the Eastern region cultivators here? He snorted coldly and replied, This will require the chess piece I have arranged outside. So the chess piece he mentioned is actually Tran Kyo. At the same time, at Huyen Tian Sect, Phio Diofeng and Hu Nian saw Quan Lam and cheered loudly. Diep Su Day, you and everyone started asking Quan Lam about a young man. There's a lot of rumors outside now. I didn't expect you to have already become a fairy. I admire you, so you deliberately hid it from us. Can you speak properly? Deep Jr. is training his mind and connecting with the people. His mindset is completely different. Although Quan Lam ko to về khiêm tốn, rốt rằng là cậu rất giạc y, nhưng vẫn phủi tay dập, no. Tian Diep looked down on him with disdain, but then pretended to be modest, while Vo Keep, more innocent and cheerful, said, Master, don't be humble anymore. This time you inherited the still immortal island, which is the top inheritance in the immortal world. At that moment, Hu Nian and the others began to show eager expressions, begging earnestly. Junior brother Dieppe, quickly show us what kind of inheritance this is. Does it give everyone a chance to enter the Immortal Sect? Not wanting to disappoint them, Quan Lam took out what he had just obtained and explained that this is the still immortal island inherited from Lu Huangso, and whether one can become an immortal depends on their fate with the immortality. Why is this immortal island so small? How can we get inside then? Tian Shui then wondered if it was just a magic artifact. So Jun Lam gently explained to them that it was indeed a space-type treasure, containing a world that could be large or small, filled not only with abundant cultivation resources, but also with many ancient spiritual spirits.
Vo Keep thus eagerly suggested, Master, why don't we all go to the island and see? Maybe there's really a great chance for us to find a celestial affinity? As for Quan Lam, he was just hoping. This was the perfect opportunity for the four of them to return to the true immortal realm.
So, I allowed it because you all longed for the chance at fate, but your destiny is entirely your own. Hearing this, he immediately used his power to open the immortal island, the universe congealing. Hey, where is everyone? Why am I the only one here? This place feels a bit familiar, doesn't it? At that moment, he saw something that made his face light up with happiness. It turned out to be an old friend he hadn't seen in a long time. My eagle. It turns out you're not dead. As expected, this is Lone Dao Kok. The eagle was drawn to him by Vo Kiep's screams. I thought you were dead. Instead of snuggling affectionately with your former master, it just shat all over your head. Then it flew away coldly amidst Vo Kiep's cries. Don't run. Don't you recognize me anymore? Even if you don't have to spray a load on me. Feeling upset about an old friend's coldness, he suddenly spots a golden feather. Vo Keep was so delighted by the appearance of this item that he exclaimed, this is truly the top-tier refining material. Using it to forge a sword might rival immortal energy. Moreover, this golden feather is completely different from the great eagle from years ago. Could it really not be a great eagle but an ancient celestial spirit? Over on the other side, a disciple from the sect also found a priceless treasure. This is divine earth, a great opportunity. Vongan just forced himself to chew and swallow the so-called fairy soil, telling himself that although this land looked like dung and was a bit hard to swallow, the aura within was definitely genuine. Just as he was enjoying his meal, he suddenly was distracted by a strange sound. Looking up, he saw that the immortal soil he was eating was actually the waste dumped by a demonic beast. That scene made him so disgusted he almost vomited. Am I really eating shit right now? It's just disgusting. But because of the celestial energy, Vongan had to endure. This thing contains profound celestial power. Because of my cultivation level, I held back. In another direction, a disciple from the sect was confronting a divine beast capable of summoning lightning. This fairy spirit might not be able to control lightning like that. My path of thunder is still stuck in a stalemate. Today's observation truly enlightened me. Tien Tweet also gained quite a bit. This sea of flowers contains the aura of fairy spirits that can enlighten the way. I only meditate once, and I have already created a technique that suits myself. Such a heaven-defying fate is truly unprecedented. Over with Tien Dieppe, he is busy marveling at everything around him. These beings probably all have complicated origins, and it's a pity that such a rare fate is destined to be incompatible with me. Suddenly a house appeared in front of him, surprising him quite a bit. Why is there a fairy residence here? Could it be the dwelling of an immortal? After pondering for a while, he decided to push the door open and see what kind of inheritance might be inside. Don't let me down. As soon as he stepped inside, he felt a bit disappointed by the simple rural scene of this place. Is this all there is? The fairy's residence is so ordinary? Just as everything was normal, suddenly the nearby donkey brayed, Hey, hey, hey. That sound annoyed Tien Deep as he shouted, Be quiet, you foolish fire. After checking around and not finding any treasure, he was so angry he shattered a flower pot. Damn it, I've been waiting here for 4 hours. This broken place doesn't have the fairy aura I need at all. At the moment of complete disappointment, a strange grass suddenly appeared from the broken flower pot, and upon seeing it, Tian Ye was instantly terrified. This is the legendary thing. Even immortals who touch it will be burned to ash and can never transcend death. Suddenly, a fiery phoenix appears from inside the cocoon beside it. Once again, Tien Deep was startled and frightened. The phoenixes in this courtyard are all phoenixes. At the same time, the goldfish in the pond automatically glowed and then transformed into a huge golden dragon, leaving Tien Deep stunned and unable to process what was happening. This is a dragon, and moreover, a 5-clawed bloodline pure gold dragon. What exactly is this place? Suddenly, the golden dragon and phoenix both rush towards Tien Dieppe, making him scream in fright. Hey, don't come over here! Suddenly, another monster with sharp teeth appeared in the yard. and the donkey from earlier transformed into a huge beast that scared Thien Diep, causing him to fall backward in fear. The terrifying aura of evil energy. This is the supreme great demon. At that moment, Quan Lam appeared with a bewildered expression. You see Thien Diep suddenly lying on the ground looking puzzled. When did this brat become so timid? At that moment, Thien Diep turns around and sees you, then he quickly runs over and shouts for help. Master, please save me. Seeing his disciple suddenly panic like that, Quan Lam asked with concern. Help me. There are only a few local chickens and a donkey here. There's no danger at all. Thien Diep insisted that these chickens were actually phoenixes. The donkey was a supreme demon. And even the grass on the ground was immortal fire grass that could kill immortals. Of course, Quan Lam wouldn't admit it, so you're pretending not to know. Are you sick? Where do the phoenix and the great demon come from? Tian Dai quickly pointed in another direction and said, Look over there. You might think you'll see that huge one from earlier, but it turns out to be a fire spirit with crossed eyes. So? Tian Di exclaimed in surprise. What's going on? That didn't happen just now, did it? However, he still didn't give up and continued leading Jun Lam to the chicken coop. Inside, it wasn't a phoenix, but a white chicken, clucking that made Jun Lam feel intrigued. This hen is really interesting. It reminds me of an old friend. You're a beautiful hen. At this moment, he finally doubted and asked, Is what my master just said true? Tian Diep Kang Kang confirmed he was telling the truth, while the white chicken just clucked, acting foolish. Master, they are all pretending. You have to believe me. At that moment, Jun Lam turned to pet his donkey and thought that I might not know about the others, but isn't this my little treasure? How can it be a great demon? Moreover, you even casually plucked the grass that Thien Diep thought was a treasure, and you say this patch of grass is just normal. How could it be the burning immortal grass? Little Hong, do you really want to become an immortal so badly that you're hallucinating? 2 scenes happen in an instant, causing Thien Diep to panic and scream. No way. How did it end up like this? They must be trying to hurt me. As for Jun Lin, he casually waved his hand and called, Little Hong, don't think too much anymore. Let's go. Seeing you really leave like that, Thien Diep couldn't help but ask, Are you just going to leave like that? There really is a secret here. You can stay here and keep them company if you don't want to leave. Of course, Thien Diep wouldn't dare stay here alone, so he hurriedly followed Quan Lam. No, I'm leaving right now. As soon as the door closes, Quan Lam immediately lets out a sigh. Seeing this, Tian Diep seemed to realize that her master was just pretending. When she saw him shouting like that, Quan Lam signaled to her in a low voice, Don't ask. Just understand what you need to. Your secretive attitude makes Tian Diep dissatisfied, and this guy is pretending to be deep and inscrutable. Speaking ambiguously, Quan Lam himself is also somewhat shocked by what's inside this small courtyard. It's terrifying that a small courtyard is truly the most dangerous forbidden area in the Conluan world. Everything inside this courtyard probably has a deep background, and even though it inherited the Heavenly Island, it still can't be fully controlled. Perhaps the truth inside can only be revealed when the time is right. Soon after, the courtyard fell silent. Lady Feng proudly lifted her head and boasted, Do you see? The new island master just praised me for being beautiful. Xiao Hui has no objection to the compliment, but is a bit annoyed by the new name Kun Lam gave her. The words of the new island master are not wrong. Lady Feng is indeed beautiful, but the new island master has no sense of aesthetics, so why give me that ugly little black name? At that moment, the willow tree beside us spoke up. Silence. The appearance of the new island master meant that the wheel of destiny had begun to turn. Our existence is to support you in protecting the Conluan realm, Lady Feng then added. It's just that the new island master's cultivation is too low, only reaching the true Heaven's 6th layer. While we have been sealed for too long and our cultivation levels are no longer what they used to be, I fear we will face countless difficulties. Creatures of our level who act recklessly will only cause counterproductive results. We understand all your concerns, but the successor chosen by the island master's divine will is surely the one chosen by heaven. We just need to wait patiently for him to mature, and when the time comes, we will assist him. I believe all difficulties will eventually be resolved smoothly. 10 days later, at the peak of Feudal Cloud, Huyan Tian's sect, the spiritual energies from the fairy island began to depart. Everyone returned to the sect with much stronger spiritual power than before. Hu Nian gratefully bowed to Quan Lam, thanking Diep Su Day for his wisdom. Thanks to that, everyone on the island reaped abundant harvests and all successfully crossed their tribulation stages. Kun Lam casually replied while drinking milk tea, Don't be polite. Good fortune is mostly due to your own opportunities. At that moment, the communication talisman suddenly caught fire, causing Hu Nian to panic. Why is the communication talisman so urgent? The news from the communication talisman shocked him to the point of exclaiming, "Why is that?" Seeing your expression, Tian Yue asked worriedly, "Sect leader, what's going on?" He quickly informed them that he received a message from the elder saying that Wu Hua sect has gathered an alliance to attack Min Uyen and eliminate the threat. Duke Tru beside him scoffed coldly, thinking that Wu Hua sect had changed their nature. So what? Once again, they are taking the initiative, daring to attack Ming Yuan directly. But Honian thinks it might not be that simple. Although Ming Yuan was recently severely wounded by Diep Su Dei, gathering all the experts at this moment surely hides another intention. Given the situation, you're a bit unsure how to handle it, so you quickly ask Quan Lam for advice. What does Diep Su Dei think? Should we go to Min Uyen? At that moment, Quan Liam received a notification from the system, congratulating the host on activating a new login location. Once logged into Min Uyen, he will receive a surprise reward, so he is willing to put in effort for it. Previously, Min Nguyen said that Wu Huamon and Min Uyen are connected, so this trip must hide something sinister. However, Wu Huamon previously falsely accused me, so this time I will go personally to see what kind of devilish scheme they are up to. Seeing that you agreed to help, Hu Nian is very grateful to you, so I'll leave it to you, Diep Su Dei. With your help, Dongvuk will surely return victorious this time. Earlier, the transmission mentioned that the Alliance would gather at the Sea of Mountains in 3 days. But you ignored it and turned to give orders. Got it, Akong disciples, Zed out. 3 days later, at the Shanhai Pass in the eastern region, experts are gathering here. Someone is reporting the situation from the mountaintop. Sect leader, everything is progressing smoothly now. The experts from the major sects of the eastern region have all arrived, only that person is still missing. One by one, the sect stepped forward to greet, starting with Duke Qin from Vandao sect to offer support, then Chu Huang from the Great Chu dynasty, followed by Do Kiep from the Lin Chao Tiet family, and finally Vongan from Tuyen Kim sect to lend a hand. Their assistants made Thuong Ui bow in gratitude. I, on behalf of the Wu Hua sect, thank you all for your support. At that moment, a divine beast appeared in the sky. Causing everyone to marvel, it was the divine beast, Kun Bang. Deep Tuong Tian has arrived. The path is for demons to undergo tribulation to become complete. Yet somehow it also became a mount. Truly unbelievable. 10 days ago at Than Chao Wu Hua Monastery, someone crushed what was in their hand without hesitation. Lao Liu quickly asked, "Sect leader, since the Van Ferry Island inheritance failed, what is the next order from the Divine Envoy?" Zhang Yu openly revealed, "The Divine Envoy commands us to gather the experts from the 14 eastern regions of the continent and form a divine army to attack Min Uyen." This statement surprised Elder Liu, and he exclaimed, "Deco attacking Min Uyen? Aren't we allies? Could it be that they think Min Uyen was seriously injured by Deep Quan Lam? The Tin Mon plan is hopeless, so they plan to abandon Min Uyen and make Wu Huamon the new leader." Shang Yu snorted coldly and replied, "Min Uyen is the ancestral ground of the God Envoy. How could they give up easily?" The God Envoy emphasized gathering all the experts, so I guess they must have set a trap in advance, waiting for us to lead all the experts of the eastern region in so they can catch them all at once. Because of his speculation, Elder Liu looked very pleased and said, "Lord Sect Master Yingming, if the plan succeeds, the eastern region will have no forces left to oppose us. Our martial transformation sect will be unchallenged and at ease." So Thuonghui himself is feeling resentful and wants to retaliate against Quan Lam. The outside forces are truly ruthless, and our choice at Wu Huamon was correct. Indeed, those who know the times are Trong Tuan Kiet, Deep Quan Lam. This time just obediently become a sacrificial pawn for Wu Huamon. Return to reality. Everyone looked confused and scared as they were suppressed by the pressure of the Divine Beast's cudgel. Is this really the power of the Divine Beast's cudgel? It was so oppressive I couldn't breathe. It was terrifying. My legs couldn't control themselves. They kept trembling uncontrollably. Unlike them, Thuong Ui looked down on him and thought to himself that his aura was indeed formidable. But this would be the last time you could be so arrogant. At the same time, Jun Lin stood on the beast and shouted at it to discipline it. "Akong, calm down a bit, you're scaring others." At that moment, Vongan jumped up to bow to you. "Senior Diep, it's truly an honor to meet you again. At first I didn't remember who he was, but then it felt familiar. Who are you?" "Oh, I remember now, Little Snow, right?" Everyone below was surprised to hear Jun Lam call Wu Yan Little Snow. As the #1 sword immortal of the eastern region, being called Little Snow, am I hearing this right? Even Chang Yu can't quite believe it. What? Vongan Tweet is so proud. How can she tolerate this name? Deep Quan Lam. You're also overestimating yourself. Vongan was initially a bit stunned by the nickname, but then he happily went along with it. This is Little Tweet. Seeing his sycophantic attitude towards Quan Lam, the disciples from other sects were all so frightened they screamed. What? Is this still the cold and proud White Wai Sword Immortal? Thuong Wei was so stunned that he wondered how it could be. Is Deep Quan Lam's position in his heart really that terrifying? At that moment, Quan Lam glanced over everyone present and couldn't help but marvel. Everyone is here, but you're too familiar. This time, Duke Chin happily greets you, saying, Master Diep, on behalf of the sect leader, I send my special regards. Next to him, Dieu Wai, admiring, adds, Young Master Diep, I never expected to meet you again as an immortal. It seems I can no longer keep up with your pace. Quan Lam patted her head and teasingly said, There's still a chance. Now that you're always reborn, maybe one day, Du Yen Tian will surpass me. Among the disciples, Do Kiep eagerly asked like a child, full of hope, Deep Tuong Tien, I have missed you ever since you left my residence. I wonder if you still remember me. Of course, with my goldfish brain, Quan Lam doesn't remember who the old man is. What is your name? Seeing that you don't remember who I am, Du Keep quickly introduced himself again. I am the elder of the Tiet family in Lingchao, who once hosted a banquet and you kindly attended. And because of you, I directly dealt with my 2 children. Dieu Wai reacted upon hearing this, surprised that Master Diep was such a person. Her words left Quan Lam stunned as he asked, What kind of person? Then he turned to Do Keep and said, If you don't want to die, tell me clearly. And Do Keep, startled, quickly explained, I mean those 2 rebellious children offended the disciple you cherish, the sword demon, so I sacrificed myself for justice. Because of that old man's habit of not finishing his sentences, Quan Lam was misunderstood, so he loudly warned him, Old man, think carefully before you speak next time. At that moment, Thuong Ui stepped forward to introduce himself. I am Van Thuong Ui, the sect leader of Vu Hua Mon, the initiator of this alliance. Greetings, Diep Thuong Tien. Seeing him, Quan Lam, despite not liking him much, still forced a sarcastic smile. So, you're the sect leader of the Martial Transformation sect. Your great sect really is impressive. I've wiped out many of your people before, yet you still managed to gather so many. Not bad? Not bad? You hit a sore spot. Thuong Ui clenched his teeth and replied in a low voice, Deep Thuong Ting, you're joking. Our Vu Huamon never lacks people. Suddenly, he asked about a saintly heir in his sect. Oh, right. What happened to the saintly heir who fought with Akon and was then soaked in that urine pit? This incident is obviously a disgrace for Shang Yun, so he can only evade and say, The Holy Sun will stay to defend the martial spirit sect. If I die in the battle at Mingyuan, he must still hold the overall situation of the sect. Basically, it means staying there to clean up the mess you left behind, right? Then he casually turned to leave, ignoring how furious he was, hoping he could handle the chaos you caused. He was so furious that he wanted to curse, but he couldn't get the words out. Seeing that greeting an old friend was done, Quan Lam quickly ordered everyone to set out. That's enough of the old stories. Let's get ready to leave. Immediately, Wu Gen and De Zheng cheerfully responded. You all followed Senior Diep to quell Yen Min Uyen, helping Senior Diep to bring peace to the eastern region. Afterwards, Akhan led the Lam army and others to Min Uyen, which was in a dominant position in this matter. The bitterness in your dominance has only grown stronger. Clearly, I am the alliance leader, yet everyone treats you as the one in charge. Wait there for me. Soon, at the entrance of Min Uyen, Akong has led the Lam army to the front gate, the exit of the demon monsters of Min Uyen. As soon as they arrived, Von Gan coldly spoke. We have arrived. Directly ahead is Min Uyen, the most dangerous area in the eastern region. Dieu Yai beside me snorts coldly in disdain. The evil demons of Min Uyen who faced Lord Diep last time were defeated and fled. This time, our entire army will attack and surely wipe them all out without leaving a single one. And so the 2 of them, along with De Qin, encouraged the sects and elevated the status and strength of the Lam army. Yes, they are now barely hanging on. Today, let's follow Diep Thuong Tien to wipe out the rebels and restore a clear sky for Dong Vuk. With Diep Thuong Tien here, the demon beasts of Min Uyen can't withstand a single blow. Just fight alongside Diet Thuong Tien. At that moment, the sects all entered the gates of Min Uyen. As soon as they entered, Thuong Ui secretly felt pleased and triumphant. Well done, these fools finally took the bait. After a while, the sects entered Mingyuan, and the atmosphere here made Diao Yi feel uncomfortable. Is this inside Mingyuan? Why is it so cold and gloomy? It really makes people uncomfortable. The demon pests inside Mingyuan were immediately in an uproar when they saw them. Oh my god, the human race actually barged in. It's all because the king insisted on sending troops to expand his territory. Now they've fought back. What is Niu doing? Hurry and run. As Junlin also saw them, he immediately shouted orders. The demonic monsters of Mingyuan who invaded the eastern region caused suffering among the people.
It's time to avenge the souls that have fallen. I can't wait any longer to kill you.
They must pay with blood for the blood they owe. Immediately, Duke Qin and everyone rush forward, fellow cultivators, kill. Minwen's men also didn't hesitate to draw their swords and clash, and a bloody battle ensued. Tian Diep shouted loudly and struck, "Tremble before the power of this seat, you lowly ants!" His fierce flames burn away Min Uyen's evil minions before him. Vokiep also doesn't hold back, charging forward with his sword and striking a powerful blow that causes Min Uyen's followers to scream in pain. As for Chang Yun, although he is a two-faced person, he still pretends to eliminate the Minhyun demons to gain the trust of the sects. Truly the sect master of Wuhua sect, his strength is indeed formidable. With Lord Van Tong leading the way, our alliance can no longer be stopped. Of course, everything he does has a dark motive behind it. The recent actions have only temporarily restored some credibility. Now he must find a way to lead the alliance straight to the royal city. After a triumphant smile, he loudly issued orders. Fellow cultivators, the main forces of the Min clan have been defeated. Vuong Than is right ahead. Follow me with all your strength, charge directly into Vuong Uyen Palace, behead U Vuong first, and eliminate the threat forever. The people from his sect and Elder Liu quickly followed suit. We must die following the sect master, rush toward Vuong Than, and bloodily purge Min Uyen to avenge our fallen comrades. This move by Thuong Ui has caught Quan Lam's attention, and of course he knows what he's planning. Thuong Ui suddenly becomes so eager, even vying for command of the army, it seems he can't hold back and wants to settle the score. He still doesn't realize that you've long since uncovered his plan, and he's still reveling in his arrogance. Soon, all of you will become sacrifices for the trap set by the Min race. Deep Quan Lam, your time is up. Soon, at the royal palace, King Chengmin Uyen and his soldiers are ready to fight. At that moment, King Dong Yu sensed a familiar aura appearing behind him. The divine envoy appeared and said seriously, "I have sensed the approaching army of the human race, and the time has come." Right now, King Dong Yu is a bit worried and asks, "My strength is almost exhausted. Spirit Envoy, do you really have a way to defeat Deep Quan Lam and his men?" "I already said that if I am 10 parts sure I can destroy them, I will definitely do it." "Could you even doubt my words, Divine Envoy?" Seeing him angry, King Dongvu quickly bowed and replied, "I dare not. I dare not. The Divine Envoy is confident. I will be at ease. I just don't know what trap you have set," he coldly said. "You are not yet worthy to know everything. Soon you will see its effect." As he finished speaking, he suddenly stomped his foot hard on the ground, and a pillar suddenly rose from beneath it. The Divine Envoy quickly placed his hand on the pillar, and his spiritual power rapidly dispersed everywhere. The Divine Envoy, with a smug and triumphant smile on his face, eagerly awaits the day Lam's army is destroyed by him, Diep Quan Lam, when you enter the royal palace. That will be the moment when the entire Lin Quan is annihilated. At this moment, Shang Yu has led everyone closer to the Ming Yuan Palace. "The palace is right ahead, everyone. I will take the lead and wipe them all out, and the war will end. As the leader of all sects, how can we fall behind? I vow to follow the sect leader into the palace, raise Ming Yuan, and avenge our brothers." Seeing that the sects have arrived, King Dong Yu shouted, "How dare you, human cultivators, invade my Min Uyen King city?" He smiled coldly and declared, "Today I will bury all of you here." At that moment, Vo Ngan quickly charged forward, intending to teach Dong Uvuong a lesson, shamelessly boasting that he only managed to suppress me because of his magic weapon. "Today I will settle the score and personally cut down the curse that is you." At that moment, Thuong Ui and King Dong Yu looked at each other as if signaling. So Thuong Ui was about to ambush Vo Ngan. That foolish tweet Vo Ngan, blinded by anger, made such a huge mistake by revealing his weakness. The moment he was about to strike Vo Ngan with a palm, this was the best chance for me to show my loyalty to Thi Tien. Vo Ngan has already sensed something was wrong, and the Huang Hon Lalang rose up. "Van Thuong Ui, before you could let Thuong Ui act, suddenly a divine beast bit down hard on his hand. It turns out that the one who saved Vo Ngan was none other than Thien Diep. He loudly scolded Thuong Ui, the despicable traitor who dared to ambush from behind. After he ruined the plan, Thuong Ui growled in anger, revealing that she was actually Deep Quan Lam's disgraceful disciple. At this moment, Thien Diep sneered and said, "Your master has long suspected your evil intentions and specifically told me to watch out for you. You think a little trick like this can fool anyone? Since your dirty plan has been exposed, Thuong Ui no longer cares about hiding his true face. Having been exposed, there is nothing left to hide." Immediately, he declared loudly, "The position of the eastern region is lost. From now on, it will belong to the Min clan. Prince Dang Yu, Wu Hua sect of mine, is willing to submit entirely to the Min clan to help you conquer the eastern region." As soon as everyone had discovered that Thuong Ui was two-faced, they all angrily condemned him. "Von Thuong Ui, you truly are a traitor. We trusted you, yet you colluded with the shameless Min tribe, disgracing the entire human race. It's a pity that Wu Huamon still claims to be the #1 power in Dongvuk, and even Vo Nan was so furious he wanted to execute Thuong Ui on the spot. Rebel, then I will first kill your support and then come back to take your dog's life." As soon as he finished speaking, he struck decisively. The Hanthian tram suddenly appears out of nowhere with a giant gate, from which a hand reaches out and easily crushes Vongon's attack. Then someone else appears from the sky. That person is none other than the Divine Envoy, along with Minda, a 4th stage true immortal. At this moment, the Celestial Envoy scoffs at Vongon, just a low-level true immortal who dares to act recklessly here. Their appearance makes Vongon slightly cautious. How can a small place like Minuyen have 6 true immortals? Unlike everyone else who looked terrified, Quan Lam seemed very interested. "I knew it. Why did you betray just because of that useless Vuongdo Keepkun? So it turns out there's a true immortal backing them. That's why you're willing to be their pawn." Just then, the Celestial Envoy turned to Thuong Ui and asked, "Hey, they call you a dog. How will you respond?" But as the saying goes, those who know the times are clever. What's wrong with being a dog? Being able to serve the Divine Envoy is an utmost honor for my Van Thuong Ui. All right, I like people like you who can see the bigger picture. Following the Min clan to unify Ko Luan, you will share in the future benefits. Seeing this, King Dang Yu had a wicked idea and asked, so just bark a few times to make the Divine Envoy happy, which didn't sit well with Thuong Ui. "We have no grudges or debts, so why do you do things behind my back?" And King Dang Yu just keeps pushing his luck. "Oh, it seems this fellow isn't very happy. I have to remind you that deceiving the Divine Envoy is a death sentence." "There's nothing else I can do," Thuong Ui muttered to himself to comfort himself. "Bark all you want. No matter how big the matter is, as long as the Divine Envoy is pleased, I will bark as much as he wants." Then he shyly barked a few times, which really made the Spirit Envoy so happy he couldn't stop laughing. "Well done, well done. Yes, these dog barks are quite authentic. You truly understand my feelings." And Thuong Ui shamelessly went along, thanking the Divine Envoy for the compliment, saying that barking like a dog was my specialty. Everyone from the sects looked on with disdain, for someone as despicable as him truly is unbeatable. Yet we believed this mutt of a bastard. Vongan shouted furiously, "Van Thuong Ui, you and your Wu Hua sect will be nailed to the shameful pillar of mankind, never to transcend for eternity." Quan Lam calmly enjoys the applause and praises, mocking the shamelessness and saying, "You've reached the peak, especially your barking. It's so similar." Thuong Ui, feeling bitter but confident, retorts, "What more pride does Diep Quan Lam have? With the Divine Envoy here, today is your day to die." "So, you're Deep Quan Lam. You've caused me quite a bit of trouble in capturing Ko Luan." The Divine Envoy smiled smugly and said, "If you were outside, I might still hold back a bit." At this moment, the Divine Envoy performed a move and commanded, "Open for me." Immediately, a formation filled with evil power was formed. After seeing it, Quan Lam secretly guessed that this was indeed a prepared formation. But just as he thought of this, Vongan suddenly shouted, "It's a trap for your future." Hearing the Archangel shout, he replied, "You mortals are quite knowledgeable. This is a 6th-grade celestial formation created by the Min clan of ancient times and the celestial formation masters. Even immortal generals would find it hard to escape." As the formation truly manifested, everyone gradually lost their cultivation, and the crowd kept shouting in panic. Chu-Chan shouted, "This is bad, my cultivation is disappearing. I need to get out." Tron Thok loudly scolded Thuong Ui, "It's all because of that damn friend of yours, Thuong Ui. I really shouldn't get involved in this mess anymore." Seeing the chaos among the crowd, Thuong Ui felt amused and said with a smile, "This is what a timely person like Trang Tuan Kiet does. But you useless ones think you're so clever." King Dong Yu also joined in. "Your Excellency, the Divine Envoy. This time, even if Deep Quan Lam grows wings, he won't escape." This statement pleased him. "That's right. I just need your people to help me with a small task first." King Dang Yu immediately turned around and shouted after hearing this. What do you mean? Before the messenger could reply, Dong Uvuong's subjects kept clutching their heads and crying out in pain. Little Black, clutching his chest, said, I feel terrible, like my energy is being drained. Little Bao loudly begged the king to save me. Seeing his people like that, he couldn't help but scream out loud. King Dang Yu didn't hesitate to confront him, asking, Divine Envoy, why are you treating my people like this? The Divine Envoy disregarded him and calmly said, This battle requires a large amount of life energy as a bridge to activate. Your people may sacrifice themselves for the great cause and feel honored. Neither the injured nor the others agree with the Divine Envoy's approach and loudly criticize him, completely destroying the clan and losing all humanity. Tiandi muttered in his heart, Deserve to die. Could it be that my rising career ends here? Not willing to accept it, at this moment Wu Kiep suddenly shouted out loud and disappeared. Not only us, but even Elder Diep is about to fall. Hearing this, the Divine Envoy looked as pleased as a flower in bloom and said, Deep Quan Lam, your expression right now must be incredibly interesting. However, Quan Lam is still standing firm there now. He looks at him and then smirks provocatively. The fact that Jun Lam is safe is hard for the messenger to believe, so he frowned, gritted his teeth, and shouted, What? Why is this guy not hopeless at all? Could it be that he's not afraid? Maybe he really has other tricks up his sleeve to deal with this. If I lose this round, I'll come up with another plan. The Divine Envoy quickly moved into action, thinking to himself, a 6th-rank Immortal Cultivation demon formation. Even the Celestial Generals would turn to blood blindness. Deep Quan Lum is just an ant, and he dares to threaten. Let's see how your master and disciple die. Little Black, crying in fear, said, Try me. I don't want to die. She didn't comfort me, but added fuel to the fire if I must die. I want the fallen leaf to return to the root. At this moment, Quan Lam stepped forward to pat their heads and comfort them. Why are you crying? My master would never let you die. You think you can make things difficult for me just with this kind of formation? You're truly the worst of the worst. He doesn't believe you can break the formation and sneers mockingly. Junlan calmly replies, So what? Not wanting to waste any more time, he quickly cast his spell and secretly thought that the experience of deciphering formations that Minuyen gained during the check-in could be useful now. Quan Lam proved to everyone that he was not bragging when he successfully struck the key points in the Divine Envoy's formation. Even though he saw it with his own eyes, Tien Diep still had to escape with a voice full of disbelief. He's breaking the formation. Thung Wei quickly calmed the Divine Messenger. Don't panic, this kid is just trying to show off. The heavenly formation was set up by the Divine Messenger. How could he possibly shake it? Is that possible, Divine Envoy? But he still looked worried and muttered to himself, It's impossible. Even a 6-star heavenly formation can't be broken by a celestial general. Could it be that Diep Quan Lam is a heavenly array master? No way, the Kolon realm definitely cannot have such an existence. The mental strength of a heavenly array master requires at least the 100th realm, while true immortals are usually only at the 12th realm, and even profound immortals find it hard to compare. Thuong Wei hesitated and asked as he saw the Divine Envoy clenched his fist. God, Divine Envoy, what's wrong with you? He replied firmly, He's a heavenly array master. He doesn't understand the other's intentions. What is a heavenly array master? King Dong Uvuong, who has some knowledge about heavenly array masters, answered nervously, Is it the legendary master of formations? Can you set up a formation to seize the fate of heaven and earth related to the rise and fall of an entire clan? I hear that such powerful beings are even greeted with respectful smiles by the immortal kings. He shouted in his heart after hearing that, how could Diep Quan Lam be such a being? If that's the case, then this great formation can't hold them. At the same time, the Divine Envoy's formation was nearly half dismantled. When breaking the final point, Quan Lam shouted loudly, Destroy it for me! It formed. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, causing the formation to completely dissipate. With a stunned expression, Vongan stared blankly and said, So Elder Diep only used one finger to break the formation. This technique truly defies heaven. The person beside him couldn't hide their joy and shouted, We're saved! It was Elder Diep who saved us. The great kindness of a senior brother Diep Tuong Tien is deeply appreciated. Both of us try to hug Little Black in joy until we almost cry, then say together, Su tong kwa loi hai roi, tu tu hong kan chet nua, ko te tip tuk o ben su ton roi. At this point, the Divine Envoy still couldn't believe it and muttered to himself, How could there be such terrifying demons and rebels in the Konluan realm now? This is completely unreasonable. King Dong Yu hurriedly turned back and asked him, What should we do, Divine Envoy? Meanwhile, Thuong Wei secretly blamed himself. regretting rushing out too early and now being caught in this dilemma, unexpectedly falling into such a situation. The divine envoy decided to unleash his final move and said confidently, "At this point, there's only one way out. If Diep Quan Lam isn't eliminated, we will definitely lose this battle." "You know what to do, right?" said Dong Thun, the servant of the divine messenger. Then, one by one, they swallowed the gems, and as the gems entered their mouths, their power suddenly surged, transforming them into messengers of the bright race, true celestial five-fold sky. Following the order of the divine envoy, the four of them charged forward while shouting in unison, "Even if you are a heavenly battle master without a proper formation, someone like you with 6 layers of the true immortal cannot possibly be our opponent." Quan Lam remained fearless, fighting back as he said, "Do I need this to kill a few Laola temporarily promoted to your level? You talk big without shame, go to hell." Truong Min shouted loudly at his companions. "U Min no Tuitsak," you respond with the Thuong Uin Huan Vu Tram technique. With this move, Quan Lam easily counters the opponent's attack. Zhang Ming was struck and screamed again. How could this be? Just a second later, all 4 of them suffered internal injuries and vomited blood. This is the power of the 12 pearls of the one sword from the past, isn't it? Seeing it with my own eyes today, I truly understand how terrifying it is. Truly shocking. The god envoy, knowing he was about to lose, quickly transmitted his internal energy to them and shouted, "Hold nothing back! Unleash all your trump cards!" Zhang Ming immediately followed the order and spoke on behalf of his comrades. "Quan Lam, if you can force us to use this move, then your death is meaningful too." He knew what technique they would use, so he kindly warned Quan Lam. "This is not good. They plan to blow up their own primordial energy. Elder Diep, be careful." Quan Lam still remained calm and said, "It's urgent, isn't it? Want to protect yourself? Then go inside and blow it up." "Tang Thien Guan, come here, mo mama. Mo." Tang Thien quickly sucked everyone inside, despite Zhang Ming shouting loudly, "What kind of monster is this?" Lu Kuang kept begging, "Please, no, don't." The moment it entered, it automatically clenched tightly, and the divine messenger, furious and trembling, shouted, "This isn't real. This isn't real. Come here and settle the score with him, whether it's true or not. You'll know just by feeling it yourself." Saying and doing, Jun Lam quickly counterattacked after giving the angel a sword, feeling both confused and surprised. Seeing that the opponent could block the attack, Jun Lam snorted in disbelief. At the second, the divine messenger arrogantly boasted, "I have the power granted by Min Uyen and I can earn its recognition. It's truly in despair that I found a way out. Even Min Uyen is on my side. Could I still lose? I am now invincible." These words of his unintentionally anger Lam's army. The undefeated, no one in this world dares to stand before me and call themselves undefeated. Because the true champion is only Jun Lam, and the divine envoy is inherently arrogant, always considering himself superior. I do not look down on the will of the small world. I am the deity here. You are only a true immortal, and your child, even if you are an immortal king, you are no match for me. Chang Yun, accustomed to flattery, immediately bowed and said, "Congratulations to the divine envoy on becoming the master of Min Uyen. You are the incarnation of the heavenly way of Min Uyen." King Dong Yu, not wanting to cause trouble himself, quickly bowed and praised, I admire. So this is all arranged by the divine envoy. Just to gain the recognition of Min Uyen's will, you are truly chosen by heaven." He arrogantly turned around and ordered others to kneel down. "You insignificant bugs, why aren't you kneeling?" Von Gan, suppressed by the sorcery of the divine envoy, couldn't resist. This pressure was impossible to oppose. This is the power of the will of the world. Tien Diep quickly explained, "That guy is now the incarnation of the heavenly way of Min Uyen, and he says all of us must kneel." Seeing Quan Lam not kneeling and looking worried, "But why is the master still standing?" Seeing that, he shouted loudly, "How is this possible?" Meanwhile, Quan Lam was puzzled inside. This is truly unreasonable. Why can he resist the will of the world? At the same time, the spirit messenger also felt confused because he couldn't suppress Jun Lam. Why did the rules have no effect on him? He angrily decided to try a different move, testing the fundamental laws, and suddenly countless chains and seal symbols shot toward him, but they were completely ineffective against Jun Lam. He deliberately twitched his ear to provoke the messenger, making him so angry he almost went crazy. Even the fundamental rules had no effect. This is truly unreasonable. It can't be. In this world, I am the heavenly way, the law of this world, obeying my command. The divine messenger continued to crazily attack Jun Lam, inadvertently affecting others. As soon as they felt the ground shake, everyone shouted in panic, "That's terrifying. It seems this world is about to collapse. When the Lamb army strikes back with such strength, is this really the heavenly way?" It seems that someone like you, the heavenly Wei, is a bit weak. The divine envoy can't stand being looked down on by others, so he strikes back, going against the heavenly Wei. You deserve to die. Lord Van Keep Minthien, standing beside you, flattered and said, Your divine envoy's might is awe-inspiring. With this one palm, he gathers the brilliance of heaven and earth. Even the immortal king here would likely perish at this moment. But still, it didn't hurt Quan Lum, and he looked down on him. Is that all? 1 second later, Quan Lum threw a divine punch to break this technique. When he succeeded, the envoy, sweating with fear, shouted loudly, So easily, you can neutralize my attack! Is the power of the heavenly Wei supposed to be unbeatable, or what? Quan Lum deliberately mocked his opponent as he replied, If that's not unbeatable, then train more. He didn't admit defeat and spoke up. That was just a test earlier. Tian Dao True Justice. Now it begins. You will teach the spirit envoy a lesson with your ultimate move, and then say, Let me see what kind of willpower this world and you truly have. Battle of the Holy Authority. Quan Lam's power quickly breaks through the divine envoy's attack. Seeing them clash in a fistfight, Vogon couldn't help but marvel, Is Elder Diep confronting the will of this world? Tien Diep was stunned and wondered, how could this be? Not only could he ignore Chimin Uyen's suppression, but he could even suppress his opponent and fight back. The divine envoy kept fighting but couldn't defeat Junlam, so he wondered to himself why that was. The more I suppress him, the stronger he fights back, and distracted by my thoughts, I was unintentionally defeated by him. He was knocked back and shouted loudly, What are you really? How can you bend my heaven's way? Vo and Ngan, after watching many battles, still couldn't believe Quan Lam could defeat the celestial envoy. So now he secretly wondered how Deep Tien Boy could oppose the will of the world and wanted to know the answer. Then he casually and simply threw a fist at the celestial envoy, saying, Because I meet stronger foes, I become even stronger. The messenger thought the opponent was joking, so he angrily shouted, You're just using this nonsense to mock me, right? Kun Lam repeated loudly once more, I'm not joking with you. I truly believe that the stronger the opponent I face, the stronger I become. He grits his teeth and shouts, Enough! I am the ruler of this world. No one can stop me. No one. Heavenly Tao's sword. Give it to me. As soon as he finished speaking, a lightning bolt suddenly appeared in the sky. After a moment, a sword suddenly appeared. Duke Qin saw this, slammed his hand in anger, and shouted, What kind of power is this that even he has stronger tricks? It's terrifying. How come even we are suppressed to the point we can't move? The divine envoy decides to push you to the brink as he unleashes his attack and shouts, Diep Quan Lam, today I will take your soul back to nothingness. Farewell to this world. The heavenly Tao sword dares not disobey the order and continues to head towards Jun Lam. He decides to counterattack with his fist and responds, I already told you! The stronger the opponent, the greater the power. Seconds later, fist and sword clash directly, and when their strength meets, it unintentionally creates a bright glow in the sky. A few minutes later, a loud explosion rang out. King Dang Yu, upon seeing it, looked terrified and said, No. Is this the will of the world crying out? All the heavenly swords could not withstand Jun Lam's power and shattered into many pieces. When the swords broke, the pressure from the divine messenger also disappeared. Everyone cheered with joy when they were no longer restrained. The pressure is gone. Diep Thuong Tien has won. Vongan stared in shock and said, Fairy Diep boy, to think you could use your own strength to oppose the will of the world. Such power surpasses all our understanding of true strength. At this point, Vo Keep also had to praise the Lam army. No wonder he is the master. Even the heavenly Wei of Min Uyen and his son cannot do anything to him. Only Tian Diep has never truly believed in you and is now startled, thinking to herself, How is it possible for an ordinary person to possess the power to oppose the world? There must be a treasure hidden on him that can defy the heavens and change fate. Otherwise, he could never have achieved this. The messenger of God refuses to surrender and is determined to fight to the end. If the heavenly Wei cannot suppress you, let this Min Uyen be the coffin, all beings the sacrifices, and destroy everything together as he wields his mightiest spear to vanish alongside Jun Lam. You're not afraid to keep playing with the celestial envoy. Do you still want to perish together? It's just a pity your plan will ultimately fail. The celestial envoy is willing to fight to the death and doesn't hesitate to threaten you. Quan Lam, in this realm, I am the heavenly Wei, the heavenly Tao of destruction. The world is buried. Today I will show you what true apocalyptic chaos looks like. Let's go with Diet Fong, whose final move is to destroy himself. As his own blood spurted out, the celestial envoy confidently said, "Under the destruction of the heavenly way, all things turn to dust." The earth and rocks began to be pulled into an endless abyss, and humans were no exception. "Right now," Meng Gui said in a panicked voice, the world is disappearing. We're doomed." King Dongyu knows he is relatively safe, but still worries about his people. "Min Yuyen, my warrior, everyone is doomed." Liu Lao is so scared he's about to lose his face and turns to Shang Yun, asking what to do. He angrily replies, "Who should I ask now when you ask me? You were the one who advised me to rely on the Min clan before now. Look at what's happened." Deep Quan Lam, no matter how much you defy the heavens, I'm afraid you can't reverse the fate of a world doomed to destruction. The messenger refuses to admit fault and places all the blame on Quan Lam. "This is the price you pay for forcing me into a corner. No one can change the destruction of Min Uyen. After this battle, the great achievement of the Min clan ruling the eastern region will forever bear the indelible mark of Min Da. It's well-deserved." You just gave a slight smile and started setting up the formation, saying if you want fireworks, just blow yourself up. There's no need to drag others into it. I have no interest in being buried with you. The messenger saw the formation succeed and shouted in panic, "Is this a large-scale teleportation array? No way, what kind of teleportation formation is this? How can it be completed in an instant?" He couldn't accept it and charged forward to break the formation while shouting, "No one is allowed to leave." Quan Lam gently sent the messenger away and said, "Stay here obediently." You used your palm to trap him in the magic array, and after a while the messenger struggled free, but fell to the ground hard. Quan Lam intended to leave, so he said goodbye. Thuong Wei wanted to go with him, so he ran over to flatter him. "Deep Thuong Tien, actually, I am a spy. Everything just now was an act. I am also from the eastern region." He hadn't reached the place yet when Quan Lam knocked him away and said, "Who are you? We don't know you." While everyone mocked Thuong Wei, he casually sneered at him. "See? This is what they call clinging to the Buddha, only when facing death." Unable to flatter, he turns around to curse. "Jun Lam, you won't rest in peace after death. Right now, the messenger has no strength left, so he has to accept defeat." He mocked himself. Failed. Utterly failed. What kind of genius from the Ming clan is he? The so-called ruler of the heavenly way is ultimately just someone sitting at the bottom of a well. Quan Lam, what kind of fate will you face after all this? By the time the messenger looked back, Quan Lam had already left, and he bitterly said, "I wish I could see the Min banner spread across the eastern region and hate myself for becoming a stepping stone for your fame to shake the world." Jun Lam, Ming Huo will surely burn away the path ahead of you. Our clan will wait for you at the end of the Yellow Spring. When the mist reached a safe place, Ouyang Yuan happily said, "We're finally back home." Lu Thuk quickly thanked Quan Lam. Deep Thuong Tien's grace of rebirth will never be forgotten by the people of the eastern region. Vong quickly bowed respectfully and said, "Senior Diep, your great kindness and virtue, we will remember forever." "It's just a small matter," Duke Qin casually said. "Min Xuyen has been destroyed, and there is no longer a threat from the dark creatures." Deep Thuong Tien truly protected the eastern region for eternity. Diao Yu also agreed with this statement. "That's right," and then everyone said in unison, "That's right, taking advantage of everyone's presence." Vo Yen shouted, "The real mastermind behind it all is still out there, the Wu Hua sect. Tran Qiu and his backing are the true threat." Hearing that, he pondered and replied, "So it seems that previously Tran Qiu, under the guise of the commander of the United Army, slaughtered the Min Uyen clans just as a show, and this time he even has him backing him up." She put on a worried expression as she participated in the discussion. "But with Wu Huamon's deep foundations and such a powerful force, can we still win again?" After witnessing what just happened, he trusted Quan Lam and asked for your opinion. "Elder Diep, what do you think about this?" At this moment, the system sent a notification to Jun Lam, congratulating the host on activating a new check-in location at Wu Hua sect. Successfully checking in will earn rewards, including 3 divine weapons at the true Immortal level, all upgraded to the Celestial General level. Receiving this notification, he suddenly had an idea. Just in time to settle old debts and new ones, and he could also upgrade his treasure, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Seeing Quan Lam lost in thought, Vongan looked confused. "Elder Diep," he thought to himself. Could it be that Elder Diep also fears the power behind Wu Huamon? That's understandable. After all, it's the oldest existence in the eastern region. Vongan completely misunderstood Quan Lam's intention because he confidently said, "It's just a Wu Huamon by tomorrow this time. That lineage will no longer exist in the world." Your words are like a promise to them, so Vongan hurriedly bowed and said, Senior Diep, for the great righteousness of the people of the eastern region, I thank you. Senior Diep, I thank you. Not wanting everyone to misunderstand him because of them, Quan Lam honestly explained his reasons to them.
Everyone, no need for formalities. The Wuhua sect has already made enemies with me before. Now all debts are combined. It's time to end this. The scene shifts to Than Chao behind the Wuhua sect's Thien Phuc temple, where someone is rushing over.
Everyone, I fear we are in serious trouble. In the darkness, 4 pairs of cold eyes are watching Trung Tien. Then a mysterious true person suddenly asks him if the trouble is big. Could it be that Van Thuanghui's plan has already failed? Tien Hong just cast a spell and responded. From Van Thuanghui's memories transmitted to me, I saw an extremely terrifying scene. The mysterious senior suddenly asked in shock, Terror? Tien Hong immediately recounted everything to them. The divine messenger of the Min clan not only lost to Diep Quan Lim, but was also defeated badly. Even the entire Min Yuan was destroyed. The mysterious venerable master couldn't believe his ears and shouted, What Min Yuan has the will of the world bestowed upon it? How is that possible? He said seriously that Quan Lam's strength far exceeds expectations, and despite the divine envoy having all the favorable conditions, they still couldn't defeat him, so he's probably coming to Wu Huamon to settle the score now. The mysterious elder then anxiously asked for a plan of action. What should we do now? Tien Hong frowned and replied, If it has come to this, Qibang will risk everything and directly activate the plan for the Spirit Gate. The mysterious sage did not agree with his idea. What? Is it too early? Right now the number of Spirit Gates is still far from the target. Tian Hong shouted angrily. Don't you see the situation clearly? Disaster is about to fall on us, and if we delay any longer, we might not even have a chance to activate the portal. Here, 4 mysterious elders appeared simultaneously and spoke in turn. First, Elder Tu Ha, a true immortal of the fivefold heaven, said, You are not wrong. Waiting patiently is better than forcing open the divine gate. Even if heavenly laws suppress it, the power of the undead army is enough to deal with a single invading army. Now it's the turn of Elder Than Lam, the true immortal of the fivefold heaven. But where does the energy to forcibly open the portal come from? Using his life to exchange for the future of the Wu Hua sect, Tran Qiu, filled with resentment towards Quan Lam, decided to find a quiet place to meditate and cultivate his internal energy before a life-and-death battle with him. This diligence was soon rewarded. As soon as his wish was fulfilled, Tran Qiu happily thought to himself, I was so close to achieving the tribulation completion. Once the sect master returns to pass the throne to me, I will be the #1 in the eastern region. Diep Quan Lam, even if you inherit heaven's fate, so what? In the end, he still died in that trap. After a moment, he felt both confused and amazed as he saw the person approaching him. When they stood in front of him, Tran Qiu awkwardly asked, 5 years, senior elders, why are you here? Has their sect leader already returned? Tian Hong sighed and replied, The plan has failed. Min Uyen has been completely destroyed. Van Thuang Uyen and the others also perished at Min Uyen. Hearing this, he was completely shocked. How could it be? Min Uyen has guarded the eastern region for countless years, with deep foundations, so how could it be so easily destroyed? So what about Quan Lam? Did he also die at Min Uyen? He quickly confirmed with Tran Qiu that he was not only alive, but also likely leading the allied forces of the eastern region to come to Wu Hua Gate to settle old scores. After saying that, Tien Hong hurriedly set up the formation, which was completed in an instant. He knew what this formation was, and was so scared that his face twitched while he said seriously, The only way now to stop him is to open the Spirit Gate, and you are the key. Wait, old ancestor, what do you really mean? He disregarded whether he agreed or not, persistently took Tran Qiu's inner core to increase his power, and said, Do you think we raised you for nothing? After being tormented by the formation, he kept blaming him. Ah, old ancestor, I am the saint child of Wu Hua sect, gifted to become a heaven's talent. Why are you treating me like this? Tien Hong calmly replied, It's because you are the saint child that when the sect faces life and death, you must step forward to change the fate of heaven and earth. In this way, he must endure excruciating pain, scream endlessly, and question why. I am absolutely loyal to the sect and would sacrifice myself for you, yet you deceive and manipulate me. After Tran Qiu falls to the ground, he softly reassures the opponent. Saint Child, rest assured, if you can successfully overcome this calamity, I will help you recreate the solar immortal body. Hearing this, he cried and muttered to himself in frustration, thinking that the peak of the eastern realm was just within reach, yet he ended up in such a fate, while the Lam army advanced further than him, and he hated it. Thien Hong quickly took Trankyo's inner core and placed it into the formation, then said, "This pure energy material is enough to open the spirit gate and can even keep it open for several days." Trankyo's inner core harmonized smoothly with his formation. At the second, the formation suddenly unleashed an immense power. Seeing this, Tian Hong was pleased and said, "The power is truly terrifying. It feels like even the soul is about to be crushed. This kind of power far exceeds our understanding. What kind of monster could be inside that door?" After a while, the center of the formation suddenly lit up, followed by the appearance of a suit of armor. A few minutes later, another person in armor stepped out confidently. Following him, a well-ordered army of armored soldiers appeared. Seeing this scene, he secretly rejoiced, thinking there must be tens of thousands of true immortal experts here. The Wuhua gate before them is tiny like an ant. Then the army splits into two lines to let the true master step forward to Thien Hong, and the true master is the commander of the Min tribe, Min Van Quan, a second heavenly immortal, ninefold primordial, Huyen Tien. As soon as he appeared, he shouted angrily, "You bastard, why did you open the spirit gate now? Do you know that forcing it open will severely suppress our cultivation?" Tian Hong immediately bowed and reported, "The great master here, the demon envoy Min Da, has fallen unexpectedly, and the plan encountered a setback, so we had no choice but to open the spirit gate early." Van Quan, not believing, shouted loudly, "Min Da is dead, that can't be true. With just these locals here, how could anyone defeat him?" He is not only a genius of the Min clan, careful in his work, but also blessed with the six-tier heavenly formation inherited from his ancestors. How could he possibly fall? Tell me the truth quickly. He immediately knelt down and pointed to Quan Lam, claiming that it was caused by a young man named Quan Lam. He repeatedly sabotaged the Spirit Gate plan, recently inherited the legacy of the immortal Von Tien, and now has killed the divine envoy. He is the mastermind obstructing us. He quickly punished Tian Hong while asking, "Wait, you say he inherited the power of the still immortal island?" He was choked by the opponent and lifted into the air, so he dared not lie and just coughed violently as he answered, "That's right, but I fear it's just the inheritance of some unknown person. He only got a lucky break." Wan Quan angrily threw Tian Hong to the ground, causing him to vomit blood, while he shouted loudly, "What do you know, you fool? Do you know how legendary the island master of the still immortal island is? Such a terrifying existence that even my ancestor of the Bright Clan dares not offend him. That is the Supreme Array Formation, renowned throughout the 10,000 worlds. The combat power of a Heavenly Array Master surpasses even that of an immortal king, and the Supreme Array Master from the past alone changed the course of the Great War across the 10,000 worlds." After hearing Van Quan's words, Thien Hong finally realized how serious the issue was. Could it be that Van Tendao has such a great background? Just as Tian Hong spoke again, he was rebuked by him, like a frog sitting at the bottom of a well. But this also proved that the person was not lying. Minda's death was not in vain. The urgent task now is to kill Quan Lam. This person who can inherit the legacy of Von Tien Dao is definitely not an ordinary figure. If he is allowed to continue growing, he will definitely become a great disaster for our clan's dominance in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, someone suddenly burst into Wu Huamon. "Who dares to barge into my martial transformation sect without permission?" "Quan Lam, with tens of thousands of celestial beings backing him. Let's see how you die this time. The leader is Wu Gan." He pointed his sword at Tian Hong's men and shouted, "Wu Huamon acts against the Wei, colludes with alien races. Today we act on behalf of heaven to punish the traitors." 10,000 armies was so angry that he looked at them with a fierce, killing intent. In the next second, he used magic to control his soldiers. Why are there so many immortals from the Wu Hua sect? At this point, Wu Kep didn't fight back in shame. So how could he fight now? Maybe we should retreat. Tien Diep angrily shouted at him, as tens of thousands of celestial immortals sealed off the space. Now even the sect master couldn't deploy the formation to escape. Seeing everyone's worried expressions, Tian Hong sneered proudly and mocked, "The times have changed. Don't think of yourselves as mere ants. Even if all the immortals in the Ko-Luan realm gather, our Wu Hua sect is not afraid at all." Van Quan pointed at them and loudly asked outright, "Who among you is Quan Lam?" Von Gan, worried for him, turned back and silently thought, "Senior Diep, in this situation, please don't resist. Find a way to escape." However, Quan Lam is not a coward, so he quickly stepped forward, and everyone couldn't help but worry as Quan Lam loudly responded, "What do you want with me?" Seeing the person aiming to kill him, he smiled and said, "Fine. Kill the heir of the Van Tien Dao, and I will become a hero of the clan." Van Quan didn't forget to show off his strength to scare Quan Lam, But instead of achieving his goal, he was mocked by him.
Do you think you can rely on just yourself? A crippled celestial suppressed by the spirit gate?
You're not even worthy of a thick book for me to read. The boy deliberately smiled to provoke Van Quan. He was so angry that he quickly attacked and issued a death threat. Worried about the danger, Wu Yen shouted a warning. Deep Tin Boy carefully. There is now a giant hand above Quan Lam's head. He happily performs his spell while casually saying, "Perfect, let me see what it truly feels like to be a celestial immortal." Seeing Quan Lam in danger, the system quickly sent a warning. Witnessing the host being attacked by an opponent of the second-tier Heavenly Immortal, the passive effect of the encounter now activates, making it even stronger. With the cultivation of the third level of Heavenly Immortal and recognizing the first great attack of immortal energy on the host, he now activates the passive effect of being strong to become stronger. Possessing second-grade immortal energy in this skill, he is like a tiger with wings, freely casting spells. Quan Lam deflects Van Quan's attack while joking around. "Is that all? I'll scratch my head and still get paid." At this point, he shouted in panic, "What? You are also a Heavenly Immortal, even with a higher grade of immortal energy than me. Right now, Van Quan is truly so angry that he's trembling." Tranq Niu was so excited to find someone who was a little angry for her that she clapped her hands and said, "Good, good as expected. You still have secrets, then let's continue." Seeing him dance and laugh loudly, Li Tu looked confused and turned to Tao Hung. The enemy who killed his father and he hates most has become a Heavenly Immortal, but he's still in the tribulation stage. His gap is too big. His spirit must be collapsing, right?" At the same time, Wan Quen focused his thoughts, convinced that the inheritance of Vantine Island allowed him to break through to Celestial Immortal in this dire situation, and he must kill him quickly or he would become a disaster for our Ming race. He drew his sword and shouted, "The battle of the Celestial Immortal is not just a contest of brute force. Once this entire world is engulfed by our savage tribe's war, your divine energy will weaken by at least 30%. The Kumang Behemoth Sky Formation is set up. As soon as the Behemoth Sky appears, Van Quan's soldiers respond loudly. On the other hand, he was unsure what move Quan Lam would make. So he warned his people not to reveal their trump card, as they didn't know if he was still hiding a divine artifact from Vantine Dao or not, and prepared to use mental magic to ambush his consciousness. Vucci didn't understand his meaning and responded, "Do we really need to beat the Heavenly Immortal like banging a gong?" Van Quen, angry and gritting his teeth, solemnly said, "Be careful, you don't know how terrifying Vantine Dao is." That Da quickly cast a spell and replied, "I understand. It's best for the commander to think carefully." Vucci also followed and tried to reassure him. Don't worry, leader. With our level 69 mental strength, it's like slaughtering chickens with a knife. Thanks to the help of our minions, Van Quan's formation power increases by 1 level. Then he confidently commands, "Use the power of the Black Dragon Spear as a guide, the conduit of Van Quan's deadly aura, to activate our supreme killing formation of the Min clan, the monstrous sky-devouring array, and devour them all." Thus, the 9 snakes immediately surrounded Lam's army. The minions, thinking they were about to win, started to speak one after another. First is Leba, blessed with the Huiyantian level immortal energy from the commander. Don't mention the 3 heavens level, that even the 9 heavens level can be handled in Mabuo. Liu Shiki happily continued. Dying at the hands of the commander would be considered the young man's fortune. In contrast to the joy of the Van Quan subordinates, Vongan was worried and loudly warned him, "Senior brother Dieppe, be careful. A Huiyantian level immortal weapon probably can't even match the Shang Yuan sword, right? How does senior brother Dieppe plan to deal with this?" After setting up the formation, Junlan scoffed at Van Quan, saying that the Huiyantian level spiritual weapon and the combined formation were just toys that he, the immortal, was already bored of playing with. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly launched an attack to break Van Quan's formation. Just 1 second later, a loud explosion rang out and the formation was shattered as he screamed in panic. What kind of immortal weapon is this? How can there be such a terrifying aura? But then Van Quan also found an answer for himself. Wait a minute. Could it be a divine weapon of the divine soldier level? I didn't expect you to have a divine weapon of that level. It seems the legacy of the Van Fairy Island is indeed extraordinary. Lam was surprised by Van Quan's knowledge. Oh, you actually know about Van Tiandao. Next, he casually pointed out its weakness. As expected, although the divine weapon at the level of a Heavenly Immortal was powerful, using your cultivation to activate it would drain a lot of energy, and I'm afraid you wouldn't last long. Hearing this, Quan Lam challenged Van Quinn. If you're so capable, come and see how long this immortal can hold on. He's not a coward, quickly pushing back the giant dragon and the heavenly beast formation. Then replied, "All right, let's see what skills you really have." Additionally, Van Quan turned to his men and said, "I will pretend to attack him.
But in reality, I will have the fierce dragon ambush the monk behind him, he will definitely be distracted to save him, and then I can seize the opportunity to cast mental magic. Hearing this, Wu Qi and Seven Da replied in unison, "Yes, wise commander." After speaking, Van Quen quickly moved. Seeing him directly enter the battle, Quan Lam was a bit surprised. And when he saw the devouring heavenly demon dragon formation rushing toward him, Vo Kiep shouted in panic, "What's going on? Why is it suddenly charging at us?" Suddenly, Vo Ngan immediately reassured him. "Don't be afraid. Diep Thuong Tien is still here. I still don't feel at ease even if he can block it. Du Chan can kill them all, too." Quan Lam, seeing this, looked surprised and said, "So you still have this cunning trick up your sleeve. We can't afford to waste more time. Quickly set up a new formation." Thanks to Quan Lam's formation, everyone avoided Van Quan's great demon sky array. At this moment, sensing the opportunity, he shouted loudly. At this moment, Van Quan thought that Quan Lam was distracted while protecting everyone, so he used the Kumang Fei Thien Trun to ambush him. Having prepared in advance, he calmly replied, "All those fancy tricks, but they're useless." Following Van Quan's orders, Wu Qi and that Da quickly attacked Quan Lam, but their moves failed to hurt him. Still, Quan Lam pretended to be injured and turned back to tease them. Why does my head feel a bit itchy?" Seeing this, Van Quan shouted excitedly, "They succeeded, Quan Lam, die!" Right now you're facing a formation that looks like a unicorn, but with a single sword strike, Quan Lam easily tears it apart. After finishing, he calmly says, "What are you so proud of? Are you up to your dirty tricks again?" After seeing this scene, Van Quan was stunned with his mouth open and eyes wide, screaming in horror. He turned to blame Wu Ji and Seven Dusk. Why didn't you hit his consciousness C? Why is he completely unaffected? You guys? Neither of them knew how to explain, just hesitating to speak. At this point, Wan Jun could only ask himself, why is this happening? Could it be backlash from the spiritual attack? The scariest part is that he doesn't even realize he's being attacked mentally, showing how far apart they are. In the end, he had no choice but to use his own blood to set the trap. Junlam, even though I am cautious, I still underestimate you. If that's the case, even if I have to exhaust my life essence today, I will still kill you. Everyone, follow the command and channel all your energy into the Black Dragon Strike to help me kill the enemy. This is my ultimate technique. Blood Dragon exterminates the world. This time, I don't believe you can hold on anymore. Quan Lam happily accepts his attack, so I too will start playing seriously. Hua Lun dodged the fiery blast and then contemptuously said a few words. Is that all? No pain, no itch? He sneered, so you're just an empty barrel making a lot of noise. In the face of such contempt, Jun Lam remained calm and indifferent, coldly saying, This sword of mine does not cut flesh and bones, but cuts your lives connected to heaven and earth. Hua Luan's eyes widened at the news, and his entire body suddenly began to vanish. In his final moment, as his face gradually disappeared, Hua Luan shouted, No one but the heavenly Wei can possess the power to cut through life. You used flames to burn the opponent. How could the ants know the power of heaven and earth? The henchmen of Hua Luan were also burned to pieces. Old Thuk sat there in despair, saying, It's over. It's all over. The Wu Hua sect has fallen. Everyone else is celebrating. Is this really the true strength of Deep Thuong Tien? With just one move, the enemy was reduced to dust. Too powerful. Tien Diep was so furious he trembled, directly cutting off others' life force. How could this be possible? You explained that according to legend, the highest realm of swordsmanship is not about cutting people or objects, but about cutting through the past and the future. The sword can cut through past karma, destroy all future vitality with a single strike, break the great way of heaven and earth, and even rewrite the rules. The sword immortal gazed in admiration and said, Senior Diep is truly a powerful existence, and your strength is definitely not limited to this. Tran Qiu suddenly spat out blood, and the others turned to look at Tran Qiu, whose location was blazing with light, as someone shouted, The spirit gate is in chaos, absorbing the solar essence of Tran Qiu uncontrollably. Someone's eyes burned with fiery flames, and from afar, a teleportation gate appeared, revealing an army of the Min clan, all true immortals, totaling 600,000 people. Min Feng, a second-tier heavenly immortal, has appeared. Min Van Ken, you're really rude, daring to lead your troops here without waiting for me. Just don't kill them all. Leave a few natives for me to enjoy. Deep Quan Lum calmly asked, Don't worry, Min Van Quan hasn't killed anyone yet, or should I come and play with you first? He shouted, Who are you? How dare you speak to our commander like that? You're really bold. Old Thuk came to advise, Commander. You must avenge General Van Quan and the fallen Min soldiers.
This person is Deep Quan Lam, who relies on inheriting the still primitive island to repeatedly sabotage our Min race's great cause. He is the mastermind behind the murder of Min de Sujia, the general of the 10,000 armies, along with countless Min soldiers from various regions. He secretly thought heaven will not cut off a person's way of life. No matter how powerful Diep Quan Lam is, his potential will eventually run out, so fight with the sea of people. I don't believe the Min race is so numerous that they can't kill you. Min Fong, choke this guy. Do you dare to deceive me?
You're already dead, so why can't I see your body? Do you dare to ambush our commander?
You're still too naive. Jun Lam tightened the sharp sword in his hand and calmly said, It's a misunderstanding. I'm just explaining where the body is. At this moment, Elder Tuck has also vanished. Min Fong is stunned, truly unexpected that life has been exhausted and the body turned to dust.
He shouted the order. 600,000 soldiers obeyed, immediately forming the decisive battle formation to surround him. The others followed the command and they began to set up the formation, with the divine avatars merging into bodies.
You see through their method. Interesting indeed. Using your own body as a puppet to summon and transform into a divine figure, one has transformed into a Titan demon core. Then came a series of savage blood bull, fiery frenzy beast, three-headed hell serpent, twin shadow flying tiger, and 9 illusion demonic fox. Min Fong declared Deep Quan Lam, You are the new island master of Van Tien Dao. Surely inheriting many mysterious and unpredictable spells, the fool Min Van Quan's death was not undeserved, as long as my 6 generals killing formation with 6 heavenly immortal second-stage experts acts as the eye of the formation, gathering the strength of 600,000 true immortals, not to mention heavenly immortals. Even Huyen Tian would be defeated in a single battle. Today, if you die under this formation, it can be considered your honor. The sound of killing and death echoes here as his subordinates rush forward. Vo Keep is worried.
Can the battle formation still kill a Huyen Tian level expert? And can the master withstand it?
Even if you can't hold on, you must endure. Now, all hope is placed on him. Xian Di silently thought, I never expected the outer realm to be this powerful. What was my glory master before? Deep Quan Lam, you must not fall. As long as you survive this tribulation, I will definitely become stronger. Climb even higher. Quan Lam pays no attention. A formation created solely with a puppet avatar, and dares to show it off. If the Min clan doesn't learn from this, I will let you see what a true divine form of heaven and earth really is before you die. He used the one Qi to transform into 3 forms. Min Fong was surprised not by the puppet's 2 crafted clones, but by directly transforming the primordial energy of heaven and earth into 2 true forms. What level of divine power is this? Quan Lam took out a flute and started to play, and a coffin appeared from his palm. Jun Lam announced the start of the slaughter. The summoned beast was very confident. All right, let's see who can kill more. I will definitely win. You're still so competitive. A few of them have already rushed in front of you. I've offended you now. Jun Lan blows the flute to send out a wave of soul-shattering sound. The crowd immediately disperses. That heavy coffin also crushes them. You jump onto its top, pretending to be nonchalant, still showing your dominant aura as energy from the core of the coffin is gathering. Jun Lam shouted loudly, All you little shrimp, get into the coffin for me! The panicked screams echoed. Save me. I don't want to die, Mother. I want to return to the Min tribe. The blinding light from the sword radiates. Min Fong wildly slashes down with a strike. He sneers this army commander. This level of strength is not enough. A strike from Quan Lam forced him to retreat, and he realized he could simultaneously control 2 clones and 3 magical weapons at the level of an immortal general. You're definitely not at the heavenly immortal stage. He reveals that my strength is determined by the limits of my opponent. The stronger they are, the stronger I become. Another furious strike comes down. This obviously angers Min Fong. Deep Quan Lam, I will risk everything to kill you. He laughed. Too bad your life isn't worth anything. He tilted his body to dodge his attack. Dust and debris burst from the ground, smoke billowing so thick it obscures the view. Quan Lam glances back, then turns around, and the coffin immediately reappears behind him. This is boring. I haven't had enough fun yet. The boy noticed movement from one side. Seeing it, Jun Lam sighed and raised his hand as a surge of power shot towards him from behind. Jun Lam drew his sword and shouted to destroy that sword intent, which had cut off the attack. The people below begged Diep Thuong Tien for mercy, admitting their mistake and asking him to spare their lives. He warned Min Fong that today he would let him go. Go back to the Min clan and deliver the message. As long as I, Deep Quan Lam, am alive, Conluan realm will not allow any alien races to invade. If the Min clan dares to come again, my voice turns cold. Even from afar, I will kill others. Impressed by his strength, single-handedly slaughtering hundreds of thousands of foot immortals, his power is just too strong. They discussed excitedly, the alien race invading, immediately standing up to fight off the outsiders. Because the cultivators of Conluan defend an entire realm, their heroic spirit and sense of justice are truly great and magnificent. The Sword Immortal shouted, "Those who violate my Conluan will be killed." Everyone echoed, "Those who violate my Conluan will be killed." Minfeng, covered in wounds, lay beneath, reflecting on your words, stronger when faced with strength. Your words are truly arrogant. I wonder what level his cultivation has reached. Probably even the elder of the Min clan would only be a lost soul under the sword. Quan Lam flew in front of him and scolded, "Hurry up and get out of here. Do you think I will personally send you back?" "No need. I'm leaving now." In the distance, someone was muttering to themselves. Even from afar they could kill, Min Feng suddenly remembered. That's right. I also need to bring the Sun Heavenly Body and completely seal the Spirit Gate. If this murderer really comes to the door, I'm afraid the Min clan will be wiped out. So he carried this guy and flew toward the teleportation gate, which shone brightly, and Min Feng flew inside. I have returned to report that the Elder, the plan to invade the Conluan realm, has failed. There is a cultivator named Diep Quan Lam with extremely abnormal strength, who single-handedly killed nearly 1,000,000 troops of our Min clan. A shout rang out. "Loser, your story is completely unreasonable." Min Feng was beaten to the point of coughing blood, and the old ancestor temporarily set this aside and left. Currently, this is a critical moment for the Foreign Realm Alliance to expand outward. If the Spirit Gate has closed, there's no need to pay attention for now. At Wuhua Palace into the Immortal Realm, someone is angrily shouting, cursing that damn cup shattered on the ground, and the plan for the foreign demon race to attack Conluan Realm has failed. The ancient Wuhua Sin, the patriarch of Wuhua Sect and a powerful immortal venerable, continues, with the level of those half-baked beings in Conluan Realm, no one has the strength to resist the advancing army of the Min race. He decided that his true self would activate the spirit-resonant seal of Linha Realm to investigate the matter. No matter who dares to ruin his plan, the foreign race invasion of Kunlun Realm has already failed. The scene shifts to the formality of the Martial Transformation Palace, where Wu Kiep kicks open the door and storms in. "Little brother, look at the luxurious architecture of Wu Huamon and what treasure it hides. For now, there's only a plaque, which you just knocked down. Turns out it's just a piece of wood. The plaque bears the inscription of the founding ancestor of Wu Huamon, Wu Huasin." Bo Keep noticed the ancestral tablet of the Wuhua sect's ancestor, suddenly burst into laughter, and began to plan, unfastening his belt. "Fine, I'll give you a little surprise." He directly approaches the tablet. "Don't worry, I've been feeling hot lately, so you won't taste the sweetness." The ancestral tablet suddenly glows, and Vin Sin appears, still with some water on him. "You bastard! You dare to make Vo Keep startled. Has the ancestor of Wu Huamon been made to manifest by me? Are you not a disciple of my Wu Huamon? What is happening to Wu Huamon now?" "Where is the army of the Ming race?" Vo Keep replied. "Old man, stop shouting at your grandfather. You're not exactly a good person yourself. Wu Hua Sect colluded with demons to slaughter our people. It's all because of that worthless old man. So his followers act like this." Hua Sin clenched his fist and replied honestly, "I can still let you go with your life, or else you'll taste the methods of the Immortal Lord." He sneered and said, "The so-called Immortal Lord is nothing. With a single finger of my master, I could destroy your martial spirit sect and millions of immortals of the main race. How much are you worth in front of my master?" He was determined to kill him and ruin my plan. "This Immortal Lord will end him. Quickly tell me who your master is and where they are right now." As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light appeared from above, and he rushed downward. "I am here. What do you want?" The dazzling spiritual energy shines down on him, making him feel overwhelmed by its power. Vo Keep opened his mouth in shock, suddenly realizing that amidst the thick smoke around him, a surge of power radiated from someone, and he mustered his voice to say, "Unknown Junior, wait until the teleportation channel is restored. If you ascend to the immortal world, this Immortal Lord will definitely tear your body apart." After saying that, he disappeared. What did Jun Lam realize? Turns out it was an apparition. The true realm is only the true immortal stage, with only the aura representing the Immortal Lord level. I was too careless thinking I could instantly advance to the Immortal Lord stage. The system reminds me that the teleportation channel of the Conluan world has been destroyed, and beings from the Immortal Realm cannot descend into the lower world in their true form. Only projection can be used, and their strength will be suppressed by the power of the realm. You don't care, just forget it. If it gets ruined, it gets ruined. These kinds of level-ups should come naturally. After all, I've already endured enough in my previous life. I can't train any further in this one. Moreover, the cultivation of others just gets by and still pretends to be cool, really too much. A messenger fish arrived with a nickname. Someone reports that senior brother Diep Quan Lam of Huyen Tin Sect, single-handedly killed 1 billion foreign realm immortal, cutting off the divine channel. What level has senior brother Diep reached now? The news is shocking. The immortal emperor has transmitted his body, piercing through the immortal Tun with a single finger. Below, someone is interviewing Tuyet Kim Tien. May I ask senior brother Diep, did you personally kill 1 billion foreign realm immortals, as the rumors outside suggest? He confirms yes with Elder Diep's strength. 1 billion immortal beings are nothing. The person behind is puzzled. Why? I remember the Min clan only has a few 100,000 immortals, and the people around rushed to fight this person. Are you underestimating someone? It's clearly millions nonsense. I personally counted tens of millions. Damn it! What kind of teaching method does your math teacher use? There must be 1 billion people. That's right, 1 billion people. Senior Deep killed 1 billion immortals with a single sword, displaying divine might. The reporter recounts that Senior Diep single-handedly slaughtered 1 billion immortals. What level of cultivation has he truly reached? It truly shook the entire cultivation world, as the most authoritative news outlet in the immortal cultivation circle. Our undercover reporter has obtained an exclusive secret interview. Please stay tuned. Vokim is coming to find Thien Diep. Do you want to know the true cultivation level of the master? Do you want it or not? He irritably threatens. Just tell me already, stop beating around the bush or I'll smash your head in. Vokeep whispers that the true identity of the master is actually an immortal emperor. Tien Diep stammers, how can this be? He firmly asserted that he personally saw his master defeat the ancient ancestor of the Wu Hua sect in a single move. He retorted, that's not right. The Supreme Emperor is a myth from ancient texts. How could such a powerful being appear in a Conluan world with scarce spiritual energy? Huan stepped forward and said, in ancient times, the spiritual energy of the Conluan world was richer than that of the immortal realm, making it a sacred place that all cultivators aspire to reach. Currently, there are signs of spiritual energy awakening in the Conluan realm, but cultivation progress has stalled, and our immortals are showing signs of doubt. This is likely the reason why the alien races from the outer realms are invading our Conluan realm. Thien Deep's path has been cleared, and everything can now be explained. That Deep guy only rose to prominence in the past 2 years, then used his unbeatable strength to dominate the 4 directions, plus his rather unreasonable working style, constantly revealing extraordinary treasures and supreme cultivation techniques to his disciples. Maybe that guy really is a surviving immortal emperor from ancient times. If that's true, does the Conluan world still exist in a way that's special just like him? It seems that the Conluan world is about to change, and the cultivation level is rapidly increasing. Suddenly, dark clouds and thunder roared from the sky, and Wu Kiep looked up. What's going on? Why is there suddenly lightning? A sudden bolt of lightning strikes where they stand, engulfing Thien Diep in a torrent of thunder and electricity, causing him excruciating pain as the lightning invades his entire body. Quan Lam's side has received the message, detecting that the disciple of the master is undergoing the 9-9 thunder tribulation, and based on data analysis, recommends the master prepare a feast and enjoy a good meal. He proudly exclaims, today has finally come. I will once again become an immortal. The heavenly thunder struck repeatedly, flames engulfing Thien Diep entirely, while the fire phoenix appeared to block the thunder, standing there with an extraordinary presence amidst the blazing flames. Vokeep admired and said, don't be fooled by senior brother's unstable spirit. But in terms of strength, he's truly top-notch. Even Yunayan has to admit that this is the legendary lightning tribulation needed to ascend to immortality, surely recorded in ancient texts as the key to success. You're joking. Is it really that easy to pass? He begins to ponder. Brother Diep is a freak, and even his disciples are little freaks. Facing the thunder tribulation feels like just a game. How are ordinary people like us supposed to live? Vokeep immediately stepped back from him. The sect master of Huyen Thien Sect. You usually shouldn't drag me into this. As the second disciple of our master, my future is so bright I can't even sleep. On Tian Ye's side, he observes the heavenly thunder in his hand and feels that its power seems different from before, perhaps purer and stronger. And what about the Kam Shuang immortal path after crossing the tribulation? Why hasn't it fallen yet? Tiandiep's eyes widened as he felt the pain, and the Xuanshuang immortal path suddenly jerked him a bit. Tiandiep returns to normal, having overcome 18 heavenly thunders. So why are there still more? Even more powerful. Could it be because his cultivation has increased? He concentrates his firepower and decides to finish this thunder tribulation first, before considering anything else. Senior Brother Hong won't die with Master here. The system has detected that the host's disciple is undergoing the most powerful 9 heavens thunder tribulation. Based on data analysis, it is recommended that the host prepare a feast. Host, enjoy a delicious meal. Is that the 9 heavens thunder tribulation gathering in the distance? Tranlu marvels that your disciple is either very lucky or very unlucky. The 9-9 thunder tribulation is known as the most formidable in history. It is an extremely rare chaotic thunder tribulation, with a total of 72 layers. After overcoming this tribulation, one's cultivation will increase dramatically, but no one has ever been known to succeed so far. Bak K believes this shows that the natural laws of the Conluan realm are quite developed, whereas in the past there were at most 18 simple thunder tribulations. He warns, "Kid, I think that little one is definitely doomed." Tiandiep is counting down the divine thunder, reaching 20, 21, 30, 36, destroying each one. 45, 51, 52, and then another powerful one strikes down. Tiandiep grits his teeth and fights to hold on to the 53rd and the next one, pouring all his strength in the 54th heavenly thunder. "I will risk my entire body. Break through it for me." That mighty lightning bolt flashed across the entire area. The two people worried, is the senior brother still alive? Incredible. I've never heard of 54 thunderbolts like this before. Tiandiep was overwhelmed and vomited blood, barely escaping death this time. Is it really the end? Another wave of thunder tribulation roared toward him. Vokip is worried as the thunder tribulation descends again. Tiandiep is doomed. Tianye could only fight with all his might, and cracks were already appearing on his shield. "Damn you, heavenly Tao! Are you not done yet?" The 69th tribulation shattered Tiandiep's shield. Tiandiep is all in. Bring it on. The 71st Tao. That thunder tribulation struck him down from above. Deon Yeep despairingly wonders if his life is about to end this time. He recalls his past as an orphan who begged for food to fill his stomach and endured coldness and rejection. Even if I almost got beaten to death for a piece of cake, I told myself I had to live. That day, Tiandiep was barely clinging to life, because only by living could there be hope. Until one day, someone came before him and asked, "Little one, I am old now and lack a young servant by my side. Would you be willing?" Tiandiep followed this person back. Hope had arrived, but on that day, he personally killed the opponent, and hope was shattered again. After that day, the living continued, but the look in Tiandiep's eyes turned ruthless. Only Demon Lord Hong Tiandiep's laughter echoed. "I won't accept this. I won't accept this." Tiandiep remembers that his past self would rather die than kneel as the ruler of 9 heavens, watching over all beings, never allowing himself to be trampled like an ant by others. "Come then. Today I will self-detonate and destroy your thunder tribulation." Suddenly a voice rang out. "Disciple, you have done your best. Now let me take over." Master Quanlam came to support Tiandiep as he resisted the lightning tribulation. "Who dares to bully my disciple Diep Quan Lam?" The thunder tribulation has been stopped and is exploding in the sky. A fierce explosion erupted above their heads, finally calming the storm. Everything returned to normal. Tiandiep was stunned to see him rush in, knowing that meddling in someone else's thunder tribulation could lead to eternal damnation, but this was only the calm before the storm. The thunder tribulation grows stronger and transforms into a fierce tiger. Tiandi bleeds profusely. This is bad. The power of the heavenly thunder intensifies. This 71st thunder tribulation is enough to kill hundreds of immortal lords. The next move transforms into a giant dragon. Seeing Junlan standing in front of him, he shouted, "Aren't you going to leave quickly? Are you waiting to die?" You hit Tiandiep on the head and scolded him, "My good disciple. Stop pretending to be about to die and open your eyes to see how I will avenge you." Tiandiep was moved. "Avenge me, because Quan Lam cast the heavenly phenomenon technique, and your heavenly technique took form and became enormous to block the lightning tribulation." Tiandiep was stunned. How is that possible? I feel the power emanating from this spell is even more terrifying than a heavenly tribulation several times over. The ancient celestial emperor reincarnated, and his power is so terrifying. You let Fa Tian fly up to block it, and the lightning transformation is even more boastful in front of Bon Tian. If you dare to hurt my disciple, You better be prepared to face 1,000 times the consequences. That transformed lightning tribulation was struck down, splitting the ground apart. Hunin was surprised and said, "Are you sure about that? I feel something's off, like a storm warning is coming." Damn it, I thought the senior brother had blown himself up, but as expected from the master. Quan Lam then created a tornado to absorb the lightning tribulation. You look at your palm. Is this the 9 Chaos Thunder Tribulation? It's a bit numb, quite comfortable. Xian Ye felt indignant from behind. Being struck by lightning is easy, so what about my battered body? He calmed himself, knowing that the power of the ancient emperor's tribulation was abnormal, and without his rescue, he would have long turned to dust. Forget it. Consider it a debt of gratitude to him. At most, when I return to the peak, I won't use demonic methods to torment him. Everyone cheered as the thunderclouds retreated, saying, "Look, the thunderclouds are gone, and Diep Fong defeated the heavenly tribulation." Rebel against heaven, so even the thunder tribulation can be defeated. I've never heard of such a thing before. A pathetic, weak storm. Even the strongest thunder tribulation is only this powerful. They celebrate too early as another thunder tribulation continues to gather in the sky. A giant hand reaches out from the sky, a dark voice echoes. Tian Yi does not allow defamation. Someone recognized the humanoid lightning. So, why is the final thunderbolt also a humanoid lightning? The final incarnation of the thunder tribulation, only mentioned in ancient texts, is an existence even the heavenly emperor cannot defeat with regret. The humanoid lightning rages down. Divine punishment descends. Those guilty must be killed, and all are pouring down where Jun Lam stands. Bo Keep's whole body was trembling, the sect leader's mouth was foaming, and he really hit the mark. The power after the thunder tribulation condensed again, and no one knew how many times stronger it was. Hu Nian was so frightened he knelt down in despair. It's over. It's completely over. No one can stop the divine punishment. Quan Lam stood there with his robes billowing just in time. I heard that the chaotic thunder tribulation is a treasure of heaven and earth, a great supplement, and I am very eager to test its power. You release the thunder roar, and the strength transforms into a giant dragon. Jun Lam declared the devouring for me, and the dragon immediately cut down that divine might. Tian Diep was stunned. He actually wanted to devour divine punishment. Seeing the intense battle up close, everyone was overwhelmed and frantic. Is Master Diep really capable of calming and punishing? This is the power of the heavenly way. Tian Diep realizes and disregards the rules of heaven and earth, turning divine punishment into his own. Is he ultimately a human or a god? No, he is fundamentally the rule itself. Meanwhile, Jun Lam is collecting the thunder tribulation, savoring it. It's delicious. Truly delicious. I never expected the Chaos Thunder Seed to willingly accept a master and use divine punishment to temper the meridians. Currently, my body's strength is on par with the sun. How could the spirit leaf shock be possible? When divine punishment condenses from the power of the heavenly way, can mortals or immortals really devour it? Even this guy is taking advantage of divine punishment to temper his body. What exactly is his background? That thunder tribulation isn't worth much. It's a pity it only has this much power. It hasn't even satisfied half of the chaotic thunder seed. Not enough for me to chew on. So boring. The heavenly tribulation transforms into a shape that grits its teeth, reaching out once more. Rebellious artifacts. Don't be arrogant. Under the will of the heavenly way, you will all be shattered into dust by the divine light fist. As this fist descends, even the immortal emperor's body will be shattered. The primordial spirit is destroyed. I don't believe you can withstand this attack. The system has detected a powerful assault, activating the skill that grows stronger with each hit, increasing the host's attack power tenfold. You've been waiting for a long time, and now's the perfect moment. That's how you get to play. Junlin Thu once again shouted, "Little Lei, you can't do this." The transformed heavenly tribulation was stunned. It was saved, effortless and gentle. Could this still be a human? The most terrifying thing is that the power this person is channeling seems even greater than mine, as if they have been suppressing me from the beginning to the end. Even my primal Thunder Dao is faintly stirring. It continuously unleashes primal Thunder Dao flames to burn. I can't believe there's a creature in this world that can defy my judgment. I didn't block fast enough, wasn't strong enough. Quan Lam sneered, "Is this punch really weak?" "Your primal energy can't keep up, Xiao Lei. This punch is off target. Are you scared?" He stammered and shouted inwardly, "Shut your mouth!" Damn it, every time my power increases by one part, he increases by two. And even the primal law of thunder is being devoured and drained by his force, losing quite a bit. He's like a bottomless pit. His strength has no end. If this continues, I will surely be drained of my original essence and die. At this moment, Lam is rushing forward. Deep thinks to himself, too powerful, this is the strength I've always longed for. This kind of strength is not just crushing cultivation, but also contempt. Everything in the world is no match for it. I have to admit, Deep Quan Lam is truly too awesome. You clench your fists in disappointment. Xiaolei, you can't do this. You don't even have the right to make me fight seriously. It is furious and hateful that you dare to mock me as if playing cat and mouse. Now that you have devoured more than half of my primal thunder Dao, if I don't escape, I will surely be refined by you. Even if I drain all my world power, I will destroy you, you perverted freak. When I saw the heavenly tribulation self-destructing, someone shouted, my cultivation has been drained. If my 100 years of cultivation are destroyed in an instant, we will become useless ruins. It rushes madly towards you. Die already. Junlin is very pleased to see this. With so many small thunderstorms, I can strengthen the Chaos Thunder Clan, making my consumption even more satisfying. The heavenly tribulation transforms into a giant dragon attacking you, and Quan Lam also unleashes devouring. Today I will show you what true art of devouring is. Indeed, everything has charged forward to swallow the heavenly tribulation. Its cry echoes out. No, my clone, my original body. You are happily absorbing the chaotic thunder core, which will eventually evolve into chaotic heavenly thunder. The thunder seed inside your body is completely inert. It's enough now. The heavenly tribulation has been pushed back into a cloud. Tiandiep was stunned. Is it over? This wasn't a battle, it was a one-sided slaughter by Deep Quan Lam. The others are immersed in the healing energy.
Their cultivation has recovered and even increased a level. I've broken through. I spoke up as I released my power, deliberately blending in a bit of the primal thunder Dao, and the effect was indeed good.
Tiandiep looked downcast, unable to face the thunder tribulation alone. This attempt at crossing was a failure. He encouraged himself, but as long as he lives, there is hope. Next time, I can do it again.
Jun Lam has a plan. Next time your disciple will wait, but I can't wait anymore. Especially after spending half a day on this, I need some compensation. When the heavenly tribulation saw you approaching, it started to cry, don't come any closer. The tribulation has ended. I have to go home now.
Jun Lam is absorbing it.
This is not a place you can come and go as you please, or leave without paying the price.
Stand in the glorious light to ascend to immortality. Tiandiep, now enlightened, wondered if this was really possible.
Why is the heavenly tribulation forced by humans? The heavenly tribulation is begging, Elder, Senior, please don't kill me. I will arrange everything immediately. Just don't kill me. You can ask me to do anything. I only have one request. Quickly help my obedient disciple ascend to immortality.
It immediately obeyed, the big brother Tiandiep ordered.
The others were shocked. Big brother, did I hear that right?
The heavenly tribulation controls the fate of trillions of cultivators, but willingly becomes Deep Fong's junior brother. It's too oppressive.
Lord Diep Fong has no limits at all.
The flow of divine tribulation power envelops Tiandiep, and he feels incredibly comfortable. The scars from the tribulation are not only completely healed, but even the meridians and acupoints within his body are expanding at a visible speed. It sneered and said, Country Bumpkin, this is the 9-turn luminous chain, a top-tier auspicious item. Its benefits go far beyond that. The fierce flames radiating from Tiandiep's body spread around, bringing him many advantages. My cultivation has suddenly advanced to the 9th level of Heavenly Immortal, and my divine energy quality has reached the 7th grade. 7th grade? What is this concept?
The quality of immortal energy is divided from 1st to 9th grade.
Heavenly Immortals are automatically classified as 1st rank, Huyin Immortals as 2nd, Divine Power as 3rd, 2nd rank Divine Power, Huyin Immortals, and Heavenly Immortals. Each time strength increases by 1 level, the damage of spells differs by an unimaginable margin. The most frustrating thing is that beyond the 2nd rank, even if your cultivation level increases, you can't elevate your quality of divine energy. You must rely on countless treasures and divine artifacts for purification, which is extremely difficult. Many divine kings and even divine emperors spend their entire lives only reaching the 3rd or 4th rank, while the level of divine lord can reach the 5th rank, and the 6th rank is already very rare. Only the Heaven Emperor has the right to possess the 7th grade immortal energy. And I believe that with my current strength I can crush any mystic immortal, even kill ordinary immortal kings. If the enemies in the Central Realm knew my current power, their expressions would definitely be very interesting. Wait until I return. I will make them cry for their parents.
Jun Lam praised, not bad. My disciple should be like this, courting disaster, as long as the boss is satisfied.
Do you have any other instructions? If not, may I go home and rest now? He ordered it, showing a decent performance. You step back now. I will call you if needed later. The Loi Kiep quickly ran away, thanking the boss, secretly praying not to meet again and hoping you never remember me. Tien Diep hesitated as he approached you, feeling surprised that the words almost escaped his mouth, but struggling to speak. After years of witnessing human treachery and thinking his heart had long since turned to stone, the sight of his silhouette blocking the calamity before him was like a ray of light, piercing through the darkness and twisting shadows within his soul. Trust him once, Hong Tian Diep. Have I ever been afraid of anything? If he dares to betray me, I will kill him. Hong Thien Deep, thank you for saving me. Your great kindness and virtue.
Thien Deep has nothing to repay. I vow to follow my master for life and never leave.
Jun Lam was surprised. Is this mischievous and cunning guy really surrendering? It seems that people's hearts are still fragile, but I really find it a bit hard to get used to.
Vo Kiep happily ran over and hugged him tightly, saying, "Big senior brother, I never expected you to speak such moving words."
I really feel reassured, he shouted.
"Let go! If you don't let go, I will break your hand." The others also congratulated Senior Brother Hong, congratulating Senior Brother Thang Tien. "It's truly great that you're still alive." I didn't expect the Senior Brother to be cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. I almost cried.
Hu Nien also congratulated you, Junior Brother, saying that after this experience, your disciple has completely changed and become much more polite. Congratulations. Congratulations. Jun Lam feels that little Hong's master still prefers your rebellious and unruly attitude from before, as it gives a greater sense of achievement during training. Tian Diep is speechless. I knew it. Why bother caring and exhausting myself?
He forced a smile and said, "Master, please don't tease Dooney anymore. I wouldn't dare to show off in front of you." Dooney suggested it himself. "Now that you've changed and your cultivation is even higher than mine, why don't we spar and satisfy your old wish?"
He secretly thinks it is a pity if his disciple gains no experience points, not knowing what system will give Hong Bao. Really a great deal. Others are eager, suggesting or even helping this disciple of theirs to improve his cultivation level. That's great. Lord Diep personally teaching. Maybe you can gain some insights and possibly break through.
Tian Diep was startled. What?
With my current cultivation level, I am just a grain of rice in front of him. He's not using this opportunity to warn me.
Don't forget your roots. I crossed my arms and waited patiently, my obedient disciple coming. Just use all your strength to attack me. Quan Lam was firm. Yes, it must be so. I only act when my brain is clear, yet Thien Diep clung to my leg, begging Suton at the top. I was ignorant and disrespectful before. I beg for your forgiveness. I deserve to die. From now on, I will obey your commands and be loyal.
Jun Lam radiated killing intent and said, "It's fine. Go ahead and attack. I just want to test your progress a little."
Inside, he silently clarified, "I just want to level up. You misunderstood everything."
Thien Diep's eyes show fear. His mind races. "Master, I have sworn an oath that if I ever commit such a disrespect again, I will not die a proper death. If you continue to pressure me, I can only prove my loyalty with my death. Master, I beg you to spare Dooney." The words made Jun Lam so angry he almost exploded. "Damn it, get out of here now!" Suddenly, a strong aura of spiritual energy radiated from afar.
"You are surprised? The spiritual energy is so strong. Is a rare treasure emerging? The system announces that the spiritual energy of the Konluan world has awakened. The 10,000 immortal mountains of the eastern region have appeared, and the creation within needs no further explanation."
Jun Lam sighed in boredom and said, "Nothing interesting. Let others handle the fate or whatever. My path to leveling up is the true king's way."
Meanwhile, Tian Diep escaped danger. It was really close. Almost got hit. Luckily, I quickly shifted to the eastern region, 10,000 immortal mountains.
Elder Tranko II of the Shangming Sect in the central region, at the late stage of the tribulation and grand perfection, is flying over. Unexpectedly, the 10,000 immortal mountains can emerge in the eastern region's Hoangchao territory. Indeed, heaven is helping our Thuong Min sect. The guy is hiding in a secluded high place, watching from afar. Down there, a girl is sitting on her father's back, picking fruit. "Dad, can this spiritual fruit cure Mom?" He replied, "It can be cured. Little Bao is the spiritual pill and medicinal wine of his parents." He thought to himself that divine fate was truly watching over and blessing a blessed land like Tiansun. This trip back would surely earn him a good amount of spirit stones. The mother's illness has also been cured. A surge of power struck down, causing the father and son to perish. Ko Tu sneered, "You insignificant ants think you can touch my spiritual fruit. All of you, go die." The others struggled to escape, run for their lives, and quickly inform the sect. One person angrily asks, "Who are you? How dare you kill innocent people again?" I declare, "East Region cultivators, listen up. I am Tran Ko Tu, the chief elder of Thuongmin Daotong, one of the three great orthodox sects of the central region. From now on, the 10,000 Immortal Mountain belongs to my Shangming Dao sect. Everyone, leave quickly, or I will kill without mercy. The others were stunned.
What? Even the powerful experts from Central Realm came to seize the Fairy Mountain with us, and they are one of the three great orthodox sects.
Damn it, is there any hope left for us?
It's over. Those are the many sects of Central Realm like dogs, immortals everywhere. What do we have to compete with them?
In my opinion, saving your life is more important, so let's settle this quickly. Even a great fate isn't more important than life. Kotu sneered contemptuously. These useless trash from the eastern region don't need me to personally intervene.
If it weren't for the fierce competition in the central region and the 7 great Taoist clans oppressing the Thuongmin sect, who would bother fighting over scraps with these beggars from the eastern region?
Suddenly, a powerful force shot in from afar. You son of a bitch from Thuongmin Tong, don't be arrogant. Do you really think there's no one in Dongvuk? Jiu Huiqiao thought to herself. She used 70% of her strength for this punch. Yet she couldn't destroy the Five-Finger Mountain. Kotu was lifting a huge stone, and yet some blind fool was offering himself up to die at his doorstep. It seems my dominance still isn't enough. He hurled a giant stone at her, with the 5 fingers pressing down. Jiu Wei used the heavenly horse shooting star fist, feeling how powerful it was. This person's spiritual energy was truly formidable, at least twice as strong as others at the same cultivation level. With your mid-tribulation cultivation level, you can't even fight back. And Kotu even mocks you, saying, "Little girl, your little strength isn't even enough to scratch me." Jiu Yi was stunned. Her punch contained spiritual power, and an ordinary tribulation stage cultivator couldn't resist it, yet she couldn't do anything to the opponent. Frustrated, her body was suppressed and couldn't move. People from the Central Realm are truly terrifyingly powerful. Even though we are both at the peak of the tribulation stage, I am no match for him. He threw out a palm strike, retreating for the old man, and she was crushed by that boulder. Kotu landed in front of Jiu Wei and bowed his head to say, "Your spiritual immortal body is quite good. Killing you is a bit of a pity, so why not transform you into a puppet? It probably won't be weaker than this 5-finger mountain of mine." She shouted, "Don't even think about it. I won't let that bastard control me, even if I die." The man was gathering power in his palm. "This is not for you. Your spiritual power is gone under my 5-finger mountain. You won't even be able to explode yourself. Just wait patiently as your divine soul is dissolved by the burning of the void bright fire." Why is there such a hideous 5-finger mountain in the Fairy Mountain? Kotu turned to see who was so bold as Quan Lam used his profound internal energy to shatter the obstacle blocking the stone. He muttered to himself, "This can't be true. I forged the 5-finger mountain from heavenly materials and rare fires. An attack level of a true immortal wouldn't be a problem, so how could it be crushed so easily by a light step?" You shouted, "Do you set fire to the mountain for some evil ritual or something?" Kotu felt that this person's aura was too strong, even more powerful than the 4 great Saint Lords with the highest cultivation in Central Continent. I can still feel the endless killing, resentment, and grief contained within. This is absolute destruction that leaves no room for resistance. When did a character of this caliber appear in such a small place like the Eastern region?
"What are you stammering about?" Quan Lam shouted back.
"I'm asking you. If you say nothing, it means you've accepted."
"Damn it, I'm already annoyed about working overtime. You go down and give this guy a few kicks."
I am lying comfortably in the sect. If there's nothing to do, feed the fish. Playing cockfighting so comfortably.
It's just because your dog lacks talent that you carelessly destroy. Flowers and plants refuse to protect Fairy Mountain, lack unity, are unfriendly, don't do good deeds, causing me to receive missions and waste time and effort running here.
A rat thief like you makes me nauseous. Kotu muttered, "Elder, lower your aura from me. I am now too terrified deep inside my soul to control my body and can't speak at all."
After a bit of anger, Jun Lam felt much better and more relaxed. Turns out, working overtime is not something humans should do.
Jiu Wei advised, Diep Sr., "Don't let him go. He is from Thuongmin sect in Central Realm, not only wanting to seize Fairy Mountain, but also killing many disciples who betrayed me." He glanced at the man and realized he was from the Central Realm. Kotu trembled all over and inhuiged.
"Senior, please spare me. I was blind and didn't see Mount Tai. I offended your territory and I will leave immediately." "That's not right. I'm out of here. Step aside or die."
The token from that guy's badge floated up, and you caught it. The Tula token is used for sending messages.
Quan Lam realized this guy's intention. Was he trying to report and summon someone?
If Thuong Mintong wants 10,000 Immortal Mountain that badly, then I will help you by using your flesh and blood to nourish this Immortal Mountain. System message. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission to eliminate the saboteur of Immortal Mountain and receiving a one-time mysterious gift package.
You're so happy now. The first blind box reward from the system can only be used once. It must be something good, like a level-up card, a divine power restoration card, or a mini-world travel card. She was already on vacation when suddenly a stream of water appeared from nowhere, pouring over DIY and making her feel incredibly refreshed all over. The lingering injuries from the previous battle vanished, and even her divine soul, burned by the fire of Kong Ming, became more refined and stronger. Seeing her chest get bigger, you were startled. System, this kind of benefit isn't supposed to work like that, right? Where is my gift package? Don't even think about dodging the question. The system has announced that it has delivered the reward package for the dual-spirited soul host once, granting spiritual power and the opponent's non-mind fire. You're interested in dual-spirited souls. This sounds a bit intriguing. How exactly does it work? When the soul leaves the body, Quan Lam was surprised. The system, you wouldn't do that in broad daylight, would you? Are you trying to provoke us? Your soul is flying toward Diu Y. The system reports that the host's soul has entered in Diu Y's consciousness and has finished reading the top-tier celestial yin-yang dual cultivation technique. The system has entered a temporary lock state, and she is trembling and softly moaning now, her eyes wide open, her body enveloped in spiritual energy. Jun Lam's soul has escaped from her body, and he gently lands on the ground. Jun Lam is overjoyed. The dual soul cultivation technique is truly miraculous. During the transfer, the body, power, and divine soul immediately intertwined, bursting with ecstasy, as if heaven and earth were merging, with an endless afterglow. The Thunder Tribulation is angry lately. You're undergoing so many tribulations like a festival. I'm still haunted by that chariot-riding comet Diep Quan Lum. Now I just want to give up and lie flat. He coldly chased it away and told it to get lost. Seeing his terrifying heavenly tribulation, it quickly fled. The leader of the patrol secretly lamented how unlucky he was to encounter this comet. I'm quitting and won't do this anymore. You're channeling a streak of spiritual energy into the Diu Y, but your power is too strong, and Antien 2 only absorbs 1%. If the remaining spiritual energy is allowed to continue disturbing within the body, Antien 2 will eventually explode and die. To prevent this from happening, it is best to temporarily seal the remaining spiritual energy into this memory using the fire of non-light. She just woke up and realized her cultivation had suddenly broken through to the true immortal realm. It's incredible. I just advanced to the peak of the tribulation period and have just finished my seclusion. After fighting Tronco 2, did you directly ascend to immortality? I didn't even see the terrifying thunder tribulation of ascending. Why can't I remember anything? Diu Y thought back. That's right. It was senior brother Diep who saved me and used water-based healing techniques to treat my injuries. It must have been senior brother Diep helping me break through and blocking the thunder tribulation. I heard that when brother Hung was crossing his tribulation, senior brother Diep used his absolute strength to subdue Kiep Van and make him my junior brother. Truly awesome. She shouted, Senior Diep, great gratitude for ascending to immortality. Dieu Y has nothing to repay. If you ever need anything in the future, no matter how dangerous, I will never refuse. What? That damn monster is still alive. This must be impossible. That year, the 8 great Dao sects united to attack the Baihua sect, killing their sect leader on the spot. And even after 7 days and nights of confirming the corpse to ensure he was truly dead, he finally felt at ease to leave. But according to the information recorded in the Tula order, after Tronco II died, the 10,000 Immortal Mountains indeed appeared in the eastern region, and Tronco II was killed by Hong Thien Diep. Yet now, this fiend has joined the Orthodox sect. He ordered, Where are the people? Send the orders down. Gather the elite forces of the entire sect. 3 days later, the army advanced to Huyen Tien sect in the eastern region to seize 10,000 Immortal Mountains. Whether this is true or false, it must be confirmed. Back at Huyen Tien sect, Phiu Miu Peak, Tien Deep was surprised to see you look so old. Master, your face is as pale as a sheet. Has some little demon outside drained your energy like this? Jun Lam returned to normal, threw the token to him, and took the obedient disciple. The heavens have gifted you. Tian Diep was surprised. This is the Tula order of Davo Than. How does Diep Quan Lam have it? Could it be he knows about my identity as a demon lord in the central region? Never mind. Admitting my mistake first is definitely the right move, so I bow my head. Master, Disciple knows he was wrong. Disciple hid your identity as the leader of the demon sect because he was afraid you would dislike him. Since meeting you, Disciple has realized how vast the world is. Even the ox has its version. My master is like the sun in the sky, and I am just a worm in the ground. only able to carefully look up at his radiance. I stroked my chin thoughtfully, but I heard that the leader of the fire worship sect is very famous in the Central Realm. Tiandiep let out a cold breath, knowing he was being deceived. Luckily, he reacted quickly. This time, it's fine. He revealed that his master has something he doesn't know. That year, I was hunted down by the 8 great Dao sects of Central Realm, with Davo Than, the sect master of Thuong Min sect, also involved. The competition in the central region was fierce, and Thuong Min sect ranked at the bottom, often provoking the other 7 Dao sects. Davo Tun, in order to take revenge, secretly impersonated Doni and committed many evil deeds. After being exposed by Doni, he conspired to form an alliance of the 7 great Dao sects to exterminate the demon sect. After being captured by misfortune, Doni endured the torment of Davo Than and Elder Ngui Lao Kao in the prison of Thuong Min sect, eventually faking death to escape. In his heart, he vowed that if his cultivation ever returned to the peak, he would come back to Trungvuk, destroy the 8 great sects, peel off the skin of everyone in Thuong Min sect to feed the demonic beasts, extract the souls of Davo Than and Elder Ngui Lao Kao, and use the Red Lotus Inferno to refine and torment them. Jianlin decided that if that's the case, 3 days later the Shengming sect would lead troops to invade, and you will represent me to kill them all, just in time to vent your anger. What's with the shock? Does the Thuong Min sect plan to attack Huyan Tian sect? You instructed, remember this no matter what your identity was before. Now you are my disciple, Diep Quan Lam, a member of Huyan Tian sect. Thian Deep was struck like a thunderbolt, wondering how he knew he was a demon lord, something people always wanted to eliminate. But he didn't care. Quan Lam warned that if Doni went out to fight, he absolutely must not embarrass his master. He immediately obeyed, due to, I remember, your master is easygoing, having a disciple is indeed good. You can both relax and enjoy the show without bothering to act in the demon order to lure the Thuong Min sect into the trap. 3 days later, the main army of true immortals from Thuong Min sect will be in Central Region. Elder Wei, the commander of the Thuong Min sect's army of true immortals, announced, "Listen up, Huyan Tian sect, surrender quickly, or the army of true immortals from Thuong Min sect will destroy your sect." Are they sending hundreds of immortal soldiers to attack us again? That's terrifying. They and Zheng thought together, completely unable to believe what Ye Feng said, that he had torn apart 1 billion true immortals. Elder Wei proudly boasted how our sect dispatched 500 true immortals to seize the 10,000 great mountains, showing how formidable our formation is. The others cheered, "When we reach this demon land, we can just pass through." This feels great. Being oppressed by the Boundless Wei sect in the Central Realm has left me breathless, but today I can finally vent my anger. That's right, even if we had to run a long way, showing our strength in front of others is worth it. He announced for half a day, but no one responded, truly looking down on us, refusing the offered wine and choosing punishment instead. The Immortals received the order and launched a full-scale attack on the sect's mountain gate, killing all the disciples. Countless streams of power attacked the distant building, but from that direction, a source of energy emitted, repelling those trying to intrude. Flames soared high, and from within the blazing fire, a haughty laugh echoed. "Why are you going to the sky?" Elder Wei frowned as he recognized him. He was stunned. "Old Wei, do you still remember your red demon master?" The others were shocked. "Hong Thian Deep, the leader of the White Fire sect. You still haven't died." It was Hong Thian Deep, the sect leader of the White Fire sect, who was ambushed by the 4 great Holy Lands and the 8 great Dao sects that year. Yet he survived, and the bloody nightmare from Central Region that year has returned. The dazzling crimson robe and the stunningly beautiful face that even women envy. Death destruction. Demon flame rivals a natural disaster, and every time he appears, it signals slaughter and destruction. Tian Diep declares, "Red fire dividing heaven, none of you will survive today." Elder Wei is unafraid. "Demon Lord, even if you've been lucky enough to survive until now, so what? Do you really think you're still as strong as you were back then?" Bao Vu Lei Hua pierced into the fiery lotus flower there. Tiandi was surprised. "Is she a 9th level celestial immortal? You didn't expect that, did you?" "My current cultivation level is on par with yours, and I have support from someone in the sect, so today, who wins and who loses is still uncertain." The people around sneered, saying, "Elder Ngui is right. You're just a mourning dog. What are you so arrogant about?" Thian Deep will open their eyes. The cultivators of the Central Realm are still as foolish as ever. You really don't understand the true power? Hong Lian transforms into a fiery vortex, engulfing all those guys in its whirlpool. Elder Wei stares in shock at the divine spear, unable to believe how strong your cultivation is. Could it be that you have reached the heavenly immortal realm? No. Even the sect master with a heavenly immortal cultivation is less than 1/3 of that power.
Mystic Immortal, he was stunned. You are actually Mystic Immortal. As soon as Elder Ngui's body was drained, he
Despairingly said, Sect leader, do you realize you have offended a Mystic Immortal?
It's over. It's really over. My Thuong Min sect is doomed.
You take out the chain and say, do you want to burn your life to send a message? Old Wei dog, if you want to die,
you have to see if this seat agrees. The chain shoots toward the target. From the blazing red fire, skeletal hands reach out, bones crawling up from the flames. They cling to Elder Wei's body. Tian Diep reminds you to stay in this hellfire and slowly endure the pain of 10,000 souls and a massive heart. Someone ambushed Vothan while he was sitting on the throne. He clutching his head, who attacked me secretly. A character's silent forehead displays a character. My lord's divine soul seems to have been burned by a raging fire. From the token, a voice transmits, Devothan, many years have passed and you are still useless. He was surprised. Hong Thien Deep, you are indeed still alive. You appear, someone like you who fears death can still be alive. How could your family possibly be dead? This is a slave seal bestowed by my master. Unless your cultivation surpasses mine, your descendants will be eternal and unbreakable. But that is impossible. With that, Thien Diep disappeared. Vothan angrily shouted, Hong Thien Diep, don't be arrogant. I could kill you once back then, and I can do it again now. The scene shifts to where Tiobao is, with Thun Duong placing his hand on his head. The old man sighed sadly, saying that many years have passed, and his father still hasn't found a way to bring his son back to life. Although initially he killed the demon Hong Thien Diep to avenge his son, it couldn't erase the hatred in his heart, causing his cultivation to remain stagnant. Votun hurriedly ran to deliver the news. Big brother, something serious, something really bad has happened. Hong Thien Diep, the leader of the fire worshippers, is not dead.
Then Duong stood up suddenly and asked, what did you say? He took out a token. Big brother, this is absolutely certain.
Elder Nguai from our sect went to Huyen Tin sect in the eastern region. Tinko discovered that demon's head, and only by risking his life could he send the message back. The demon who once killed my son is an enemy that will never be forgiven. I swear I will peel his skin to comfort my son's spirit in heaven. The old master orders, the 8 great sects obey the command. From now on, issue the demon extermination order.
Summon all the immortal cultivators of Central Region, lead the army to the Eastern Region, destroy Huyen Thien sect, and kill Shichma Hong Thien Diep. Vothan also reports a piece of news. Big brother, I heard the demon has joined Huyen Thien sect, and that his master's strength is profound and unpredictable. Younger brother suspects the demon's master might be a fake.
He secretly turned Huyen Thien sect into a demon lair from start to finish, just to accumulate strength to retake the Central Region. At first, we relied on the support of the 4 great holy sects to subdue the demon. But now do we need to seek guidance from above before executing the demon plan? Are you doubting my decision? Vothan broke out in a cold sweat. I don't dare. My older brother's strength is formidable. Killing the demon lord is an easy task for him. Sect leader, are you deliberately issuing the demon order to challenge the authority of the holy sect? A pressure descended, causing Than Duong to freeze. This pressure. He knelt down as the Saint Lord of the Huyen Thien holy sect. Than Duong bowed his head and reported, I dare not. Everything is according to the Saint Lord's orders, but I can't help but wonder why he personally intervened in this matter. The other person snorted coldly and said, the demon clan battle is temporarily on hold. We will wait for our envoy to arrive at Huyen Thien to investigate the situation before discussing lifting the pressure that caused him to vomit blood. Than Duong wiped the blood from his lips and asked the envoy, knowing that the 4 great sacred lands are the top powers among the sects in the Central Region, with Huyen Thien's sacred land being the strongest. The Saint Lord of the sacred land is always aloof and rarely involved in worldly affairs. In the past, I paid a heavy price to reluctantly persuade the weakest Tai So sacred land to intervene. Currently, the Huyen Thien sect is receiving such treatment from the Huyen Thien Holy Land. Do these 2 sects really have a connection? At Huyen Thien Holy Land, a conversation is taking place. Then Min, the inner circle of Huyen Thien sect in the eastern region, and the elder brother of the sect master, truly have a connection. Saint Lord Huyen Thien Tien Dian said, your mind has always been cautious, so the Holy Master personally came to verify first. Now I am at ease. This is the order token you received. When you arrive at Huyen Thien sect, take out this token and it will be clear. Newly promoted Huyen Thien Holy Lands, Lu Than Min Chan Tien replied, the Holy Lord doesn't need to flatter me. Everyone knows that Chichma Hong Thien Deep is in Huyen Thien sect. This difficult task surely no one dares to undertake, which is why it falls on me, Than Min. But Than Min in this life has no fear of death. Eradicating demons and protecting the Wei is a duty that my generation of cultivators cannot abandon. Even if I die on this journey, Then Min will let the light of the sacred land shine through, illuminating the dark corners ruled by the demonic chains. Thean Man scolded. He's truly a fool. Only money makes kin. Send envoys to confirm if it's fake. Muck Bitch's trip is truly about taking the 10,000 Immortal Mountains into our pocket. Right now, all forces are eyeing the 10,000 Immortal Mountain range like a fat piece of meat. The sect leader of Huyen Tian is a clever man, so take this opportunity to have him fully submit to my Huyen Tian Holy Land. If he doesn't know his place, then my fallen disciples of Huyen Tian Holy Land will have no choice but to deal with both the Demon Sect and Huyen Tian Sect. In anger, the fool blurted out, "Who is Deep Thun Vodich, the Deep Thun of Kon Luan? There's a girl going crazy, Deep Thun. I want to have your child." Then Min was surprised. This is the so-called powerful master of Shich Ma Hong Tian Diep. The Hu Nian family welcomes him. I didn't expect that even the distant saint envoy knows that Deep Quan Lam, Deep Su De, is a great benefactor of our Kon Luan world. Thinking back to when the alien race invaded, my junior brother only relied on his own strength, he thought angrily, clearly talking nonsense, in broad daylight, standing amidst the universe. Even if he speaks nonsense, there should be some limits. Who do you think we immortals are? Just some walking sticks to harvest? You think you can harvest 1 billion trees with just one sword? And the immortal emperor has only taken a few breaths of immortal energy and already dares to strike this hard. And then there's the thunder of the heaven, even more ridiculous. This person is definitely a puppet master, masterfully pushed forward by the red demon. It's just that I never expected such absurd things to brainwash so many cultivators. Even the sect master himself is extremely foolish, allowing the entire sect to be filled with demonic aura and chaos, using personal sacrifices. But when it comes to immortal energy, the concentration here feels even stronger than in the Holy Land by countless times. Our Huyen Tian Holy Land has 800 divine veins leading the way among the great powers of the Central Realm. But this heaven and earth is filled with such fierce and pure spiritual energy. Then Min took a deep breath. Suddenly, he was shaken, his eyes filled with amazement, his body levitating, surrounded by spiritual energy, and in the blink of an eye, his cultivation level increased by 7 small realms. From the 2nd stage of the true immortal realm to the 9th stage, it seems this is the true Huyen Tian Holy Land, while the one in the central region is just a fake. Hu Nian clasped his hands and said, "Congratulations on your breakthrough. No wonder talents in the central region are so numerous and can break through at any time." He modestly said, "The sect leader is too kind. Just luck. Just luck." In his mind, he thought that whenever it was necessary, he had to know that his cultivation from the initial stage of true immortal to the 2nd stage required 50 years of hard cultivation. Suddenly, he knelt to the ground. Hu Nian hurried over and asked, "Holy Envoy, why are you performing such a grand ceremony?" He muttered to himself, short-lived indeed. I am still young. I can't bear this." Saint Lord, Ming Than has upheld righteousness all his life. Than Bok is a good person, yet now he is forced to accept this great gift without doing anything. How am I supposed to face this grand ceremony in the future? Seeing the approaching tribulation, he was surprised and said, "This is a Ascension tribulation. Which fellow cultivator here is undergoing it?" Hu Nian revealed that it is his junior brother, Vieux Fong Diep, so it must be the 2nd disciple, Lei Xiaozi, about to undergo his tribulation. Then Min is shocked. This level of thunder tribulation far surpasses what I faced back then, not to mention a different realm entirely. Could it be a 49 or 69 thunder tribulation? Lightning is heading towards a courtyard, and Wu Kiep is eagerly awaiting it. I have endured years of hard cultivation, and finally became an immortal. A powerful thunder tribulation descends, and he closes his eyes, shouting loudly, "Master! Than Min is watching from afar, yet this is an 89th thunder tribulation. This person is extraordinary, but in the face of such a great disaster, why does it seem like a game?" Instead of facing the lightning with full strength, it's like a child out of milk looking for the master under the lightning strike. What use does the master have? Jun Lam appears from behind to remind you, "The lightning is mild, don't worry." "Sir, you really think the cloud tribulation is your little brother?" "The heavenly tribulation is here. Boss, I was just joking with him. Your disciple doesn't need to be tested. I will break through the thunder tribulation and dare to succeed." Turning him into an immortal, he's feeling very uneasy inside. "Are you still not done? How many disciples do you actually have?" "I will try again." This little old man cannot endure this humiliating and terrifying life any longer. In an instant, Vo Kiep ascended to the 5-grade immortal sword, the heavenly immortal 5th realm. Indeed, relying on the master is truly blissful. No need to endure the thunder tribulation to become an immortal. Let's try standing at the bottom where Modu is enjoying the spiritual energy. It feels warm and so comfortable. It's really relaxing. I'm also about to become an immortal? Ukip ruffled their heads, and the whole family, tidy and harmonious, together ascended to immortality. Quite a breakthrough. Macdu felt shy. I wasn't even ready yet. And Kanbang had already transformed into a human form. I finally became a great person. They cheered happily below, turning into stone, and the dangerous clouds of karma were extremely perilous. The lord of countless cultivators becoming an immortal, yet calling Deep Quan Lam the big brother and destroying the thunder tribulation, are you turning his disciples into the Ascension group? Is this still the tribulation cloud I know? Where is your attitude? Where are your principles, your integrity? The people behind warn of danger because your backing isn't strong enough yet. Deep Quan Lam's fans. So it's because his strength isn't enough. If his strength were sufficient, even the rules could change for him. Kids, you need to gradually get used to this kind of stimulation. He infused a strand of spiritual power into the heavenly tribulation, and his performance was quite good. This primordial chi is your reward. It is pleased. Lucky me, I hit the jackpot. I'm overjoyed inside, and the world doesn't know that Vortex can also level up because we can only harness the power of the realm. Absorbing the Taiso chi from the universe to cultivate might take billions of years to absorb just a single strand, let alone breakthrough and level up. Yet now I have evolved 4 branches, no longer an ordinary Von Locke. Having a real backstage is really awesome. The heavenly tribulation is flattering and circling around you. Thank you, boss. I love you so much. You will always be my god. Jun Lam feels annoyed, spinning until he's dizzy. Just go back and stop causing trouble here. You find it hard to understand. Isn't it just a Tai So Chi Luke? So why do you act like you've never seen it before? Forget it. Let it be more for him in the future. Thenmin trembled all over when he heard that. Is the primordial force a legendary power capable of creating a heavenly tribulation in one direction? Who exactly is he, a divine being from some other realm? Could he really be an heavenly emperor? No. According to the records in the ancient sacred land, the heavenly emperor would avoid 3 parts of the storm when facing the power of thunder tribulation, let alone breaking the boundary to absorb the Tai So power. He's probably afraid that he thinks Jun Lam is the ancient heavenly emperor, so he rushes to flatter him. Senior Brother Dieppe. Thanmin's eyes are not seeing Mount Tai. I apologize for the earlier disrespect and hope you forgive me. I didn't recognize you being introduced by Hu Nian. Junior Brother Dieppe has not yet had the chance to introduce himself. This person is from the Huyen Thian Holy Land, here specifically to pay respects to our Huyen Thian sect. He stammered, Senior Dieppe, just call me Little Liu. If Thanmin could meet you in his lifetime, it would be worth it. Thanmin takes off his outer robe to reveal his shoulders and Tron. If possible, I humbly ask Vin Ko Tiende to kindly sign for Thanmin. He knelt down and urged, Elder Dieppe, you don't need to be modest. Thanmin has read many books, so he can't be mistaken. You are absolutely the ancient heavenly emperor. According to the record of the sacred land of ancient classics and the Fengshen Biao of the Kunlun, the ancient heavenly emperor was born from the chaotic universe, created the heavens and the earth, held the rules of heaven and earth, and controlled the thunder tribulation in the sky, making him the most powerful being between heaven and earth. Jun Lam was annoyed. Where did this idiot come from? Spouting nonsense. Hu Nian also believed it and said, I always thought the heavenly emperor was the immortal emperor. This is clearly a lack of respect. Deep Sude, don't say anything more. From today onwards, you will be the supreme elder of Huyen Thian sect, honored as Deep Tai Thuong, and I will support you wholeheartedly throughout Huyen Thian sect. Are you really fed up? I feel extremely annoyed. Stop this now. Your imaginations need to end here too. The others cheer. The heavenly emperor's divine power shines, illuminating the eastern region with Diep Tai Thuong. All right, everyone stop shouting. Yes, Xiaolu, what brings you to Huyen Thian sect? That's right. I almost forgot the main reason for my visit. This time, Thanmin is here to represent the Huyen Thian Holy Land. He kneels and presents the token, begging to be under the command of Huyen Thian Tong Diep Tai Thuong. Hu Nin is stunned. What is he joking about? The Holy Land of the Central Realm, wanting to become a junior brother of Huyen Thian sect. Are you sure the sect leader knows about this? Transitioning to Huyen Thian Holy Land, the heavenly mandate is furious. Lu Thanmin, what kind of crazy talk is that? You represent the sacred land of Huyen Thian to submit to Huyen Thian sect. Thanmin was knocked away, crashing hard into a stone pillar. Tian Ming strangling him. What the hell do you think you are to represent the sacred land? This is the heavenly emperor Diep Tai Thuong speaking. Even a 3-year-old can tell real from fake when the outer realm invades. Yet you still believe. Than Min pleads, please, Holy Lord, show some respect. You may insult Than Min, but you must never doubt Deep Tai Thuong. He was surprised that he was being reprimanded by someone else. Than Min continued to advise, saying, he has achieved great deeds for the people and the world and deserves eternal remembrance, especially with Diep Tai Thuong's protection, his disciples, and even crossing tribulations through secret paths without being struck down, directly ascending to immortality. I am grateful, but I still rummage through my chest. What the hell is this? Than Min declared that, as people often say, death is unavoidable for everyone, either as heavy as Mount Tai or as light as a feather, depending on how one accepts it, for the sake of the sacred land's eternal blessing. Dedicated to the cause, unrepentant in death, he was furious at the stupidity and said, then go and die. Than Min was struck by a palm and vomited blood. Tian Ming looked at the talisman emitting flames. This talisman, or rather the talisman paper written on it, released an incredible amount of power. He silently thought that Davo Thun's words were right. Shichma Hong has completely taken control of Huyen Thien Tong. It seems only Chu can eliminate Shichma first, and then rebuild the plan of the 10,000 Immortal Mountains. The Heavenly Fate issued an order to execute the order. Huyen Thien Tong ruthlessly killed the envoy of the sacred land, fully falling into the demonic path. From today, the demon order will be reactivated, with Master Chu, Hong Thien Deep, and Du Dao. The talisman flew away into the distance, and Elder Lu at the Tai So Holy Land learned that Shichma Hong Thien Deep was indeed still alive. Remembering the ancient demon-slaying battle, I, as the Holy Lord of Tai So, despise evil as if it were my enemy, wielding the celestial weapon to lead the charge and defeat the strongest demon heads. The old man looked at the tangled doll in his hand, but no one knew that I was truly captivated by Hong Tian Diep's beauty.
Old Luke became frantic and excited, craving Xiao Hong. As long as you forfeit your cultivation and serve me faithfully, you can keep away to survive.
Sich Deep appears and gives him a punch. You bastard, get lost. You got angry and fought the old man, willing to die. Then, little Hong engaged in hundreds of battles with old man Lu, forcing him to gradually retreat. The old man is kissing that doll taught by little Hong, which makes me truly happy. Stupid Jiang Tianming thinks he's extraordinary, but they have no idea how terrifying little Hong's strength really is. That year he was at the peak of his cultivation, but still overwhelmed the old heavenly immortal. Now he's back. Reaching the Huyantian stage is not impossible. Little Hong, little Hais Onying. With your hatred of evil, you'll definitely be the first to kill me when the time comes, right? If that's the case, I can only pay a great price to invite that great person to intervene in order to save my life. At the Huyantian sect in Phu Mu Peak, as Quan Lam's group gathered in front of a small courtyard, someone spoke up, saying, Master is indeed a connoisseur. Tio Hawk's hot pot is so fresh and delicious that you never get tired of eating it. Tien Diep angrily scolds, Eat, 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 you starving damned ghost, I'll beat you to death, and the other 3 can enjoy the hot pot. It's really delicious. Sitting together and eating is happiness. He brings water to Quan Lam, Su Ton. No one in Huyen Tien Holy Land can compare. This faction's surrender might be a trap. You're right that Tiu Lu is indeed a good person. Xiaoliu the Holy Envoy is actually pretty impressive after all. A voice calling outside catches Jun Lam's attention. Hong Thien Deep, come out here and die. He is covered in flames, his master drinking bubble tea. His disciple has come and gone. Outside, a crowd gathers, including Bak Koi, the sect leader of Kanen Nguyen Dao Tong, Duong Vi, the sect leader of Lu Li Dao Tong. They speak out. In the eastern region, a desolate spiritual energy wasteland, Shichma is here. His cultivation has long been ruined. Red Demon shook the central region back then, and now he's wandering in this fallen sect, truly pitiful and regrettable. Bak Koi eagerly said, Sect Leader Fong, wait for Red Demon to appear. I will gladly be the vanguard to kill him. Did I just say something and these 2 guys got slapped already? Than Duong scolded them. Do you need you to show up? No one is allowed to act without my order later. I must personally kill the Red Demon to avenge my son. Hong Thien Deep appears with great presence. A fire lotus emerges. Do the 8 great sect clans want to die so quickly? The old man was stunned as Hong Tian Diep, the demon Shichma, was engulfed in flames, and those people cried out in agony. This is the indestructible fire phoenix, flames burning the soul of my body. Kill me now. No one has the right to allow it. Unfortunately, dying isn't that easy. I want you to fully experience the pain of your soul being burned even in death, begging me for mercy. You look down on me, relying on yourself? That fool who can't tell friend from foe. I only need to say one word to you and it's unnecessary. A palm strike from above sends the old man crashing to the ground, creating a hollow behind Thanduang. I can't believe it. I have the cultivation of a 5-layer heavenly immortal, yet I was defeated by just a finger of yours. Could it be that your strength has already reached the profound immortal realm? Tiandiep's eyes gleamed with danger as the old man below was engulfed in raging flames. Tiandiep laughed triumphantly.
The red demon has returned, Zhongyu. Prepare to face my wrath.
The others begged, Old thief, I curse your ancestors for 18 generations, yet you deliberately tricked us into coming here to die.
Lord Hong, spare my life. I beg your mercy and give me a chance to survive.
The blood rain from above suddenly fell, and Tiandiep used a shield to block it. The blood rain, the aura of the approaching person, is probably stronger than her.
The people below laughed loudly, saying, The flames have been extinguished. Where did this blood rain come from? Truly strange.
Forget it. My soul has finally been freed. Let everything become my flesh and blood. The rain of blood grew heavier, and the red mist gathered together to form a figure. He wondered in shock. What is this? The Luan realm has never encountered this kind of existence before. This guy licks his lips. His blood smells so good. This flavor is truly top quality. Tiandiep asked about his identity. You ugly mosquito, where did you come from, you demon creature? The alert sounds to remind General Lin. Warning, the extraterritorial blood clan is attacking. He is the immortal blood demon of the 9-layered blood clan Celestial Monarch. He introduces himself with this temperament. You're the crimson demon Hong Tiandiep. I am the heavenly blood demon, and I will be your master in the future. Tiandiep, after hearing this, burst into flames. Go take your dog fart somewhere else, you damn mosquito. Who do you think you're trying to disgust? You think whatever you do is worthy? Watch me make you kneel and call me master. A blazing prison of 10,000 calamity flames shoots toward the bloodshed. He secretly rejoices, even as his flesh is torn and bleeding. The legendary 7th-grade immortal power only the immortal emperor possesses unexpectedly appears on a small celestial like you. Truly a pleasant surprise. Tiandiep was surprised to see that Huayet Dou's body had fully recovered. I will drain your blood so that my cultivation can reach the peak of the Feng Immortal King realm, making you my blood slave and granting you an immortal body. What do you think? He grabbed my head with his hand. I used 7th-grade immortal power infused with the Red Lotus Karma Fire, but I couldn't hurt him at all. The power of self-healing is truly terrifying. Tiandiep continued to attack, deluded and dreaming of making the host a slave, waiting for the next life. Your wrist is tightly grasped by Huayet Dou, who pulls Tiandiep closer and says this trick won't work on me. In fact, it makes me even more excited. He cursed inwardly, damn it, this person's cultivation must be at the Fairy King realm. I have no strength to resist at all. His mouth opened wide as if about to bite into Tiandiep, and with a precise snap, he bit directly into Tiandiep's neck. Huayet Dou is enjoying your pain. Truly a perfect expression. Consider it a reward for making me happy. I will be gentle. Tiandiep feels utterly humiliated. That damn mosquito, I will definitely kill you. Quan Lam's voice rang out. My good disciple, don't panic. A golden light suddenly shone from his chest. He reassured, don't resist, stay calm, keep your spiritual energy flowing. I will help you break through to the mystical immortal realm. Tiandiep was shocked. What? Isn't there really no way for the master to break through and show off now? This scene won't be broadcast, it will just be removed. Jun Lam reveals that in the universe, there are 2 super powerful armies, the Divine Palace and the 9 Nether. This person comes from the Immortal Blood Clan in the 9 Nether Army and has an extremely strong self-healing ability, able to resurrect even if only a fragment remains. This energy, if it's a small amount, will turn you into a lowly blood slave hybrid, but if there's enough of it, you will eventually possess an immortal body. Master Wei will fuse this energy into your bones and flesh. The blood of Tiandiep makes the blood puppet even more ravenous. Delicious. So delicious, just a few sips, the wounds I caused crossing the boundary have healed 3 parts. He continues to drink his blood. Little one, you're almost transformed, and from now on, only I will get to enjoy you. A blinding golden light radiated from Tiandiep, causing Blood God's fangs to break, and he shouted, My fangs! Tiandiep's hand pierced through Huayet Dou's chest, tearing out his heart, leaving him stunned. You haven't been transformed and have still broken through to the mystic immortal. This just can't be. Tiandiep will definitely settle the score for this. You damn mosquito, I was already sick to death at the thought of relying on your poison to break through to the mystic immortal realm. If I don't tear you to pieces, my hatred won't be eased. Seeing the image of the Lamb army appearing behind him, he asked cautiously, "Who are you?" Tien Diep declared, "I am your father." Feng Wu Nine Heavens transformed after a punch from him, and the blood demon body suddenly shattered into pieces.
Even Tien Diep was amazed, saying, "Incredible, the Huiyan Tian realm is actually so powerful. Truly a difference of a level like the gap between heaven and earth. It's amazing."
There's no longer a mark on his neck, which makes Tien Diep very happy. What? The wound healed as if nothing happened in an instant. Could this be the terrifying healing power of the immortal blood clan? His heart was filled with joy. With this power, I, the ruler of the central realm, am I not invincible? Even Van Din Con Luan is within reach. Suddenly, the scattered clouds in the sky converged, revealing the body of Huyet Do being reborn. "Little brat, you've made me a little angry." He silently remembered, the phantom just now was definitely not an illusion. After this rebirth, an invisible, powerful force seems to be continuously destroying within my bones and flesh,
making the wounds impossible to heal. I have never faced such a situation, even when confronting a supreme king before.
That person must be the mysterious awakener the clan leader mentioned. My current strength isn't fully restored, so I have little chance to fight back. Huyet Do raises his staff and says, "Boy, today I will show you what true hell really is. Whether you're plotting or scheming." The staff shoots toward him as the death god's spear is unleashed, and Tien Diep challenges, fearing nothing. What the hell is that? How could he miss this? Huyet Do was planning to deal with the smaller ones first to replenish his energy, then seize this kid to restore his cultivation. The people below are cut by the divine light. It's over. Run quickly. He greedily absorbs all that blood energy.
Huyet Do estimates that the energy should be enough.
It is at this moment that he rushes forward, embraces Tien Diep, and flies away. "Little one, you are the key to restoring my cultivation. Come with me."
"Sir, revealing your tale is not the behavior of a strong person. I apologize. You struggled desperately, you crazy man. Let me go. Where do you intend to take me?"
Quinlan was only waiting until this moment to prepare for battle. He snorted coldly, somewhat clever, but not much.
"Little Hong, I guess I have to let you take the risk to scout the enemy's hideout."
When Quan Lam destroyed that sword, the system was attacked by the 9-layered celestial army, activating a passive skill, and he gained the cultivation of a celestial king of the first layer. Tian Ye has been taken to the underground palace beneath the sacred land of Tai So. "Damn mosquito, your bloodline lure. Obediently heal your wounds for me, or I have plenty of methods to make you live worse than death." But earlier he had grabbed your neck tightly and asked who was the one who caused the illusion of the Tao to appear on you before.
"Once I regain my full strength, I will definitely tear that traitor into 1,000 pieces."
Vo Keep anxiously reports, "Master, it's not good. The senior brother has been taken by the monster."
A series of notifications pop up. "Host, why did you let that immortal bloodline guy escape?"
"My new mission hasn't even started yet," he angrily shouted. "That cursed blood demon is definitely not human, and is surely a mixed breed from another realm. The evil and sinister cultivation technique can drain blood and control it, growing stronger with each pull.
The system even offers a reward. Master, hurry and chase after him. The mission reward is extremely generous. Missing out will surely make you regret."
It's still not too late to chase after her now. Jun Lin covered Vo Kiep's mouth and said, "Don't make noise.
Wait until Little Hong absorbs all the energy from the blood pool to strengthen her rebirth. Then we can save her."
A surge of aura from afar rushes toward you and enters Commander Lam's forehead.
"I didn't expect Little Hong to be captured and taken to the primeval Holy Land. It is actually the lair of the Blood Sect."
As for the ancient beings he mentioned, those ancient kings who once hid in the Kunlun realm are now gradually awakening. For them, the spiritual energy of Kunlun realm is like a dinner bell ringing. But this central realm, the land of the richest spiritual energy and the most powerful clans, has attracted more than just a few eyes. The real threat lies in the foreign race Min Thuong and the ancient awakened beings secretly regaining their strength, aiming to reclaim this authority. It seems this central region is no longer a muddy pond but a hunting ground surrounded by sharks. You remind it, Tong Tu, Xiao Hong is at the primeval sacred land. Just issue the check-in mission, and do all the missions at once when the time comes. The system huffs in frustration.
"Master, don't be unreasonable. You can assign any mission you want, then tell me, are you going to assign one or not?"
It displays, "Congratulations to the host for unlocking the new check-in location. The primeval sacred land of the central region.
Successful check-in will reward you with a 9-grade celestial energy top tier. A series of messages are transmitted below. Something serious is happening.
Red Demon, Hong Tian Yip's cultivation, broke through to mystical Immortal. The entire demon spirit war army was annihilated, and the 7 great sect masters all fell. Feng Qingyang and the others perished in the eastern region. The 4 great sacred grounds have summoned all their disciples to form a united defensive formation around the ancient sacred ground, preventing anyone from entering its domain, while Shichma Hong Tian Diep's faction from Huyan Tian Sect is now launching a massacre across the central region. The people below are terrified and stunned. Are these human voices? The sacred grounds are all deserted. Shichma is defying the heavens. Damn it, why did those fools from the 7 great Tao sects bother provoking the Crimson Demon? Is there still time for us to join the fire worship sect now? Kanbang has spread the news everywhere. Vokeep is stunned. Where did this guy come from? Aren't we already back in the central realm? Why are we here? Jun Lam calmly sat down on the chair and said, "We are new to the central region and lack a guide, so our trusted senior brought this person along." Then Min, summoned back, was secretly angry, thinking what kind of trouble this reckless scholar was up to now. He knelt down, grateful for Da Taishang's help. If not for the life-replacing puppet technique he left in the talisman that year, Than Min would have long been without a place to hide his body. This life-saving grace cannot be repaid, and Than Min only has a humble life, willing to jump into boiling oil and fire for Da Taishang without hesitation. "All right, get up. Since you have pledged allegiance to Huyan Tian Sect, I am now a disciple of Huyan Tian Sect. As long as I am here, no one can harm your life." Than Min flattered. Diep Tai Thuong is truly a celestial being, gentle as jade. "Respectful and deep gratitude, little Lu. Where are we now?" Than Min behind replied, reporting to Diep Tai Thuong, "We have arrived at Phoenix Bright Pearl in the central region, and the territory of the Heavenly Maiden Kingdom is ahead. The Heavenly Maiden Kingdom is the immortal imperial dynasty of the central realm, with a female-centered hierarchy where women practice the imperial Heavenly Maiden technique, possessing formidable combat strength, and their customs are open. Men are considered inferior, either married off as concubines or stripped of cultivation to become ornaments of the heavens. Currently, the only way for Diep Tai Thuong to reach the sacred land is to borrow the ancient teleportation array within the imperial forbidden area of the Heavenly New Kingdom. Yeah,